Han Yang just looked at the school beauty Xiao Mingxue twice more, and was ridiculed and mocked by a group of people who called him a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The root of all this is that Han Yang traveled back 3 years. He was useless at that time, and his family situation could only be described as tragic. His father had passed away at an early age, leaving him and his mother to depend on each other. Because of his family background, Han Yang was often looked down upon at school. In particular, there was a fat man named Lu Yu, who and a group of younger brothers often bullied Han Yang and laughed at him. However, in the Eternal Continent, everyone has the opportunity to become a powerful lord. As long as one obtains the blood essence, beast cores, and other resources of ferocious beasts, one can greatly enhance the chi, blood, physique, and other abilities of ordinary people, thus becoming stronger. Han Yang knew clearly that apart from his unattractive appearance, he was almost useless. Today, the newcomers who entered the Eternal Continent with him will have their own territories in the same area. Their only chance is to awaken a powerful branch of the army. Suddenly, a broadcast sounded in the square. Attention everyone, the awakening of the troops will begin now. At this moment, a prompt sound rang in everyone's mind, and different lights flashed on their bodies one after another, and then an icon appeared above their heads. Some people awakened the Shadow Demon Wolf and became the overlord of the Eternal Continent. Some people awakened the Exploding Golden Lion, which possessed powerful combat power at level 1 and required relatively fewer resources to grow. However, Han Yang frowned, wondering why his own troops had not yet appeared. At this moment, his body suddenly emitted a dazzling, colorful light, and then a dragon roar shook the heaven and earth. This strange sight quickly captured the attention of everyone present. All the students and teachers stared in shock. The colorful light on Han Yang's body was still shining, and a dragon roar was heard again, and the people around him couldn't help but retreat. At this moment, a huge icon appeared above his head, with a domineering dragon pattern on it. This was the Divine Level Army, the Dragon Clan. There have been people who have awakened dragon soldiers in history, but without exception, all of them died on the 8th day. The Dragon Clan was therefore considered one of the most useless arms. For a moment, disappointment appeared on the faces of those around him. If a young dragon could be raised to full form, its combat power would surpass any other type of soldier. However, raising a young dragon required enormous resources. Every lord will have a 7-day novice protection period after becoming a lord, and during these 7 days, it is a pipe dream to train a young dragon to become powerful. Han Yang looked at his own unit, feeling disappointed. Damn it, I came to this world without even a cheat, and I even awakened such a rubbish unit. How am I supposed to survive? Some people felt sorry for Han Yang, but others started to complain. I thought it was some powerful military unit, but it turned out to be a dragon clan. You can carve a tombstone in your own territory later, and it will be useful in 7 days. Han Yang looked towards the source of the voice. It was Lu Yu and his followers. Han Yang had a blank expression on his face and still ignored them. At this moment, a strong white light enveloped everyone, and then they all disappeared. When Han Yang opened his eyes again, he was already in his own territory. These people entered the Eternal Continent together, so their territories were all in the same area. After the 7-day novice period ended, the lords would fight each other for resources. Han Yang made up his mind. 7 days later, he would make Lu Yu kneel in front of him and call him daddy. At this moment, the system's voice rang out in my mind again. Welcome everyone to become the new lords of the Eternal Continent. From now on, you will have a 7-day novice protection period. During this period, your territory will be invincible. In 7 days, you will face the first beast tide. If your lord's mansion is destroyed, you will die with it. The system's voice stopped. Everything was as expected. Han Yang began to inspect the buildings within his territory. At this moment, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Lord, Han Yang. Military building, dragon reincarnation pool. Building level, level 1. Reincarnation speed. 1 baby dragon can be bred every 10 days. Required to upgrade. 100 crystals, 100 energy stones, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Do you want to start reincarnation? The first reincarnation ignores the time limit, but requires the consumption of 1,000 crystals and 1,000 energy stones. Han Yang couldn't help but complain. Damn it, my first reincarnation requires 1,000 crystals and 1,000 energy stones. Just kill me with 1 sword. And it takes 10 days to conceive a giant dragon. This is too much. Just as he was frowning, another voice rang out in his mind. The host has been detected arriving on the Eternal Continent. The resource sign-in system is binding. Congratulations, host. The resource sign-in system has been successfully bound. Han Yang's eyes lit up instantly. System, can you introduce your functions? Resource sign-in system. This system allows you to sign in once a day and receive a large amount of rewards. The rewards you receive will increase as the host's strength grows. The host has not signed in today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Hanyang answered without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received crystals plus 10,000, energy stones plus 10,000, wood plus 50,000, and stones plus 50,000. The resources from this sign-in will be stored in the territory warehouse. Hanyang was surprised and said, wow, so many rewards for signing in for one day. Through his previous studies, he was very familiar with the use of these resources. To upgrade a military structure to level 2, each player only needed 100 crystals, 100 energy stones, 500 wood, and 500 stone. These resources were enough to put him ahead from the start. More importantly, as his strength grows, the rewards for signing in will become even more generous. The resource sign-in system is simply awesome. What makes Han Yang even more excited is that the blood essence, beast cores, and other resources obtained from the Eternal Continent can be brought back to Blue Star in exchange for a large amount of currency there. At that time, when he pursued the school Bell Xiaomingxua, he would no longer be that toad, but a man with powerful strength. And his mother no longer had to beg others for help or struggle for a living. Thinking of this, Han Yang was filled with motivation and began his journey to becoming a lord with full confidence. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, Host, do you want to start reincarnation? Yes. Han Yang answered without hesitation. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully obtained a thunder dragon. Accompanied by a deafening roar that resounded through the sky, the entire earth shook violently. Han Yang was startled by the sudden movement. I saw a thunder dragon with a body length of more than 10 meters, covered with blue-black scales, strong limbs, and sharp fangs, slowly walking out of the military building. Its body is entwined with arcs of lightning, emitting a majestic and domineering aura. Thunder Dragon, Juvenile, Level 1. 10 experience points are required to advance to the next level. Skill, Thunder Dragon Roar. Unleashes a massive amount of lightning, dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. Tip, dragons can be divided into juvenile, mature, adult, and complete stages. Han Yang couldn't help but marvel at this. No wonder people always said dragons were the most useless type of soldiers. Producing just one thunder dragon consumed 1,000 crystals and energy stones. For those who have just become lords and are penniless, where can they find so many resources? They were also unable to hunt ferocious beasts to obtain resources, so it was no wonder that most people were eliminated on the 8th day. Fortunately, Han Yang awakened the resource sign-in system. Otherwise, he would not have escaped the same fate. Lord, Han Yang, storage building, warehouse, building level 1, currently stored items, crystals 9,000, energy stones 9,000, wood 50,000, stones 50,000. He decided to upgrade the military buildings first, so that the time required to reincarnate the dragon should be greatly shortened. Upgrade the military buildings. Han Yang ordered. Note, the current building level cannot exceed the level of the Lord's Mansion. The current Lord's Mansion level is 1. Han Yang slapped his head, regretting that he had forgotten about this matter. Let's upgrade the Lord's Mansion first. This upgrade requires 100 crystals, 100 energy stones, 500 wood, and 500 stone. It is expected to be completed in 1 second. Lord, do you want to continue? Continue. Congratulations, Lord. Your Lordship Mansion has been successfully upgraded to level 2. After more than 10 minutes, the Lord's Mansion and the military buildings had both been upgraded to level 5. At this point, the military buildings finally had the ability to breed other dragons. However, the current level of military buildings is still relatively low, so if you want to regenerate a second dragon, you may have to wait until the novice protection period ends. The dragon army is indeed a bottomless pit in the early stage, but its potential in a later stage is extremely strong. Han Yang then instructed the City Lord's Mansion to be upgraded. He left the building upgrade to the system for the time being, while he eagerly led Thunder Dragon out of the territory and into the jungle. He was eager to know how powerful this level 1 juvenile Thunder Dragon was. Soon, they encountered a ferocious beast with bloodshot eyes in the jungle. Swift hamster, level 1 ferocious beast. The velociraptor screamed, and as if it had mustered up inexplicable courage, it pounced on the thunder dragon. However, the thunder dragon didn't even move its body, and the lightning arcs emerging from its surface enveloped the velociraptor. Immediately, a burning smell filled the air. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained +1 energy stone, +1 crystal stone, +2 attribute points, and +1 experience point. Successfully decomposed the beast's corpse, obtaining 10 units of rat meat. Han Yang was very satisfied with the Thunder Dragon's performance. Even though it was an opponent of the same level, the Thunder Dragon was able to instantly kill them. The Dragon Clan was indeed worthy of being a god-level army. As they went deeper into the jungle, the beast they encountered grew increasingly powerful. They soon encountered a level 2 beast. Just like before, they killed it instantly. Then, he encountered a level 3 Thunderwolf King. This time, the Thunder Dragon fought for over a minute, but he still managed to defeat the opponent. The God-class Dragon Clan can now fight across 2 levels. As we cultivate stronger Dragon Clan in the future, reaching even higher levels will no longer be a problem. After killing the level 3 Thunderwolf King, the Thunder Dragon will also be promoted to level 2. Every time a fierce beast is killed, the Thunder Dragon will gain attribute bonuses. Congratulations, Lord. You have received +5 energy stones, +5 crystals, +10 attribute points, and +5 experience points. The corpse of the ferocious beast was decomposed successfully, and a wolf skin, 2 wolf bones, and 50 units of wolf meat were obtained. This god-level soldier, the Dragon Clan, is not only extremely powerful, but also unique. On this eternal continent, only Han Yang possesses the god-class Dragon Clan. Only after his death will the next person obtain this type of soldier. Han Yang was full of confidence in the future. He believed that he could definitely create an invincible dragon army. Those lords who came before him had already established huge empires, and his dragon army will one day sweep across these empires. When that happens, he will become the nightmare of all races in this world. Han Yang continued to lead Thunder Dragon in the jungle to hunt beasts, but he did not go deep into the core area. The beasts in the deep jungle were more powerful, and if Thunder Dragon was injured, the consequences would be disastrous. In his spare time, he opened the chat panel to see what other people were doing. He clicked on the trading panel and found that some people were already selling supplies. However, the quantity sold was always small and always sold out in an instant. Han Yang smiled and immediately offered his 500 units of beast meat. 1 unit of beast meat in exchange for 10 units of wood or stone. He planned to exchange all the beast meat for wood or stone. This was because crystals and energy stones could be obtained by hunting beasts, but wood and stone had to be collected personally. He once experimented and found that a Thunder Dragon could only collect 1 unit of wood or stone in 1 minute, and it had to keep changing the collection location. This speed was far too slow for Han Yang, completely unacceptable. Every time his troops killed a ferocious beast, they would gain corresponding attribute points. Using these attribute points, he could improve his gathering efficiency. He opened his attribute panel. Lord, Han Yang, Strength, Level 0, 10 attribute points required to upgrade. Collection speed, Level 1. A soldier can collect 1 unit per minute. 10 attribute points are required to upgrade. Current remaining attribute points, 297. The Lord himself can also be upgraded, which will enhance his physical fitness and gain greater strength. However, Han Yang did not choose to upgrade himself for the time being, but reopened the chat panel. At this point, the control panel was already buzzing with activity. All the lords rushed into the trading panel, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads at the sight of the 500 units of beast meat. On the first day of becoming a lord, most people didn't even dare to step out of their territory, let alone hunt ferocious beasts. However, Han Yang already had such a large amount of ferocious beast meat that it was enough to make them drop their jaws. At this time, Han Yang's friend request list was already full, and at a glance, there was almost no end in sight. Most of the 500 units of ferocious beast meat he had put up for sale had been sold, and 5,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone had been added to his account. Han Yang planned to return to his own territory first. He led the Thunder Dragon forward and soon returned to a familiar place. At this time, his City Lord's mansion had been upgraded to level 6, and the area of his territory had expanded to nearly 1,000 square meters. Then, the system prompted again, He could now build a new building, a shop. However, building a store requires 10,000 crystals and 10,000 energy stones, and Han Yang's current resources are not sufficient. It seemed like his progress was too fast. If he wanted to continue advancing, he could only wait for the Thunder Dragon to grow and hunt higher-level beasts, or wait for tomorrow's sign-in reward. At this moment, there were still about 5,000 crystals and energy stones, as well as 35,000 units of wood and stone left in his warehouse. Han Yang decided to first upgrade the walls and warehouses of his territory to enhance its defense and storage capabilities, making his territory more complete. The Thunder Dragon nearby also lit a bonfire and roasted the remaining beast meat to replenish its strength. After a series of battles, it really needed to recover. After replenishing his strength, the Thunder Dragon once again entered the jungle to continue his hunting mission. As long as he didn't venture too deep into the jungle, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Soon, the territory's walls and warehouses were upgraded to level 5. At the same time, the resources in Han Yang's hands also decreased sharply, leaving only about 1,000 units of crystals and energy stones and 16,000 units of wood and stone. The speed at which resources were consumed was staggering, but Han Yang's gains were equally huge. However, at this moment, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the depths of the jungle, making him frown. The Thunder Dragon seemed to be fighting with a powerful beast. Is this dangerous? Soon after, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained crystals plus 20, energy stones plus 20, and your own attribute points plus 50. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding a leopard pelt and 10 units of second-level leopard meat. Han Yang was shocked. The Thunder Dragon had actually managed to kill a level 5 beast. Chapter 4. Combat Points Competition. Han Yang hurriedly ran out of the territory, but his current strength was still too weak, and it was obviously not wise to rashly enter the jungle. There was a possibility of encountering powerful beasts at any time in that place, so he could only stay where he was and wait patiently for the Thunder Dragon to return. After a while, the Thunder Dragon came running back with heavy steps, his head shaking, and he looked in good condition. Although it was covered in blood, it was only superficial wounds, not a serious injury. Han Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly opened the panel to check on the Thunder Dragon and found that it had successfully upgraded to level 3. Thunder Dragon, Juvenile, Level 3, 27 experience points away from level 4, currently 2750. Skill, Thunder Dragon Roar, can release lightning to deal a powerful blow. The Thunder Dragon could kill a level 5 beast when it was level 2. Now that it has reached level 3, it should be able to handle a level 6 beast. But Han Yang did not intend to let it go out to fight immediately. After all, he still had a lot of second-level ferocious beast meat. He lit the bonfire again, skewered 10 pieces of leopard meat on branches, and slowly roasted them while watching the flames flicker. He put the remaining 2,000 units of ferocious beast meat on the trading board again. And just like before, they were sold out in seconds. This wave of resources brought in another 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone, replenishing the resource warehouse once again. Han Yang knew it was time to improve his own strength and not rely solely on the Thunder Dragon to conquer the world. He clicked on his personal information panel to check. Lord, Han Yang, strength level. Level 0, 10 attribute points required to upgrade to level 1. Collection speed. Level 1, 1 unit collected per minute, 10 attribute points required to upgrade. Current remaining attribute points, 612. These 600-plus attribute points were all the capital he had accumulated so far, and he planned to invest them all in strengthening himself. As for the collection speed, he simply ignored it. Wood and stone could still be exchanged for beast meat, and the sign-in system would also give them to him. More importantly, the sign-in rewards fluctuate according to the strength level. The higher the strength, the more resources there are. Instead of mining and chopping trees by himself, it is better to be a leisurely commander. He started to upgrade his strength directly. It takes 10 points to upgrade from level 0 to level 1, 20 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and then 50 points, 100 points, 200 points, 500 points. He upgraded 5 levels in a row, using a total of 380 attribute points. After the upgrade, it seemed as if a surge of primitive power was injected into his body. Every cell in my body seemed to be boiling, constantly absorbing this newfound strength, and I felt like I had changed completely. A human's level 5 is roughly equivalent to an ordinary beast's level 5. Now, he can finally protect himself. At this moment, a system prompt rang out in his mind. Congratulations to Lord Han Yang for becoming the first novice to reach level 5. Reward: plus 1,000 crystals, plus 1,000 energy stones. The battle PowerPoint competition has been triggered and the event has officially begun. Next is the description of this event. Battle PowerPoint competition. Points are generated based on individual battle power. The player with the highest points at the end of the novice protection period will receive a grand prize. There are still 6.5 days until the end of the novice protection period. As soon as the news came out, the chat channel was like a bomb dropped into the air, and it instantly became boiling. Oh my god, Han Yang is already level 5? This is too outrageous. This speed is insane. He's already miles ahead of us in just half a day. What kind of soldier is Han Yang? Could he be a hidden race? It seems like he got an SSR right at the start. What are we supposed to play for? Han Yang is definitely the first in combat PowerPoints. There's no doubt about it. Han Yang glanced at the heated discussions in the channel and calmly opened the leaderboard. Current combat power ranking first place. Han Yang, 124 points second place. Xiao Mingxue, 52 points third place. Li Erniu, 40 points. The points gap was outrageous. Han Yang's points were more than double the second place finishers, leaving him miles ahead. He noticed second place Xia Mingxue. The name seemed familiar to him. He might even know her. In addition to the points, he also received 1,000 crystals and 1,000 energy stones each. This kind of opening reward was very considerable. At this time, the meat he had grilled was also cooked, so he and Lei Long started eating without hesitation. The flavor of a second-tier beast's meat was far stronger than a first-tier one. With every bite, I could feel a surge of heat flowing through my body. 10 units of meat were quickly devoured. The Thunder Dragon's maw was like a bottomless pit, consuming one mouthful after another. After eating, Han Yang discovered that his attribute points had increased by dozens more. This was the added benefit of the second-level meat. The Thunder Dragon's strength had also increased. It wasn't much, but it would eventually become a great force. At this moment, Han Yang was enjoying a sumptuous dinner, while the others could only beg for a bite on the chat channel. If anyone saw this disparity, they would probably be furious and gnashing their teeth with envy. Time passed slowly, and the sky darkened. Han Yang remembered that he had been teleported here at noon. Calculating the time, he still had 6.5 days left in the novice protection period, and the danger of night was about to arrive. The system also issued another reminder. As night falls, wild beasts will enter a frenzy, and their overall strength will double. Troops with nighttime adaptability will also receive a combat power bonus. Han Yang knew that his Thunder Dragon was not night adaptable, so he would have to wait until later to take the risk. Those with nighttime troops could take advantage of the opportunity to fight at night, which was a privileged advantage. He decided to stay in his territory tonight. The Thunder Dragon wasn't strong enough to single-handedly defeat the night beasts. Fortunately, he could sign again tomorrow, get some resources, and build a new building or shop. The Lord's Mansion and military buildings can also continue to be upgraded. If he can hatch a second dragon before the beast tide arrives, it will be even more stable. As the night deepens, a bright moon hangs in the sky, and the roars of ferocious beasts can be heard from the jungle. But within Han Yang's territory, all was tranquility. Only the Thunder Dragon was outside, devouring meat without stopping. Its experience points were steadily rising, and it was about to break through to level 4, its growth rate astonishing. Han Yang returned to the Lord's Mansion and opened the door. Inside, there was a small bed for him to rest in. At dawn the next day, Han Yang woke up in the Lord's Mansion and was in good spirits. Outside, the Thunder Dragon had already begun its meal routine, tucking into the roasted beast meat it had prepared. During the novice phase, there were only a few types of food available, and those who could enjoy meat every meal like Han Yang were already among the lucky few. As soon as he opened his eyes, he remembered something important. It was time to sign in, so he immediately issued a command to the system. Resource sign-in system, execute sign-in. The system quickly chimed. Sign-in successful. Rewards: 20,000 crystals, 20,000 energy stones, 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 10,000 refined iron. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction, but then realized a small problem. The warehouse was full. The warehouse had been upgraded to level 5. Originally quite spacious, it was now completely packed, with wood and crystals piled outside. Seeing this resource overflow, Han Yang felt incredibly relieved. While others were starving, he was already worried about storage. If the refinery could be built sooner, these beast materials could be forged into weapons and wouldn't be piled up in vain. It was only the second day of signing in, and already he had received such a large amount of resources. He was even more confident about the future. The 10,000 units of refined iron were especially timely, perfectly suited for upgrading the Lord's mansion. However, for now, he decided to finish building the shop first, as it would directly aid the Thunder Dragon's growth. He immediately gave the order, "Build a shop." The system responded, "Building a shop requires 10,000 crystals, 10,000 energy stones, 50,000 wood, and 50,000 stone. It is estimated to take 6 hours. Do you want to continue?" "Continue," Han Yang confirmed without hesitation. 6 hours sounded a bit long, but as long as it brought growth bonuses, it was worth the wait. He then issued another order, "Upgrade military buildings." The system continued to respond. Upgrading to level 6 requires 2,000 crystals, 2,000 energy stones, 10,000 wood, and 10,000 stone. Estimated time is 1 hour. Do you want to continue? Continue. However, a territory can only build or upgrade 2 buildings at a time. So for now, this is the only arrangement. After finishing these, he walked out of the Lord's mansion and began to enjoy a simple yet hearty breakfast. Fierce beast meat roasted by the Thunder Dragon. Although it lacked seasoning, the ingredients were high quality, and the taste was definitely not bad, and it was still hot. The Thunder Dragon nearby had an astonishing appetite, and it had almost devoured all the ferocious beast meat left over from yesterday. Han Yang ate while chatting. It was clear that the other lords weren't living as happy a life as he was. "I woke up this morning hungry, not a dream. Reality is too harsh. My empty stomach defeats my ideal. It's decided. We'll rush out and kill monsters later. My troops should be able to kill a level 1 beast. We snatched beast meat from Goddess Mingxue at midnight last night. It was ridiculously cheap. Only 1 piece of wood per unit. Goddess Mingxue is selling food again? Hurry up and grab it, brothers." As soon as Han Yang heard the words Goddess Mingxue, he opened the trading panel and found a player named Xiao Mingxue selling food. The 500 units of ferocious beast meat she listed were sold out almost instantly, at an absurdly low price. 1 unit of beast meat for 1 unit of wood or stone. That was a pretty good price, not at all like he was selling it at high price. Han Yang was a little confused. Her troops should be nocturnal, otherwise why would she always be online selling goods in the middle of the night? Out of curiosity, he clicked on the battle power rankings and took a look. First place, Han Yang, 124 points. Second place, Xiao Mingxue, 104 points. Third place, Ma Tianlu, 68 points. He remained firmly in first place, but Xiao Mingxue's points had doubled in a short period of time, clearly showing significant progress. It seemed her troop type was most likely a night trooper, capable of operating at night, which also explained her rapid improvement. Han Yang hadn't originally paid much attention to this type of troop advantage, but now it seemed it wasn't something he could easily ignore. However, he wasn't worried. After all, there are thousands of newbies in this game, and he was definitely not the only one with good luck. And from the current point of view, it is still a bit difficult for Xiao Mingxue to surpass him. As for whether she is the girl he knows, he is becoming more and more curious. The other players in the channel continued to wail, their frustration growing over their inability to grab meat. Another instant sellout. Please save some food for us normal people. Goddess Mingxue is truly beautiful and kind-hearted, much better than that profiteer Han Yang from yesterday. Goddess Mingxue is probably very beautiful. I don't think she is my type. Look in the mirror. Will she be attracted to you? Han Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched the discussion. Everyone was praising him yesterday, but now they have turned against him. Even with competitors, he wouldn't lower his prices. After all, beast meat was still in short supply and in high demand. He had ample resources, and the Thunder Dragons were still devouring the meat, so the inventory in his warehouse was almost empty. Suddenly, after swallowing a large mouthful of meat, the Thunder Dragon suddenly raised its head and roared to the sky. The sound was deafening. Han Yang immediately realized that this little guy had probably advanced again, and hurriedly opened the attribute panel to check. Thunder Dragon, juvenile stage, level 4, current experience 0 out of 100, skills, Thunder Dragon Roar, can release thunder and lightning, causing huge damage to the enemy. As expected, the Thunder Dragon has successfully been promoted to level 4. Taking into account its combat performance, it may now be able to fight against a level 7 beast alone. Han Yang touched its head and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to evolve so fast." You should be able to defeat the level 7 monster, right? The Thunder Dragon shook its tail, showing a proud look, and nodded vigorously. After Han Yang feasted on the beast meat that Thunder Dragon had roasted, he led it deeper into the jungle. Compared to yesterday, Thunder Dragon's strength had increased significantly, and Han Yang himself had also grown stronger. This time, they decided to venture deeper into the jungle and challenge a more powerful beast. Even if the Thunder Dragon couldn't hold on for a while, Han Yang could always help. This Thunder Dragon was now taller than an ordinary tree, making it very conspicuous wherever it went. Not far from the territory, they easily killed a number of level 1 and level 2 beasts. However, the rewards dropped by these low-level beasts were pitifully small, and Han Yang didn't care at all. So they continued to advance deeper, and soon encountered level 3 or 4 beasts. But these were just a piece of cake for the Thunder Dragon, and he could defeat them with almost one move. The man and the dragon worked in perfect harmony, encountering no resistance along the way. The Thunder Dragon was excited, swishing its tail as it searched the jungle for new prey. Its experience points soared, and Han Yang's attribute points also accumulated rapidly. Suddenly, a gleam flashed in the Thunder Dragon's eyes, and its movements became noticeably faster. Han Yang immediately understood. It had found its target. He quickened his pace to catch up, and soon saw the Thunder Dragon facing off against a massive beast. It was a massive rhino as big as a car and had reached level 7. Its horn gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of piercing through tree trunks with ease. Although it looked formidable, Han Yang remained unfazed. He knew that with the Thunder Dragon's current strength, it would be no problem to deal with it. The giant rhino puffed air from its nostrils, its eyes bloodshot, and pawed the ground with its hooves before charging forward. But the Thunder Dragon showed no fear. Bolts of lightning immediately erupted from its back, sweeping towards it. Lightning enveloped the giant rhino like a tide, slowing its movements. The Thunder Dragon continued to press, sending wave after wave of lightning lashing out. The rhino tried to close in, but couldn't reach the Thunder Dragon, and was instead constantly pushed back by the lightning. A few minutes later, it let out a shrill wail and collapsed to the ground. System tips: gain crystals plus 100, energy stones plus 100, attribute points plus 200, experience points plus 100. Successfully decomposed the beast's corpse, obtaining 1 rhino horn and 20 units of Tier 2 beast meat. Novice hunting mission triggered. 300 meters away, there are over a dozen powerful rhinos, the highest being level 8. Complete the hunt to receive a large reward. Before they could even begin to study the mission, the Thunder Dragon suddenly raised its head and roared. Han Yang was stunned, then burst into laughter. It had achieved another breakthrough. The Thunder Dragon had now reached level 5, significantly increasing its combat power. However, the dozen or so rhinos were too numerous, and rushing in rashly was still too dangerous. Han Yang knew that to complete this mission, he had to wait until the Thunder Dragon became stronger. The reward for novice hunting missions were always generous, so he was not in a hurry and would take his time. After hunting so many beasts, his backpack was already full. There was no storage system here, so he had to transport the spoils back to the territory himself. He asked Lei Long to escort him for a distance, and when he was sure the surroundings were safe, he prepared to go back. Han Yang reached out and touched Lei Long's chin, but Lei Long was too tall, so he could only touch his chin, which was a bit awkward. Xiaolong, I'm going back to my territory first. You stay in this area and don't stray too far. Lei Long nodded, as if he understood. Don't work too hard. When you get tired, come back to your territory. I'll grill some meat for you. Lei Long gently nuzzled Han Yang's body with his head, looking particularly well-behaved. After the farewell, Han Yang set out on his own journey back to his territory. He put the level 1 beast meat he had hunted on the trading board and continued to exchange it for wood and stone at a rate of 1 for 10. As soon as the transaction information was released, the chat panel was immediately flooded with complaints. While everyone complained about his scam, they were also snapping up the meat faster than anyone else. As expected, the saying starving dogs will kill themselves was absolutely true. It didn't take long for the beast meat to be sold out. After returning to the territory, Han Yang immediately sorted all the materials and put them into the warehouse. His military building had just finished upgrading. Military building. Dragon reincarnation pool. Level 6. Reincarnation types: Thunder Dragon, Cloud Dragon, Water Dragon. Gestation time: 20 hours every 8 days. Resources required for next upgrade: Crystal 5,000, energy stone 5,000, wood 25,000, stone 25,000, refined iron 2,500. Han Yang frowned as he looked at the resource list. The warehouse also needed an upgrade. This morning, the warehouse nearly went bankrupt. Tomorrow's sign-in rewards would be even bigger, so he had to prepare in advance. Crystals and energy stones couldn't be left outside for too long, as they would lose their spirituality. They had to be kept in a warehouse. Upgrade the warehouse, he ordered without hesitation. Upgrading the warehouse to level 6 will consume crystal 2,000, energy stone 2,000, wood 10,000, stone 10,000. Estimated completion time, 1 hour. Continue. Han Yang confirmed without hesitation. After the warehouse upgrade began, he took inventory of the remaining resources, 8,000 each of crystals and energy stones, and 60,000 each of wood and stone. Resources are being used up too quickly. He couldn't help but sigh. It took so many materials to raise a single Thunder Dragon. The troop building's regeneration rate was too slow, truly inefficient. To build a complete Dragon Legion, he had to continue upgrading the buildings. The dragons were indeed the most resource-intensive of the troops, and further training was still a long way to go. Han Yang roasted the second-tier beast meat and set it aside, then happily retreated to his bed. With the Thunder Dragons out hunting, he only had to handle logistics. It couldn't be more perfect. With nothing better to do, he was browsing various messages in the chat channel. At this moment, a message made his eyes suddenly light up. Chapter 7, Level 7 Thunder Dragon. On Han Yang's side, the brothers were still discussing their gains from hunting ferocious beasts. Someone suddenly asked, "Did you get any special rewards after defeating the ferocious beasts?" When everyone heard this, they all said that besides the usual supplies like crystals, energy stones, and beast meat, there seemed to be nothing else. Then someone broke the news. Actually, when you're lucky, you have a chance to open a treasure chest. I opened a bronze one. Is this true? I just killed a level 1 beast, and it actually dropped a bronze treasure chest. I'm so jealous. I've hunted over a dozen and haven't seen a single one. Is it just my bad luck? Han Yang was also stunned when he heard this. His men had hunted many ferocious beasts, but hadn't seen even a single treasure chest. It seemed the drop rate of this kind of treasure chest was truly pitifully low, requiring sheer luck to find one. Not long after, the Thunder Dragons slowly returned to the territory, carrying a large pile of beast meat and materials. This time, it had harvested only the meat of second-tier beasts. Han Yang estimated that this would be enough for him to sell. The Thunder Dragon returned to the roasted beast meat and, without hesitation, began to eat, looking incredibly satisfied. Han Yang's level had reached 6, but to reach level 7, he still needed to accumulate 500 experience points. Each subsequent level up would only require more experience, and the pace of leveling would slow down. Although anxious, he knew that the novice protection period hadn't even ended for a full day, so it wasn't too late to take it slow. Han Yang set aside some of the second-tier beast meat for rations and then listed the remaining 100 units on the trading panel. He offered a price of 1 unit for 100 pieces of wood or stone, which he considered fair. But the result was no one was interested. He guessed the other lords were probably stunned. As expected, the chat panel exploded with discussions. Holy crap! Han Yang has put tier 2 beast meat on the shelves again. This is outrageous. Don't you have to kill level 5 or higher beasts to get this? He's not selling it because he can't finish it all, is he? I can only kill level 1 beasts now, and others are already using level 2 beasts as snacks. I'm willing to warm his bed. But 1 unit costs 100 pieces of wood or stone. That's so expensive. Can anyone give it a try and see if it's worth it? Han Yang watched the discussion without any anxiety. He knew that once others had tasted the benefits of the second-level beast meat, they would definitely flock to it. Time flashed by, and it was noon. A full day had passed since he was teleported to this world yesterday. His territory was filled with beast meat and various materials, and the Thunder Dragon was particularly eye-catching. This guy's morning's battles were truly fruitful, even reaching level 7. Thunder Dragon, Juvenile. Level 7, 931 experience points needed to reach level 8. Skill, Thunder Dragon Roar. Unleashes lightning, dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. With Thunder Dragon's current strength, it could even fight a level 10 beast. This morning's battle brought back over 500 units of level 2 beast meat, with almost no level 1 meat, as all the prey were level 5 or above. Over 2,000 crystals and energy stones were harvested, along with nearly 5,000 attribute points. Various beast materials were piled high like a mountain, and the thunder dragon was gorging itself on the meat. Its appetite has also increased significantly, and it could devour nearly 100 units of second-level beast meat in one sitting. Han Yang patted the thunder dragon's head and said with a smile, "How about we go kill those giant rhinos this afternoon?" Thunder Dragon nodded excitedly, his eyes gleaming, his fighting spirit high. This hidden mission was to eliminate the group of giant rhinos. Although there were many of them, up to level 8, Thunder Dragon had no problem dealing with them now. The batch of beast meat listed on the trading board was also sold out, and in exchange for 5,000 units of wood and stone. After reserving some rations for export, he put another 400 units on the market, which were quickly sold out again. He had just gained another 5,000 attribute points, and without hesitation, he spent 3,500, raising himself to level 8. Lord Han Yang. Strength, level 8. 5,000 attribute points required to upgrade. Collection speed, level 1, 1 unit collected per minute. 10 attribute points required to upgrade. Remaining attribute points, 1560. Han Yang nodded, pleased with his progress. Everything was proceeding smoothly. That morning, he also upgraded the military buildings, warehouses, and walls to level 6. Currently, there were 7,000 crystals, 7,000 energy stones, 55,000 pieces of wood and stone, and 10,000 units of refined iron left in the warehouse. He knew it was time to upgrade the Lord's Mansion. Upgrade the Lord's Mansion, Han Yang ordered. Upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 7 requires crystals 5,000, energy stones 5,000, wood 25,000, stone 25,000, and refined iron 2,500. Estimated time, 6 hours. Continue. The Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. According to this pace, the upgrade will be completed in the evening. He is now looking forward to building attack buildings such as arrow towers. When the time comes, with the help of the Thunder Dragon, we won't be afraid of the beast tide. Just as he was about to eat, a reminder sounded in his ears again. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully built a store. Announcement. Lord Han Yang has successfully built his first shop, rewarding plus 1,000 crystals and plus 1,000 energy stones. Han Yang's eyes lit up. Finally, the shop was completed. This was the result of half a day's wait this morning. More importantly, the announcement garnered widespread attention. He had snatched up a 2,000 yuan reward for nothing. He walked into the shop, and a brand new panel popped up before his eyes. Lord Han Yang. Building type shop. Level 1. Sellable items. Wood, stone. 1 crystal/energy stone equals 10 wood/stone. Required to upgrade. 100 crystals, 100 energy stones, 500 wood, 500 stone. He found that the level 1 store had very limited functions and could only exchange basic resources, but upgrading was not time-consuming. So, Han Yang decisively invested 1,800 crystals to upgrade the store to level 5. After the upgrade, the store unlocked more redeemable resource items, which made him very satisfied. Chapter 8. Mission completed. Han Yang opened the store and looked at the unit experience bonus card with excitement. This card allowed a unit to gain half as much experience within 6 hours, making it a magical tool for leveling up Thunder Dragons. He made the decision without hesitation. Buy. A few seconds later, the system prompted that the bonus card had been received. Should he use it immediately? Han Yang nodded decisively. Use it. Thus, the military experience bonus card officially came into effect, which also meant that the benefit to the next battle would be greatly improved, but the price was also not small. Now there were only 200 crystals and energy stones left in his warehouse, and the resources were being consumed rapidly. He couldn't help but glance at the newly devoured Thunder Dragon. Having devoured hundreds of units of level 2 ferocious beast meat, the Thunder Dragon narrowed its eyes and burped contentedly. Meanwhile, the 400 units of ferocious beast meat listed on the trading panel had all been traded. He received a total of 20,000 units of wood and stone in exchange, which he immediately stored in the warehouse. After this round of transactions, resources were still sufficient, and it was time to make the next move. Han Yang looked at the Thunder Dragon, patted its chin, and asked with a smile, "Have you eaten? Time to go and clean up the giant rhino." The Thunder Dragon immediately perked up, twisting its body excitedly on the spot, clearly looking forward to the hunt. "Come on, I'll personally accompany you this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Dragon actually leaned down, as if inviting him to ride on it. This thoughtful gesture stunned Han Yang. He hadn't expected a thunder dragon to be so perceptive. While others rode horses, wolves, or even pigs, he was a majestic thunder dragon. Absolutely stunning. He grasped the dragon's horns, leaped forward, and shouted with overwhelming confidence, "Little dragon, let's go." The thunder dragon roared excitedly, kicked off its attack, and rushed out like an arrow. The habitat of the giant rhinoceros was not far away, and it only took 10 minutes to reach the outer area. Along the way, some ferocious beasts tried to stop them, but they were all crushed to pulp by the thunder dragon's claws. Finally, they arrived at their destination. A dozen or so powerful rhinos were lazily lying on the ground basking in the sun, completely unaware of the approaching danger. When they spotted Han Yang charging towards them on his thunder dragon, they flew into a rage. Their bloodshot eyes fixed on their foe, their front hooves scraping furiously against the ground, thick white mist emanating from their noses. Clearly displeased by the interruption, they were furious and ready to strike back. The thunder dragon showed no fear. Its scales began to sizzle, and the aura of thunder and lightning continued to gather. Han Yang gently tapped the dragon's head, jumped down, and said, "Little dragon, go ahead and take them all down." The thunder dragon nodded heavily, lightning and thunder exploding around him as he charged towards the enemy group. The giant rhinos also came charging at him, their heavy hooves echoing through the jungle like an earthquake. Thunder and lightning rained down like rain, enveloping the enemy group tightly, and the roar of tearing through the air was deafening. As soon as several rhinos approached, they were slapped away by the thunder dragon's claws. Arcs of electricity raced through their bodies, sending screams emanating from them. The scene was almost one-sided. The entire battle lasted for over 10 minutes, and with the last giant rhino falling to the ground, the battle finally ended. Han Yang's mind buzzed with notifications, and various rewards arrived one after another. Crystals, energy stones, attribute points, and experience points all arrived. A large amount of rhino horns and second-tier beast meat also arrived smoothly. It was a truly fruitful harvest. Han Yang touched Lei Long's neck and said with a smile, "Well done." Lei Long also rubbed him, as if showing off his achievements, his face full of pride and joy. At this moment, the system popped up another prompt. He completed a hidden task and obtained a Skill Awakening card. This card is quite powerful, granting a unit a new skill, but only if it's at level 10 or higher. The Thunder Dragon had just reached level 8, 2 levels shy of using this card. In this battle, the Thunder Dragon gained over 2,300 experience points, instantly advancing from level 7 to 8. This growth rate is inseparable from the powerful support of the experience bonus card. The current status of the Thunder Dragon is as follows. Level 8, 672 experience points are needed to reach level 9. The only skill it has is Thunder Dragon Roar, which releases lightning to inflict heavy damage to the enemy. Watching the Thunder Dragon's growth, Han Yang felt quite relieved. As it got closer to level 10, the day of awakening its skills wasn't far off. Then, the system prompted again. Han Yang successfully completed his first hidden mission, receiving an additional 1,000 crystals and 1,000 energy stones each. As soon as this achievement was announced, the chat channel erupted in excitement. Han Yang actually completed the hidden mission? That's ridiculous. How powerful are his troops? They've been upgraded to level 10. I'm only level 2. I am Krai. The gap between the big guys and us will only get bigger and bigger. Han Yang ignored these comments. He was busy sorting out the spoils. He'd gotten 500 units of second-tier beast meat alone, along with 13 rhino horns. He'd also gained over 1,000 crystals and energy stones, and his experience points had increased by nearly 3,000. He listed the 500 units of beast meat on the trading panel and adjusted the terms. Currently, 1 unit of beast meat can be exchanged for 100 units of wood or stone, and can also be exchanged for refined iron. Although refined iron is not in short supply at present, it will definitely be a hard currency in the future. Furthermore, refined iron could only be obtained through mining, and his gathering skills were not upgraded. Signing in was the only source, so Han Yang would never miss the opportunity to exchange for refined iron. At this time, he was also preparing to return to the territory with the Thunder Dragon. Although this battle was a complete victory, the Thunder Dragon had suffered heavy losses. More importantly, all this loot had to be transported back for storage. The rewards were too much for the backpack to hold, and having to make repeated trips back and forth was a real hassle. Chapter 9. Level 11 Werewolf. Deep in an unknown jungle, a woman with skin as white as ice and a face as beautiful as a mirror quietly watched the battle scene ahead. She frowned slightly, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with the situation before her. On the battlefield, a winged, elf-like creature engaged a ferocious beast in a fierce battle, sending dust and energy surging. Her troops were night elves, skilled at attacking at night, and she had hoped they could use this to keep up with Han Yang. But now it seemed that she had overestimated herself. Although the night elves were strong and had the advantage of fighting at night, they were currently having trouble even completing their mission. Just now, she had received a system notification. She needed to hunt down a dozen level 7 or 8 beasts. However, even a single level 7 beast was enough to overwhelm her troops, let alone more than a dozen. She muttered to herself, I might not be able to complete the mission until tomorrow afternoon. The gap is already widened by more than a day. What kind of soldier did Han Yang awaken to be so powerful? A familiar name suddenly popped up in her mind. There was also a guy named Han Yang in middle school, but he awakened the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan? In this continent, it is generally recognized as one of the most useless military types, and basically no one takes it seriously. She was a little unsure, so she opened the friend interface, specifically noted her name, and sent a friend request. She really wanted to find out who this Han Yang was. Meanwhile, Han Yang had already safely returned to his territory with the Thunder Dragon. He was busy processing the remaining second-level beast meat. The bonfire had already been lit, and the aroma of barbecue filled the camp. The Thunder Dragon squatted beside the fire, deftly flipping pieces of meat onto the flames. It looked quite impressive. Han Yang was extremely satisfied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. With the dragon in his hands, he was invincible. He counted the resources in the warehouse. Now, the crystals and energy stones exceeded 2,500. It was time to consider upgrading the building. He decisively gave the order, upgrade the store. A system prompt popped up quickly. 2,000 crystals and energy stones each, and 10,000 wood and stone each were required, and the process would take an hour. Confirm upgrade, he said without hesitation. He was also looking forward to whether this upgrade would unlock new items. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon, after feasting heartily, was full of energy and eager to go out and continue hunting. Han Yang gently rubbed its chin. Okay, but don't go too far, be careful. The Thunder Dragon nodded, shook its tail, and rushed out. Han Yang lay comfortably on his bed, scrolling through his chat panel and friend list. Suddenly, a friend request popped up. Xiaoming Xue requests to add you as a friend. Xiaoming Xue? The one ranked second on the power rankings? A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yang's eyes. He knew the name. The school beauty from middle school. The dream goddess of practically every boy. He accepted the friend request without hesitation, and the message popped up instantly. Hello, I am Xiaoming Xue. I finally added you. Sorry, I have too many friends and just saw it. I understand. I know someone named Han Yang. He frowned slightly. It seemed that this Xiaoming Xue was really the high school beauty. Oh, really? Han Yang replied casually. He didn't reveal his identity. At this moment, less trouble is worse than more. His awakened dragon troops were once considered useless. If anyone knew that he had cultivated a powerful thunder dragon, it would probably cause unnecessary trouble. At present, he is not strong enough to provoke all dangers, so he still has to keep a low profile. Seeing that he did not express his opinion, Xiaoming Xue did not ask any more questions and just responded with a smile. It seems that I recognize the wrong person, but we can still be friends and have the opportunity to cooperate. That's good. More friends, more paths. After the chat, Xiaoming Xue breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still a little confused. What kind of soldier is he? I'm really curious. She didn't think much about it and continued to lead her troops into the depths of the jungle, secretly swearing in her heart that she would catch up with this man named Han Yang sooner or later. Meanwhile, Han Yang was sound asleep, while Lei Long continued hunting outside. This life of being a hands-off boss was truly wonderful. But the good times didn't last long, as a sudden rumbling noise startled him awake. He sat up suddenly and saw the Thunder Dragon desperately running back, chased by a monster. The monster was tall and resembled a werewolf, running with an awe-inspiring momentum. As Han Yang ran out to greet the Thunder Dragon, he wondered, did it provoke a high-level beast? The Thunder Dragon leaped into his arms, rubbing its head against him repeatedly, looking a bit agitated. Han Yang gently stroked its neck, trying to understand what was going on. The Thunder Dragon roared continuously, and Han Yang probably understood what it was. You said it was a level 11 beast, you didn't fight it, because you were tired. The Thunder Dragon nodded, looking furious, but also truly exhausted. Han Yang smiled and comforted it. It's okay. After we've eaten and drunk enough, we'll deal with it later. By this time, the werewolf had also reached the edge of its territory. Its body was covered with thick hair, its muscles were as solid as rocks, its fangs were sharp, and its claws were extremely razor-sharp. A system prompt immediately popped up. Werewolf. Level 11 ferocious beast, partially human, possessing both strength and intelligence. Extremely threatening. The werewolf glared at them coldly, but turned away without attacking. Han Yang was alert in his heart. This guy is really smart. He knows that my territory cannot be touched. However, Lei Long was still indignant, staring at the other's back, his anger still not subsided. Don't worry, we'll go skin it later. Han Yang patted the Thunder Dragon, his tone cold, but he still felt that the werewolf's eyes as he left were eerie. He helped Thunder Dragon unload the spoils and put them in the warehouse. He saw that there was still a lot of level 3 beast meat. This was a valuable item that could only be dropped by hunting monsters above level 10. Han Yang immediately lit a bonfire and threw all the meat on it to roast. At this time, the system prompted, the store has been successfully upgraded to level 6. He immediately checked and found a new item, Time Accelerator card. Each card reduced the building upgrade time by 1 hour and was priced at 1,000 crystals and energy stones. It's not cheap, but I can't use it right now. It might come in handy in the future if construction takes too long. He checked the trading panel again and found that the second-level beast meat was sold out. He had received 25,000 each for wood and stone, but there was no sign of refined iron. It seemed that the other lords were also short of refined iron, or, as refined iron was currently extremely scarce. Thunder Dragon feasted heartily. His previous depression swept away, and he regained his excitement. Han Yang also ate a piece of third-tier beast meat. It was delicious, and the stat points it boosted far exceeded those of lower-tier meat. It felt like taking a top-tier elixir. After his hearty meal, he stood up and surveyed the night sky, his gaze firm. Let's go, Xiaolong. Let's go to the jungle again. He was still worried about the mysterious werewolf. Chapter 10. Time Acceleration Card. Han Yang followed Lei Long into the dense forest. Their target was clear, the werewolf they had seen earlier. As soon as they entered the forest, Lei Long lowered his head and began sniffing the ground, his nose trembling like a radar. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, and it quickly ran in a certain direction. Han Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the Thunder Dragon's nose to be so sharp, even more accurate than a dog's. He quickly steadied himself, clamped his legs around the dragon's body, and followed the Thunder Dragon as it whizzed through the dense forest. It wasn't long before they found the werewolf, fast asleep under a tree root. Sensing the movement, the werewolf opened its eyes, revealing a fierce look. When the Thunder Dragon saw it, its eyes immediately became fierce, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became tense. Han Yang patted the Thunder Dragon's head, then jumped off its back and stood on the ground. The Thunder Dragon was now close to level 9, so it might not be unable to defeat a level 11 werewolf. The werewolf roared, leaped up suddenly, and pounced directly at the Thunder Dragon with one claw, with astonishing momentum. But the Thunder Dragon reacted extremely quickly, also extending its claws to collide head-on. The two claws collided fiercely in the air, sending up a shower of sparks. Immediately afterwards, a crackling sound of electric arcs echoed from the Thunder Dragon's back, and lightning erupted instantly. The werewolf tried to dodge, but the lightning was incredibly fast, enveloping its entire body in an instant. A dazzling light exploded in the jungle, blinding anyone. In just a few breaths, the werewolf collapsed to the ground, its body charred and motionless. A system notification popped up, revealing a reward that delighted Han Yang. Not only did he obtain 1,000 crystals and 1,000 energy stones, but he also received 2,000 attribute points and 1,500 experience points. What surprised him even more was that this time he actually found a bronze treasure chest. Seeing the treasure chest reward for the first time, Han Yang was completely excited. He was looking forward to what treasures this bronze treasure chest would reveal. Meanwhile, Thunder Dragon also gained another level thanks to this victory. It finally made it to level 9, and its growth rate was incredibly fast. However, the upgrade threshold was also much higher this time. To reach level 10, you need a full 10,000 experience points. Han Yang glanced at the panel and saw that the Thunder Dragon had only accumulated 125 experience points. He wasn't worried. He could level up after hunting down a dozen or so werewolves. The problem was Thunder Dragons would get tired, need to eat and rest, and couldn't fight endlessly. Furthermore, a large amount of spoils had to be brought back to the territory, which slowed down the upgrade process. Therefore, Han Yang estimated that if the Thunder Dragon wanted to reach level 10, it would have to wait until tomorrow at the earliest. They circled the forest again, hunting down several ferocious beasts before the sun began to set. Han Yang, along with the Thunder Dragon, set out on the road back to their territory. This afternoon's harvest was quite impressive. Missions completed, experience points skyrocketed, and the Thunder Dragon became even stronger. He obtained 5,000 crystals and energy stones, and his attribute points increased to a staggering 10,000. There were also 2,000 units of second-level beast meat and over 100 units of third-level beast meat, a rich harvest. Han Yang first upgraded himself, spending most of his attribute points. He spent 5,000 attribute points to upgrade from level 8 to level 9, and he needs another 10,000 points to upgrade to level 10. The current panel shows Lord, Han Yang, Strength, level 9, 10,000 attribute points required to upgrade. Collection speed, level 1, 10 attribute points required to upgrade. Currently remaining attribute points, 6,634. Looking at these data, he was also looking forward to whether tomorrow's sign-in would yield some more goodies. However, what he was most looking forward to right now was the bronze treasure chest. He gave the order, "Open the treasure chest." The system prompt sounded, opened successfully, and obtained a time acceleration card. Han Yang was slightly stunned, a bit disappointed. He had expected something more powerful, but then he thought it made sense. A bronze treasure chest was not supposed to yield legendary gear. If it was a diamond treasure chest or a king treasure chest, that would be the real highlight. He calmed down and continued to operate, listing 1,500 units of second-level beast meat on the trading panel. This time, he adopted a different strategy. Tier 2 beast meat could only be exchanged for refined iron, and the price was very high. 10 units of refined iron for 1 unit of meat. Even the building upgrades in his territory began to require large quantities of refined iron. If you don't save now, you'll definitely be stuck with resources later. First-tier beast meat is already plentiful on the market, and anyone can get it. But second-tier beast meat can quickly restore a soldier's stamina, significantly saving time and making it extremely sought after. As soon as he posted the trade, the public screen exploded with activity. Everyone was envious and furious, calling him incredibly ruthless. Holy crap, 1,500 units right off the bat. Is Han Yang crazy? He can only exchange for refined iron? Refined iron is so rare. He has no moral principles. He is undoubtedly a profiteer. I think Goddess Mingxue is more practical. Faced with these discussions, Han Yang completely ignored them. He knew clearly that the price was reasonable and whoever needed it would buy it. A few minutes passed, and the beast meat hadn't sold. Clearly, refined iron was too rare for the other lords. Han Yang continued to browse the trading panel and suddenly noticed a new exchange message. I have a large amount of refined iron resources. I can exchange 5 units of refined iron for 1 unit of second-level fierce beast meat. This lord named Zhou Huaimeng actually possessed a large amount of refined iron. Could it be that she had discovered a refined iron, or? Han Yang became interested and immediately sent a friend request. Soon, the other party accepted his request and sent a message. "Hello, Boss Han Yang. Are you here to exchange refined iron?" Chapter 11. Exchange for fine iron. Yes, I am indeed here to exchange for fine iron. Han Yang sent her a message. This is his second good friend, so it's better for him to be polite. They will probably have deeper cooperation in the future. I have seen your trading needs before, and I have sent you a friend request, but you have never agreed. Zhou Huaiming continued. There's nothing I can do. There are so many people trying to be my friend that I just have to reject them all with one click. Alas, I don't understand your troubles, sir. If you want to exchange it for fine iron, we could discuss it. Okay, but I want to ask, where do you get all your refined iron from? I am lucky. There's a fine iron mine beneath my territory, which contains a large amount of fine iron. I see. Boss Han Yang, if you want to exchange for refined iron, I can't accept your price. Your price is too high. Ha ha ha, what price do you want? According to the current market price, 5 units of refined iron can be exchanged for 1 unit of second-level fierce beast meat. If it's any lower, I won't accept it. Han Yang pondered for a moment and felt that the price was reasonable, to be honest. Well, how much refined iron do you have? I only have over 5,000 units, but I can hurry and collect them. All right then, I'll take all 5,000 units. If you want to exchange them tomorrow, you can come find me. Okay, I understand. After paying 1,000 units of ferocious beast meat, Han Yang also successfully obtained 5,000 units of fine iron. At present, the amount of refined iron he has reached 12,500 units. In an unknown underground space in the jungle, a dark-skinned little girl clenched her fists excitedly. Ha ha ha! After getting so much second-level beast meat, my troops can finally be promoted. I don't know when I will be able to catch up with Boss Han Yang. I have to continue collecting refined iron, or tomorrow. I want to make my troops stronger. The dark-skinned little girl didn't care about the dirt on her face and joined the collection array with her soldiers. Han Yang and Lei Long roasted the meat of the third-level ferocious beast, and then happily had a hearty meal. The meat of this third-level ferocious beast tasted really good, and it also had a significant effect on their own growth. The two of them ate it with their mouths full of oil and enjoyed it very much. At this moment, a voice sounded in Han Yang's mind. Congratulations, Lord! Your lordship mansion has successfully reached level 7. The scope of your territory has expanded to 2,000 square meters. His territory expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it had reached 2,000 square meters. Han Yang just felt that it was much more vast than before. Looking at the territory in front of him, he was full of confidence. In the near future, his territory will definitely become a powerful empire. Lei Long was also very happy to see the expanded territory. Once the Lord's mansion is upgraded to level 7, his military buildings can also be upgraded. Upgrade the military buildings. Han Yang ordered. Upgrading the dragon reincarnation pool to level 7 will require 5,000 crystals, 5,000 energy stones, 25,000 wood, 25,000 stone, and 2,500 refined iron. It's expected to take 6 hours to complete. Would you like to continue? Continue. The Dragon Clan reincarnation pool is being upgraded. Han Yang nodded. By tomorrow morning, the Dragon Clan reincarnation pool would be fully upgraded. Tip: night is about to fall, and the ferocious beasts in the wild will become violent and their strength will double. Soldiers who can adapt to the night will also have their strength doubled. It was almost night again, so he decided to let the Thunder Dragon stay in the territory. After all, at night, the beasts that the Thunder Dragon can hunt are only level 4 or 5. He no longer cares about the rewards for hunting these ferocious beasts. Instead of going out hunting, it would be better to let the Thunder Dragon have a good rest in the territory. Before falling asleep, he opened the combat power ranking list again. First place, Han Yang, 258 points. Second place, Xiaomeng Xue, 159 points. Third place, Ma Tianlu, 103 points. The combat power points between himself and Xiaomeng Xue widened to nearly 100 points. But by tomorrow morning, the gap between her and me will be much smaller. After all, her troops are able to operate in the dark. Han Yang was not worried either, as his dragon troops were always known for their unlimited potential. As long as I develop slowly, I will definitely be invincible in the later stages. After eating and drinking its fill, the Thunder Dragon lay comfortably on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. He also lay down in the Lord's mansion and prepared to sleep. But at this moment, he suddenly sat up. Outside the territory, a special sound was heard. Xiaomeng Xue looked at the combat power rankings and couldn't help but frown. After a day of hard work, I didn't expect that the gap between me and Han Yang would widen. Now that night has fallen, it's time to catch up. She also knew very well in her heart that it was unlikely for her to surpass Han Yang. The gap between the two of them will only get bigger in the future. And just at this moment, a message was sent. Meng Xue, are you still there? I miss you so much. Roll. Xiaomeng Xue took a look and decisively sent the word. The person who sent her the message was none other than the fat guy Lu Yu who went to the same middle school as her. Oh, Meng Xue, please don't be like this. We still have to join forces to conquer the world in the future. Who wants to join forces with you to conquer the world? I've already added Han Yang as a friend, but he's definitely not from the same middle school as us. Didn't I tell you? It's absolutely not true. He's a loser, and he even awakened a dragon-type soldier. How could his combat power points be higher than yours? It's obvious that they have the same name. Xiaomeng Xue deleted Lu Yu as a friend with a wave of her hand. His contemptuous attitude made her feel sick. On the other side, Liu was still excited. Hey, Meng Xue is throwing a tantrum at me again. This is how she shows her love for me. He once again sent a friend message to Xia Meng Xue and attached dozens of units of second-level ferocious beast meat. These second-level ferocious beast meats were bought from Han Yang with the speed of his hands that he had used for 20 years of being single. Chapter 12. Kill the Werewolf. Han Yang sat up suddenly and walked out of the Lord's mansion. The Thunder Dragon outside had also stood up and looked around vigilantly. Outside the territory, there were bursts of footsteps, and then these footsteps stopped around his territory. Han Yang knew that his territory was surrounded, but he didn't know what was outside. He touched Lei Long's chin and said, "Xiao Long, stay here. I'll go out and see what's going on." Just as he was about to leave, the Thunder Dragon bit his clothes. "You want to go out with me too?" Lei Long nodded vigorously. "Okay, let's go out together. We're just waiting at the door anyway." Now that he is still in the territory protection period, he doesn't believe that these things outside can break into his territory. The only thing that worried him was that if these things were very powerful and the Thunder Dragon couldn't defeat them, then the situation would be bad. Han Yang led Lei Long out of the wall. As soon as he walked out, a ferocious beast appeared before him. It turned out to be the werewolf I saw during the day. At this moment, a group of werewolves surrounded his territory, staring at him with ill intentions. He counted carefully and found that there were 14 werewolves. Each of them was at level 10 or 11. It seems that the werewolf hunted by the Thunder Dragon during the day angered the werewolf tribe. But what made Han Yang suspicious was how these werewolves found this place. Could it be through smell? He and Lei Long just glanced at the werewolf lightly, and then returned to their own territory. In the dark of night, he wouldn't be stupid enough to let Thunder Dragon fight these werewolves. The Thunder Dragon was a bit furious when it saw the werewolves. If Han Yang hadn't stopped it, it would have pounced on them. He stroked the Brontosaurus's chin to soothe it. "Don't worry, let's go and rest now. Tomorrow morning will be their death." Lei Long nodded vigorously. Han Yang Seagit. There were 14 werewolves outside, 10 at level 10 and 4 at level 11. It might be a bit difficult for the current Thunder Dragon to deal with them. Tomorrow morning is destined to be a fierce battle. Soon it was daybreak. The 14 werewolves were still outside the territory. They were also very smart. They did not launch a strong attack, but just kept monitoring the place. The Thunder Dragon was jumping around in the territory, and it wanted to go out and tear those werewolves apart. "Xiaolong, don't be anxious. Let's eat first." Han Yang gave instructions and began to roast the remaining third-level ferocious beast meat from yesterday. "Congratulations, Lord. Your military structure has been successfully upgraded to level 7. Lord, Han Yang. Military building, Dragon Reincarnation Pond. Building level, level 7. Reincarnation speed. One dragon can be bred every 8 days and 15 hours. Currently, Thunder Dragons, Cloud Dragons, and Water Dragons can be bred. Upgrade required. 10,000 crystals, 10,000 energy stones, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron. The military building was finally upgraded to level 7, but this is far from enough to train one's own dragon army. System, sign in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained crystal plus 25,000, energy stone plus 25,000, wood plus 125,000, stone plus 125,000, and refined iron plus 12,500. 25,000 crystals and energy stones, 125,000 wood and stones, and 12,500 fine iron. Today's sign-in rewards are pretty good. The warehouse was packed full, but fortunately there was no margin call. Upgrade the Lord's Mansion. Han Yang decided to upgrade the Lord's Mansion directly. Just upgrade the warehouse walls and other things, as long as they are sufficient. After the Lord's Mansion is further upgraded, perhaps some new buildings can be built. If he could build offensive buildings, such as arrow towers, he would not tolerate these werewolves if he encountered a situation like today. Upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 8 will require 10,000 crystals, 10,000 energy stones, 50,000 wood, 50,000 stone, and 5,000 refined iron. It is expected to be completed in 12 hours. Host, do you want to continue? Go on, Han Yang said without hesitation. The Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. The upgrade of the Lord's Mansion was completed in the evening. As the level of the Lord's Mansion became higher, the time consumed also gradually increased. I'm afraid that subsequent upgrades will not be as fast as before. He spent another 1,000 crystals and energy stones to buy a military experience bonus card for Thunder Dragon. Increasing the strength of the Thunder Dragon is the top priority right now, and we must not be stingy with resources in this regard. At this time, the meat of the third-level ferocious beast had been roasted, and the Thunder Dragon began to devour it voraciously. The werewolves outside haven't left yet. It seems they are determined to take revenge. It didn't take long for the Thunder Dragon to eat and drink its fill, and it looked full of energy. It was still in its infancy, its mind still immature. After being surrounded by the werewolves outside for a whole night, it was already full of anger. Han Yang touched Lei Long's head. He knew that this battle had to be fought. Otherwise, being trapped here forever is not a solution. Xiaolong, you must be careful. If you can't win, retreat to our territory and fight again after you've had enough food and drink. Even if we have to fight them in a round-the-clock battle, we can wear them down. Lei Long nodded heavily, looking full of confidence in himself. Then it rushed out in a flash. The roars of werewolves and the crackling sounds of thunder and lightning intertwined, and the fierce battle echoed in the jungle. Han Yang watched the battle in front of him with trepidation, praying that nothing unexpected would happen to Lei Long. Thick arcs of lightning swept over the werewolves, and they couldn't help but let out terrible howls. But the number of werewolves was too large, and some of them still rushed to the side of the Thunder Dragon. They grabbed the Thunder Dragon with their sharp claws, sparks flashed, and only a few dragon scales fell off. The Thunder Dragon's front claws directly grabbed a werewolf's head, and with a force, the head exploded like a watermelon. Looking at the battle scene in front of him, Han Yang realized that his worries were unnecessary. This is a completely overwhelming situation. The attacks of those werewolves had no effect on the Thunder Dragon at all, and they were killed by it with one claw. And arcs of lightning continued to attack these werewolves, directly turning them into roasted wolves. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained crystals plus 1,000, energy stones plus 1,000, attribute points plus 2,000, and experience points plus 1,500. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 5 wolf fangs, 3 wolf bones, and 20 units of third-tier beast meat. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained crystals plus 500, energy stones plus 500, attribute points plus 1,500, and experience points plus 750. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 4 wolf fangs, 3 wolf bones, 1 wolf hide, and 10 units of third-tier beast meat. Just a few minutes later, all the werewolves fell to the ground. Chapter 13, Thunder Dragon Awakening. Han Yang looked at the werewolves lying on the ground and couldn't help but click his tongue a few times. It seems that I have underestimated the strength of the Thunder Dragon. It took only a few seconds to deal with so many werewolves. Its strength has actually improved to this extent. The Dragon Clan is indeed the branch of troops with the most unlimited potential. This battle directly earned him 9,000 crystals and energy stones, 23,000 attribute points, and 13,500 experience points. There are also 180 units of third-level ferocious beast meat, and a pile of wolf teeth, wolf skins, and wolf bones. After this battle, the Thunder Dragon has reached level 10. Thunder Dragon, growth period, level 10. 46,475 experience points are required to advance to the next level, 525/50,000. Skill, Thunder Dragon Roar. This dragon can emit a large amount of lightning, giving the enemy a fatal blow. I didn't expect it to enter its growth phase after reaching level 10. I don't know what kind of changes it will undergo now. The Thunder Dragon ran towards Han Yang happily. Only a few dragon scales have fallen off its body, and they would grow back in no time. Han Yang gently stroked the Thunder Dragon and said, "Well done. I really underestimated your strength before. Master, you have too little confidence in me. No matter how many werewolves come, they're no match for me." Han Yang's eyes widened immediately. "Xiaolong, can you speak now?" "Yeah, I just learned it. I didn't expect that after the Thunder Dragon reached its growth stage, it could actually speak human language. The wisdom of this dragon race is no less than that of humans. Besides being able to speak, have you made any other new discoveries? By the way, I also learned to fly in the air." "Flying in the air?" "Yes, Master. Do you want me to take you for a few laps in the sky?" "Okay, this is a good opportunity to see how high you can fly." Han Yang was very excited. The Thunder Dragon finally mastered the most basic skill of the Dragon Clan. Then he rode on the Thunder Dragon, and the man and the dragon flew off the ground. He looked at the territory below him and couldn't help but frown. Xiaolong, is this the highest you can fly? Now the two of them were only flying a dozen meters above the ground. This was very different from what he had imagined of flying in the sky. Yes, master. I can only fly this high now. Lei Long answered honestly. Han Yang patted its head and said, It's okay. There's no need to be so dejected. Let's just keep getting stronger. Yeah. Lei Long nodded heavily. They landed steadily on the ground, and Lei Long began to roast the beast meat again. Han Yang then remembered that the Thunder Dragon had reached level 10, so the skill Awakening card could be used. Use that skill Awakening card on the Thunder Dragon. Congratulations, Lord. The skill Awakening card has been used successfully. The Thunder Dragon has awakened a new skill, Dragon Pressure. Dragon Pressure can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. He couldn't help but nodded. The Thunder Dragon had awakened a new skill, so its combat power must have become even stronger. The Thunder Dragon that was grilling meat suddenly rushed towards Han Yang at an incredible speed, as if it had discovered a new continent, and licked his body vigorously with its big tongue. All right, let's eat quickly. We still have to continue hunting ferocious beasts in the afternoon. While Lei Long was barbecuing, Han Yang sorted out the spoils. Now his warehouse still has 23,500 crystals and energy stones, 115,000 wood and stones, and 17,500 refined iron. The resources are sufficient. Each lord can only upgrade 2 buildings at the same time. When a lord's mansion is being upgraded, another building can also be upgraded. He thought about it and decided to upgrade the warehouse to level 7. The level of the lord's mansion cannot be 2 levels higher than other buildings, and the level of other buildings cannot be higher than the level of the lord's mansion. This is a kind of implicit rule. Therefore, all buildings within the territory must be in a relatively balanced state. Upgrade the warehouse, he ordered. Upgrading the warehouse from level 6 to level 7 will require 5,000 crystals, 5,000 energy stones, 25,000 wood, 25,000 stone, and 2,500 refined iron. It is estimated to take 6 hours to complete. Host, would you like to continue? Continue. The warehouse is being upgraded. In addition, he also obtained 23,000 attribute points, which allowed him to further improve his strength. Lord Han Yang. Strength, level 10. Upgrading requires 50,000 attribute points. Gathering speed, level 1. Your unit can gather 1 unit per minute. Requires 10 attribute points to upgrade. Current remaining attribute points, 19,634 points. For the next upgrade, both he and Thunder Dragon will need 50,000 attribute points or experience points. Compared with before, the difficulty of subsequent upgrades has increased significantly. In fact, this is understandable. The easy upgrade at the beginning is just to help everyone better get through the novice period. The difficulty of upgrading later on is to widen the gap between the lords, and the arrangement is quite reasonable. He also obtained 180 units of 3rd level ferocious beast meat, which was definitely more than the 2 of them could finish. Han Yang decided to take out 50 units first and sell them on the trading panel. 50 units of level 3 ferocious beast meat can be exchanged for special items. If you wish to exchange, please leave a message below. With so many novice lords, it's inevitable that some will get some other special items. It's still possible to exchange them with the meat of a 3rd level fierce beast. When he put the 3rd level ferocious beast meat on the shelf, the other lord's eyes almost popped out. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Am I seeing this right? This is the meat of a 3rd level ferocious beast. This is too outrageous. It hasn't even been 2 days yet, and Boss Han Yang has already been able to hunt down beasts above level 10. The boss is the boss. We are far from being able to compare with him. It's quite difficult for me to hunt level 3 beasts now. Compared to this, I feel like a loser. The one upstairs feels like the second word can go. Using special items to exchange, I wonder what this unscrupulous businessman Han Yang is up to. Everyone, please be careful. Han Yang is a person who eats meat and does not spit out bones. Han Yang didn't care at all about the discussions on the chat panel. Let others talk all they want, it won't hurt you anyway. Just as he closed the chat panel, Zhou Huaiming sent another message. Brother Han Yang, I've unearthed a lot of refined iron. Do you need it? Of course I need it. I'll take as many as you can get. Do you still have any 2nd level beast meat? I don't have much 2nd level beast meat left. If it's not enough, I can exchange it with you for 3rd level beast meat. Really? The dark-skinned little girl over there suddenly widened her eyes. Of course it's true. 1 unit of third-level beast meat can be exchanged for 50 units of refined iron. Is that okay? No problem, no problem. Zhou Huaiming over there was so happy that he was about to take off. So how many do you have? I have 3,000 units. Didn't you just sell me 5,000 units yesterday? How come you got so many again? My troops and I just didn't sleep all night. Phew, so sleepy. Don't overwork yourself. You still need to get some rest. Han Yang prepared the corresponding beast meat, and the two men completed the exchange. Zhou Huaiming on the other side waved his little fist vigorously, extremely excited. In front of her, there were 60 units of third-level ferocious beast meat. The meat of these third-level ferocious beasts is of great help to her troops. Just by eating the meat of ferocious beasts, her troops can be greatly strengthened, and there is no need to encounter any danger, which is really a wonderful thing. Chapter 14. Building the Equipment Refining Pavilion. In a dense jungle, Xia Mengxue held her head with her hands, her face looking a little melancholy. She looked at the third-level ferocious beast meat on the trading panel with her eyes widened. How could it be so fast? What on earth did he eat? After a night of fighting and hard work, her troops had just narrowed the gap a little. But she didn't expect that in just a short while, the gap between the two sides had widened a lot. This really made her depressed. Han Yang's combat power points increased a lot, and he also put so much third-level ferocious beast meat on the shelves. It is not difficult to infer that his troops have successively killed many ferocious beasts above level 10. Such combat power left her far behind. Han Yang, how did you suddenly get so much third-level ferocious beast meat? After 2 days of communication, she and Han Yang gradually became familiar with each other. What a coincidence, this morning, for some reason, a large group of werewolves crashed into the wall of my territory and died. Han Yang replied. Xia Mengxue rolled her eyes. Of course she didn't believe such nonsense. You're talking nonsense. It's worse than sows lining up to fall into a river. Do you have any third-level beast meat? I'd like to buy some. What do you want in exchange? I don't have any special items. Can I exchange them with crystals and energy stones? All right, then let's go with the usual price. I can still give you 30 units. No problem. After eating and drinking its fill, the Thunder Dragon once again entered the jungle to hunt ferocious beasts. Han Yang lay leisurely on the bed, rejecting all the friend messages with one click. Now more and more people are adding him as their friend, so many that they are countless. He decisively rejects them with one click. Then he opened the trading panel again and looked at the messages other people left him. Time acceleration card, which can reduce the building upgrade time by 1 hour or no. Class experience bonus card? No need. The soldier reincarnation acceleration card can reduce the reincarnation time by 1 hour. I haven't seen this yet, so I'll wait and see. Many people left messages under the third-level ferocious beast meat he was selling, all wanting to get this third-level ferocious beast meat. However, the things these people took out were basically the same, various acceleration and bonus cards, which did not have much appeal to him. He was still aimlessly flipping through the messages when suddenly one caught his attention. Refining building construction blueprint. Use this blueprint to immediately start constructing a refinery building in your territory. I'd like to exchange this blueprint for the third-tier beast meat you have, but we need to negotiate the price. If you'd like to discuss, I've added you as a friend. You can approve it. Construction drawings of equipment refining buildings. There are already a lot of ferocious beast materials piled up in the warehouse, and this refining building can be used for them. He took a look and saw that the person who left the message was named Du Xiefeng. Han Yang searched for Du Xiefeng on his friend panel, and his name immediately appeared. After clicking agree, Du Xiefeng became his third friend. Hello, I want the blueprints for the equipment refining building you have. I'm not sure what you want. He sent a message to Du Xiefeng, and soon the latter replied. The price of my equipment refining building blueprint is definitely more than 50 units of third-level ferocious beast meat. Therefore, we must negotiate the price again. Han Yang nodded. It seemed that Du Xiefeng was not someone who could be fooled so easily. What else do you want? 3,000 crystals and energy stones. If you provide these, our transaction can proceed immediately. 3,000 crystals and energy stones. Actually, this price is quite fair. Han Yang was also a straightforward person, so he agreed to his price. Okay, I agreed to your price. We can trade now. After sending 50 units of ferocious beast meat, 3,000 crystals, and energy stones to Du Xiefeng, he obtained the construction blueprint of the equipment refining building. Thank you so much, sir. I hope our future transactions will go as smoothly as this one. Yes, but may I ask where you got this blueprint for the equipment refining building? It's okay to tell you this, sir. After my troops hunted a ferocious beast, they found a silver treasure chest. The blueprints for the equipment refining building were the reward that dropped from the treasure chest. I see. Then your luck is really amazing. How can I compare to you, Boss Hanyang? Even though I got it, I don't have the resources to build it. The two of them chatted for a while before ending the conversation. Hanyang looked at the construction blueprint of the equipment refining building in front of him, and then an information panel appeared in front of him. Refining building construction blueprint. Use this blueprint to immediately start constructing a refinery building in your territory. Building the refining pavilion requires 10,000 crystals, 10,000 energy stones, 50,000 wood, and 50,000 stones. It is estimated to be completed in 6 hours. Lord, would you like to start building the refining pavilion now? He was just about to start building the weapon refining pavilion when he suddenly remembered that the Lord's mansion and warehouse in his own territory were being upgraded. Put a pause on the warehouse upgrade, he ordered. Warehouse upgrade has been suspended. Fortunately, the building being upgraded can be paused, otherwise his weapon refining pavilion would have to wait until the afternoon to start construction. Now let's start building the equipment refining pavilion. The refining pavilion is under construction. Building the equipment refining pavilion consumed a lot of my resources. I just hope it can bring me different gains. After doing all this, Hanyang went into the warehouse again and sorted out the materials obtained from hunting the ferocious beasts. By the afternoon, when the equipment refining pavilion is completed, these materials will be ready for use. Time passed minute by minute, and the Thunder Dragon returned to the territory several times, bringing a large amount of materials and ferocious beast meat. Soon it was noon. The novice protection period has also passed for 2 full days. In 5 days, the beast tide will arrive. Lei Long also reaped great rewards from the fighting this morning. He obtained nearly 10,000 crystals and energy stones, as well as more than 20,000 attribute points and more than 10,000 experience points. More than 200 units of 3rd-level ferocious beast meat were also obtained, and ferocious beast materials were even more numerous. Hanyang did not continue to sell the 3rd-level ferocious beast meat. He kept it for other uses. He and Lei Long had another big meal. Now Lei Long's appetite had become very scary. He could eat 50 or 60 units of the meat of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. At this rate, it will be just around the corner for it to be promoted to level 11. In the afternoon, Lei Long continued to go out hunting ferocious beasts, while Hanyang had no mood to take a nap. Congratulations, Lord. Your refining pavilion has been successfully built. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was finally built. Chapter 15, Weapon Refining. In Hanyang's territory, there stands a circular building, like an altar. He came to the equipment refining pavilion and checked its basic information. Lord, Hanyang. Weapon refining building. Weapon refining pavilion. Add the appropriate materials to refine weapons. The currently available weapon is a 1st-grade broadsword, requiring approximately 10 units of level 5 ferocious beast materials, 10 units of refined iron, and 10 units of crystal and energy stone. Current level, level 1. Hanyang immediately took out a pile of level 5 ferocious beast materials and 10 units of fine iron. He planned to test them first to see how the weapons he refined would turn out. About 10 sets of materials are needed for a level 5 ferocious beast. Since each ferocious beast can use different materials, this is just an approximate number. The lower the grade of the material, the more it is needed, and the higher the grade of the material, the less it is needed. He continued to upgrade the warehouse and then began to refine weapons. Please select the weapon you want to refine. Among the options below, there's only the broadsword. He clicked it, and another message appeared. Please input the appropriate materials. The excess materials will be automatically returned. With a clatter, he put in a pile of materials, as well as 10 units of refined iron. The 1st-grade broadsword is currently being refined and is expected to be completed in 20 minutes. Hanyang waited quietly there, and soon 20 minutes passed. Congratulations, Lord. The 1st-grade broadsword has been successfully refined. Inside the weapon refining pavilion, a long sword and remaining materials appeared. He took the long sword in his hand, swung it vigorously, and felt it worked pretty well. This long sword can be used by the Lord for self-defense, and some humanoid soldiers also really need weapons. Just like the Dark Knight troops, the humanoid troops also have their own unique advantages, which is that they can use weapons. Once humanoid soldiers master the use of weapons, their combat effectiveness is usually much higher than that of other soldiers. Therefore, those lords who possess humanoid soldiers must be very eager for weapons, and this is another big business. Han Yang did not continue to produce broadswords, but chose to upgrade them. More than 10 minutes later, after consuming nearly 2,000 crystals and energy stones and 10,000 pieces of wooden stones, the refining pavilion finally reached level 5. At this time, the weapon refining pavilion was already able to produce 2 weapons, a second-grade broadsword and a shield. These are the most basic weapons. If you want to produce more high-grade weapons, you need to continue upgrading. After reaching a certain level, the equipment refining pavilion can even customize equipment. By that time, we can build armor covering the entire body of the Thunder Dragon. Han Yang's heart was filled with anticipation when he thought of this. By then, the Thunder Dragon's combat power would rise to a new level. He pulled over all his ferocious beast materials and prepared to do some big work. Now, to make second-grade weapons, one needs materials from ferocious beasts above level 10, and the requirement for refined iron has also reached 100 units. Fortunately, Han Yang still has quite a few materials of ferocious beasts above level 10. After the corresponding materials were put into the refining pavilion, it began to run frantically. Refining a second-grade weapon used to take about an hour, which was quite a while. But now refining a first-grade weapon only took 10 minutes, which was not bad. Han Yang decided to first forge a second-grade weapon for his own use, and then forge a first-grade weapon to sell. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours were gone in the blink of an eye. After the weapon refining pavilion had been operating for such a long time, he had obtained a second-grade weapon and 6 first-grade weapons. He picked up the second-grade long sword and swung it vigorously. This second-grade long sword was much lighter than the first-grade one and felt very good in the hand. In addition, the attack power of a second-grade weapon is simply not comparable to that of a first-grade weapon, and this will be reflected in future actual combat. He sorted out the 6 first-grade weapons and placed them on the trading panel. Each first-grade weapon is priced at 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 energy stones, and the premium is indeed quite serious. After all, each first-grade weapon only requires 10 crystals and energy stones, 10 refined irons, and several materials to make. But there is no other way. I am the only one who has the weapon in my hand, so of course I have the final say on the pricing. As soon as he put these weapons on the shelves, the chat panel went crazy. Holy crap, Boss Han Yang has put a first-grade weapon on the shelf. Where did he get it from? Not long ago, he bought a construction blueprint. I think he built the equipment refining pavilion. So fast. These weapons are very important to those lords who have humanoid soldiers, right? Of course, the combat effectiveness of humanoid soldiers equipped with weapons is definitely a level higher than before. But these weapons are so expensive. Each one requires 1,000 crystals and energy stones. Why doesn't he just rob them? If your territory was next to someone else's, he would have taken it long ago. I want to buy these weapons, Mr. Han Yang. My unit is the succubus. Are you interested? Damn, how come the guy upstairs is so lucky? Can he even get out of bed now? Many lords are not interested in these weapons, but some lords are still looking forward to them. These lords basically have humanoid soldiers. They all understood that if they could possess a weapon now, their subsequent improvement speed would be nearly twice as fast. A weapon is like their lifeblood. However, the 1,000 crystals and energy stones made them tighten their crotches immediately. It's really too expensive. Although it's already the 3rd day, it's not easy to take out so many crystals and energy stones. Many people can only sigh at the sight of weapons. While Han Yang asked the weapon refining pavilion to continue refining weapons, he observed the conditions of these 6 first-grade weapons. Although 1,000 crystals and energy stones were indeed not cheap, these 6 weapons were sold out in less than a minute. There were also 6,000 more crystals and energy stones in his account. It seems that among so many novice lords, there are still some big guys. But at this moment, he noticed that 2 of his 6 weapons had been purchased by Xiaomeng Xue. Han Yang took a deep breath. Could it be that her troops were not only of a knight type, but also humanoid? If that's true, that's pretty amazing. Bite. Han Yang, upon hearing this voice, opened his chat panel. This sound is the notification tone when someone else sends you a message. When he took a look, he saw that it was sent by Xiaomeng Xue. He couldn't help but wonder what she was going to do. Did she want to continue buying weapons? Chapter 16, Making a Fortune. Han Yang, you actually have a weapon refining pavilion? What kind of weapons can your weapon refining pavilion refine now? This was the message Xia Mengxue sent him. Don't tell me your soldiers are humanoid? Yes, they're originally humanoid soldiers. Or is it from the Dark Knight department? That's right. Fuck, what kind of troops are you? They're pretty strong. No matter how strong my troops are, aren't you still ahead of me in the battle strength rankings? Let's get to the point. I can currently refine up to the second-grade weapon. Okay, I need 2 second-grade weapons. What's your price? How about 10,000 crystals and a handful of energy stones? You're too expensive. No way. It's up to you whether you want it or not. Xia Mengxue over there was biting her snow-white teeth. If Han Yang was next to him, she would have bitten him long ago. Okay, make 2 for me. Second-grade weapons are too important to her now, so she can only spend all her savings. Han Yang on the other side nodded with satisfaction. This girl is quite rich. By evening, the 2 second-grade weapons will be ready. Prepare your crystals and energy stones. Don't worry, you're not the only one. Han Yang lay comfortably on the bed, while the weapon refining pavilion was running nonstop. On the way, the Thunder Dragon came to the territory to rest and brought back a large amount of materials. It seems that its hunting journey is going very smoothly. It was only at this time that Han Yang discovered that the Thunder Dragon had reached level 11. At level 11, its combat power is quite terrifying. Its next upgrade will require 100,000 experience points, which is already a very large number. It takes even longer to advance to level 12. Soon it was evening, and after working continuously for several hours, the weapon refining pavilion successfully produced 3 second-grade weapons. He sold 2 pieces to Xia Mengxue, and as for the last piece, he put on the trading panel, not knowing if anyone could afford it. After all, except for him and Xia Mengxue, the strength of others is not very high, and these 10,000 crystals and energy stones are not a small number. After he put this item on the trading panel, it caused another round of discussion. Boss Han Yang has put a second-grade weapon on sale, priced at 10,000 crystals and energy stones. Fuck, at this price. I can't afford it even if I sell myself. Isn't it just 10,000 crystals and energy stones? How dare you get out so cheaply? I don't even bother to use it. The guy above, I really admire you. Not only are you poor, but you can still talk so much. After Han Yang handed these things to Xia Mengxue, he easily obtained 20,000 crystals and energy stones. After making these 3 second-grade weapons, there weren't many ferocious beast materials left in his warehouse. However, he came up with another good idea. I'm taking on weapon refining tasks. Other lords only need to provide me with 10 or more level 5 ferocious beast materials, 10 units of refined iron, 1,000 crystals, and energy stones, and you can obtain a first-grade weapon. He posted this message on the trading panel, and the chat panel immediately started howling again. Have you read the news about weapons refining released by Han Yang? He's a blatant profiteer. Before, you could buy a first-grade weapon with just 1,000 crystals and energy stones, but now you need materials? It's clearly a scam. The richer people are, the more frantically they suck the blood of us poor people. Damn capitalists. Although many people are constantly complaining, Han Yang still receives orders continuously. It seems that he cannot escape the law of true fragrance. It didn't take long before he had enough materials for tonight's work. One night is about 10 hours, and 60 first-grade weapons can be refined. In this way, he easily obtained 60,000 crystals and energy stones. Looking at the warehouse full of items, he almost laughed out loud. He really made a fortune. He threw all these materials into the weapon refining pavilion and let it produce weapons automatically. Soon, the Thunder Dragon also came back after hunting the ferocious beast. It brought back more than 10,000 crystals and energy stones, more than 20,000 attribute values, and nearly 20,000 experience points. Now, I can also be promoted to level 11. He opened his properties panel. Lord Han Yang. Strength, level 11. Upgrading requires 100,000 attribute points. Gathering speed, level 1. Your unit can gather 1 unit per minute. Requires 10 attribute points to upgrade. Current remaining attribute points, 15,348 points. My own strength has also reached level 11, and my strength alone is enough to defeat most lords. Han Yang did not sell the 3rd-level ferocious beast meat brought back by Lei Long. He had to keep the meat as food and exchange it for fine iron with Zhou Huaiming. Now that we have the refining pavilion, the demand for refined iron will only become greater in the future. a man and a dragon built a bonfire in the territory and ate the meat of the ferocious beast with satisfaction. Not long after, news came in that the upgrades to the Lord's mansion and warehouse were complete. Now, the Lord's mansion has reached level 8 and the warehouse has reached level 7. Han Yang's current territory is a full 5,000 square meters, equivalent to 7.5 acres of farmland, which is quite spacious. It won't be long before his territory can develop into a town. He thought about it and decided to upgrade the equipment refining pavilion first. I also got a time acceleration car before, which can shorten the building upgrade time by 1 hour. Now it comes in handy. After consuming 2,000 crystals and energy stones and 10,000 pieces of wood and stones, the equipment refining pavilion also reached level 6. The speed at which it refines weapons has been significantly improved compared to before. It takes 12 hours to upgrade a building from level 7 to level 8, which is exactly 1 night. Han Yang decided to upgrade the warehouses and military buildings first and complete the upgrades by tomorrow morning. However, he only had 30,000 pieces of wood and stone left, so he had to exchange some from the store first. 10,000 crystals and energy stones can be exchanged for 100,000 pieces of wood and stone. He first exchanged for 200,000. It took a total of 20,000 crystals and energy stones to upgrade his warehouses and military buildings. At this time, there were nearly 88,000 crystals and energy stones, 30,000 stones and wood, and less than 8,000 refined iron in his warehouse. There is not much fine iron left. I have to go to Zhou Huaiming to buy a batch tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Reminder, the Novice Lord Trial quest will begin tomorrow morning. Please be prepared. Novice Lord Trial mission. Everyone can choose to participate or not. Every time you successfully pass a trial, you will receive a large reward. These rewards are very important for your early growth. Chapter 17. Thunderous Death Storm. It was the morning of the 3rd day, and the discussion on the chat panel was much more lively than yesterday. The reason is that the Novice Lord Trial mission is about to begin. In every trial, if your troops can no longer hold on, the trial will be ended immediately. You can get a lot of rewards without paying any price. Things like this make everyone excited. Han Yang got up early. He wanted to finish dealing with the affairs in the territory before participating in the Novice Lord Trial mission. System, sign in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received crystals plus 20,000, energy stones plus 20,000, 100,000 wood, 100,000 stone, 10,000 refined iron, and a skill evolution card. Skill evolution card? Han Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the introduction of the skill evolution card. Skill evolution card. You can use on your troop type, and then choose a skill to evolve. The higher the troop type's rank, the more powerful the evolved skill will be. So this is actually the case. Doesn't that mean that Lei Long can further improve his strength? Han Yang waved his hand and called Lei Long over. Master, you called me. The Thunder Dragon ate the beast's meat in big mouthfuls. Now is a big eater. That's right. I have something good for you. Use this skill evolution card on the Thunder Dragon. Skill evolution card used successfully. Please select the skill you want to enhance. As for the skills to be strengthened, he decisively chose Thunder Dragon Roar. This was the Thunder Dragon's most important combat skill, and strengthening other skills would not be of much use. Congratulations, Lord. The Thunder Dragon Roar skill has been successfully enhanced into Thunder Death Storm. Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. With such a cool name, it should be quite powerful, right? Han Yang touched Lei Long's chin and said, You should be feeling your new skill now, right? Lei Long nodded excitedly. Master, I feel like my whole body is full of explosive power now. Okay, the trial later will depend on your performance. The Weapon Refining Pavilion has already refined the 61st grade weapons and stacked them neatly inside. Han Yang took out all the weapons and gave them to other lords one by one. After all, he still has to rely on the Equipment Refining Pavilion to make a fortune in the future, so his reputation must not be ruined. Soon, these weapons were delivered to each lord. He did not continue to accept orders for the time being, but instead prepared to upgrade the Equipment Refining Pavilion. Only when the level of the Equipment Refining Pavilion is raised can we accept more orders. Han Yang sent a message to Zhou Huaiming, exchanging the meat of a 3rd-level ferocious beast for the 5,000 fine irons in her hand. We must stockpile more refined iron now, as upgrading the town will require a large amount of refined iron resources in the future. The Thunder Dragon was wolfing down the ferocious beast's flesh, preparing for the next trial. At this moment, the voice in his mind sounded again. Attention all Novice Lords, the Novice Lord trial mission has officially begun. A selection panel appeared in front of Han Yang. Would you like to start the Novice Lord trial mission? He did not make a decisive choice, but opened the chat panel to see what other people were experiencing. Brothers, let's begin. I'll go in first and report back to you later. Fuck, the F-rank trial task is to kill 10 level 1 beasts. It doesn't seem to be difficult at all. Congratulations to Lord Su Yu for being the first to complete the F-level trial mission. F-level missions are not difficult to complete, and many people should have completed them by now. Han Yang paid close attention to the changes on the chat panel, and soon, the first person who completed the E-level trial mission appeared. Next came D-level, C-level. The vast majority of people are stuck at level D, and those who can complete this trial mission are basically the best among the Novice Lords. Congratulations to Lord Xia Mengxue for being the first to complete a B-rank mission. Oh, Xia Mengxue is also starting to exert her strength. However, Han Yang has not started to act yet. He has to wait until the military buildings and warehouses are upgraded. Wow, my goddess Mengxue actually completed the B-rank mission so quickly. She's so strong. I don't know what level she can reach, but I feel she has a strong chance of breaking through to S level. By the way, why haven't I heard from Boss Han Yang? It seems that Boss Han Yang hasn't started to act yet. I guess the level he can pass will be higher. Congratulations, Lord. Your dragon reincarnation pool has been successfully upgraded to level 8. Congratulations, Lord. Your warehouse has been successfully upgraded to level 8. Han Yang noted, these two buildings were finally upgraded to level 8. After he upgrades the weapon refining pavilion and the shop, he can start his own trial. Upgrade the equipment refining pavilion. Hint, to upgrade the refining pavilion to level 7, you will need to consume 5,000 crystals and energy stones, 25,000 wood and stone, and 2,500 refined iron. It is estimated to take 6 hours to complete. Host, would you like to continue? Continue. The refining pavilion is being upgraded. Following the same method, the store is also being upgraded. Now, the trial mission can begin. The Thunder Dragon had already eaten its fill of the ferocious beast's flesh and was waiting nearby, ready to strike. Han Yang chose yes in the trial mission option, and the next moment he heard bursts of roars. Outside his territory, 10 huge wild dogs appeared out of nowhere. Gray Dog, level 1 ferocious beast, violent and possesses powerful attack power. The Thunder Dragon soared into the air, not taking these gray wild dogs seriously at all. Arcs of lightning struck quickly, and the 10 gray wild dogs died tragically on the spot without even a scream. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the F-level trial mission. Rewards, crystals plus 20, energy stones plus 20. Lord, would you like to know if you would like to open the E-level trial mission? Open it, he said without hesitation. This time, there is only a ferocious beast that looked like an eagle appearing on the outskirts of his territory. Sky Eagle, a level 5 ferocious beast with extremely high movement speed. Super high movement speed? No one could be faster than lightning. The next moment, the Sky Hawk turned into a burnt eagle. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the E-level trial mission. Rewards, crystals plus 50, energy stones plus 50. Lord, would you like to know if you would like to open the D-level trial mission? Yes. The D-level mission involves 5 level 5 ferocious beasts. No wonder most Novice Lords are stopped at this level. These 5 ferocious beasts are indeed difficult to deal with. But in Han Yang's case, it was another instant kill. The C-level mission involves taking on 10 level 5 ferocious beasts. No need to waste time, they can be killed instantly. In just less than a minute, Han Yang had arrived at the A-level trial mission. It wouldn't take Thunder Dragon long to defeat 5 level 10 beasts. Chapter 18, Exploding Golden Armored Beast. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and a fierce battle was breaking out in this open space. Han Yang seems to have started the trial as well, but I don't know how many levels he can reach. Xia Mingxue looked at the chat panel and talked to herself. She had already reached the A-level trial mission, and her troops were engaged in a fierce battle with 5 level 10 ferocious beasts. The battle has now entered a white-hot stage, but she believes that her troops can definitely defeat these ferocious beasts. In fact, she was still a little dissatisfied with Han Yang. Her own troops were both knight type and humanoid. How could your combat power points be higher than mine? Especially since she owns 2 second-grade weapons. She believes that she is not inferior to Han Yang in terms of combat power. This novice trial mission is the beginning of surpassing him. With the fall of the 4th level 10 beast, only the last one is left. 1 minute, just 1 minute, and she can complete this A-level trial task. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Congratulations to Lord Han Yang for being the first to complete the A-level trial mission. Xiao Mengxue widened her eyes. Her expression seemed to be frozen. This Han Yang actually surpassed me at the last moment? Han Yang started his own trial mission only when she had completed half of her A-level trial mission. Xiao Mengxue found it a little hard to accept that she was surpassed in such a short time. Damn it! Xiao Mengxue was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet. How can Han Yang be so fast? What kind of soldier is he? After being surpassed, she wanted to know more about Han Yang's military type. After the novice period is over, I must know what kind of troops he has. Xiao Mengxue said to herself that from childhood to adulthood, she can be said to have always been in the first place. But now she was being ridden on by Han Yang, which made her very dissatisfied. What the hell? Boss Han Yang has already completed the A-level mission. Isn't this too fast? I'd call him the fastest man. Based on the time he took to complete it, every level of the trial would have to be an instant kill to accomplish that. The A-level trial involves 5 level 10 beasts. How can they be killed instantly? It's simply a miracle. Hey, we all have a stake in this miracle. Woo woo woo. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the A-level trial mission. You are rewarded with a military experience bonus card that lasts for 1 day. Lord, would you like to know if you would like to open the S-level trial mission? Han Yang nodded. The rewards for this trial mission finally contain some good stuff. He completely disdained the rewards offered in the previous trial missions. He touched the Thunder Dragon's chin and asked, "How do you feel? Do you want to rest for a while?" The Thunder Dragon still looked energetic. "Don't worry, Master. These ferocious beasts are more than enough for me to fill my teeth with." Okay, let's continue. S-level trial mission. 10 level 10 ferocious beasts. However, the Thunder Dragon still did not take them seriously and attacked with 10 thick arcs of lightning from behind. In the blink of an eye, these 10 level 10 ferocious beasts were killed on the spot. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the S-level trial mission. Reward: a 4th grade weapon space ring. Lord, would you like to ask if you would like to open the SS level trial mission? Space ring? A small golden ring appeared on Han Yang's hand. He hurriedly opened the property panel of the space ring. Storage weapon. Space ring. Rank: 3rd rank. Storage space: 1,000 cubic meters. Tip: the space ring can only store items, not living things. I didn't expect to get a space ring, and it's a 3rd grade one. This weapon will definitely be of great help to him in the future. Han Yang put the space ring on his middle finger, and then with a thought, his 2nd grade long sword disappeared. With another thought, the long sword reappeared on his body. He was very satisfied. This space ring was very convenient to use. Moreover, the space was a full 1,000 cubic meters, enough to store a lot of items. Next, he started the SS level trial mission. Looking at the 10 level 10 ferocious beasts in front of her, Xiao Mengxue couldn't help but sigh. Her troops were no longer able to cope with so many high-level ferocious beasts. But at this moment, a voice sounded in her mind. Congratulations to Han Yang for being the first to complete an S-rank mission. Her mind was suddenly confused. Instant kill. Another instant kill. 10 level 10 beasts were killed instantly by him. How is this possible? She stared with her eyes wide open. She really couldn't believe it. But the voice just now reminded her that everything was true. What kind of medicine did you take, kid? How can you be so powerful? She originally thought that her troops were similar to Han Yang's, but now it seems that she was totally wrong. What kind of soldier is he? Xiao Mengxue wanted to rush to Han Yang right now and ask him clearly. She opened her chat panel, where everyone was discussing the instant kill intensely. Holy crap, another instant kill. Is Boss Han Yang still human? Instantly killing 10 level 10 beasts. What's the situation with Boss Han Yang's troops? This is fucked. Why do I feel like even the SS level trial mission can't stop him? Be confident and get rid of the feeling. I'm telling you it's not certain. The SS level trial mission requires facing a level 15 beast. Boss Han Yang is very likely to fail at this stage. That's true. A level 15 beast is too terrifying. Han Yang looked at the ferocious beast in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Exploding golden armor beast, a level 15 beast. Its defense is extremely high, making it difficult to penetrate with ordinary means. The impact force generated by its running is also extremely powerful, making it very difficult to deal with. A level 15 ferocious beast, the Thunder Dragon is currently only level 11, which is a jump of 4 levels. Thunder Dragon, this is a level 15 beast. Do you have confidence? Don't worry, Master. Don't underestimate my strength. Han Yang nodded. Then you have to be careful. The Thunder Dragon soared into the air, and the exploding golden-armored beast on the opposite side also let out a terrifying roar. A large number of lightning arcs shot out and swept towards the exploding golden-armored beast. The crackling sound of electric arcs continued to be heard, and the lightning arcs collided with the hard shell and were all bounced back. The exploding golden-armored beast roared and rushed towards the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon, ordinary lightning attacks don't seem to work on it. Then try my Thunder Death Storm. Lei Long also roared angrily. Chapter 19. SSS Level Trial. The Thunder Dragon roared angrily, and a strong wind blew around the territory, and a huge circular storm covered the area. In the storm, arcs of lightning flashed continuously, giving people a heavy feeling of depression. Han Yang made a rough estimate and found that the diameter of this circular storm was at least several hundred meters. He held on to the surrounding buildings tightly to avoid being blown away. The exploding golden-armored beast on the opposite side kept twisting its body, looking a little anxious. Thunder Death Storm. All Han Yang heard was a burst of thunder and lightning, and all he could see was the howling wind, and he had no idea what was going on. As the world gradually quieted down, the strong wind also disappeared. All that was left on the ground was the corpse of the exploding golden-armored beast, its golden armor completely burnt to a crisp. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully completing the SS level trial mission. You will be rewarded with a time accelerator card, which can offset the 24 hours required to upgrade the building. Lord, would you like to ask if you would like to open the SSS level trial mission? A 24-hour time acceleration card. This reward is pretty good. TSK. Thunder Dragon. Your Thunder Death Storm is truly powerful. It can actually kill a level 15 exploding golden armor beast in seconds. Of course, and this move of mine is a group attack. Lei Long said proudly. Group attack. Han Yang's eyes lit up. The evolution card he signed in this morning was really an incredible thing. Not knowing what kind of ferocious beast would be in the next SSS level trial mission, he decisively chose to start it. The next moment, 15 explosive golden armored beasts appeared in front of them. Han Yang couldn't help but laugh. 15 explosive golden armored beasts? Wouldn't this SSS level mission be easy to accomplish? Thunder Dragon, go ahead and take care of them. Is this how we got through the SS level trial mission? This isn't much different from an instant kill, right? Where's the person who just said that Han Yang was being mean to him? Come out and get beaten. Boss Han Yang is truly terrifying. Goddess Meng Shui, who ranks second on the battle power rankings, can't even pass an S-rank mission. It's not that Goddess Meng Shui is weak, it's that Boss Han Yang is too strong. How could he be so invincible? He's totally not on the same level as us. I'm really curious about what kind of troops Boss Han Yang has. Just when everyone was shocked, another piece of news came out. Congratulations to Lord Han Yang for being the first to complete an SSS level mission. This time, no one knew what expression to use, because they had no idea about the SSS level trial mission. They only know that the SSS level trial mission is awesome. Xiaomeng Xue took a deep breath. She really couldn't understand it. Her own troops were obviously also very powerful, so why was there such a big gap? When she thought of this, she felt so angry. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully completing the SSS level trial mission. You will be rewarded with a God-level skill awakening card. God-level skill awakening card. This card can be used on any of your units to grant your unit a God-level skill. This card can be used when your unit reaches level 15. Tip: even if your troop type is not a God-level troop type, you can still obtain God-level skills. If it is a God-level troop type, the awakened skills will directly evolve. Hanyang noted in satisfaction. The power of Thunder Death Storm was so great, so this awakened God-level skill should definitely not be underestimated. When it reaches level 15, the strength of the Thunder Dragon will undergo earth-shaking changes. This time, the Novice Lord Trial mission was successfully completed. Han Yang led the Thunder Dragon to roast the beast meat again. After several battles, the Thunder Dragon had consumed a lot of physical strength and needed to recover. At this time, he opened the Combat PowerPoints ranking list. First place, Han Yang, 1,011 points. Second place, Xiaoming Xue, 436 points. Third place, Li Erniu, 387 points. After Lei Long received a huge improvement, his combat power points have now reached more than 1,000 points. The gap between him and Xiaoming Xue was widened again. And this was only the third day. The equipment refining pavilion and the shop are still under upgrading. The former cannot be used during the upgrade. Han Yang thought about it. It would take 6 hours to upgrade the equipment refining pavilion to the next level, and he couldn't let this time be wasted. After all, the economic benefits that the equipment refining pavilion can generate are extremely huge. It can produce 6 first-grade weapons in an hour, which means 6,000 crystals and energy stones. If someone else built the equipment refining pavilion in the future, my own source of income would be cut off. Therefore, I must make good use of the equipment refining pavilion as soon as possible. He spent 6,000 crystals and energy stones in the store to buy 6-time acceleration cards, each of which could shorten the building upgrade time by 1 hour. After 6 cards, the equipment refining pavilion directly reached level 7. Han Yang still felt it was not enough, so he once again spent 12,000 crystals to buy 12-time acceleration cards. The equipment refining pavilion has once again reached level 8. Lord Han Yang. Weapon refining building. Weapon refining pavilion. Weapons that can be refined. Second-grade broadsword and shield. Add the appropriate materials to refine the weapon. Second-grade weapons require approximately 10 units of level 10 ferocious beast materials, 100 units of refined iron, and 100 units of crystals and energy stones. Current level, level 8. The cost this time was really high. Purchasing the time acceleration card and upgrading it cost 26,000 crystals and energy stones, 50,000 wood and stones, and 5,000 refined iron. Now, there are only 70,000 crystals and energy stones, 30,000 wood and stones, and 13,000 refined iron left in his warehouse. However, when Han Yang thought about the economic benefits that the equipment refining pavilion could create, he felt that these expenses were nothing. He posted another refining task on the trading panel. This time, not only first-grade weapons, but also second-grade weapons could be refined. The third day of the novice protection period is about to end. Some lords have grown a lot and can still produce 10,000 crystals and energy stones if they grit their teeth. The conditions this time are the same as last time. Everyone needs to bring out the corresponding materials and crystals. Soon, he received a large number of orders. 5 second-grade weapons and 100 first-grade weapons are enough to keep the weapon refining pavilion running for a long time. In this way, his warehouse once again had 150,000 more crystals and energy stones. The economic benefits brought by the equipment refining pavilion are so great. In fact, he could have taken on more orders, but he was afraid that the employer would wait too long and did not take them. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction and upgraded the wall again. Once the shops and walls are upgraded, the Lord's Mansion can be promoted to level 9. Chapter 20. Attacking the Giant Ape Tribe. After eating and drinking its fill, the Thunder Dragon began to work hard to hunt ferocious beasts. Before this, Han Yang also used the military experience bonus card on it, and also let it take the third-grade space ring over. This way it doesn't have to return to its territory frequently, saving a lot of time. He rested comfortably in the Lord's Mansion. Soon, it was noon, and the Thunder Dragon returned to his territory with a great harvest. He roasted the meat of the ferocious beast for the Thunder Dragon in his territory, so it could eat the delicious meat as soon as it came back. This morning, Lei Long brought back dozens of units of 4th-level ferocious beast meat and more than 1,000 units of 3rd-level ferocious beast meat. Only beasts above level 15 can obtain 4th-level beast meat. Now, it has no problem dealing with beasts at level 15. The Thunder Dragon's experience points have also increased by more than 60,000, and now it is almost able to be promoted to level 12. In addition, there are more than 40,000 crystals and energy stones. Master, Lei Long said vaguely while eating the beast meat, this morning I discovered a huge giant ape tribe in the jungle. Giant ape tribe? Yes, they also have large buildings, but they are inhabited by giant apes. Hanyang Nodet. Lei Long had encountered the local forces of the Eternal Continent. How strong are those giant apes? He continued to ask. Now that the novice protection period has passed for 3 days, it is reasonable to encounter local forces. If you can destroy a local tribe of ferocious beasts, the spoils you capture can be very rich. They are not too strong. Most giant apes are around level 10. Lei Long replied. Then have you seen the strength of their leader? Gigantopithecus tribes like this one would select the strongest gigantic ape to serve as their leader. The Thunder Dragon shook his big head and said, No, I just watch from a distance, afraid of attracting their attention. Hanyang Nodet. Okay, I'll go with you to check out this tribe. If they're not too strong, then we could destroy them. He put 1,000 units of third-level ferocious beast meat on the trading panel, and this time he did not set the price too high. As the strength of other lords grows, they will also be able to obtain large amounts of ferocious beast meat. The meat of ferocious beasts can be seen everywhere in the market. The meat of first-level ferocious beasts is all over the streets, and the meat of second-level ferocious beasts is still in short supply. Only he can get the meat of third-level ferocious beasts. The price of ferocious beast meat has also tended to be stable. The first-level ferocious beast meat can be exchanged for 1 unit of wood or stone, while the second level requires more than 10 units. By the time the strength of others grows, the market price of the meat of a second-level ferocious beast will probably stabilize to 10 units of wood or stone. The era when things were valuable because they were scarce is gone forever. Han Yang can exchange each unit of third-level ferocious beast meat for 200 units of wood or stone, which is a relatively reasonable price. In the future, the price of the meat of a third-level ferocious beast might only be stable at 100 units of wood or stone. Just as they were enjoying the delicious meat of the ferocious beast, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound exploding in their ears. He couldn't help but look up and saw huge rocks constantly hitting the protective shield of the territory. Someone is knocking on the door. This was Han Yang's first reaction. He immediately led the Thunder Dragon out of the territory. I saw several huge monkeys throwing huge rocks towards his territory. As soon as they saw someone coming out, these giant apes immediately threw stones at them. It seems that the Thunder Dragon's exploration yesterday was noticed by these giant apes. Arcs of lightning flashed across the sky, and the attacking rocks exploded in the air. The levels of these giant apes are all 13 and 14. Henyang Sneavaladis. With such little strength, you still come here to make trouble? Thunder Dragon. He shouted softly, and the Thunder Dragon burst out. Several more arcs of lightning struck, killing the giant apes instantly. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained crystals plus 3,000, energy stones plus 3,000, attribute points plus 4,000, and experience points plus 4,500. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 5 ape bones and 100 units of third-tier beast meat. Prompt sounds like this kept ringing in his mind. In the past 2 days, 2 waves of ferocious beasts have come to attack us. They're really not afraid of death. Especially these giant apes. I haven't even provoked you, but you actually come to my door? Don't blame me for being rude. Thunder Dragon, after we have eaten and drunk our fill, we will go and kill them. Lei Long nodded heavily. In the jungle, Han Yang was riding on the neck of a Thunder Dragon, and the man and the dragon were moving at an extremely fast speed. Master, I remember that the giant ape tribe is just in front of us. Lei Long said, I want to see what kind of strength they have to dare to mess with us. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely make them pay for what they have done. Not long after, the giant ape tribe appeared clearly before their eyes. The tribe was backed by a small hill, and at the bottom of the hill was a cave. A large number of giant apes were coming in and out of the cave, carrying something. Thunder Dragon, kill them all in one go. Yes, Master. The Thunder Dragon's speed exploded to the extreme as it crashed into the gate of the giant ape tribe. The giant ape guarding the door was so frightened that he didn't even have time to react before being swept inside. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and the gate of the giant ape tribe and many buildings were turned into ruins under the impact of the Thunder Dragon. Fuck, what kind of person is this? How dare they trespass into our tribe? It actually destroyed so many of our buildings. Today we must make it pay the price. Brothers, come together and don't let them escape. The Thunder Dragon's attack naturally attracted the attention of most of the giant apes. Unexpectedly, Many of these giant apes could speak human language, indicating a high level of intelligence. Han Yang observed for a while and found that most of these giant apes were at level 14 or 15. He just didn't know what level their leader was, but he wasn't worried. If he couldn't defeat him, he could just run away. After all, thunder dragons could fly. The thunder dragon didn't waste any time talking to these giant apes. The thick arcs of lightning behind him swept across directly. Waves of screams were heard, and all the giant apes in front of them were killed on the spot or seriously injured. This happened in just a moment, completely shocking the surrounding giant apes. This strange-looking monster actually has such powerful strength. The thunder dragon continued to rampage in the giant ape tribe, and the other giant apes were frightened and fled in all directions, causing the entire giant ape tribe to be in chaos. What kind of person dares to trespass into our giant ape tribe? Suddenly, a burst of angry shouts came from the cave. Chapter 21. The giant ape tribe surrenders. Han Yang looked towards the direction of the cave. The one who made the roar should be their leader. The thunder dragon did not stop its wanton destruction. It continued to release large amounts of lightning from its back, overturning buildings to the ground. With a loud crash, the roof of a huge building was blown off by its tail. All kinds of iron products flew out and scattered all over the ground. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. These giant apes could actually make iron products? Enough! With an angry shout, a group of sturdy giant apes slowly walked out from the exit of the cave. The leader among them has reached an astonishing level 17. It seems that it is the leader of the giant ape tribe. It is 6 levels higher than the thunder dragon. However, Lei Long was not afraid at all, and was even very excited looking at the giant ape. Who are you? How dare you trespass into our giant ape tribe? The giant ape asked loudly. We just passed by your place this morning, but we didn't expect your people to come and surround us. We have no choice but to come and ask for an explanation. Han Yang replied. So, it's about what happened yesterday. You guys are so brave. Chief, why bother talking to them so much? Just kill them. That's right. Let them know how powerful our giant ape tribe is. The giant ape in the lead nodded slightly, then waved his hand. I saw giant apes raising weapons such as maces, axes, and hammers and rushing towards the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon slammed the ground with its giant claws and shouted, "Thunder, death storm." The wind howled again, and the world became gloomy. A large amount of thunder and lightning flashed continuously in the storm, and then only bursts of ghostly howling sounds were heard. In the blink of an eye, all the giant apes that rushed up fell to the ground with horrific wounds on their bodies. What? The giant ape leader couldn't help but widen his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. These giant apes were the strongest fighting force in his tribe, and they were dealt with in an instant. Han Yang nodded slightly, and various prompts kept ringing in his mind. At this time, the Thunder Dragon also reached 100,000 experience points and successfully reached level 12. With its current strength, it should have no problem dealing with this giant ape. What on earth are you doing? We in the giant ape tribe have never provoked you. After witnessing this scene, the giant ape did not dare to be stubborn anymore. You were the ones who provoked me first. As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. The giant ape leader spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. It tried to struggle to stand up, but Han Yang stepped on its face. Tell me, what is this hole behind you used for? There's a fine iron or under this cave. We usually collect fine iron from it. The giant ape leader instantly became much more obedient. It turned out to be refined iron ore, which was exactly what he needed. However, he didn't have the time to collect refined iron. Now I give you two choices. One is to submit to me, and the other is for me to annihilate your entire tribe. The giant ape rolled his eyes and said, I choose to submit to you. Given the current situation, it only has this one choice. Han Yang retracted his foot and asked again, how big is the iron ore here? That's still unknown, but it's enough for us to collect for a few months. So how much can you collect in a day? We used to be able to collect tens of thousands of units a day, but now that so many giant apes have died, I'm afraid we won't be able to collect as quickly. Han Yang nodded, then picked up a mace from the ground. This mace is crudely made and doesn't even reach the level of a first-grade weapon. Did you guys refine this? The giant ape leader nodded repeatedly. That's right. The fine iron we collect will be used to make weapons, and the rest will be exchanged for resources with other ferocious beast tribes. Okay then, from now on, it won't be a problem for you to send me 5,000 refined iron every day, right? Absolutely no problem. The giant ape leader nodded and bowed quickly, his attitude very respectful. What does this giant ape you are protecting behind you have to do with you? Han Yang continued to ask. Behind it, there is a smaller giant ape, probably not yet an adult. This is my son. Okay, your son will follow me from now on. Oh, that's absolutely unacceptable. It's okay. I promise to make you plump and white. Han Yang's idea was very simple. With his son's restrictions, he would have to think twice before escaping. Moreover, his territory was just short of someone to sweep the floor and grill the meat. At this time, the prompt sound rang again. The giant ape tribe has successfully surrendered the new lord. Reward for the first tribe to surrender. Crystals and energy stones plus 1,000. He hadn't expected this to be reported, and there was also a reward of 1,000 crystals and energy stones. He was quite happy too, so why not take it away? This announcement immediately made the chat panel lively. Holy crap, it's starting already? Boss Han Yang's conquest. Hey, now when I see a tribe, I have no choice but to submit. How about I also submit to Boss Han Yang? Even if you submit to others, they may not even look up to you. Brother, this hurts. After explaining some things, Han Yang led Lei Long and left the giant ape tribe, with a little giant ape following behind him. Although we don't know when these giant apes will rebel, we can use them for as long as we can. Before leaving, he took away all the fine iron of the giant ape tribe, which was nearly 10,000 units. In addition, this trip also obtained 50,000 crystals and energy stones, about 100 units of 4th level ferocious beast meat, more than 60,000 attribute points, and some ferocious beast materials. It's really a great harvest. There must be many more tribes of ferocious beasts like this around. If we find time to wipe them all out, we'll definitely reap a lot. His experience points have reached more than 120,000, and he can be promoted to level 12. Lord Han Yang. Strength, level 12. Upgrading requires 200,000 attribute points. Gathering speed, level 1. Your unit can gather 1 unit per minute. Requires 10 attribute points to upgrade. Current remaining attribute points, 23,156 points. I am now at basically the same level as the Thunder Dragon, but my combat power is far inferior to it. Thunder Dragon, growth period. Level 12, 164,833 experience points are required to advance to the next level, 35, 167/200,000. Skill, Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. Dragon Pressure can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. The current Thunder Dragon has no problem killing a ferocious beast across 5 or 6 levels. Soon, they return to their territory. Han Yang ordered the little giant ape to roast the beast meat for them, while he put all the things in the space ring into the warehouse. Now, he already has 290,000 crystals and energy stones, and is undoubtedly a nouveau riche. At this time, the prompt voice sounded in his mind again. Congratulations, Lord. Your wall structure has been successfully upgraded to level 7. Congratulations, Lord. Your shop building has been successfully promoted to level 7. Chapter 22. Encountering a level 18 ferocious beast. These 2 buildings have finally been upgraded, and the Lord's Mansion can also be upgraded next. Upgrade the Lord's Mansion. He ordered. Upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 9 requires 20,000 crystals and energy stones, 100,000 wood and stone, and 10,000 refined iron. It is expected to be completed in 24 hours. Host, do you want to continue? There were only 30,000 stones and wood left in his warehouse, and he had to buy some from the store. It took 7,000 crystals and energy stones to exchange for 70,000 pieces of wood and stone, and that was enough. Continue. The Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. In the previous Lord Trial mission, he got a 24-hour time acceleration card, which can be used now. Congratulations, Lord. Your Lordship Mansion has been successfully promoted to level 9. Now the scope of his territory has reached 10,000 square meters. The next step would be for his territory to be promoted to a town. That would be the first step for him to truly become an Imperial Lord. Han Yang spent another 24,000 crystals in the store, bought 24-time acceleration cards, and upgraded the Equipment Refining Pavilion to level 9. Currently, the Equipment Refining Pavilion is his most important source of income, and its level must not be lowered. After reaching level 9, he was a little disappointed that the weapon refining pavilion still hadn't unlocked higher grade weapons. It seems that I can only wait until I reach level 10 and see what happens. This time, a total of 81,000 crystals and energy stones were consumed, and future upgrades will probably consume even more. Currently, he only has 3,000 units of refined iron left, which is not enough to upgrade military buildings and warehouses. Refined iron is indeed a scarce resource, not only now, but also in the future. Helplessly, he had to send a message to Zhou Huaiming to see if she had any extra fine iron. She collected another 8,000 pieces of fine iron resources, and Han Yang traded almost all of the ferocious beast meat. Even so, the refined iron resources he had were still not enough. Now the military buildings and warehouses need to be upgraded, which requires 20,000 fine iron. Oh, he sighed helplessly. Even after investing so many resources, he still only had one type of soldier so far. This dragon army is really a bottomless pit. But there is no other way. I have to continue to smash it madly to upgrade the army buildings. He posted a message on the trading panel, purchasing fine iron resources at a high price. The market price of 1 unit of refined iron is higher than 2 units of crystals and energy stones, and it is not uncommon for it to be doubled or tripled. Fortunately, he still had a lot of crystals and energy stones, which could barely sustain him for a while, but it would not be possible in the future. Even if you increase your collection speed, you won't be able to collect much fine iron resources with only one type of soldier, the Thunder Dragon. Those soldiers with faster rebirth speeds have a unique advantage in gathering. Obviously, the early dragon soldiers have very serious disadvantages in gathering. Han Yang thought for a while and still felt that attacking other ferocious beast tribes was more reliable. It would be best if it was a tribe that could submit to you and collect resources for you. But the problem arises again. It is not convenient for me to manage it, which is really a headache. After eating and drinking its fill, the Thunder Dragon would head into the jungle to hunt ferocious beasts. Han Yang specifically reminded it to pay attention and scout out the surrounding ferocious beast tribes. If there is a suitable tribe, come back and report to yourself. Lei Long nodded his head to indicate that he understood. Han Yang was busy on the trading panel for a long time, spending 20,000 crystals and energy stones before he collected 9,000 units of refined iron. Another 60,000 was spent before the military buildings and shops were upgraded. The speed at which resources are consumed is like running water. The Thunder Dragon is moving deeper into the jungle. It always remembers its master's words and keeps an eye on the movements of the surrounding ferocious beast tribes along the way. During this period, it also discovered 2 tribes of fierce beasts, but they were too weak, and the fierce beasts in them were only about level 10. Such a ferocious beast is not even enough to fill its teeth, so its owner will definitely look down on it. It continued to move forward, shaking its head, but at this moment it suddenly stopped. Not far in front of it, there was a high-level, ferocious beast staring at it with a murderous look. This beast is huge in size and looks like a bear, except that its fur is white, and its level is as high as 18. This was the first time that Lei Long encountered such a high-level ferocious beast. The polar bear just stared at it from a distance and did not take the initiative to attack. Lei Long couldn't help but feel puzzled. This polar bear behaved differently from other ferocious beasts, and its expression was very nervous, as if it was hiding something. Lei Long's curiosity grew stronger, and he flew directly towards the white bear. "Who the hell are you? Get out of here now, or I'll be rude to you." The polar bear suddenly let out a rumbling roar that spread outward. It was also quite puzzled as to what kind of ferocious beast this was. It had never seen such a thing before. Moreover, the level of this ferocious beast is not high. How dare it rush towards us so unscrupulously? The Thunder Dragon was naturally not easily frightened. Facing the roar of the white bear, it continued to approach. When it was about to approach the polar bear, it discovered something fishy. Behind the white bear, there is a small tree several meters high, full of red fruits. These fruits also exude a rich fragrance, which is very tempting. Lei Long is almost drooling. "What's that thing behind you? It looks delicious." Faced with Lei Long's question, the white bear immediately became angry. "Don't you consider your own strength? You want to take my herbs right away? Who cares what it is? Get out of here now, or I'll be rude to you." Lei Long shook his big head and said, "If you give me all the fruits, I can choose to leave." When the white bear heard this, he became furious and said, "I gave you face, didn't I?" It stopped talking nonsense and immediately pounced towards the Thunder Dragon at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. You forced me to do this. I will leave you with an intact body later. The Thunder Dragon was not afraid at all. The lightning arc on its back crackled and struck towards the polar bear. In an instant, all the hair on the polar bear stood up like a giant hedgehog, but only paused for a moment before continuing its swift attack. It was obvious that the lightning arcs hadn't caused much damage to it. The Thunder Dragon also became serious. This is an 18th level ferocious beast, and its strength should not be underestimated. He must try his best. Chapter 23. Fire Fragrance Fruit. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out in the jungle, and arcs of lightning struck fiercely, with crackling sounds continuing. The white bear, bombarded by arcs of lightning, rushed to the front of the Thunder Dragon, jumped up, and slapped it down with its huge paw. The Thunder Dragon was not to be outdone, and its huge claws grabbed the bear's paw. With a bang, the claws of both sides collided with each other. The Thunder Dragon couldn't help but take 2 steps back, feeling a sharp pain in its claws. This bear's defense was amazing, but I didn't expect its attack power to be so strong. The white bear was also quite surprised. The unknown creature in front of him was only level 12, but could actually fight him on equal terms. Moreover, it also felt an inexplicable pressure on itself, which seriously affected its performance. With the strength of this ferocious beast, no wonder it dares to provoke me like this. Thunder Dragon was also a little angry and shouted, "Thunder Deathstorm." A huge storm swept across this space, and a large amount of lightning flashed continuously in it. "You damn bear, just die. You're the fucking bear." The white bear was also extremely furious and pounced on the Thunder Dragon again. But at this time, bolts of lightning fell from the sky and bombarded it densely. These dense lightning bolts, like a beam of light, rushed downwards madly. The ground cracked rapidly, forming a huge circular pit downwards. A large number of lightning arcs bombarded for several minutes before the Thunder Dragon came down and breathed a sigh of relief. Such a powerful bombardment is also quite physically demanding. There was a huge round pit on the ground, and the white bear was lying there quietly, with only incoming air but no outgoing air. Lei Long nodded his head in satisfaction. "So what if you were 6 levels higher than me?" It stepped forward and put the reward that exploded into its space ring, then set its sights on the small tree that was several meters tall. The fist-sized red fruits on it exude a rich fragrance and look very tempting. What kind of fruit is this that has such a strong fragrance? Lei Long muttered to himself and slowly walked to the side of the small tree. Its saliva was almost dripping out, but then it shook its head vigorously. "No, you can't eat it now. You have to let the master review it first." Lei Long used his dragon claws to pull up the small tree by its roots, and then put it into the space ring. Just as it was about to return, it suddenly turned its head and stared in a certain direction. After staring for about 10 seconds, it slowly turned its head. "It seems like someone is watching me. Who is it?" Han Yang was lying on his bed resting, but at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Congratulations, Lord. You have gained crystals plus 8,000, energy stones plus 8,000, attribute points plus 10,000, and experience points plus 12,000. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 2 bear paws and 100 units of 4th-tier beast meat. Thunder Dragon killed a level 18 beast. Only a level 18 ferocious beast could have such a luxurious reward. Now, it has already surpassed 6 levels in killing fierce beasts. The greatest characteristic of the Dragon Clan's troops is their unlimited potential, which is gradually being manifested. For future Thunder Dragons, it seems that it won't be a problem for them to jump over 10 levels. It's just that the number of military units is too small now, so we still have to work hard to upgrade the military units' buildings. Unfortunately, the most pressing issue now is the refined iron problem. Although Zhou Huaimeng and those giant apes were continuously providing him with refined iron, it was still not enough. He also got a lot of useful information on the chat panel. Almost all the fine iron ore on the Eternal Continent have been occupied. The amount of refined iron ore that has not yet been discovered is already pitifully small. If you want to obtain the fine iron ore, there is only one way, which is to rob the ferocious beast tribes or lords who occupy the fine iron ore. Han Yang kept this matter in mind, and he didn't know whether Lei Long could bring him any useful information. He picked up a skewer of ferocious beast meat, which had been specially skewered after the little giant ape roasted it for easy eating. With the little giant ape's hard work, his garden looked more tidy. I have to say, it feels really good to be served by someone. Soon, it was evening and the thunder dragon flew back to its territory. Under Han Yang's instructions, the little giant ape had already roasted a large amount of ferocious beast meat, which could be enjoyed as soon as Thunder Dragon returned. It did not hunt many ferocious beasts during this period, probably because it took too long to explore the ferocious beast tribe. Xiaolong, you also killed a level 18 ferocious beast. Han Yang said. The Thunder Dragon, whose mouth was oozing with grease from eating the beast's meat, nodded his head with great effort. That's right, and I also got something different from that stupid bear. Something different? Yes, this is it, Lei Long said as he took out the small tree. This small tree bore dozens of bright red fruits, and a rich fragrance instantly filled his territory. Han Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This turned out to be a medicinal herb. In front of him, an information panel appeared. Herb, fire fragrance fruit. Rank, first rank. Effects. After taking it, you can quickly increase your strength. The lower your level, the more significant the increase in strength. Note, do not take too much of this herb at one time, otherwise it will cause harm to the body. I didn't expect it to be a medicinal herb. Although it was only the first grade, there were dozens of fire fragrance fruits on it. And I heard that this herb is very effective. Han Yang picked one and bit it gently. Suddenly, a rich, fruity aroma swept through his internal organs, and a cool feeling rushed into every cell in his body. He had been eating beast meat for the past few days and was tired of it. Now that he was eating fruit, the taste was naturally quite popular. How is it, master? Is it delicious? Lei Long said expectantly with his big, watery eyes. Of course, you haven't eaten it yet, so try it now. I'm afraid there might be some problems, so I want you to review it first. As Lei Long spoke, he picked up a fruit and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. This tastes so good. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life, it said happily. Han Yang smiled. Thunder Dragon had been eating the meat of ferocious beasts since its birth. By the way, master, after I defeated that level 18 bear, I encountered something unexpected. Chapter 24, Other Surveillance. Oh, what unexpected thing. Han Yang couldn't help but frowned. After I killed the bear, I found someone there watching me. I chased after him immediately, but the other party was also very alert and left immediately. I was also very tired after dealing with this level 18 beast, so I didn't chase after him. Lei Long said, Someone is watching you? Have you found out who it is? From a distance, I saw a human riding on a huge eagle, and it was moving at a very fast speed. Han Yang nodded his head. It should be another novice lord, but I'm curious. Did he accidentally encounter the battle between you? Or has he been monitoring it? I don't know about that. I looked around a bit later, but I didn't find anything. Okay, I get it. How's the situation with the ferocious beast tribe? I've also found several ferocious beast tribes, but their strength is too low. Even the lords are only around level 10. Is that so? That's a bit difficult. I'll go with you tomorrow. We must expand our search area and find as many powerful ferocious beast tribes as possible. Lei Long nodded and swallowed another fire fragrance fruit. Don't eat too much of this at one time, otherwise it will be bad for your body. Han Yang now felt a burning sensation in his stomach, as if a ball of fire was burning. As this feeling arose, his own attribute points continued to rise. The effect of this fire fragrance fruit is really good. After eating the beast meat, he went to the weapon refining pavilion for inspection. The 5 second-grade weapons and 100 first-grade weapons that I have taken on are almost finished refining, and I just happen to take on another batch tonight. Moreover, this weapon refining pavilion can be handed over to the little giant ape to handle, which saves a lot of trouble. Han Yang posted another batch of weapon refining tasks on the chat panel, and soon a large number of people wanted to customize weapons. This time, all the weapons he took on were second-grade weapons. The time it took to refine 1 second-grade weapon could be used to refine 6 first-grade weapons. In comparison, refining second-grade weapons was more profitable. He undertook the task of refining 15 second-grade weapons and received another 150,000 crystals and energy stones. The equipment refining pavilion is now really making money, and this will continue for some time to come. As long as other people's weapon refining pavilions cannot be built, the price of weapons will always be determined by you. So this period of time is a good time to earn resources. His military buildings and warehouses are still being upgraded, and it will take nearly 20 hours to complete, which is indeed a long time. As the building level becomes higher and higher, the time required will become longer. If you don't go to the store to buy an acceleration card, the upgrade will become very slow. Ultimately, it all comes down to resources. With resources, you don't have to worry about anything. Han Yang decided to upgrade these two buildings slowly and only take the next step after he has obtained resources such as refined iron. From what he learned about the Eternal Continent on Blue Star, he knew that resources like refined iron could not be purchased from stores. In other words, when development reaches a certain stage, all lords will need resources such as refined iron. By that time, refined iron ore will become a strategic battleground. Often, larger wars are caused by conflicts over refined iron ore. Now, fine iron has also become a difficult hurdle for Han Yang. He lay down on his bed again and opened the chat panel. I'm afraid the only entertainment activity in this world is chatting with others. Oh my god, Boss Han Yang has taken on another 15 second grade weapons. That means another 150,000 crystals and energy stones. Oh my god, this guy is really rich. I just want to say, rich guy, let's be friends. The guy upstairs, Han Yang, will only give you 2 slaps in the face. What do you think? How powerful is Boss Han Yang now? Just the fact that we have so many crystals and energy stones in our account is beyond our reach. However, Boss Han Yang has been buying refined iron at high prices, which is a way for us to make a fortune. Brother, do you think that refined iron ore is so easy to discover? Refined iron can be a very valuable resource in the later stages. I suggest you save it. Haha, I can't even survive the beast tide. Are you going to let me die to use it? It seems that other people still know the importance of resources such as refined iron, but in order to survive the next beast tide, they can't care about the future so much. After all, 3.5 days have passed, and half of the 7A novice protection period has passed. Everyone's sense of crisis is increasing. After all, no one wants to die on the 8th day. Han Yang thought of a problem. After the 7A novice period was over, it would be even more difficult to buy the fine iron. However, at that time, the various lords could also attack each other. In order to compete for the refined iron resources, it would definitely be a bloody storm. And with the participation of more powerful old lords, the situation will become even more chaotic. So, I have to continue to become stronger. You have to realize your own dragon empire step by step. Xia Mengxue looked at a building in front of her and couldn't help but frown. Now her troops have all been promoted to level 5 and can be promoted to level 6. However, she didn't have a single bit of fine iron in her hand. This kind of resource has become a stumbling block on her way forward. Ah, she sighed. If I had a building like the weapon refining pavilion, I could also buy refined iron at a high price. Seeing Han Yang earning 150,000 crystals and energy stones at one time, she could only feel jealous. Do I really have to collect the refined iron myself? She also discovered a small iron ore mine, but it would take too much time to send her own troops to collect the iron. Looking at the points on the battle power rankings, she sighed again. First place, Han Yang, 2,170 points. Second place, Xia Mengxue, 896 points. Third place, Li Erniu, 733 points. The gap between him and Han Yang widened again. Although their own troops are humanoid and can operate at night, the gap between the two sides is still increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of soldier is he? How'd he grow so fast? Xia Mengxue was really puzzled, and her curiosity about Han Yang grew stronger. Chapter 25, Another Novice Lord. Another night passed, and Han Yang welcomed the dawn of the 4th day. The first thing to do when you wake up is, of course, to sign in. System, sign in for today. He muttered to himself. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received crystal plus 50,000, energy stone plus 50,000, wood plus 250,000, stone plus 250,000, and refined iron plus 25,000. Another 25,000 refined irons were obtained, but upgrading the territory in the future would require a large amount of refined iron resources, which is still far from enough. The little giant ape got up early and roasted the 4th level ferocious beast meat for them, and the thunder dragon was already eating it with gusto. After eating a fire fragrance fruit yesterday, Han Yang's attribute points increased a lot. Not knowing how much the thunder dragon had eaten, he went to the small barley tree to take a look, but the scene in front of him made him gasp. There were over a dozen missing fruits on the small tree. Could it be that the thunder dragon had eaten them all? Xiaolong, how many fire fragrance fruits did you eat yesterday? He walked to Lei Long and asked. Not many, I only ate 12. Lei Long said vaguely. What do you mean? Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little toothache. He had eaten one yesterday, and it still felt uncomfortable. Do you feel anything? As for the feeling, the fire fragrance fruit is really delicious. Lei Long was already excited when he said this. Han Yang was speechless. He had no idea of Lei Long's current strength. He opened the Thunder Dragon's attribute panel and took a look. Its experience value had reached over 100,000, and it was not far from level 13. When it came back yesterday, its experience points were only about 40,000 or 50,000. These fire fragrance fruits were a huge boost to the Thunder Dragon. Okay, after you finish your meal, go eat some fire incense fruit. Han Yang touched its chin and said, Well, Master, you are so kind. There are more than 20 fire fragrance fruits left now, enough for Lei Long to eat for 2 meals. Han Yang picked up a fire fragrance fruit and ate it while walking to the side of the weapon refining pavilion. At around 8 or 9 last night, the weapon refining pavilion began to refine a batch of second-grade weapons that he had just taken on. By 6 or 7 this morning, 12 second-grade weapons had been refined. After the weapon refining pavilion reached level 8, the speed of refining weapons also increased significantly. By noon, all the second-grade weapons will be refined. Soon, the Thunder Dragon was full and satisfied. Han Yang picked up a few skewers of ferocious beast meat and rode on the neck of the Thunder Dragon. He decided to go on a patrol with Lei Long to see if he could find any powerful beast tribes. Little Giant Ape, just stay home quietly. Do you understand? The little giant ape nodded his head vigorously to show that he understood. The Thunder Dragon carried Han Yang and flew towards the depths of the jungle. After a few days, almost all the ferocious beasts near his territory ran away. Are he and the Thunder Dragon so scary? The rumbling sound gradually subsided, and this place had turned into ruins. Let's go, Xiaolong. Let's keep moving forward. Han Yang called out to Lei Long. As they explored along the way, they discovered 2 tribes of ferocious beasts. It's a pity that these 2 ferocious beast tribes are too small, and even their leaders are only around level 11 or 12. Since they met, it was fate, so he let Lei Long kill him. Just now, Lei Long swallowed more than a dozen fire fragrance fruits and killed so many ferocious beasts. Now his experience points have reached more than 170,000. It's only a stone's throw away from 200,000. Where on earth could there be such a large tribe of ferocious beasts? Han Yang couldn't help but frown. These 2 small ferocious beast tribes simply don't have much fine iron resources. Just when the 2 of them were about to set off again, Lei Long suddenly looked in another direction. Xiaolong, what happened? I think I see someone watching us. What? It seems to be the same person from yesterday. Should we chase him? Certainly. Yes, Master. The Thunder Dragon immediately opened fire at full speed and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. From a distance, Han Yang could only see a small black dot speeding in front of him. I didn't expect that the Thunder Dragon could spot it from such a distance. Its eyesight is really good. As time goes by, the distance between the 2 sides is rapidly narrowing. At this time, Han Yang finally saw the situation ahead. A figure was riding on the back of a huge goshawk with a very anxious expression. It seems that his previous guess was correct. This person should be a novice lord near him. Now I have to catch up with this person as soon as possible because my troops are too conspicuous. If this person leaks his own military type, it will be a big trouble. The distance between the 2 sides was constantly shrinking, and soon they were less than a few hundred meters apart. The person in front, stop immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Han Yang shouted loudly to the front, but the person in front seemed not to hear it and continued running at full speed. He sneered twice and said, In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Thunder Dragon. He shouted softly, and Lei Long nodded his head. On the dragon's scales behind it, arcs of lightning crackled, and then quickly broke through the air like a flash. There was only a shrill cry, and then the man in front and the goshawk under his feet emitted a puff of black smoke and fell to the ground. With a loud bang, they fell heavily to the ground. Not knowing whether they were dead or not, Han Yang rode the Thunder Dragon and rushed over quickly. On the ground in front, a man and an eagle were lying on the ground in a mess, with expressions of extreme pain. First they were struck by lightning, and then they fell from high altitude. Now they're not dead yet. It can only be said that they are very lucky. Who are you and why are you secretly monitoring us? Han Yang questioned him. Sorry, I wasn't spying on you. I was just passing by. Even though the man was grimacing in pain, he still tried to speak clearly. After all, his life was in the hands of others, so he couldn't afford to be careless. And yesterday, I'm afraid it was you who was monitoring the Thunder Dragon. I'm so sorry. The man struggled to stand up, but could only move a few times. I've been eyeing those fire fragrance fruits for a long time, but I've never been a match for that white bear. My unit told me that a ferocious beast was fighting the white bear, so I went to see what was going on. I really didn't expect it to be your unit. I'm really sorry. Is that really the case? What I said is absolutely true. If there is even a trace of falsehood, I will be extinct, struck by lightning, and die a miserable death. This person's desire to survive is really maxed out. Chapter 26, Behemoth Tribe. Okay, Han Yang waved his hand. What's your name? My name is Li Ziang, and my territory is about a few kilometers north of here. My troops noticed something was happening here, so I came here to check out the situation. Your unit's reconnaissance capabilities are quite strong. Li Ziang Loga. My unit is called the Proud Sky Eagle. It can soar through the sky, and its vision is also quite impressive. Therefore, almost everything that happens around here is under my control. Han Yang nodded, thinking that his army was still useful. Since your unit's reconnaissance capabilities are so strong, let me ask you something. Are there any large tribes of ferocious beasts around here? A large tribe of ferocious beasts? Why are you asking that? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Han Yang's voice suddenly turned cold. Yes. A layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Li Ziang's forehead. If you're asking about large tribes of ferocious beasts, they really do exist. About 10 kilometers south of here, there's a Behemoth tribe. It's enormous. Behemoth tribe? Han Yang frowned. That's right, they're classified as high-level ferocious beasts, and their strength is extremely powerful. Their tribe has tens of thousands of behemoths, and the strength of their leader is unfathomable. Each ethnic group and type of troops has a certain level division. For example, his dragon troops are the highest god level. The beasts he usually encountered were of the lowest order, also known as ordinary beasts. The human race was also classified as the lowest order. The higher the level of a tribe, the stronger its combat power. Of the same level of beasts, the higher level one can completely defeat the lower level one. For example, his god-level dragon troops can defeat ordinary ferocious beasts 7 or 8 levels higher. And as its strength grows, it will be able to cross more levels. I didn't expect that the Behemoth tribe was actually a high-level troop, so it was impossible for the Thunder Dragon to reach such a high level as before. To know exactly how many levels you can cross in combat, you have to fight in person to know. Tell me about the specific strength of these behemoth beasts. Han Yang asked again. I don't know exactly, but anyone that might pick up would probably be above level 15. Does their tribe have refined iron resources? Below their tribe lies a vast iron ore mine, producing hundreds of thousands of units of iron every day. Their immense strength allows them to firmly occupy this mine. Han Yang nodded. They had finally discovered a huge tribe of ferocious beasts, but this situation was a bit difficult to deal with. If the Thunder Dragon attacks them now, it will undoubtedly be courting death. Could it be that I can only watch helplessly as this piece of fat meat is right next to my mouth? Li Ziang seemed to have seen what Han Yang was thinking, so he asked tentatively, Are you short of resources like refined iron? What? Do you have a solution? Han Yang asked back. If you want refined iron resources, there's no need to attack the Behemoth tribe. The risk is simply too high. What else can we do besides attacking? After investigating these past few days, I've discovered they ship refined iron every once in a while. I've even figured out the timings. There's a batch coming this afternoon. Oh, Han Yang became interested. How could this be? How many people are there escorting the refined iron? Each time, there are about 10 behemoths, all around level 16 or 17. They are high-level beasts, and their combat power is still very terrifying. It doesn't matter, Han Yang said. You have to try to know. Li Ziang couldn't help but take a breath, and when he looked at the giant dragon next to him, he became even more frightened. He wasn't even afraid of a dozen level 16 or 17 behemoths. He was really lucky that he wasn't killed by the blow just now. And why does this person's army look a bit similar to the Dragon Clan in the legend? We'll start this afternoon. You take me with you. Huh? My Proud Sky Eagle unit doesn't have much combat power. Don't worry, I won't let you get involved. You just need to take me with you. Okay then. Although Li Ziang was extremely unwilling, he was still afraid that the big boss in front of him would get angry, so he had to agree. Also, don't tell anyone about me, including other people in the chat panel. Don't worry, my mouth is tightly shut. I won't utter a single word. I already know the location of your territory. If you don't want to die after the novice period, watch your mouth. I will never joke about my life. I swear to God. Li Xiang's expression was extremely sincere. All right then, let's gather here after lunch this afternoon. I hope you know your place. Don't worry, I won't be late. Okay, now take me to your territory, is that okay? It's okay. It's my greatest honor to have you visit my territory. Han Yang nodded. Apart from anything else, Li Xiang was quite good at flattering people. After letting Lei Long escort him for a distance, Han Yang returned to his own territory. Lei Long still needs to hunt ferocious beasts in the jungle for a while, striving to reach level 13 and prepare for the battle in the afternoon. By the time Han Yang returned to his territory, the 15 second-grade weapons had all been manufactured. After returning all the weapons to their employer, he took on another batch. 15 second-grade weapons and 150,000 crystals and energy stones were obtained. I have to say that the equipment refining pavilion is really making money nowadays. Now the number of his crystals and energy stones has reached more than 470,000, and his warehouse is about to burst. Now, as soon as I get the refined iron resources, I will immediately upgrade the buildings in the territory crazily. With so many crystals and energy stones, they must be used up well. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. 4 days have passed since the novice protection period began, with only 3 days left. Many novice lords began to panic. After all, they would face the test of life and death in 3 days, which was really scary. On the chat panel, many people began to cry out in misery. Brothers, there's still 3 days left. I have already finished my tombstone. What's the point of doing well? No one will bury you when you die. I really envy Boss Han Yang for having such a powerful army. What's the point of being envious? Wouldn't you have to die if you were envious? Wow, my friend, you're so heartbreaking. Chapter 27. Interception on the road. Soon, it was noon, which meant that the novice protection period had officially ended for 4 days. The Thunder Dragon also came back from the jungle, and it successfully reached level 13. Han Yang opened its properties panel. Thunder Dragon, growth period, level 13. 486,329 experience points are required to advance to the next level. 13, 671/500,000. Skill, Thunder Deathstorm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. Dragon Pressure can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. It takes 500,000 experience points to go from level 13 to level 14, which is really an astronomical figure. The subsequent promotions will become even more difficult. Lei Long's troop experience bonus card was about to expire, so Han Yang spent some crystals to buy a new 24-hour card for Lei Long. The little giant ape had already roasted the beast's meat, and the Thunder Dragon was devouring it voraciously. What we are about to face is the high-level ferocious beast Behemoth. It will be a fierce battle. Xiaolong, eat all the remaining fire fragrance fruits later. We have a fierce battle waiting for us this afternoon. Yeah, Lei Long nodded heavily. After it had eaten and drunk its fill, the man and the dragon set out from their territory. It didn't take long before Han Yang met Li Xiang again. At this moment, Li Xiang was wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeves. It was obvious that he was very nervous. You're here so soon. Han Yang greeted him. I've been waiting here for a long time. I see you're very nervous. Don't be so nervous. We just need to kill those behemoths and run away. But those behemoths are quite intelligent. They will definitely investigate the cause, and they will inevitably suspect us. Han Yang thought about it, and felt that what Li Xiang said made sense. It would be hard for this battle not to leave traces, and sooner or later suspicion would fall upon me. By that time, I would have made a powerful enemy. But there was no other way. The refined iron resources had to be obtained. What are you afraid of? We still have the novice protection period. But there are only 3 days left. Li Xiang was about to cry. Don't worry. I'll wipe out the Behemoth tribe once the beast tide is over. Li Xiang curled his lips, obviously unwilling to believe it. Han Yang slapped him on the head and said, Follow me and you'll have a good time. The two continued to move deeper into the jungle and soon came to a flat road. This road is located in the jungle, is quite straight, and is paved with stones. This is the road built by the behemoths. They transport refined iron here every day at this time, and they're almost there now. Han Yang continued to ask, Don't you know where they're going to be sent? Li Ziang shook his head. I don't know. The place they're transporting it to is very far away, and I haven't been there to investigate. Now that I brought you here, can I leave now? What are you afraid of? The behemoth hasn't arrived yet. Don't worry, Behemoth will definitely come. I guarantee it with my head. Besides, I can't help you here. I will only cause trouble for you, right? Don't worry, if those behemoths want to kill you, I will definitely not interfere. Han Yang said very sincerely. Li Ziang was really about to cry. I'm telling you, if you leave, you won't have anything to do with the division of the spoils. Li Ziang suddenly widened his eyes. He never thought that he would get any spoils. Even if I just sit there and starve, it's still a huge amount of money. I suddenly feel that I might be able to help a lot here. That's good. Several huge, ape-like beasts were pulling 10 wooden carts and slowly walking towards them along the road. These wooden carts were filled with large amounts of fine iron. But at this moment, the behemoth in the front suddenly stopped. Who's sneaking around there? Come out now. I saw a man and a dragon soaring into the sky and blocking their way. Han Yang never thought that he could avoid being discovered by the Thunder Dragon's huge body. The behemoths in front of him looked extremely terrifying, with red skin, strong muscles, and flowing white hair. Han Yang even wondered if they used rejoice. Who are you? How dare you stand in front of us? Get out of here! These behemoths let out a deafening roar. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the refined iron resources in your hands. I might consider letting you go. Ha ha! These behemoths all started laughing wildly, as if they had heard some huge joke. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? I think this guy is just a moron. Let's get rid of him quickly and don't waste our time. This kid doesn't even ask around. Who in this jungle dares to mess with our behemoth tribe? Han Yang did not answer them, with a faint sneer on his face. He waved his hand, and terrifying arcs of lightning shot out from the dragon scales on the Thunder Dragon's body. These behemoths are all at levels 16 and 17, and there are 11 of them in total. The information provided by Li Ziang is still very reliable. A large number of lightning arcs instantly bombarded these behemoths. Only bursts of screams were heard, and the white hair on the behemoths' heads stood up at the same time. Although they roared very loudly, the lightning did not cause much damage to them. The defensive power of Behemoth is still quite amazing. Brothers, kill them. Each of these behemoths was extremely angry, and they took out weapons from the wooden cart behind them, including maces, axes, swords, shields, and so on. They let out earth-shaking roars and charged towards the Thunder Dragon. Han Yang pupils shrang. What they took out was actually a second-grade weapon. These behemoth beasts actually possess second-grade weapons. This undoubtedly increases their combat effectiveness to a higher level. I didn't think about this before. I was so careless. I don't know if the current Thunder Dragon has the confidence to defeat these behemoths. Chapter 28. Killing the Behemoth. The Thunder Dragon was not at all panicked when facing these behemoths rushing towards him. One after another, lightning struck them madly, causing only some superficial injuries to them. Lei Long was also a little angry, and then he shouted, "Thunder, Death Storm." A powerful storm swept through the area, and sand and rocks began to fly around, with lightning flashing continuously in the strong wind. Then, thick arcs of lightning fell from the sky, instantly covering the 11 behemoths. Under the sweep of the Thunder Death Storm, these behemoths finally let out waves of painful howls. Han Yang couldn't help but click his tongue twice. This skill of Thunder Dragon was much more powerful than before. Its strength is growing at a rapid pace. If you're not careful, it can surprise you. The Dragon Army is really outrageous. This speed of growth and strength is not the first time that has shocked me. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. This behemoth is not like other ordinary ferocious beasts. Its strength is much stronger than other ferocious beasts. However, with the current strength of Thunder Dragon, it is hard to imagine that he can completely suppress these 11 behemoths. The wailing sounds continued, filling the world. By the time the Thunder Dragon's first wave of lightning attacks ended, large wounds appeared on the bodies of these behemoths, and blood continued to flow to the ground. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and some could hardly stand up. The Thunder Dragon was also breathing heavily. The attack on 11 behemoths at the same time had really consumed a lot of its physical strength. Damn it, who the hell are you guys? These behemoths were staring at Han Yang intently. At that moment just now, they were all shocked to the extreme. The behemoths are the best among all beast tribes. When fighting alone against creatures of the same level, they can be said to be invincible. But there were 11 of them, and they were knocked down in an instant by this mysterious creature. They have never experienced anything like this in their lives. What is the origin of this mysterious creature in front of me? And how could it possess such terrifying combat power? I tell you, we're the escort team of the Behemoth tribe. That's right, our Behemoth tribe has many elders above level 20. If you don't want to die, then get out of the way. If you dare to harm us, our Behemoth tribe will never let you go. This area is under the control of our Behemoth clan. We won't tolerate you running wild. Seeing that they were no match for this mysterious creature, the 11 behemoths began to threaten Han Yang one by one. However, Han Yang just smiled lightly and didn't care at all about what these behemoths said. Do you think I was scared? Xiaolong, there's no need to waste time talking to them. Just take care of them right away. Understood, master. The Thunder Dragon roared, and another round of Thunder Dragons poured down like a storm. After a series of heart-wrenching roars, the 11 behemoths fell down one after another, their flesh and blood blurred. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained crystals plus 8,000, energy stones plus 8,000, attribute points plus 10,000, and experience points plus 12,000. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 6 bones and 100 units of 4th-tier beast meat. Congratulations, Lord. You have gained crystals plus 10,000, energy stones plus 10,000, attribute points plus 12,000, and experience points plus 14,000. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 8 bones and 1,000 units of 4th-tier beast meat. The reward reminder sound kept ringing in Han Yang's mind, a total of 11 times. The rewards for a level 16 behemoth are the same as those for a level 18 ordinary beast, and the rewards for a level 17 behemoth are equivalent to those for a level 19 ordinary beast. Judging from this, their combat power is only about 2 levels higher than that of ordinary ferocious beasts. In this battle, he obtained nearly 100,000 crystals and energy stones, 110,000 attribute points, and 130,000 experience points. There were also a lot of various high-level materials and ferocious beast meat, and the harvest was huge. The howling wind gradually subsided, and the whole world returned to peace. The Thunder Dragon kept panting heavily. This battle really tired it out. Xiaolong, well done. Han Yang touched the Thunder Dragon and said happily, "Ha, it really took me a lot of effort to deal with these behemoths." Lei Long also said, "After collecting the spoils, let's go home and have a feast." At this moment, Li Ziang rushed over quickly from the side. "Boss, you are truly unstoppable, majestic, and invincible. You actually defeated so many behemoths so quickly. I really admire you more and more." "Get out," Han Yang said unhappily. Just now this guy had been shivering in the jungle nearby, but now that he saw the battle was over, he started to flatter the enemy very quickly. Han Yang looked at the carts on the road. Each of them was loaded with a large amount of refined iron resources. He took out his space ring and put the fine iron resources into it without hesitation. Each cart was loaded with 10,000 pieces of refined iron. This time he obtained a total of 100,000 pieces of refined iron resources. Li Ziang, standing next to him, was stunned again. This is a space weapon? It's hard to imagine that the big guys actually have space weapons. Han Yang collected all the spoils, leaving only some 4th-level beast meat. "Yes, these things are yours." Li Ziang's expression immediately became ecstatic. This was the meat of a 4th-level ferocious beast. His current troops are only level 6 or 7, and the meat of these 4th-level ferocious beasts will undoubtedly have a huge impact on the improvement of his troops. And the amount of these beast meats is several hundred units. As expected, drinking the soup by myself is enough. "Boss, you are so mighty, boss, you are awesome." The corners of his mouth were almost raised to the sky. "All right, let's get going. We made such a big commotion just now. The Behemoth tribe will definitely send someone to investigate." After parting with Li Ziang, Han Yang and Lei Long immediately returned to their territory. "I have killed so many behemoths. They will definitely not let me go. I must have a way to deal with them." The two of them entered the territory, and the little giant ape had already roasted the ferocious beast meat. I have to say that having a servant at home does improve the quality of life by several levels. The Thunder Dragon plunged into the beast's flesh and began to feast on it. Now the warehouse can no longer hold these 100,000 pieces of refined iron, and we have to consume a wave of resources. But at this moment, a prompt voice sounded in his mind. Novice Lord Han Yang has been listed as a level 1 wanted criminal by the Behemoth tribe. A reward of 500,000 crystals and energy stones is offered. Chapter 29, Crazy Upgrade. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. The Behemoth tribe listed him as a wanted criminal so quickly. I didn't feel any behemoths scouting me. How did they know it was me who did it? It seems that those behemoths are really quite powerful. But he actually offered a reward of 500,000 crystal stones, which shows that he is very wealthy. At this time, the chat panel also exploded. Holy crap, what did Boss Han Yang do? He actually has a bounty of 500,000 crystals and energy stones on his head. 500,000? It would be great if I could get it. The one upstairs, go to sleep, you can dream about anything. Behemoth? I remember it was a high-level ferocious beast, right? How dare Boss Han Yang provoke it? I live near the Behemoth tribe. This tribe is quite powerful. I usually don't even dare to look at it. Yes, my troops once saw a behemoth above level 20. Level 20. Doesn't that mean they can tear me apart in a matter of minutes? I can't believe it. Boss Han Yang actually dared to provoke the Behemoth tribe? Is he tired of living? Since they dare to provoke the behemoth, they must have a way to deal with it. Oh my god, how terrifying is Boss Han Yang's strength? Han Yang had already finished eating the beast's meat and began to consume the resources he had obtained. Now that the Behemoth tribe's bounty has been placed, I must prepare for it. There are now 560,000 crystals and energy stones, 250,000 pieces of wooden stones, and 125,000 pieces of refined iron in the warehouse. Such a resource must be used well. Up to now, the military buildings and warehouses are still being upgraded, but there are only 2 or 3 hours left before the upgrade is completed. He bought 5-time acceleration cards, which upgraded the military buildings and warehouses to level 9. Next, the walls and shops need to be upgraded. Currently, these 2 buildings are only level 7. If they are not upgraded, the Lord's Mansion cannot be upgraded. After consuming 44,000 crystals and energy stones, 100,000 wooden stones, and 10,000 refined iron, these 2 buildings also reached level 8. Now comes the highlight. Upgrade the Lord's Mansion. He ordered. Upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 10 requires 50,000 crystals and energy stones, 250,000 wood and stone, and 20,000 refined iron. It is expected to be completed in 48 hours. Lord, would you like to continue? 48 hours, that's 2 days, it's really long. Moreover, he didn't have enough wood and stone, so he had to go to the store to exchange some. This time, he directly purchased 48-time acceleration cards and exchanged them for 100,000 pieces of wood and stone. After a full 180,000 energy stones and crystals were consumed, the Lord's Mansion was finally promoted to level 10. Congratulations, Lord. Your lordship has been successfully promoted to level 10. Your territory has expanded to 20,000 square meters. You can now build an arrow tower. The territory of 20,000 square meters has doubled in size compared to before. And most importantly, you can also build arrow towers. Offensive buildings, such as arrow towers, are still extremely useful for the subsequent defense of the territory, especially since there are only 2.5 days left before the novice protection period ends. When facing the beast tide, the arrow tower will definitely be able to stand alone. Next, he had to upgrade the equipment refining pavilion. This building was the main source of his wealth. After another 148,000 crystals and energy stones and 20,000 refined irons, the equipment refining pavilion successfully reached level 10. Lord Han Yang. Weapon refining building. Weapon refining pavilion. Add the appropriate materials to refine weapons. Currently, the weapons that can be refined are the 3rd-grade space ring and other 3rd-grade broadswords, long swords, etc. You need approximately 10 units of level 15 beast materials, 1,000 units of refined iron, and 1,000 units of crystals and energy stones. Current level, level 10. Upgrade required, 100,000 crystals, 100,000 energy stones, 500,000 units of wood, 500,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of refined iron. The weapon refining pavilion is now able to refine 3rd-grade weapons, which is a major improvement. It also unlocks a new type of weapon, the 3rd-grade weapon space ring. With this weapon, the hunting activities of the soldiers will save a lot of time. I believe other lords will like it very much. But refining this thing actually requires 1,000 units of refined iron. In the past, the amount of refined iron consumed in refining first and second-grade weapons could be ignored, but it is different now. According to the amount of refined iron consumed, the price of this third-grade weapon must be at least 100,000 crystals and energy stones. Han Yang estimated that few novice lords could afford it, so he had to continue refining second-grade weapons. Now, the speed of refining second-grade weapons in the weapon refining pavilion is much faster than before, and it can refine one in about 40 minutes. He then spent another 150,000 crystals and energy stones to upgrade the military building to level 10. Congratulations, Lord! Your military structure has been successfully promoted to level 10. Lord Han Yang. Military building, Dragon Reincarnation Pond. Building level, level 10. Reincarnation speed. One dragon can be bred every 8 days. Currently, thunder dragons, cloud dragons, and water dragons can be bred. Upgrade required. 100,000 crystals, 100,000 energy stones, 500,000 units of wood, 500,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of refined iron. After the Dragon Clan reincarnation pool was upgraded to level 10, the time for reincarnating soldiers was finally shortened to 8 days. It seems that we still need to speed up the upgrade. Up to now, there are only about 100,000 crystals and energy stones and 55,000 refined iron left in his warehouse. He was not in a hurry to build the arrow tower. After all, he was still in the novice protection period. He just needed to build it before the beast tide came. Han Yang thought about it and decided to upgrade the walls and shops slowly first, and then increase the speed after accumulating some crystals and energy stones. After doing all this, Lei Long had already eaten his fill and was lying on the ground, lazily basking in the sun. It was indeed very tired just now, so it is very necessary for it to have a good rest now. But at this moment, Lei Long suddenly stood up, looking nervous, his eyes fixed on the outside. Xiaolong, what happened? Han Yang asked immediately. Master, I smell a ferocious beast running towards our territory, and it's very fast. Oh, I see. Han Yang was not worried. They were in the novice protection period and would not be in any danger. Lei Long moved his nose vigorously again. Master, I smell it. It's those behemoths we just killed. They are rushing towards us. Chapter 30, Upgrading the Arrow Tower. What? They came here so quickly. Han Yang couldn't help but exclaimed. Less than an hour has passed since the end of the battle, and these behemoths have not only locked onto him, but also found the location of his territory. Such a speed is really jaw-dropping. Han Yang was very curious. How did they lock onto him so quickly? Moreover, someone blocked his door again. This is the third time I've been here in less than 5 days since I arrived in the Eternal Continent. I just hope that these behemoths that came this time can put some pressure on myself. Not long after, a rumbling sound was heard. Han Yang stood at the gate of his territory and looked out. In the distance, dozens of behemoths were rushing towards him. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. The leading behemoth was actually at level 20. In order to deal with me, they even sent out level 20 ferocious beasts. The Thunder Dragon is only level 13 now, which is 7 levels higher, and the behemoth is a high-level ferocious beast. Among the remaining dozens of ferocious beasts, quite a few are level 18 or 19. Lei Long was eager to try, but Han Yang knew that this battle must not be fought now. Although the Thunder Dragon's strength exceeded his expectations time and time again, it had used up almost all of its energy in dealing with the 11 behemoths that morning. As for these dozens of behemoths, the Thunder Dragon is definitely no match for them. He touched Lei Long's chin and said, Xiaolong, calm down. I will give him a big gift later. Lei Long had no choice but to curl his lips. Soon, dozens of behemoths appeared in front of them. Are you Han Yang? The leading level 20 behemoth asked in a cold tone. Yes, what can I do for you? Haha, stop playing dumb. You alien species, how dare you attack our behemoth tribe? The strong prey on the weak. It's just the law of survival in nature. Well said, the strong prey on the weak. Now, do you dare to come out? No one else needs to take action. I can handle the two of you by myself. Han Yang sneered twice. Haha, why should I believe you? Then I want to see how long you can stay in there. I remember that your broken protective shield shouldn't last for more than a few days, right? Although the growth rate of your alien species is surprising to me, for the time being, don't even think about getting out. Han Yang did not answer him, but led the Thunder Dragon back to his territory. Although I'm no match for it now, it will be different later. After all, he still has an important trump card. Build an arrow tower. He muttered to himself. Building the arrow tower requires 10,000 crystals, 10,000 energy stones, 50,000 wood, and 50,000 stones. It is estimated to take 6 hours to complete. Would you like to start building the arrow tower now? Put up. The arrow tower is being upgraded. Han Yang did not hesitate and directly purchased 6-time acceleration cards. The next moment, the prompt sound rang again. The arrow tower has been built successfully. Lord Han Yang. Attack building, arrow tower. Level 1. Currently, 1 arrow can be released every second, causing heavy damage to level 1 or 2 beasts. Han Yang looked at the attribute panel of the arrow tower and nodded. Although the damage of the arrow tower doesn't look very good now, it hasn't been upgraded yet. Currently, he only has more than 80,000 crystals and energy stones left, and he used all these resources to upgrade the arrow tower without hesitation. After the arrow tower rushed all the way to level 8, his more than 80,000 crystals were almost used up. A level 8 arrow tower could inflict massive damage to level 17 or 18 beasts, and it could fire over 100 arrows per second. But this is far from enough. Han Yang opened the trading panel again and listed all the 11 second-grade weapons on the trading panel. These second-grade weapons were seized from the Behemoth this morning. He was originally worried that these second-grade weapons could greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. But the Thunder Dragon directly used the Thunder Death Storm to wipe them out. These second-grade weapons were completely useless. Up to now, second-grade weapons are still in short supply in the market, and there is no worry about finding a market for them. As soon as these weapons were put on the shelves, they were sold out in an instant. There was another round of exclamations on the chat panel. Damn, Boss Han Yang has put 11 more second-grade weapons on the shelves. Oh my god, another 110,000 crystals and energy stones. Boss Han Yang is really making a killing. TSK. Those who are drought-stricken will die of drought, and those who are flood-stricken will die of flood. What level has his weapon refining pavilion reached? He can actually refine weapons so quickly. Who knows? Boss Han Yang has already become wealthy and prosperous thanks to the weapon refining pavilion. His warehouse was filled with 110,000 crystals. After pushing forward all the way, the arrow tower successfully reached level 9. At this time, the arrow tower can already cause a lot of damage to level 19 and 20 beasts. A sneer appeared on Han Yang's lips. He looked outside and saw that group of behemoths were still waiting there foolishly. Hey, while I'm in a good mood today, you'd better leave here quickly, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. He said to these behemoths. Haha, did you hear that? This kid is still talking nonsense here. Isn't this person's brain frightened out of its wits after seeing us? Come on, I want to see how powerful you are. I'll stand still and let you hit me today. Hurry up and kneel down and call me Grandpa. Maybe I can even let you clean the toilets in our behemoth tribe. Ha ha ha. The behemoth outside let out a sneering sound, its tone revealing its disdain for Han Yang. I advise you to come out and surrender quickly, said the leading behemoth. Don't even think about it. We will be here forever. I hope you can stay here forever. Han Yang smiled slightly and then waved his hand. A huge circular building slowly rose up, and above this building, huge crossbows were ready to fire. He touched the Thunder Dragon's chin and said, Xiaolong, keep an eye on that level 20 behemoth and don't let it run away. No problem. Lei Long nodded his head. What is that? It looks like a bow and arrow. Could it fire automatically? Haha, you think you could drive us away with just a few bows and arrows? It's not that easy. Chapter 31. Huge Harvest. These behemoths expressed great disdain for the slowly rising giant tower and made sarcastic remarks one after another. Only the level 20 behemoth couldn't help but frown, as if thinking about something. A smile appeared on Han Yang's face. Next, it was time to hunt. Suddenly, the giant crossbows above the arrow tower fired countless sharp arrows, which flew past like lightning. These behemoths had no time to react at all before sharp arrows appeared in front of them. Then there were screams one after another. The moment the sharp arrows touched the behemoths, their bodies began to fall apart. In just a few breaths, almost all the behemoths were covered in blood. The arrow tower was still spraying a large number of sharp arrows like a storm. Under the rain of arrows, these behemoths could only howl in pain. Some even tried to raise their weapons to block the arrows, but such a dense rain of arrows had no effect at all. When the level 20 behemoth saw the scene in front of it, its heart sank into an ice cave. What on earth is this thing? How could it possibly have such a powerful attack power? Behemoths kept falling beside it, and the blood dyed the ground red, like hell on earth. A large number of sharp arrows poured into its body, leaving horrific wounds on it. It knew that it couldn't wait here any longer, otherwise it would die. It chopped off several sharp arrows in front of it with a sword, abandoned its companions, and prepared to escape. Thunder Dragon. At this time, Han Yang suddenly shouted. The Thunder Dragon did not hesitate at all. Its surroundings were instantly swept by a death storm of thunder. One arc of lightning after another struck the level 20 behemoth. Under the double attack of lightning and rain of arrows, the last behemoth spurted blood and fell to the ground. Congratulations, Lord! You have gained crystals plus 12,000, energy stones plus 12,000, attribute points plus 14,000, and experience points plus 16,000. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 6 bones and 100 units of 4th-tier beast meat. Congratulations, Lord! You have gained crystals plus 14,000, energy stones plus 14,000, attribute points plus 16,000, and experience points plus 18,000. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 8 bones and 1,000 units of 4th-tier beast meat. The sound of prompts kept ringing in Han Yang's mind. There were more than 30 of them. After the Arrow Tower's fierce bombardment, all 32 behemoths died tragically. He also obtained more than 400,000 crystals and energy stones, 480,000 attribute points, and 540,000 experience points. In addition, there are a large amount of ferocious beast materials, 4th-level ferocious beast meat, and a large number of weapons. The rewards he received this time are really generous. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. These behemoths were simply rewards that came right to his doorstep. He led the Thunder Dragon out of the territory and prepared to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, all the behemoths were lying on the ground in a mess, without any breath. Master here, Lei Long shouted loudly. Han Yang walked over and saw a level 20 behemoth lying on the ground, dying. Our tribe will never let you go, it said weakly. Han Yang smiled slightly. Let them come. I haven't killed enough people yet. After he finished speaking, he took off the head of the behemoth with one sword. Congratulations, Lord! You have received crystals plus 14,000, energy stones plus 14,000, attribute points plus 16,000, experience points plus 18,000, and a silver treasure chest. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 8 bones and 10 units of 5th-tier beast meat. Silver treasure chest, and 10 units of 5th-level beast meat. The reward that this behemoth gave to himself was really good. Open the silver treasure chest, he ordered. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully opening a silver treasure chest and obtaining a copy of the Xiaoyao sword technique. It's actually a Xiaoyao sword technique. This reward is quite suitable for me. Han Yang was very satisfied with this reward. Once he could refine a 3rd-grade long sword and combine it with the Xiaoyao sword technique, he would be able to assist Lei Long. Next, he and Lei Long began to clean up the battlefield. It didn't take long before the prompt sounded again. Novice Lord Han Yang has been listed as a level 2 wanted criminal by the Behemoth tribe. A reward of 1 million crystals and energy stones is offered. He couldn't help but frown. He was listed as a 2nd-level wanted criminal. Wasn't it too fast for them to get the news? Only a few minutes had passed since the battle ended. How did the Behemoth tribe know about the situation here? Their intelligence system is indeed quite powerful. When I get the chance in the future, I must find out what their intelligence system is all about. As soon as this announcement came out, all the other novice lords were stunned. Wow, a bounty of 1 million crystals and energy stones. What did Boss Han Yang do? Oh my god, I can't believe this. It's only been less than an hour, and Boss Han Yang's bounty has doubled again. Could it be that Boss Han Yang has killed another batch of behemoths? Isn't this too arrogant? Master Han Yang, are you really not afraid of retaliation from the behemoths above level 20? I live near the Behemoth tribe. Just now, I noticed dozens of behemoths leaving, and there's even a level 20 leader. Don't tell me that Boss Han Yang was the one who killed this behemoth squad. Oh my god, don't tell me he can single-handedly take on a team of high-level ferocious beasts. Han Yang looked at these people's comments, his brows filled with worry. There must be many novice lords in this jungle. If they encounter a thunder dragon one day, their dragon troops are likely to be leaked. By then, it will definitely bring about a lot of trouble and danger. He clenched his fists determined to continue to become stronger. In this eternal continent full of dangers, strength is the only way to succeed. He has completely offended the Behemoth tribe. Judging from the bounty of 1,000,000 crystals and energy stones, it can be seen that they will never let him go. I don't know how powerful the leader of the Behemoth tribe is. If he takes action, I might be in danger. He sighed and decided that he had to get the Thunder Dragon to level 15 as soon as possible. Chapter 32, Ferocious Beast Boss. After gaining the 540,000 experience points just now, the Thunder Dragon also reached level 14. Hanyang opened its properties panel. Thunder Dragon, growth period, level 14. 806,379 experience points are required to advance to the next level, 35, 167/1, 000,000. Skill, Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. Dragon Pressure can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. To advance to level 15, it would require more than 800,000 experience points, which is an extremely large number. The God-level skill Awakening card obtained in the Novice Lord Trial mission can only be used after the troops reach level 15. I wonder how much the Thunder Dragon's combat power will be improved after awakening its God-level skills. The key to all this is to wait until it reaches level 15. Han Yang's level has now reached 13, and he is almost at the next level. If he could master the Xiaoyao sword technique, his combat power would be raised to another level. By the time he and Lei Long finished cleaning up the battlefield, it was already evening. He simply told Lei Long not to go out and just stay in the territory and spend a night. Now that the weapons in the refining pavilion have been refined, it is just the right time to take on another batch. He posted a task to undertake weapons refining on the trading panel and received 22nd grade weapons in just a few seconds. The novice protection period will disappear after a day and a half, and then the beast tide will come. Therefore, the demand for weapons among the novice lords has become even stronger. Perhaps one weapon is enough to save their lives. Hanyang also announced the news of taking over the 3rd grade weapons on the trading panel, and when the space ring appeared, all the lords immediately became excited. Am I seeing things right? Boss Hanyang can actually refine a space ring. TSK. His weapon refining pavilion must be of a very high level. A weapon refining pavilion has brought him such huge economic benefits. If it were me, I would definitely upgrade like crazy. I really envy Boss Hanyang. When the beast tide comes, those ferocious beasts will cry when they see him. Wow, I'm already crying. Hanyang had just posted this message on the trading panel when Xia Mengxue immediately sent a message. Hanyang, are you able to refine a 3rd grade weapon? Yes. Would you like to order one? It only costs 100,000 crystals and energy stones. No cheating. Xia Mengxue over there was a little bit of a toothache. What do you mean it only takes 100,000 crystals? Are you talking like that? She looked at her warehouse, thought about the 100,000 crystals and energy stones, and decisively gave up the idea. If you can make it cheaper, maybe I can order one. She sent another message. Hanyang thought about it and realized that it would take 6 hours for the weapon refining pavilion to refine a 3rd grade weapon. This period of time was enough to refine 10 2nd grade weapons. If it's cheaper, you'll still suffer a loss. Forget it. Come and ask me to refine it when you have money. Xia Mengxue over there immediately pouted and waved her fist vigorously. You're not willing to give me any concessions at all. So stingy. Then she opened the battle power ranking list. First place, Hanyang, 5,318 points. Second place, Xia Mengxue, 2,101 points. Third place, Li Erniu, 1,987 points. Alas, it seems that it is unlikely that I can catch up with him. At this time, Hanyang put the 200,000 crystals and energy stones he had obtained into the warehouse. Now the number of crystals and energy stones in his warehouse has reached 600,000. He was secretly surprised at the speed of accumulating resources. However, he only had 18,000 of his refined iron resources left, and he was back to the days before liberation overnight. He contacted Zhou Mengxue, and this girl collected another 10,000 fine iron resources. Hanyang consumed a lot of 4th-level ferocious beast meat before he could buy it. After all, the market price of ferocious beast meat is constantly depreciating, while fine iron resources are appreciating wildly. If Zhou Huaiming is still willing to continue selling refined iron to me, then I can't take advantage of her anymore. The transactions between the two of them were based on the current market price. Thunder Dragon was eating the ferocious beast meat happily. A new item had been added to today's menu, which was the 5th level ferocious beast meat. The meat of this ferocious beast has a better texture and is very delicious, but unfortunately there are only 10 units. Just as they were eating the meat of the ferocious beast, the Thunder Dragon raised its head again. What's wrong, Xiaolong? Hanyang Asket? It's those giant apes coming. Oh, they are here to deliver fine iron. He walked out of the room and saw some giant apes pulling a cart towards him. As soon as the giant ape leader saw Han Yang, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Oh, Lord Han Yang, you came to greet us in person. That's so thoughtful of you. It said with a smile. Aha, Han Yang sneered. Who came out to greet you? I just want to come out and take a look. Master Han Yang, you are truly brave. The story of you single-handedly fighting the behemoth has spread throughout our jungle. Wait a minute. Han Yang became suspicious. Can you beast tribes still communicate with each other? That's for sure. There is still communication between the larger ferocious beast tribes. Does the behemoth tribe have any secret sentries? Indeed, several tribes have submitted to the behemoth tribe. Han Yang nodded, finally understanding. The behemoth tribe's information transmission must rely on these subjugated beast tribes. Okay, put the refined iron here and just put it at the door from now on. No problem. He returned to his territory. It seemed that the behemoth tribe was well informed, so he had to be more careful in the future. Soon, it was dawn of the 6th day. What surprised Han Yang was that nothing happened that night, and the behemoths did not come to harass him. Could it be that they had given up? They had offered him a whopping reward of 1 million crystals and energy stones, so things couldn't be that simple. At this moment, the prompt sound in his mind rang again. Reporting to all lords, the ferocious beast boss locations around your territories have been refreshed. Hunting bosses will receive a large reward, and the chance of treasure chests dropping has increased significantly. Ferocious beast boss? Han Yang frowned and decided to take Lei Long to check it out later. The most important thing right now is to sign in. Chapter 33, Behemoth Leader. System, sign in now. Han Yang said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained crystal plus 100,000, energy stone plus 100,000, wood plus 500,000, stone plus 500,000, and refined iron plus 50,000. With another large amount of resources at hand, Han Yang felt that he could now upgrade his buildings. The walls and shops are being upgraded to level 9, and the upgrade will be completed in about 10 hours. He spent 20,000 crystals in the store to upgrade these 2 buildings to level 9. The warehouse has a lot more storage space, and a new item has appeared in the store. Soldier Reincarnation Acceleration Card. This card can reduce the time required for the Lord's Soldier Reincarnation by 1 hour. The price is 5,000 crystals and energy stones. Han Yang nodded. If he could buy a Troop Reincarnation Acceleration Card, then there would be no problem reincarnating the second dragon before the beast tide arrived. Next, it's time to upgrade the Lord's Mansion. Upgrade the Lord's Mansion. He ordered. Upgrading the Lord's Mansion to level 11 requires 100,000 crystals and energy stones, 500,000 wood and stone, and 50,000 refined iron. It is estimated to be completed in 72 hours. Lord, would you like to continue? Tip. The next time the Lord's Mansion is upgraded, your territory will be upgraded to a town. Continue. The Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. In addition, he also spent 50,000 crystals and energy stones, 250,000 wood and stones, and 20,000 fine iron to upgrade the Arrow Tower. Each territory can have 2 buildings being upgraded or constructed at the same time, so this precious time must be used wisely. After Lei Long had eaten and drunk his fill, it was time for them to set off. The ferocious beast boss points have been refreshed. Hunting these bosses can get a lot of rewards, and Han Yang will not miss it. Since those behemoths are not causing any more trouble for me, I must continue to become stronger. A man and a dragon walked on the jungle road, and Han Yang opened his chat panel again. He planned to first get some information about these ferocious beast bosses from other people so that he could make some preparations in advance. At this moment, the chat panel is extremely lively. Brothers, the ferocious beast boss has been refreshed. Is there anyone who can check on the situation? Still going to understand the situation? I think you're just going to die. This ferocious beast boss is for big guys like Han Yang to play with. I just went there and 3 of my soldiers died. Woo! Someone actually went to die. Don't they have any idea of their own strength? Those beast bosses are truly powerful. The lowest one is a mid-level beast, and they're all above level 15. My troops have super strong reconnaissance capabilities, and I have already figured out the situation. Among those ferocious beast bosses, there are superclass ferocious beasts. This is a super-level beast. It's even higher level than a high-level beast. This really is a game prepared for big guys. Do you think Big Boss Han Yang will go hunt down the ferocious beast boss? You're such an idiot for asking that question. This is a sure thing, isn't it? I don't know what level of ferocious beast boss Han Yang can hunt down. I'm really looking forward to it. Han Yang looked for a long time, but didn't find any useful information. He only knew about a superclass ferocious beast. These people are really unreliable. It seems that I have to experience it myself. He complained in his mind and opened the map of this area again. The locations of various ferocious beast bosses are shown above, marked with various colors. Each ferocious beast boss point is divided into 3 colors: blue, yellow, and red, among which blue is the majority, yellow is medium, and there is only one red. This red that is also marked with the 4 big words extremely dangerous. Han Yang frowned and decided to go to the blue beast boss point first to test the strength of these beast bosses. But he was still a little worried, so he contacted Li Xiang again. Li Xiang, what are you doing now? It's okay. Yesterday, some behemoths surrounded my territory and scared me to death. Then they left for some reason. I guess it must have been your intimidating power, boss. You're mighty and awesome. Okay, I have something to leave to you now. Boss, please give me your orders. Help me keep an eye on the behemoth tribe. If anything happens to them, notify me immediately. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. Li Xiang's military unit is the Goshawk, which gives him a unique advantage in reconnaissance. Okay, this matter has been taken care of. You don't have to worry about the beast tide tomorrow. Huh? What do you mean, boss? What do you mean? Li Xiang over there suddenly widened his eyes, and his whole body was trembling. That's what I mean. I will help you get through your beast tide. Really, boss? Li Xiang jumped up excitedly. Boss, you're truly righteous, handsome, suave, and dignified. I will always respect you. Shouting at the top of my lungs. Okay, I have things to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. Li Xiang over there let out a long sigh, then collapsed to the ground. His eyes were already filled with tears. Han Yang closed the chat panel, found the nearest blue beast boss point, and then rushed over as fast as he could. Behemoth tribe. A team of luxurious carriages galloped over from afar and drove into this huge tribe. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. Our leader is back. I saw an extremely huge behemoth beast walking down from the carriage. What on earth is going on? How could Elder Miju suddenly die? Its voice roared like thunder, and everyone else present was silent, not daring to make a sound. Chief, we've investigated thoroughly. It was that alien human, Han Yang, who did this. Elder Miju died under that building, which he built to fire multiple arrows. Human building, arrow tower, said the leader gloomily. We have offered a reward of 1 million crystals and energy stones for the capture of this person. Now that I'm back, he can't get away with it. Now is the most critical time for us to join the Blazing Alliance. If another elder dies, we'll be doomed. I'm asking you all to stay in the tribe to prevent any more accidents. The leader is wise, the other behemoths said one after another. Notify all the ferocious beast tribes that have submitted to us and have them keep a close eye on Han Yang. This time, I'm going to tear his tendons and skin him alive. Yes. Chapter 34. The last 100,000 experience points. Han Yang and Lei Long advanced quickly through the jungle. Xiaolong, the ferocious beast boss, is ahead. You have to be careful, he said. Don't worry, master. Most ferocious beasts are no match for me. Lei Long answered confidently. Soon, they arrived at the location of the ferocious beast boss. A huge tiger was staring at them with a fierce look. Divine Tiger, a level 15 mid-level ferocious beast boss with powerful attack and bite power, and also has powerful boss attribute bonuses. Tip: this beast is a boss beast with a 50% bonus to attack power, defense power, and speed. Hanyang Nodet. It turned out that this was the difference between a ferocious beast boss and an ordinary ferocious beast. It just had the bonus of a boss's attributes. If it is a level 15 intermediate ferocious beast, the Thunder Dragon will have no problem dealing with it. Watching the man and the dragon getting closer and closer, the powerful tiger could no longer hold back and let out a low roar at them. The Thunder Dragon rushed forward excitedly, with thick arcs of lightning scattering from behind it. The powerful tiger's claws kept rubbing against the ground, and then it pounced towards the thunder dragon swiftly. But at this time, thick arcs of lightning had already shot in front of it. Then there was a heart-wrenching howl, and the powerful tiger fell directly to the ground. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing a ferocious boss, the Divine Tiger, and gaining plus 50,000 experience points and a silver treasure chest. The reward of 50,000 experience points is quite what Han Yang wants. And now a silver treasure chest has been opened. The probability of this ferocious beast boss dropping a treasure chest is indeed not low. I don't know what kind of rewards can be found in this silver treasure chest. If this continues, the Thunder Dragon will be able to advance to level 15 by killing a dozen or so ferocious beast bosses. At this time, another prompt sound rang. Congratulations to the new Lord Han Yang, the first to successfully kill a blue beast boss and receive the rewards of crystal plus 1,000 and energy stone plus 1,000. Just like before, the rewards for this notification are 1,000 crystals and energy stones. He no longer cares about this little reward. Fuck, Boss Han Yang is so quick. He took down a ferocious beast boss in just this way. I wonder what kind of rewards will come out, but there will definitely be a lot of experience points. Of course, this is a ferocious beast boss. I wonder if Boss Han Yang will continue to challenge even more difficult beast bosses next. Of course, for Boss Han Yang, such a ferocious beast boss is like drinking cold water. Han Yang didn't pay attention to the discussion on the chat panel and continued moving forward. This time, his target is the yellow beast boss point. Since the blue beast boss points can get 50,000 experience points, then the yellow beast boss points will definitely be more. He rode on the Thunder Dragon and flew towards the nearest yellow beast boss point. Not long after, they arrived at this boss point. Before he could get a clear look at the ferocious beast here, he heard a deafening roar. It was like a shock wave, and he felt a buzzing in his ears. It seems that this ferocious beast has a very violent temper. The Thunder Dragon approached slowly, and soon they could clearly see the ferocious beast in front of them. This is actually a lion of huge size, but its whole body is golden in color, and most parts of its body are burning with flames. Red Flame Golden Lion, a level 19 high-level beast with powerful attack power. Its body is burning with flames, capable of withstanding numerous attacks. Tip: this beast is a boss beast with a 50% bonus to attack power, defense power, and speed. Roar! The Red Flame Golden Lion roared again as it saw them. A high-level ferocious beast of level 19 is equivalent to an ordinary ferocious beast of level 22. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for the current Thunder Dragon to deal with it. Xiaolong, kill it, Han Yang ordered immediately. Don't worry, Master. Leave it to me. The Thunder Dragon roared, and the lightning arc on its back crackled. The Red Flame Golden Lion also knew that the visitor had ill intentions, and the flames burning on its body became even more vigorous. Suddenly, a large number of lightning arcs shot forward. Pillars of fire also spurted out from the body of the Red Flame Golden Lion, interweaving with the arcs of lightning. Suddenly, the area was filled with lightning, thunder, and flames shooting into the sky. The Red Flame Golden Lion was still standing in the same place. The lightning just now did not cause any injuries to it. Thunder Dragon snorted coldly. Thunder, death storm. Strong winds began to blow around, and a huge storm enveloped the area. Afterwards, all kinds of overwhelming thunder and lightning bombarded the Red Flame Golden Lion. This bombardment lasted for several minutes before gradually stopping. The Red Flame Golden Lion was now covered in blood and fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The Thunder Dragon was breathing heavily, and its physical strength was greatly consumed. This level 19 high-level beast is quite durable. I didn't expect it to take so long. Han Yang muttered to himself. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing a ferocious beast boss, the Red Flame Golden Lion, and gaining plus 100,000 experience points. Another 100,000 experience points were gained. If things continue like this, Thunder Dragon will soon be able to be promoted to level 15. Congratulations to the new Lord Han Yang, the first to successfully kill a yellow beast boss and receive a reward of plus 1,000 crystals and plus 1,000 energy stones. This piece of news once again made many other novice lords gasp in shock. Boss Han Yang's actions are so swift. He deserves to be called the fastest man. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is a yellow beast boss point, and it's a high-level beast. Boss Han Yang even dared to provoke a high-level behemoth tribe. Is there anything he can't do? That's true. Boss Han Yang is not the same kind of person as us. I don't know when I can catch up with Boss Han Yang. Don't worry, there will be no chance in this life. Han Yang led Lei Long to continue moving forward, and they killed many ferocious beast bosses along the way. And the experience value of Thunder Dragon is also increasing at an incredible speed. When they set out from the territory, Han Yang deliberately put a lot of ferocious beast meat into the space ring. In this way, the Thunder Dragon can replenish its strength at any time. We only need the final 100,000 experience points to reach level 15 for the Thunder Dragon. By then, we can use that God-level skill Awakening card. He nodded with satisfaction. Everything went very smoothly. But at this moment, someone suddenly sent him a message. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Li Ziyang. The content inside made him frown. Chapter 35, God-level skill, world-destroying thunder. The Behemoth tribe has dispatched a large number of troops, charging straight in your direction, and I suspect their leader is very likely among them. The message sent by Li Ziyang was simple and clear, explaining all the situations. Han Yang's expression was a little ugly. Now the Thunder Dragon still needed 100,000 experience points to reach level 15, and one more yellow beast boss point. Next, we have to race against time. Please keep an eye on the movements of those behemoths for me and report their locations. He sent a message to Li Ziyang. Don't worry, I will report on time. Han Yang patted the Thunder Dragon's chin and said, Let's go, Xiaolong. Those behemoths will be here soon. We must hurry up. Yes, master. The speed of the man and the dragons soared to the extreme, heading towards the depths of the jungle. In the jungle, a group of behemoths were advancing in an orderly manner. The leading behemoth had an extremely powerful aura. A small sparrow flew over quickly and landed on the shoulder of the behemoth. What's the situation? Its voice was very gloomy. The sparrow whispered something in its ear. Han Yang is still in the jungle and hasn't returned to the territory. This makes it much easier to kill him. His speed suddenly increased a lot. Like he noticed us? It couldn't help but wonder what this human was up to. After discovering that it had a large army, shouldn't it have fled to its own territory? Could it be that he really wasn't afraid of death? This behemoth couldn't understand. We can't care less about that. He's just a mere human. How can he possibly cause such a commotion? This time, almost all the elite troops of our behemoth tribe have been dispatched. Could it be that they're still afraid of him? Once we get rid of this human, we'll have a chance to join the Blazing Alliance. Brothers, keep moving forward. With its loud roar, the group of behemoths continued to advance in a mighty manner. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and in front of Han Yang and Lei Long, a strong red-haired horse was staring at them with an unfriendly look. Sweat-blooded divine horse, a level 19 mid-level ferocious beast. It has an extremely high movement speed and can appear and disappear without a trace, making it a real headache for everyone. Han Yang has arrived at a yellow ferocious beast boss point, and this blood-sweating divine horse is the ferocious beast here. Xiaolong, get rid of it quickly. Those behemoths are coming soon. He said to the Thunder Dragon next to him. Don't worry, master. It's easy to solve. The Thunder Dragon roared, and arcs of lightning began to emerge from its back. Hot air was constantly spewing out of the nostrils of the Fergana divine horse, and its hooves were constantly rubbing against the ground. White flashes flashed across the sky, and many thick arcs of lightning bombarded the Fergana divine horse. But the next moment, Han Yang only felt countless red afterimages appearing in front of him, and the lightning bombardments actually missed. The speed of this Fergana horse could actually surpass lightning. It was simply incredible. Lei Long was a little angry when he saw that his attack missed. Thunder Death Storm. With a loud shout, a powerful storm instantly swept through the jungle. Countless arcs of lightning bombarded the place madly, turning the place upside down. The speed of the Fergana horse soared to the extreme, and it started to pull with the Thunder Dragon. Li Ziyang, what's the situation now? Boss, they're heading your way. I've already investigated everything. Their leader is level 22, and there are a large number of other behemoths following them. Yeah, I get it. Well done, Li Ziyang. Boss, you'd better run. They're just too powerful. As long as there's life, there's hope. The novice protection period ends tomorrow. How can I stay here? Today I must fight them to the death and get out. But boss, don't say any more. There's no way to escape this battle today. Otherwise, you'll be dead tomorrow. Don't worry, I definitely have a plan. After finishing the chat with Li Xiang, Han Yang re-examined the battle in front of him. Under the continuous bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, the Blood Horse began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. Gradually, wounds began to appear on the body of the sweat-blooded horse, and its physical strength was severely depleted. With the last intensive bombardment of the Thunder Dragon, the blood-sweating divine horse spurted blood from its mouth and slowly fell down. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Fergana horse and completing this ferocious beast boss point. Reward: experience points plus 100,000, a silver treasure chest. After the prompt sounded, Lei Long also let out a roar. Han Yang knew that this was Thunder Dragon's breakthrough again, reaching level 15. He opened the Thunder Dragon's attribute panel. Thunder Dragon, growth period. Level 15. 13356/20000000. Skill: Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. Dragon Pressure can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. The Thunder Dragon has finally reached level 15, and the God-level skill Awakening card can be used. Use that God-level skill Awakening card on the Thunder Dragon, he ordered immediately. Congratulations, Lord. Your Thunder Dragon has successfully awakened its God-level skill, World-Destroying Thunder. World-Destroying Thunder, a God-level skill that gathers all the power of thunder and lightning to deliver a world-destroying blow to the opponent. Tip: using this skill will consume a large amount of your soldier's physical strength, and you will not be able to use it a second time within a short period of time. Hanyang Fronet. The introduction of this God-level skill was very simple, and he didn't know its specific power. Those behemoths are getting closer and closer, and I will experiment on them later. I hope this God-level skill won't let me down, otherwise the situation will be a bit difficult. Li Xiang sent another message, saying that the behemoths were not far away from them. This battle is really crucial. Not long after, Han Yang could feel the ground shaking slightly. A rumbling sound was heard, and a large group of densely packed, terrifying figures were rushing towards here rapidly. Human Han Yang, die quickly. Chapter 36. The Shocked Behemoth Leader. A deafening roar was heard, echoing between heaven and earth. A large group of behemoths approached quickly and surrounded Han Yang. The behemoth in the lead was extremely tall, almost as tall as the surrounding trees. The aura emanating from it was extremely terrifying. Its level had already reached level 22. Han Yang's face was a little gloomy. If he couldn't win this battle, his situation would be very dangerous. Xiaolong, are you confident? He touched Lei Long's chin and said, "Don't worry, master. We will make sure they never come back." Lei Long said confidently, "Did you see that behemoth at the head? We'll take care of it first." Han Yang's idea was very simple. To capture the thief, he must first capture the leader. Once this behemoth is dealt with, the other behemoths will surely be defeated without a fight. Lei Long nodded his head. Soon, the leader of the behemoth came in front of them. Human Han Yang, you are so brave. Not only did you hijack the convoy of our behemoth tribe, but you also dared to kill our elders. The leading behemoth said, gritting his teeth. Han Yang smiled slightly. The strong prey on the weak. This is the basic law of nature. Ha ha ha. What a law of the jungle. If we kill you now, isn't that also the law of nature? It's indeed the law of nature, but it's still uncertain who the real prey is. You're so arrogant. I'm going to give it a try. The behemoth leader roared, and his huge body rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The Thunder Dragon also let out a light roar, and a large number of lightning arcs emerged from the dragon scales behind it, sweeping towards the behemoth. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and arcs of lightning continued to bombard the body of the behemoth leader. A large pit was trampled into the ground beneath its feet, and a large number of cracks spread out in all directions. When the thunder and lightning bombardment ended, its figure reappeared in everyone's sight. The behemoth's face was very calm, and there was not a single wound on its body. "Haha, are you tickling me?" A sneer appeared at the corner of its mouth. There was also a burst of ridicule from the behemoths around. "Haha, our leader was bitten by a mosquito. You think too highly of them. A mosquito bite would leave a bruise, but this one didn't even lose a hair. Oh, what a shame. Human meat is so damn disgusting. I just wonder if the meat of the monster next to him is any good. In that case, we can just tear his head off and use it as a chamber pot." "Good idea." It's an honor for this kid to have his head as our chamber pot. Ah! Various mocking voices continued to come, and these behemoths believed that victory in this battle was a foregone conclusion. The leader of the behemoths did not stop the mocking voices. After all, this was a battle that must be won. Han Yang turned a deaf ear to these voices and kept stroking the thunder dragon's body with his hands to soothe its emotions. Xiaolong, this behemoth is extremely powerful. You must be careful when dealing with it. Don't worry, master. I will make it stop laughing in a moment. Thunder Death Storm. Thunder Dragon roared. The wind started to blow hard around, rustling the leaves. Haha, are you already going berserk with impotence? I want to see what you're capable of. The behemoth leader stood there unmoved and actually tried to withstand the attack of the Thunder Dragon. A huge storm swept through the jungle in an instant, with a large number of lightning arcs flashing continuously. It clenched its fists, and the large muscles on its body were outlined. Its skin actually began to turn black gradually. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a coal ball. Han Yang suddenly widened his eyes. Skill. I didn't expect that this behemoth beast actually awakened its own skills. This makes the situation even worse. Countless bolts of lightning struck down intensively, and the deafening sound suddenly resounded throughout the world. The enormous force caused the ground to sink continuously, and the cracks around it were spreading rapidly. This time the lightning bombardment lasted for several minutes, and the Thunder Dragon finally stopped panting. The huge storm gradually subsided, and the whole world returned to peace. The behemoth leader was even darker at this time. Then its body gradually returned to normal, without a single wound on its body. It stretched its muscles vigorously, making a crackling sound. The warm-up is over. Should we get into the main event now? Haha, the leader is finally getting into the main event. I wonder if this human's small body can handle it. Who can withstand our leader's diamond power? He will definitely make this kid suffer a fate worse than death. Please finish it quickly. I want to go back to the feast. Haha, they actually mobilized so many of us. How boring. Amidst the numerous sarcastic remarks from the surrounding behemoths, the behemoth leader also moved. After images kept appearing on the ground, moving in extremely fast speed. Lei Long, be careful. Han Yang showed that. Lei Long's body flew into the air, brushing past the fist and barely dodging it. That's a good reaction, but do you think I can't do anything to you just because you fly into the sky? The behemoth turned its head and stared at Han Yang. Han Yang is nerfest then set up instantly. This behemoth could crush him to death in a matter of minutes. If you dare to harm the master, you will definitely die today. Lei Long roared. Haha, you're about to die, yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly? The Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, and a large number of lightning arcs began to emerge from his body. At the same time, there were actually a large number of lightning arcs swirling and crisscrossing in the sky. Han Yang knew that Lei Long was about to use that divine skill. The leader of the behemoths couldn't help but look up, his expression a little dull. The other behemoths also stared at all this in a daze, unable to believe their eyes. A second skill? How is this possible? The behemoth's expression was as if it had seen a ghost. Its strength isn't even as good as mine. How could it awaken a second skill? It really couldn't figure it out, but there was no time for it to think about it now. Above the sky, a large number of lightning arcs swirled wildly, instantly filling the sky. The radius covered by these lightning bolts is several thousand meters. Chapter 37. Breaking the Novice Lord Record. The wind was howling continuously, and thunder and lightning covered the jungle, making people terrified. At this moment, the behemoths were unable to laugh. They stared at the thunder and lightning covering the sky. All of them were stunned. The area covered by this lightning is really too wide. The behemoth leader's face also turned pale. He couldn't believe that the strange creature in front of him could burst out with such powerful power. Through the battle just now, it knew this strange creature very well. Its strength is definitely not comparable to mine, and its attack just now had no effect on me. However, what it didn't expect was why this strange creature had two skills. This is totally against common sense. My own strength is stronger than its, but I haven't even awakened my second skill. So how can this strange creature do that? And what makes it most oppressed is that the power of this second skill is too strong. This is not an ordinary skill at all. How on earth does it do this? The leader of the behemoths couldn't help but swallow his saliva. So many behemoths were staring at him, and he had been locked in place, so there was no possibility of retreating. In the current situation, we can only fight. Damn it. I think you're just bluffing. I don't believe it. It roared wildly, and its body turned dark again. The behemoths around gradually retreated, as they all felt the danger coming. Go to hell, world-destroying thunder. With a loud roar from the thunder dragon, all the thunder and lightning in the sky gathered together. Then, a thick pillar of lightning fell from the sky. The world was instantly shrouded in intense light, as if a scorching sun had fallen from the sky. A huge gust of wind rushed up into the sky, and the vast forest was razed to the ground in an instant. Han Yang ran into the forest for a long time before he was not affected by the gust of wind. The scene in front of him really scared him. He had not expected such a powerful attack. God-level skills are really terrifying. Even though the Thunder Dragon is only level 15, not many beasts can withstand such a powerful attack. The huge beam of light slowly disappeared, and the dazzling light also disappeared with it. Han Yang ran over very quickly. He wanted to know what the final result would be. The Thunder Dragon still stands tall in the sky, so majestic and domineering. The Behemoth leader had already fallen in a pool of blood, and his life or death was unknown. If you want to die, come quickly. The Thunder Dragon's voice roared like thunder, exploding in the forest. The other behemoths couldn't help but tremble and showed expressions of fear. Our leader actually lost. Oh my God, how could this happen? Our leader is level 22. Afterwards, these behemoths began to flee in a panic like a flood. In the blink of an eye, the figures of those behemoths disappeared completely. Han Yang slowly walked up to the behemoth leader to check its condition. The Thunder Dragon also fell from the sky, gasping for breath. After unleashing this world-destroying thunder, its physical strength was almost exhausted. Are you okay? Han Yang asked quickly. Don't worry, Master, I'm fine. Just a little tired. Lei Long replied. Okay, let's go back to the territory and rest later. He came to the side of the behemoth leader. It was seriously injured, with wounds all over its body. It seemed that it could not even open its mouth to speak. You didn't expect it, Han Yang said to it. Actually, I didn't expect it either. Everything is so unexpected. The behemoth widened its eyes and moved its lips, but no words came out. Han Yang drew out his sword, ready to deal the final blow to the behemoth. At this time, Lei Long spoke. If your men don't leave, I will definitely not be able to resist them in my current state. Its eyes were as big as eggs, and its whole body was shaking. But the sword in Han Yang's hand had already fallen, and a head rolled to the side. Congratulations to the Lord for obtaining crystals plus 20,000, energy stones plus 20,000, attribute points plus 30,000, and experience points plus 32,000. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed, yielding 10 bones and 1,000 units of 5th-tier beast meat. He put the spoils into the space ring and was about to leave, but another reminder sounded. Congratulations to Lord Han Yang for killing a level 22 high-level behemoth, breaking all previous records for novice lords. Reward him with plus 100,000 crystals and plus 100,000 energy stones. He didn't expect that there would be such a reward. It was really unexpected for him. What's more, the reward is quite generous, and I made a lot of money for free. When this news was released, the other novice lords could no longer remain calm. What does this mean? Breaking all the records for novice lords? Could it be that you're saying that Boss Han Yang has surpassed all the novice lords before him? This is too abnormal. The Eternal Continent has been open for so many years, and he is actually the first novice lord. Killed a level 22 high-level behemoth? It's only been less than 6 days. How on earth did he do it? It's come to this in just 6 days? I can't even imagine it. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? No, I feel like I'm going crazy. This is so outrageous. What kind of troops does Boss Han Yang have? I want to work like a slave for him. Alas, my troops are having a hard time dealing with level 10 beasts. I simply can't compete. After cleaning up the battlefield, Han Yang led the Thunder Dragon back to the territory. At this time, Li Ziang sent him another message. Boss is mighty. Boss is awesome. Boss is the most handsome in the universe. Boss is invincible. Stop flattering me. You still have to keep an eye on the Behemoth tribe. We can't let such a big piece of fat meat get away. Don't worry, boss. Your words are my unwavering command until my death. I will endure any hardship. Han Yang and Lei Long returned to their territory. The little giant ape had already prepared the ferocious beast meat for them. Lei Long didn't hesitate and sat on the ground and started to eat voraciously. There's still a little more than a day left before the end of the Novice protection period, and he still has two things to do. One is to clear out all the Beast Boss points, including the most dangerous Red Beast Boss. The other is to destroy the Behemoth tribe and plunder their resources, especially the fine iron resources. Chapter 38, Nine-Tailed White Fox. The Behemoth tribe also has a large amount of fine iron resources in its hands, which is something he urgently needs. It will be best to make the Behemoth tribe surrender so that they can continue to provide themselves with fine iron resources. He had originally planned to wait until the beast tide arrived before destroying the Behemoth tribe, but now it seems that this time can be advanced. Now he has to continue to strengthen his strength. After all, the previous notice has pushed him to the forefront. Even now, people on the panel are still discussing how he has surpassed all the Novice Lords, and everyone is flattering him loudly. So many Novice Lords know about this matter. Once the Novice protection period ends, it is inevitable that someone will leak it out. At that time, I'm afraid there will be countless troubles coming. I don't know whether the announcement just now is a good thing or a bad thing. The Thunder Dragon was still devouring the ferocious beast's flesh in big mouthfuls, enjoying it very much. Han Yang ordered the little giant ape to roast all the 5th-level ferocious beast meat that he had just obtained. The Thunder Dragon had consumed a lot of physical strength and needed to be replenished. Now, this is like a bottomless pit. There is not much time left for me, so I must seize every minute and every second. After the Thunder Dragon has eaten and drunk enough, we have to act quickly. In front of Xiaomengshu lay a large number of ferocious beast corpses. But at this moment, she just couldn't be happy. How on earth did Han Yang manage to create a level 22 high-level behemoth? She took a deep breath. She worked so hard to hunt the ferocious beast just to catch up with him. But I didn't expect that now I can't even see his taillights. Such a gap made her feel deeply powerless. No matter how hard she tried, Han Yang was an insurmountable obstacle in front of her. Damn it, I have to find out what kind of troops this Han Yang has. He surpassed the records of all the Novice Lords. How could he be so perverted? Han Yang's military branch seemed to have become a knot in her heart. In the jungle, a man and a dragon were moving at high speed. It was Han Yang and Lei Long who had just finished their rest. After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them went back into the jungle. There are still many ferocious beast boss points marked on the map, enough for them to hunt for a long time. However, if the Thunder Dragon wants to be promoted to level 16, it needs 2 million experience points, which is not a small number. Even with so many ferocious beast boss points, I'm afraid it can't support it to level 16. There's also the final red beast boss point, and I don't know what kind of reward it will give. The two of them pounced on one ferocious beast boss point after another, clearing them out at an extremely fast speed. With the current strength of the Thunder Dragon, even those yellow beasts cannot stop it for long. As the Thunder Dragon swept along, its experience points were rising rapidly. However, there is still a long way to go before reaching level 16. Soon it was noon. Xiaolong, let's go back and rest for a while, then we'll go and deal with that red beast boss in the afternoon. Lei Long nodded. Now that the blue and yellow beast boss points on the periphery have been almost cleared, it is time to take action against the final boss. There is still 1 day left before the end of the Novice protection period, and 1 day later, the beast tide will come. At this time, everyone's uneasiness became even stronger. There's only 1 day left before the beast tide arrives. I feel like tomorrow next year will be the day of my death. Brother, you can remove the word feeling. The guy above, you're really too mean. Can't you at least give people a little hope? Brothers, if you can return a blue star in the future, please help me tell my parents that I am unfilial and have not been able to make a name for myself. Why do I suddenly feel like crying? I can't survive tomorrow's beast tide. You don't have to be too pessimistic. What if there's a miracle tomorrow? What the hell is this a miracle? My army is a bucktooth rabbit, and I can't even defeat a level 4 or 5 beast. If I can survive a beast tide like this, I'll stand on my head and eat shit. Sympathize with the boss above for a second. Hey, if I become Han Yang's younger brother, will he come to save me? What the hell are you thinking? Will they be interested in a little brother like you? Besides, you two might be a million miles away from each other. You're being naive. Boss Han Yang, I can wash your feet and warm your bed, or even be your personal maid. Han Yang led the Thunder Dragon back to his territory and began to replenish his strength. He only glanced at the contents on the chat panel and could only sigh helplessly. This happens every year, and countless novice lords die in the beast tide. But he is not a savior and has no way to deal with this situation. He could only pray silently for these people in his heart. After lunch, Han Yang and Lei Long embarked on the final day's journey. They headed deep into the jungle, heading straight for the Red Beast boss point. At the same time, he also sent a message to Li Ziyang. Li Ziyang, please help me keep an eye on the other novice lords nearby. Li Ziyang on the other side quickly replied, No problem, boss. There should be many of his classmates in this jungle. After all, they all entered the Eternal Continent together, so they should all be together. He naturally had his own purpose in looking for these classmates. He had always kept Liu Yu in mind. As Han Yang and Lei Long continued to advance, they soon approached the Red Beast boss point. The ferocious beasts here are said to be superclass ferocious beasts, which are more powerful than high-class ferocious beasts. But he didn't take it to heart, because the Thunder Dragon was a god-level beast and possessed god-level skills. How could this superclass ferocious beast be comparable to it? Soon, a huge white-haired fox appeared in front of them. It is much larger than an ordinary fox, with pure white feathers. The most eye-catching thing is that it has 9 tails on its back. In front of him, an information panel appeared. 9-tailed white fox, a superclass beast, level 22, possesses a powerful charm that can dramatically reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness. It also possesses extremely powerful healing abilities. Chapter 39, 500,000 experience points. A level 22 superclass beast, even more powerful than the previous Behemoth leader. This was another tough battle, but Han Yang was not worried about Lei Long at all. Judging from the power generated by the divine level skills, there will be no problem in dealing with this super-level ferocious beast. The 9-tailed white fox bared its sharp teeth and made a low snoring sound at them, warning them not to move forward. But Han Yang and Lei Long acted as if they didn't hear it and walked straight to it. Who are you? Get out of my sight right now, or I'll be rude to you, the 9-tailed white fox said vigilantly. The 9-tailed white fox is really a rare species. No wonder it is a superclass, ferocious beast. Han Yang said, If you're here to hunt me, you've got the wrong target. No, it's who we're looking for. As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, a large number of lightning arcs shot out from the back of the Thunder Dragon and enveloped the 9-tailed white fox. I don't know what's good for me. The 9-tailed white fox roared, and Han Yang suddenly felt dizzy. His eyes went dark, and he couldn't see anything in front of him. He immediately realized that this must be the 9-tailed white fox's charm. This kind of charm is really powerful. It is equivalent to making oneself lose combat effectiveness for a short period of time. When he opened his eyes again, the Thunder Dragon and the 9-tailed white fox were still in a stalemate. Next to the 9-tailed white fox, large shard pits appeared one after another, which should have been caused by lightning arcs. It just stood there without moving at all, and there was no wound on its body. Xiaolong, what's going on? Just now, it suddenly used its charm, and I accidentally failed to control these lightning arcs, and as a result, they all deviated from their original direction. Lei Long answered honestly. Han Yang noted, this seductive method was indeed annoying. But looking at Lei Long's situation, he is much better than mine. This means of charm should have different degrees of influence, depending on the strength of the person. Don't worry, master. This won't happen again, because the 2 skills I have left are range and lock-on skills, so its charm won't work. Indeed, a thunder death storm and a world-destroying thunder are enough to solve it. Thunder Dragon roared to the sky. Thunder Death Storm. The surrounding jungle was completely enveloped by a huge storm, along with their 3 figures. No matter what means you use, you can't defeat me. The 9-tailed white fox was still not at all panicked. Then give it a try. Countless bolts of lightning flashed continuously in the storm, and then all of them attacked the 9-tailed white fox in unison. Han Yang felt his eyes go dark again. He could not see anything, and there was only the sound of thunder roaring in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, the jungle had returned to peace. The 9-tailed white fox was now covered in blood, with hideous wounds everywhere on its body. Could it be that this was the solution? He was a little confused, thinking that things couldn't be that simple. After all, this is a superclass, ferocious beast, even more terrifying than the Behemoth leader. The next moment, the wounds on the 9-tailed white fox began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The recovery speed made Han Yang think that it was being played at super speed. In just a few breaths, the 9-tailed white fox's injuries were almost healed. He couldn't help but click his tongue twice. It was really too fucking perverted. Such a terrifying recovery speed is worthy of being a superclass beast. If you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you can only do it in your next life, said the nine-tailed white fox contemptuously. Lei Long, it looks like we have to take care of this nine-tailed white fox all at once. Otherwise, with its terrifying recovery speed, it can toy with us for the rest of our lives. Lei Long nodded. Don't worry, master, I know what to do. World-destroying thunder. Above the sky, a large amount of lightning appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire area. The nine-tailed white fox's eyes widened instantly. How is this possible? Why do you have two skills? As soon as it finished speaking, the lightning in the sky had already stretched for several thousand meters. I want to see if you can withstand this move. The nine-tailed white fox finally panicked. It would be killed directly by such powerful lightning. Han Yang's eyes went dark again. He fell into the charm again, but he closed his eyes with peace of mind, because he knew that the nine-tailed white fox was just struggling in its death throes. Then there was a deafening explosion, and then the world gradually calmed down again. Congratulations to the Lord for killing the nine-tailed white fox and completing this boss point. Reward: experience points plus 500,000, a gold treasure chest. 500,000 experience points and a gold treasure chest. Such rewards are quite good. This is the first time he has obtained a golden treasure chest, and the reward of this golden treasure chest must be extremely tempting. At this moment, another prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the new Lord Han Yang, the first one to successfully pass the Red Beast boss point. I didn't expect there to be such a prompt sound. The chat panel is probably going to be lively again. Boss Han Yang made it through the Red Beast boss point. I'm not surprised at all. What happened to Boss Han Yang is just normal. A level 22 superclass beast was actually taken down by Boss Han Yang like this. What kind of troops do you think Boss Han Yang has? This topic is discussed every day, but no conclusion has ever been reached. Don't worry, once the novice protection period ends, someone will definitely reveal his troops. I hope I live to see that day. Ha. The people upstairs are too realistic. Han Yang led the Thunder Dragon back to his territory. After using the God-level skill, World-Destroying Thunder, the Thunder Dragon's physical strength was almost exhausted and needed to be replenished. There was less than a day left before the beast tide arrived, but Han Yang had no feeling about it at all. With the strength of the Thunder Dragon, surviving this beast tide is as easy as drinking cold water. But after the beast tide is over, that is when things get most troublesome. His own dragon troops might be exposed. That is the real crisis. There are reincarnation acceleration cards in the store, and he has to reincarnate the second dragon tomorrow. After all, he had promised Li Ziang that he would help him survive the beast tide. This second dragon cannot be delayed any further. Chapter 40, The Last Day. The Thunder Dragon was wolfing down the beast's flesh, while Han Yang was thinking about something. He now has nearly 600,000 crystals and energy stones, but only less than 10,000 refined irons left. There must be a large amount of refined iron in the Behemoth tribe. If all of this refined iron can be obtained, it will be an extremely rich resource. At that time, his buildings could undergo another round of crazy upgrades. Reincarnating a second dragon shouldn't be a big problem. He decided to destroy the Behemoth tribe tomorrow morning, and he had to make adequate preparations before going. Although the leader of the Behemoth tribe is dead, there are still many ferocious beasts above level 20 in their tribe, which is also a very big threat. The Thunder Dragon's world-destroying thunder can only be used once, and after using it, the dragon will have no more physical strength. It can only be used as a killer move. Therefore, this battle is not as simple as imagined. And at this moment, Li Ziang sent him a message. Boss, I've already investigated the situation of many surrounding lords. I know the location of their territories and their military units very clearly. Well done, Han Yang replied. Please organize this information and send it to me. Ok. Soon, he received a message containing many things extremely relevant to the novice lord. He took a quick look and found that many of them were his classmates. He and his classmates entered the Eternal Continent together, so the distance between the territories was naturally not too far. And at this moment, he noticed an extremely familiar name. Lu Yu. This was the fat guy who mocked him a few days ago. He didn't expect that they were so close to each other. Well, it's time to settle the grudge between the two of them. A sneer appeared on Han Yang's face. Xiaoming Xue did not appear in this information. It seemed that she was still a little far away from him. After the Thunder Dragon had eaten and drunk its fill, there was still some time before dark, so it went into the jungle again to hunt ferocious beasts. Han Yang, on the other hand, was practicing the Xiaoyao sword technique in his territory. Soon, it was evening and the thunder dragon returned to its territory from the jungle. It brought back a lot of ferocious beast meat and a large amount of ferocious beast materials. It seems that its harvest this afternoon was very rich. After several hours of practice, Han Yang had a preliminary understanding of the Xiaoyao sword technique and had mastered the most basic moves. However, if you want to fully learn the Xiaoyao sword technique, you still need to practice for a long time. Now 6.5 days have passed, and only tomorrow morning is left before the beast tide arrives. I'm afraid many people can't sleep tonight. The little giant ape roasted the beast meat for them, and he and the thunder dragon began to feast on it. Just at this moment, he received another message. It was sent by Zhou Huaimeng. Master Han Yang, are you there? I'm here. What's going on? Did you gather another batch of fine iron? Yes, I purchased another batch of refined iron, but this time I don't want to exchange it for ferocious beast meat. Oh, what do you want to exchange? I want to exchange for a few second-grade weapons. The beast tide is coming tomorrow, and I can't survive without second-grade weapons. I know I don't have enough refined iron now to exchange for so many second-grade weapons, but I will take out all my resources, and I will work hard to pay it back in the future. Zhou Huaimeng on the other side sent a long string of messages, anxiously waiting for Han Yang's reply. Han Yang smiled slightly and replied to her message. Don't worry, I'll send it to you once I'm done refining it. As for the repayment, we'll talk about it later. Thank you so much, Mr. Han Yang. Zhou Huaimeng was so excited that he almost jumped up. Don't be so polite. We'll continue to cooperate in the future. By the way, how many second-grade weapons do you want? Miss, I need 10. If that's too many, a few less is fine. 10? You have 10 types of soldiers now. That's right, my soldiers' reincarnation speed is very fast, but their combat effectiveness is very low. Okay then, don't worry. I'll deliver the 10 second-grade weapons tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, Mr. Han Yang. I still have tens of thousands of crystals and energy stones here. Mr. Han Yang, you must accept them. No, keep these for now and wait until the beast tide is over. After finishing the chat with Zhou Huaimeng, Han Yang realized that he was able to be promoted to level 14. He had to sign in tomorrow morning, so he immediately upgraded his level. Lord Han Yang. Strength, level 14. Upgrading requires 500,000 attribute points. Gathering speed, level 1. Your unit can gather 1 unit per minute. Requires 10 attribute points to upgrade. Kung Fu, Xiaoyao Sword, Technique Punto. Current remaining attribute points, 13,165 points. He nodded, and then opened the combat PowerPoints ranking list. First place, Han Yang, 10,336 points. Second place, Xiaomeng Xue, 3,211 points. Third place, Li Erniu, 2,847 points. After Thunder Dragon awakened his god-level skills, his points skyrocketed to over 10,000 points. He was far ahead of everyone else. Such a score is probably a terrifying height that no lord in history has ever been able to reach. The Dragon Clan is truly powerful. Unfortunately, they require too many resources in the early stages. After eating and drinking their fill, they both fell into a deep sleep. When Han Yang opened his eyes, it was already the morning of the 7th day. The first thing to do when you wake up is, of course, to sign in. System, sign in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained Crystal plus 150,000, Energy Stone plus 150,000, Wood plus 750,000, Stone plus 750,000, and Refined Iron plus 75,000. Han Yang looked at the warehouse, which was already packed full. With so many resources, we must make full use of them later. Xiaolong, let's eat first, and then we'll go together to destroy the Behemoth tribe. Lei Long nodded happily. At 12 o'clock noon, the beast tide will come. And now, there are still 6 full hours. Chapter 41 Weird. After Han Yang got up, he sent the 10 second-grade weapons refined in the weapon refining pavilion to Zhou Huaimeng. Immediately afterwards, he took on a batch of weapons refining tasks. There's still a few hours left before the novice protection period ends, and we can't waste it. After breakfast, he and Lei Long headed towards the Behemoth tribe. He had asked Li Xiang to find out everything about the Behemoth tribe. The Behemoth tribe now has 3 level 21 and 6 level 20 beasts. The number of other low-level ferocious beasts increased. As long as these high-level behemoths are dealt with, it will be much easier to capture this tribe. It would be great if we could make these behemoths surrender and provide us with a steady supply of fine iron resources. The two of them shuttled through the jungle and soon approached the location of the behemoth tribe. Elder Tianyin, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. I saw a behemoth screaming and rushing into a wooden house. What happened? Why are you so panicked? An extremely tall behemoth roared. That human, Han Yang, is coming with that powerful beast. Humph! I didn't expect that he would actually dare to come and kill us, the elders said coldly. Tianyin, said another behemoth in the wooden house. This time is indeed a critical period for the survival of our behemoth clan. I've told you long ago that we must relocate our entire clan, but you didn't listen. Now they're coming to kill us. What are we going to do? The three elders in the wooden house were talking in a tone full of tension. Over the years, we've forged deep hatreds with many other tribes. Where can we move to? Our leader is dead. If we leave this jungle and the protection of the Blazing Alliance, we'll surely die. But what about now? If a human comes to kill us, won't we be dead too? Stop arguing. Elder Tianyin slammed the table, and the two of them immediately quieted down. Stop arguing. Given the current situation, there's no point in arguing. The Blazing Alliance hasn't given up on us yet. Our behemoth tribe still has hope of survival. What do you mean? The other two elders were very confused. Look what this is. Elder Tianyin slowly stretched out his hand, and a purple crystal appeared in his palm. What is this? Both of them couldn't help but frown. Purple energy crystal. Their eyes widened immediately. Oh my God, where did you get that? Yes, this is the first time I've seen such a valuable item. This was sent by the Blazing Alliance to help us deal with that human. However, the amount of refined iron resources we will have to provide every month will be much higher. It doesn't matter. As long as we can survive this disaster, the more the better. That's right, human Han Yang, prepare to die. Han Yang and Lei Long had arrived at the gate of the behemoth tribe, only to see a large group of behemoths, holding various weapons, waiting for their arrival with eager eyes. I didn't expect that they would come to welcome us specially, Xiaolong. Let's let them see how powerful we are. Han Yang said. Yeah. Lei Long nodded, and then rushed towards the behemoth tribe. But at this moment, three huge behemoths appeared at the front of their tribe. These three behemoths are all level 21 and are extremely powerful. Han Yang, you intercepted my convoy and killed my leader, and now you even dare to attack me. This is simply too much. The behemoth in the middle let out a rumbling roar. Your leader said something very well. The law of the jungle prevails, and this is the fundamental law of nature. Now, this saying is particularly applicable to you. If you dare to attack our behemoth tribe today, we will make sure you leave with your life on your hands. Haha, I wasn't brought up to be scared. Xiaolong, do it. He shouted loudly, and a large number of lightning arcs emerged from behind the thunder dragon. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Well, today I will grant your wish. As the behemoth elder's voice fell, the other behemoths took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Countless arcs of lightning bombarded the behemoth tribe at an incredible speed. The rumbling sound continued to echo, and the arcs of lightning kept passing by, smashing the buildings to pieces. Some behemoths had no time to dodge and were hit by the lightning arcs, leaving their bodies covered in blood. Elder Tianyin, it's time for us to take action. The three huge behemoths pounced towards the thunder dragon together. But the thunder dragon shouted, "Thunder, death storm." As soon as the words fell, the area began to be blown by strong winds, and a huge storm swept across. Countless arcs of lightning flashed inside, and then bombarded the three people violently. Under the bombardment of lightning arcs, the three behemoths had wounds all over their bodies. Now the thunder dragon is much stronger, and it can use Thunder Death Storm to cause a lot of damage to these level 21 behemoths. But at this moment, Han Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. The injuries of one of the behemoths were completely healed in an instant. Such a strange scene made him frown. Could it be its skill? But how could a level 21 behemoth awaken such a powerful skill? Han Yang's intuition told him that there must be something fishy. Xiaolong, be careful. That behemoth is a little weird. The Thunder Dragon nodded and concentrated all the lightning arcs to bombard the behemoth. But this behemoth withstood these attacks head-on, and for a moment its skin was torn and blood was flowing. The next moment, the injuries on its body began to recover rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its previous state, still without any injuries. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. Just now, a burst of purple light suddenly burst out from the body of the behemoth. He also noticed that the behemoth was holding a blue-purple crystal in its hand. There's definitely something fishy about this purple crystal. A level 21 behemoth like this couldn't possibly possess such powerful recovery abilities. Chapter 42. Purple Energy Crystal. Xiaolong, pay attention to the purple crystal in its hand. There is definitely something strange. Hanyang Reimin dead. Okay, master. At this time, Lei Long also noticed this matter. Ha! The behemoth on the opposite side sneered. Today I will make sure you never come back. Then, he drew out a long sword, which was a third-grade weapon. It seems that it has made full preparations for today's battle. Xiaolong, you can't use the world-destroying thunder now. Han Yang said quickly. Lei Long also nodded quickly. It is still unclear what means this behemoth used. If the world-destroying thunder was used on it and it failed to be killed in one strike, then everything would be bad. After the Thunder Dragon used the world-destroying thunder, his physical strength was severely depleted. Brothers, our behemoth tribe has never been afraid of anyone. Today, this human must pay the price in blood. The behemoth shouted madly. For the leader for the tribe, charge. It raised its sword and rushed towards the Thunder Dragon. The other behemoths roared in anger, each raising their weapons and charging forward. For a moment, everyone's morale soared. The Thunder Dragon soared into the air and looked down at these people. The Thunder Death Storm swept over again, inflicting thunder strikes on these behemoths. Suddenly, the sounds of lightning and thunder rang out again. Most of the behemoths screamed loudly under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, and horrific wounds appeared on their bodies. However, not many of these behemoths fell. Those that had the courage to charge forward were generally of a higher level. Han Yang noticed something. The Thunder Dragon did not attack the leading behemoth, but only bombarded the other behemoths, slowing down their attack speed. It seems that Lei Long already has his own plans. The behemoth didn't notice anything was wrong, but continued to fly under the Thunder Dragon. Do you think I can't do anything just because you've flown into the sky? Today is destined to be your death. It roared angrily, slowly crouched down, and then shot up like a spring. The third-grade longsword in its hand slashed fiercely at the Thunder Dragon. Lei Long was not in a hurry. He jumped up and dodged the sword's attack. Just as the behemoth was descending, it pounced forward swiftly, grabbing the behemoth with its huge dragon claws. The behemoth swung the sword in its hand and chopped down again. Two huge bodies fell from the sky together. With a bang, their bodies fell heavily to the ground, leaving a big hole. I saw that one of the Thunder Dragon's claws was pressing down on one of the behemoth's hands, and the other claw caught its sword, from which blood kept dripping. The behemoth stared wide-eyed, trying to pull out the hand that was holding the blue crystal. But it found that its hands seemed to be imprisoned by iron chains, and it could not move at all. It was shocked inside. This matter was really beyond its expectation. Generally speaking, this ferocious beast's long-range attacks are extremely powerful, and close combat should be its weakness. However, the power of this monster is actually a little bit higher than his own. How could this monster be so perverted? When the other behemoths saw the situation, they rushed forward with their weapons in hand. The Thunder Dragon snorted coldly, and endless lightning burst out from his body. For a moment, a ball of intense light enveloped the area. When the sounds of lightning and thunder fell again, the behemoth's body was covered with wounds. This time, the wounds on its body could not heal quickly. The Thunder Dragon was holding the purple crystal in its claws. The behemoth's eyes widened, and it couldn't believe what it saw. Just now, when it was struck by lightning, it felt pain all over its body, and its strength in holding the blue crystal was much weaker. Unexpectedly, the monster took away its blue crystal in an instant. Its face was pale, and it looked like it had been electrocuted. Impossible. It roared madly, and its whole body seemed to be crazy. How could you possibly possess such immense power? Capable of both ranged attacks and physical combat. What kind of monster are you? The other behemoths were also petrified, staring blankly at what was happening before them. A sneer appeared on Han Yang's lips. His own dragon clan was a god-level army. The powerful attributes of the divine-level soldiers themselves, can you actually compare to them? The Thunder Dragon held the blue crystal in his hand, and a burst of purple light burst out from his body. The wound on his claws also began to heal at an incredible speed. It seems that this behemoth can recover from its injuries so quickly, all thanks to this blue crystal. But now it's time to end it all. Xiaolong, take care of it first. Lei Long nodded his head and then rushed forward. The behemoth was already frightened out of its wits and started running away in a panic. When the other behemoths saw the situation, they immediately lost the courage to fight. Next, screams continued to ring out one after another. The screams lasted for half an hour before gradually stopping. At this moment, all the behemoths were kneeling on the ground, holding their heads with their hands, and their bodies were shaking with fear. At first, they refused to surrender, but after the Thunder Dragon killed several behemoths in front of them, they became much more obedient. Xiaolong, well done. Han Yang walked over and said, "This is all thanks to your leadership, Master." Han Yang smiled slightly and reached out to take the blue crystal. At this time, a panel appeared in front of him. Purple energy crystal. This crystal can provide the host with a constant supply of energy and vitality, allowing the host's wounds to heal quickly and keeping the host's physical strength full. This is a good thing. I wonder where this behemoth got it from. The Thunder Dragon had just been fighting for such a long time without even taking a breath. This must be the credit of the purple energy crystal. Han Yang put the crystal into his space ring. It might be useful in the future. Next, it's time to clear out the spoils you've obtained. Chapitre 43, Blazing Alliance. This time, the Thunder Dragon only killed a dozen behemoths, and the rewards it obtained, such as crystals, energy stones, and experience points, were not too many. But their biggest gain on this trip was the refined iron resources. Let me ask you, Han Yang came to the highest level behemoth. How much refined iron do you have left in your behemoth tribe? Well, sir, we still have more than 500,000 units of refined iron resources in our warehouse. The behemoth answered honestly. A smile appeared on Han Yang's face. With 500,000 refined iron resources, he finally didn't have to worry about refined iron during this period. With so much refined iron, he can carry out another round of crazy upgrades. Well, take me to see it. They soon came to a very large building filled with a large amount of fine iron. Very good. How much refined iron can you collect in a day? Before, we could collect tens of thousands of units of refined iron resources in a single day. Okay then, from now on, you have to send me 10,000 units of refined iron resources every day. Do you understand? The behemoth immediately frowned. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Han Yang frowned and his face turned unfriendly. No, it quickly shook its head. A large portion of the refined iron we collected must be sent to the Blazing Alliance. Blazing Alliance. Yes, it is a very large alliance organization with great strength. Our behemoth tribe has been able to survive to this day because of its affiliation with this organization. Han Yang nodded and asked, "Why didn't the Blazing Alliance come to help you this time?" They did come to help. They sent someone to deliver the purple crystal. Han Yang stood there in deep thought, thinking that he had already offended the Blazing Alliance. How strong is the Blazing Alliance? He continued to ask. They are very powerful, with countless lords and ferocious beast tribes joining them. Han Yang took a deep breath. He hadn't yet survived the beast tide, and he didn't expect to get into trouble with such a huge monster. But he was not afraid at all. On the road to growth, one always has to go through some ups and downs. I have to be careful when dealing with this Blazing Alliance. All right, remember my words. Send me 10,000 units of refined iron every day. Do you understand? The behemoth wanted to say something, but the words were swallowed back when they reached his lips. Clear. Han Yang's plan was very simple. He would use the behemoth tribe for as long as he could. Anyway, with the growth rate of the Thunder Dragon, these behemoths cannot pose any threat to it at all. Han Yang put all the fine iron into the space ring, and it was almost full. Then he rode on the Thunder Dragon's neck and left. As for the behemoths wanting to escape, he didn't care at all. With Li Xiang watching them all the time, there is no need to worry about them running away. There are only 2 or 3 hours left before the beast tide arrives, and it is time for him to return to the territory and make good preparations. At the same time, he opened the chat panel, where the discussion was extremely intense. I only have a few hours to live. Let me enjoy these last beautiful moments. Brother upstairs, please don't give up. No matter how difficult the situation is, we have to persevere, right? What the hell are you holding on to? I really regret coming to the Eternal Continent. Don't you think it would be better for me to just stay home and enjoy my life? I just want to stand out. What do you think? Can my level 10 explosive Golden Lion unit survive this beast tide? The big boss upstairs, please stop being so arrogant. Holy crap, a level 10 exploding Golden Lion? This guy's future achievements must be limitless. Ha, that's impossible. If anyone wants to come to me, just come. My name is Lu Yu, and I will protect you from now on. Boss Lu Yu is awesome. Boss Lu Yu, I will follow you from now on. It's too dangerous now. Boss Lu Yu, please give me the location. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will definitely go to you. Looking at the chat records on the chat panel, Han Yang couldn't help but sneer on his face. This Lu Yu is really everywhere. Now I'll let you jump around for a while, but when the beast tide is over, that will be your death. Han Yang and Lei Long quickly returned to their territory, and the next time was just enough to prepare for the beast tide. His own warehouse is now filled with a large amount of resources. He first took out all the refined second-grade weapons in the weapon refining pavilion and distributed them to the lords. Afterwards, he put in all the ferocious beast materials he had obtained during this period of time and began to refine the third-grade weapon. He refined a third-grade longsword, which will be just right for his own use in the future. The dragon reincarnation pool is still in operation, and it is time for the second dragon to be reincarnated. At present, his warehouse already has 1 million crystals and energy stones and 500,000 refined irons, so he doesn't have to worry about resources at all. He bought 50 military reincarnation acceleration cards in the store, which consumed a total of 250,000 crystals and energy stones. These 50 troop reincarnation acceleration cards should be able to last until the next dragon is reincarnated. I have to admit that this type of army, the Dragon Clan, is really resource-consuming. After using these 50-soldier reincarnation acceleration cards, a deafening roar was heard. Han Yang was extremely excited, wondering what the second dragon would be. Even the Thunder Dragon put down the beast meat in his mouth, noticed the movement here, and ran over happily. With a boom, a huge claw slammed on the ground. I saw a giant dragon covered with blue-black scales all over its body, slowly walking out of the dragon reincarnation pool. Meet the master. The majestic and solemn voice made people's scalps tingle. Han Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that this giant dragon could speak as soon as it was reborn. He couldn't wait to open the dragon's attribute panel. Yunlong, growth period. Level 10, 0/50,000. Skill, violent tier. Using this skill, you can tear the target apart, causing a large amount of damage. Tip, Yunlong has a strong movement speed, and can also buff the speed of other soldiers. This cloud dragon was actually level 10 when it was reincarnated, the same level as the military buildings. Now his big family has one more partner. Chapter 44. Level 11 Lord's Mansion. The 10th level Yunlong undoubtedly brought Han Yang's overall strength to a new level. He also has greater confidence in dealing with the upcoming crisis. Next, it was time to upgrade the buildings in his territory. After all, he already had enough resources in his warehouse. Now his Lord's Mansion and Arrow Tower are being upgraded. The former still needs 30 hours to be completed, and the latter needs about 6 hours. After purchasing 36-time acceleration cards, Han Yang successfully upgraded the two buildings. Congratulations, Lord! Your Lordship Mansion has been successfully promoted to level 11. Tip, your territory has been successfully upgraded to a town. You can now recruit other lords to join your territory. Before joining, you can sign a contract with other lords, which is valid for life. Once your Lord's Mansion is destroyed, the contract will automatically expire. Congratulations, Lord! Your Arrow Tower has been successfully upgraded to level 10. After the Lord's Mansion reached level 11, significant changes took place. The territory is upgraded to a town, which allows other lords to join. It is equivalent to being able to recruit your own subordinates, which is a very good function. Next, he upgraded the military building to level 11. After the military buildings reached level 11, significant changes also occurred. Lord Han Yang. Military building, Dragon Reincarnation Pond. Current level, level 11. Reincarnation speed. One Thunder Dragon, Cloud Dragon, or Water Dragon can be reincarnated every 8 days, and one Violent Lightning Dragon can be produced every 16 days. Upgrade requires 200,000 crystals, 200,000 energy stones, 1 million wood, 1 million stone, and 100,000 refined iron. Now it is possible to reincarnate a violent electric dragon, but the reincarnation process actually takes 16 days. This takes quite a while. However, the power of this violent thunder dragon must be extremely strong. Han Yang also spent 200,000 crystals and energy stones, 1 million pieces of wooden stone, and 100,000 pieces of refined iron to allow the military building to begin reincarnating into a violent thunder dragon. After all this trouble, only a few of the 1,000,000 crystals and energy stones were left. After reaching level 10, each upgrade consumes a considerable amount of resources. Future advancement will become increasingly difficult. After doing all this, there was only 1 hour left before the beast tide arrived. An hour later, it will be the moment for all novice lords to decide life or death. Han Yang asked Yunlong to go to Li Xiang's territory to help him survive this beast tide. A level 10 Yunlong is completely sufficient. Now on the chat panel, countless people are howling. After all, the beast tide is coming, and no one can escape it. Based on the experience of previous years, every beast tide basically eliminates half of the novice lords. Such a death rate is undoubtedly frightening to everyone. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the minds of every novice lord. The 7-day novice protection period is about to end, and the beast tide is about to arrive. Please be prepared. Now, all new lords, please return to your own territories. A large number of ferocious beasts are about to descend upon your territories. Tip: once your lord's mansion is captured, you will immediately lose your lord status. New lords can also choose the difficulty level of the beast tide. With each level increase, the beasts encountered will become more powerful than before. After experiencing the first round of beast tide, you can choose whether to continue to the next round of beast tide. Tip: after each round of beast tide, you will receive generous rewards. The higher the level of the beast tide, the better the rewards. The battle power ranking list is about to end. Please make final preparations. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and countless novice lords were waiting for the arrival of the final beast tide. You can actually choose the level of the beast tide. I must be crazy to take on the second round of the beast tide. The level of this beast tide is obviously for big guys like Han Yang to play with. That's right, I'm thankful that I survived the first wave of beasts. Our lord's mansion was captured. It seems that we will only lose our lordship immediately, but we won't die immediately, right? That's right, but after losing your status as a lord, you'll be alone, and it will probably be difficult for you to make any progress in the future. Hehe, I just want to survive. After your lord's mansion is captured, you'll lose your own troops. At that time, you'll be forced to join someone else's territory and work like a slave for them. So, it's best to hold on to your own territory. That way, there will be hope of rising again in the future. I used to fantasize about the glorious life I would have after arriving at the Eternal Continent, but reality dealt me a harsh blow. Do you think those old lords in the Eternal Continent will come and cause trouble for us after the beast tide is over? That's right. They've lived in the Eternal Continent for such a long time. Wouldn't crushing us be as easy as crushing an ant? Don't worry about this problem. After the beast tide is over, we will have a new protection mechanism. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. At this moment, a large number of ferocious beasts have begun to appear on the outskirts of Han Yang's territory. These ferocious beasts are only level 7 or 8, which is nothing to Han Yang. But this time, the other novice lords began to tremble. Such a large number of ferocious beasts is not good news for other novice lords. However, all the lords are actively preparing for a final and life-and-death battle with these ferocious beasts. Han Yang was practicing the Xiaoyao sword technique in his own territory, and he was unwilling to waste even a moment of time. The gorgeous sword light kept flashing, dazzling the onlookers. He is now very familiar with the basic moves of Xiaoyao sword technique. After the beast tide is over, he can practice the Xiaoyao sword technique to a higher level. Announcement: the battle PowerPoint competition has ended. Everyone can check their ranking. Rewards have been distributed to everyone based on their rankings. Please check them carefully. Congratulations to the novice Lord Han Yang for winning first place in this ranking. He receives a special reward: the second-grade medicinal herb 7-feathered colorful grass. Before Han Yang could react, another voice rang out. Congratulations, Lord. You won first place in the battle PowerPoint competition and received the special reward, the second-grade medicinal herb colorful grass. There was already an extra batch of herbs in his warehouse, and the rich aroma of herbs instantly filled the entire territory. Chapter 45. The Beast Tide Arrives. Han Yang immediately went over to check out the colorful grass. Colorful grass, a second-grade herb. Taking it can increase a large amount of experience points or attribute points, and has a certain chance of awakening or evolving skills. Second-grade herbs have a chance of awakening skills or evolving skills. In the future, higher-grade herbs will definitely have even more powerful uses. At this time, the number of ferocious beasts in the territory around him had reached hundreds, surrounding his territory. While others were still worrying about how to survive this beast tide, Han Yang couldn't help but frown. How could the strength of these ferocious beasts be so low? It seems that the rewards obtained from the first round of beast tide are not much better. We have to go through a few more rounds of beast tide before the rewards in the future will be similar. The beast tide is about to begin, brothers, goodbye. Don't say such discouraging words. Give it a try. Maybe there's still a chance. How many waves of beast can Boss Han Yang survive? The beast tide is about to arrive, and you still have the mood to think about this? With so many novice lords among us, there must be a few big bosses. They shouldn't have any problems surviving a beast tide. The strongest novice lord in history only managed to survive 4 waves of beasts. Boss Han Yang has already broken all the records of novice lords. Do you think he can survive the 5th beast tide? 5-wheeled beast tide? Han Yang muttered to himself. Although he didn't know what level of beast would be in the next few rounds of beast tides, he felt that it would not be too difficult. After all, the current Thunder Dragon combined with the Arrow Tower is extremely powerful. At this moment, a cold voice sounded again. Attention, lords! A beast tide is coming. As soon as he finished speaking, the protective shield surrounding Han Yang's territory disappeared instantly. At the same time, the protective shields of the other novice lords also disappeared in an instant. Deafening roars instantly filled his entire territory as more than 100 ferocious beasts pounced on him fiercely, causing the ground beneath his feet to shake wildly. Han Yang snorted coldly and waved his hand, and the Thunder Dragon quickly pounced over. This ferocious beast is not even enough for the Thunder Dragon to warm up. Suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting resounded throughout the world. I saw arcs of lightning continuously shooting out from the Thunder Dragon's body, bombarding these ferocious beasts. In Han Yang's mind, prompt sounds kept ringing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining crystals plus 100, energy stones plus 100, attribute points plus 200, and experience points plus 100. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed. You received 1 hide, 3 bones, and 20 units of second-tier beast meat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining crystals plus 200, energy stones plus 200, attribute points plus 500, and experience points plus 200. The beast's corpse was successfully decomposed. You received 1 hide, 5 teeth, and 50 units of second-tier beast meat. After just a few minutes, all these ferocious beasts fell in a pool of blood. Lei Long shook his body, still looking a little unsatisfied. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully surviving the first round of the beast tide and receiving a reward of 10,000 crystals and 10,000 energy stones. Lord, would you like to initiate the second round of the beast tide? Open it, he said without hesitation. Suddenly, a large number of ferocious beasts appeared around his territory. The levels of these ferocious beasts have also reached around level 10. Han Yang looked at the ferocious beast in front of him. This is what makes it interesting. At the same time, novice lords from all over the country were engaged in fierce battles with these ferocious beasts. Gradually, more and more novice lords successfully survived the beast tide. However, there were also quite a number of people who were unable to withstand the beast tide and died, tragically under the hooves of the ferocious beasts. There were even more people who could not resist the beast tide and could only order their troops to fight their way out. Afterwards, they could only watch helplessly as these ferocious beasts destroyed their lord's mansion. From then on, they lost their lordship and the hope of rising again. At this moment, these novice lords suddenly discovered that their chat panel suddenly changed mode. The chat panel not only includes the novice lords, but also all the lords in this area. All my troops died in battle in the territory, which cleared a bloody path for me. Ditto, from now on we'll have to wander together, so please take good care of me. In this perilous eternal continent, we might be devoured by some powerful beast at any moment. It's really hard to live without a place to stay. The Blazing Alliance is recruiting. Everyone is welcome to join. Come and join us. What is the Blazing Alliance? This seems to be a message sent by those old lords. Our Blazing Alliance is a very large alliance organization that controls the northern region of the Shaka region. Join our alliance, and we can protect your safety. That's right. Our Blazing Alliance is led by a very powerful lord, and there are countless lords, individuals, and ferocious beast tribes within it. It is extremely powerful. Join our Blazing Alliance. and we will provide you with the greatest security. No one can threaten your life. Wow, this organization sounds so powerful, and it can also provide us with a safe environment. Yes, I'm already tempted. In this chaotic, eternal continent, you never know when you might lose your life. Finding a big tree to take shelter is definitely a good idea. Don't be fooled. The Blazing Alliance is trying so hard to get you to join. They must be using you. If you join the Blazing Alliance, you will definitely be signed into a contract. Then you will become coolies collecting resources, working like slaves for them. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You should think carefully before making any plans. But I've lost my territory now, and my strength is only level 4 or 5. I can't survive in this perilous, eternal continent. Alas, the only way for us to survive now is to join a powerful alliance. Even if we have to work like slaves, it's better than losing our lives. It seems we are destined to be slaves from now on. A life of exploitation by capitalists begins now. Damn it, I came here just to make a name for myself, but I didn't expect there would be blood-sucking capitalists here. Haha, human society, you are so naive. I would never become their slave, even if I die. I still have my own territory, and I will definitely make a name for myself. Brother, we are counting on you. Chapter 46, Guard Tower Construction Blueprint. Xiao Mingxue looked at the corpses scattered outside her territory and couldn't help but let out a deep breath. She had dealt with the first round of Beast Tide, and it didn't take long. She also had some understanding of what was happening on the chat panel. However, she had never thought about joining the Blazing Alliance. It's your own territory, so of course you have the final say. Next, these novice lords will have to face an even greater threat, which is the persecution from these old lords. The resources of this world are basically occupied by the old lords, such as the lord who founded the Blazing Alliance. At that time, if these novice lords want to obtain a large amount of resources, they will definitely have some friction with these old lords. This kind of old lord is the biggest stumbling block on their road to growth. She narrowed her eyes. Once this beast tide passed, Han Yang's true face would be revealed. She must see whether this Han Yang is a human or a ghost. A huge roar resounded throughout the world, and the fierce battle gradually came to an end. A huge fat man looked at everything in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, my exploding golden lion has become even more powerful. These ferocious beasts are too weak and not even enough to fill my teeth. He ordered his troops to clean up the battlefield and then open the chat panel. Someone sent him a message. Congratulations on successfully joining the Blazing Alliance, Lu Yu. This fat man was the one who had laughed at Han Yang before, Lu Yu. Haha, just as I expected, it was so easy to join the Blazing Alliance. My father has a deep friendship with this lord of the Blazing Alliance. With him protecting me, I will definitely be able to dominate this area. By the way, I have to share this good news with Mingxue. With such a powerful backer, I don't believe I can't take her down. Hey Mingxue, let's join the Blazing Alliance and conquer the world together. Lu Yu happily sent a message to Xiao Mingxue. The rumbling sound continued to be heard, and the outskirts of Han Yang's territory were already filled with large numbers of corpses. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the second round of Beast Tides and receiving a bonus Skill Awakening card. Skill Awakening card can be used on any of your soldiers to awaken a new skill. Han Yang Nodet. The second round of Beast Tide was finally over, and the rewards had finally been improved in quality. In this round of Beast Tide, he still did not use the Arrow Tower and relied entirely on the strength of the Thunder Dragon itself to defeat these ferocious beasts. With the current strength of the Thunder Dragon, it is very easy to defeat these ferocious beasts. Host, are you ready to start the third round of Beast Tide? Turn it on. Han Yang still didn't hesitate at all. A large number of ferocious beasts once again appeared on the outskirts of his territory, and the levels of these beasts were basically around level 15. More than 100 level 15 ferocious beasts are also a considerable burden for the Thunder Dragon. Han Yang's goal is not just that. Lei Long's physical strength cannot be consumed so much. With this round of Beast Tide, it's time to activate the Arrow Tower. Then, the fierce roar resounded through the world again. With the help of the Arrow Tower, this round of Beast Tide did not last long. Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the third round of Beast Tides and receiving rewards of crystals plus 100,000 and energy stones plus 100,000. May I ask if the Lord has activated the four-wheeled Beast Tide? Open. More than 10 minutes later, there were piles of corpses outside Han Yang's territory. countless corpses almost piled up into a small hill. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully surviving the 4th round of Beast Tides and receiving a blueprint for the construction of a guard tower as a reward. Guard Tower Construction Blueprint. Using this blueprint, you can immediately build a guard tower on your territory. The guard tower construction blueprints are a pretty good reward. The guard tower is also one of the necessary buildings in the territory. It can constantly monitor the surrounding environment to prevent any accidents. In addition, it can also analyze the enemy and extract all the enemy's information. The existence of guard towers is crucial to the security of the enclosed territory. It and the arrow tower complement each other. Even if the enemy is much stronger than you, they will not dare to attack your territory rashly. Once an enemy attacks, you will immediately know all the enemy's information, and you will also have the powerful defense of the city walls and the attack power of the arrow towers. Therefore, if you want to destroy a person's territory, you must be much stronger than him. Otherwise, all your information will be exposed in vain. With this blueprint for building a guard tower, his territory will become even more impregnable. Next, Han Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The 4-wheeled beast tide was already the most extreme existence of all the novice lords before. Before this, no one had been able to successfully survive the 5th round of beast tide. After all, the 4-wheeled beast tide was facing more than 100 level 20 ferocious beasts. As for the 5th round of beast tide, those are basically level 25 ferocious beasts. More than 100 level 25 ferocious beasts are really suffocating. Han Yang thought for a long time and decided to continue to challenge the 5th round of Beast Tide. These ferocious beasts are all ordinary ferocious beasts. With the strength of the Thunder Dragon and the Arrow Tower, we definitely have a chance. This historic moment must of course be created by ourselves. Xiaolong, are you ready? Han Yang looked at Lai Long. Don't worry, master. Those ferocious beasts just now were just warming up. No matter how powerful the Beast Tide is, I will tear them to pieces. Han Yang nodded. Then let's go and welcome the 5th round of Beast Tide. Lord, would you like to initiate the 5th wave of Beast Tide? Open. As 2 powerful words were uttered, a large number of ferocious beasts once again appeared around his territory. Chapter 47. 5-wheeled Beast Tide. These newly appeared ferocious beasts looked similar to birds. Their feathers were blood red, and there was a hot breath fluctuating in the air. Rainbow Flamebird, a level 25 common beast. It can melt everything with its scorching flames, and can also use flames for defense. Han Yang's expression turned serious. Although the Rainbow Flamebird was just an ordinary ferocious beast, its level was as high as 25, and there were many of them. This is destined to be a fierce battle. Xiaolong, the battle is about to begin. The Thunder Dragon stared at the flamingos intently. Master, let the storm come even harder. It's about to begin. The huge arrow tower slowly rose up, and then a large number of arrows covered the Rainbow Flamebirds. In an instant, arrows like raindrops shot in front of them. The Thunder Dragon also roared and directly used the Thunder Death Storm. These ferocious beasts are as high as level 25, and ordinary lightning attacks have no effect on them. Arcs of lightning flashed continuously in the storm, shooting towards the ferocious beasts. These rainbow flamingos naturally would not sit still and wait for death. They opened their mouths wide, and a large ball of scorching flame spewed out. Suddenly, a large area of flames covered the area. The fierce battle broke out instantly, and Han Yang knew that this would be a protracted war. These rainbow flamingos are not so easy to deal with. In a magnificent palace, a man was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. At this moment, a man ran in a panic. What happened? Why are you so panicked? He asked. Boss, among this year's rookie lords, there's an incredible guy. Oh, he's just a novice lord, but you care so much about him. This novice lord is no ordinary person. Do you know the Behemoth tribe? Of course I know. This tribe is considered a relatively powerful, ferocious beast tribe. They also want to join our Blazing Alliance, but I heard that they have had some problems recently. That's true. The Behemoth's leader was a level 22, high-level beast, extremely powerful, but it died tragically at the hands of this novice lord. What? The man sitting on the chair stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? Only 7 days have passed, and this novice lord is already able to kill a level 22 high-level beast. That's exactly what we heard. Not only that, He's even made the entire Behemoth tribe submit. Boss, what do you say we should do? The man slowly sat back down in his chair. How interesting. Such an interesting guy actually showed up. What's his military branch? Tell me everything about him. We have very limited information about him and don't know what his military branch is. Don't know? What do you do for a living? Boss, we haven't had any contact with him. We only heard about him from other novice lords. It is said that this novice lord named Han Yang has broken the record of all previous novice lords and become the first in history. Wow, he's truly an incredible figure. Send him a message right away and invite him to join our blazing alliance. What if he doesn't agree? That's very simple, just kill him. A character like him will become incredibly terrifying when he grows up. We can't let him threaten the status of our blazing alliance. Clear. Also, investigate all the information about Han Yang and report it to me immediately. Don't worry, boss. I'll make arrangements. The roar of thunder and lightning, the shrill chirping, the sound of arrows flying, and the screams were intertwined in this area. Under the double attack of the Arrow Tower and the Thunder Dragon, rainbow flame birds kept falling from the sky. However, the Thunder Dragon's physical strength was also rapidly consumed. Fortunately, he had obtained a piece of purple energy crystal from the Behemoth before, which made the Thunder Dragon's recovery speed reach a terrifying level. It madly emitted bolts of lightning, always keeping its attack at its most powerful level. Based on his previous physical strength, such a powerful attack would not last long, but now it is different. One after another, the rainbow flame birds fell from the sky and died tragically on the ground. In Han Yang's mind, reward prompt sounds kept ringing. This situation lasted for more than an hour. As the last rainbow flame bird fell to the ground, the 5th round of Beast Tide finally came to an end. Han Yang also successfully broke the historical record. He became the only novice lord who could survive 5 rounds of Beast Tides. Congratulations to the lord for successfully surviving the 5th round of the Beast Tide and receiving the reward Soldier Evolution card. Army Evolution card. You can use it on any of your armies to make it evolve once. Hint. This card can only be used when the unit has reached level 20. Soldier Evolution card. My own dragon troops are already god-level troops. How can they evolve further? However, this does not mean that divine-level troops cannot be used, so we can still look forward to it. It will take a lot of effort to get the Thunder Dragon to level 20. Should we continue with the 6th round of Beast Tide? No. Han Yang did not choose to continue the Beast Tide. Otherwise, his fate would probably be similar to that of the Rainbow Flame Bird just now. At this time, another reminder sounded. Congratulations to Novice Lord Han Yang for successfully surviving the 5th wave of beasts and breaking the record of all Novice Lords. Rewards: crystals plus 100,000, energy stones plus 100,000. If he guessed correctly, this news was probably announced to all Novice Lords. This current notice is not a good thing for him. After all, through the publicity of these Novice Lords, his name will definitely be known to the old lords. Next, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Just as Han Yang sighed, the Thunder Dragon let out a deafening roar. This is Lei Long advancing again. Thunder Dragon, growth period. Level 16, 1326/500000. Skills, Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. Dragon Pressure. It can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. World-Destroying Thunder. A divine-level skill that gathers all the power of thunder and lightning to deal a world-destroying blow to the opponent. Chapter 48. Invitation from the Blazing Alliance. The Thunder Dragon has reached level 16, and its strength has been improved to a higher level than before. However, if it wants to advance to level 17, it needs 5 million experience points. This is an extremely terrifying number. It is becoming increasingly difficult to upgrade your level in the future. Han Yang's attribute points now brought him to level 15. The gains from today's battle are still very good. Lei Long handed him the purple energy crystal. Now, the purple energy crystal has become completely transparent. It seems that the energy of this purple energy crystal has been exhausted and it can no longer be used. He touched the chin of the Thunder Dragon and said, "Okay, Xiaolong, take a rest quickly. We still have important things to do later." The Thunder Dragon nodded and immediately pounced on the beast meat. Han Yang opened the chat panel. He wanted to get some new information from other Novice Lords. Oh my god, a five-wheeled beast tide. Boss Han Yang is so terrifying. One wave of beasts nearly killed me, and Boss Han Yang came 5 times. Boss Han Yang has broken the record for novice lords again. His future achievements are definitely limitless. Damn, this newbie Han Yang is pretty awesome. What do you think, brothers? Are you interested in testing him out together? We will be subject to many restrictions when attacking a novice lord. It's best to understand the situation first. The other old lords and the Alliance have already set their sights on him. I'm afraid his situation will be very difficult. Indeed, could it be that this peerless genius of his generation is about to perish here? Every peerless genius has come through the most difficult circumstances. It all depends on whether Boss Han Yang can make it through. It's not easy for everyone. Han Yang searched the chat panel for a long time, but couldn't find any useful information. These novice lords were all flattering him, while the old lords were thinking about how to deal with him. The screen is flooded with messages one after another, all of which are irrelevant nonsense. It seems that I can only go to Li Xiang to ask about the situation. The beast tied on his side should have ended long ago. But at this moment, another prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully surviving the beast tide. The 10-day protection mechanism takes effect immediately. During these 10 days, novice lords can attack each other without any restrictions. Old lords who want to attack new lords will be subject to certain attribute restrictions. In addition, old lords who are too powerful cannot attack new lords. For specific details, please refer to your own announcement. Hanyang Nodet. This novice lord protection mechanism looked very good. With these restrictions, my situation is no longer so dangerous. Just when he was about to send a message to Li Xiang, a stranger sent him a friend notification first. After he accepted the friend request, the person immediately sent him a message. Hello Hanyang, I'm Lian Wenlong from the Blazing Alliance. I'd like to invite you to join our Blazing Alliance. Lian Wenlong? Blazing Alliance? He remembered that the purple energy crystal in his hand seemed to have been obtained from the Blazing Alliance. I have already dealt with their Behemoth tribe, and they actually came to invite me? What exactly are they up to? Sorry, I'm not interested in joining your alliance. Hanyang replied. He will not become someone else's little brother and work for others. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Lian Wenlong sent another message. It's not too late to listen to my introduction first. Our Blazing Alliance is arguably the most powerful alliance in the Shaka region. Join us, and you will find an incredibly safe environment to grow in. I heard you survived 5 full rounds of the Beast Tide. Such a feat is truly breathtaking and unprecedented. But have you ever considered whether the other lords and the Alliance would allow you to continue to grow like this? Only by joining our Blazing Alliance will you have an environment for continued growth and achieve success in the future. Hanyang sneered twice. Lian Wenlong had a very good plan. To join the Blazing Alliance, one must sign a contract. They don't have to pay anything and can get such a great help for free. I'm still not interested. Please find another job. He sent another message. Joining our Blazing Alliance has no disadvantages and only benefits. Refusing me is not a good option. You don't have to say anything more. I've made up my mind. Haha, Lian Wenlong sneered. It seems you still don't understand your current situation. The Behemoth tribe originally wanted to join the Blazing Alliance, but you killed their leader and made them submit to you. You are challenging the bottom line of our Blazing Alliance. I'm just challenging your bottom line. So what? Hanyang also started to be impolite. If you insist on being so stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. A sneer appeared on the corner of Han Yang's mouth. He must be furious because he failed to win over the other party. I want to see how you can be so rude. Good, good, good. Lian Wenlong sent 3 good words in a row. Don't worry, in a few days, you will kneel down and beg me. I'll wait and see. After ending this unfriendly chat, Han Yang sighed. I have completely formed a feud with the Blazing Alliance, but I am not afraid of them. There are always some stumbling blocks on the road to growth. At this moment, another reminder sounded in his mind. Novice Lord Han Yang has been wanted by the Blazing Alliance. A bounty of 1 million crystals and energy stones is offered. Han Yang didn't care too much about this news. After all, it wasn't the first time he was wanted. However, the chat panel exploded again. What the hell? What's going on? What did Boss Han Yang do again? Why is he wanted by the Blazing Alliance? Who knows? Being wanted by such a powerful alliance, Boss Han Yang's future will definitely not be easy. The Blazing Alliance must have wanted to invite Han Yang to join, but was rejected. So, they were so angry that they wanted to kill Han Yang. The Blazing Alliance is really a villain. Why don't you join our Shadow Alliance? It's definitely much better than the Blazing Alliance. Han Yang is so ungrateful. He actually dares to confront our Blazing Alliance? He doesn't even know how to spell death. Does he think he's so awesome just because he broke the record for Novice Lords? In front of us, the Blazing Alliance, he's nothing but trash. Chapter 49. Goodbye, Lu Yu. Just wait and see how our Blazing Alliance crushes him in a matter of minutes. Ha! I think the Blazing Alliance is just talking big. They have a protection system. I want to see how you guys take down Han Yang. Haha! You guys really underestimate our Blazing Alliance, don't you? Can't we take down a mere Novice Lord? The chat panel was already noisy, but Han Yang was not interested in it. However, he received another piece of news that in addition to the Blazing Alliance, there were other alliances in this area. He is not planning to join any alliance, and his own development is the best way forward. However, he still needs to be wary of the alliances around him, as friction with them is inevitable in the future. He opened the chat panel and sent a message to Li Ziyang. Li Ziyang, the beast tide over there should have been dealt with, right? Li Ziyang replied quickly. That's right, the beast tides on my side have been dealt with. Boss, you're awesome. You actually survived 5 beast tides in one go. Boss, you're awesome. What a bullshit. I'm in big trouble now. You must always keep an eye on this jungle and notify me immediately if there's any disturbance. Don't worry, boss. It's no problem. Also, you should pay attention to the situation in this area, especially those surrounding forces. You must be careful and vigilant. Understood. But boss, I heard that the Blazing Alliance is very powerful, so you better be careful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. By the way, how is Yunlong now? I'm treating it to delicious food and drinks here, no problem at all. Okay, you quickly send it back to my territory. I want to confirm something with you now. Think it over carefully before answering me. Han Yang's tone began to become serious. Oh boss, what's up? I don't know what's in your mind. If you want to join another alliance or go it alone, that's fine. I won't force you. If you want to work hard with me, I won't make you sign any contract. We're just partners. Han Yang said these words to Li Ziyang sincerely. Li Ziyang, on the other end, was silent for a long time before sending the message. Boss, I know my level. I'm destined to never accomplish anything great in the future. Joining another alliance would undoubtedly be a blood transfusion for these people. I absolutely don't want to do such a thing. Since you sincerely treat me as your brother, then from now on, you are my real boss. I will always follow you. Well then, from now on, I'll never let you go hungry as long as I have something to eat. Let's make a name for ourselves together in this eternal continent. Boss, there's absolutely no problem. Han Yang took out 100,000 crystals and energy stones from his warehouse and sent them to Li Ziyang. Boss, what are you doing? Li Ziyang on the other side was a little panicked. I'll need you to gather intelligence for me in the future, so take these crystals and energy stones. Train your troops to be stronger and increase their numbers. Intelligence is extremely important to us right now. Don't worry, I will do whatever it takes to save you, boss. Okay, don't reveal what's going on between us for now. I'm afraid some people might harm you. No problem. After finishing the chat, Han Yang immediately started to build a guard tower. After all, one never knows when the people from the Blazing Alliance will come, so one must be fully prepared. He used all his remaining crystals on the guard tower, bringing its level to 10. A towering building now stands on his territory. With the watchtower, he had a clear grasp of the surrounding situation. Then he opened the map and locked onto a location. All right, Lei Long, it's time for us to set off. Lei Long nodded excitedly. At this time, Lu Yu opened the chat panel with great anticipation and sent a message to Xiao Mengxue. Mengxue, are you okay now? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly. Xiao Mengxue said to him rudely. Look, I've joined the Blazing Alliance. Are you interested in joining me? Haha, I'm not interested in being someone else's slave. This isn't about being someone else's slave. Let me tell you, my father and the Lord of the Blazing Alliance have a deep friendship. We're just partners. With his help, I'm sure I'll rise quickly. Then I have no interest in being someone else's slave. I've already said that I haven't signed a contract. We're both novice lords now, and our strength is still relatively weak. It won't be a problem for us to find a powerful backer. No, I don't need a backer. That's not right. If you encounter an accident someday, will you still need my help? Don't worry. I'll never beg you even if I die. These words made Lu Yu's face suddenly ugly. He gritted his teeth and was very angry. I'm telling you, Xiao Mengxue, don't be so ungrateful. With the help of the Blazing Alliance, I'll be able to surpass you in no time. Oh, then I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Yu angrily closed the chat panel, his face ashen. Damn it, just wait. One day in the future, I will definitely make you kneel down and beg me. Xiao Mengshue's beautiful face appeared in his mind, begging him with tears in her eyes. This scene makes me excited just thinking about it. He swallowed hard and realized that he still needed to work hard for his beauty plan. Lu Yu prepared to return to the Lord's mansion to have a good sleep. If he didn't get enough sleep, how could he have the energy to realize his dream? But at this moment, he suddenly heard a sound coming into his ears. He couldn't help but turn his head away, but the scene in front of him made his eyes almost pop out. A huge blue-black dragon was rushing towards him rapidly. His expression froze for a moment, and he simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Ow, is there a dragon? While he was stunned, Han Yang came to him riding on a thunder dragon. Lu Yu's expression was as if he had seen a ghost, and he was petrified on the spot. A sneer appeared on Han Yang's lips. It really was this fat guy. Anger couldn't help but flash in his eyes. The scene of being bullied by this fat man was still vivid in his mind. Today I want to see whose yellow urine wakes whom up. U chapter 50, danger strike. Lu Yu couldn't help but step back repeatedly, his eyes looking at him as if he was a monster. How is this possible? How could that Han Yang really be you? He screamed, his tone full of horror. A sneer appeared on Han Yang's lips. Why, you didn't expect that, did you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your dragon tribe is the most useless type of soldier. There is absolutely no way you can train it. Haha, you'd better go to hell and think about this matter. Do you remember what you said before? It's time to settle the account between the two of us today. Han Yang's tone suddenly turned cold. Damn it, don't think that your dragon troops can defeat me so easily. Exploding golden lion, tear them apart from me. Lu Yu screamed madly. 3 exploding golden lions roared wildly and then rushed over madly. Thunder Dragon. Han Yang shouted softly. A large number of lightning arcs immediately appeared on the back of the Thunder Dragon and shot towards the 3 exploding golden lions. Following 3 heart-wrenching screams, the 3 exploding golden lions immediately had their skin torn apart and fell to the ground, breathless. In an instant, it's a kill. Lu Yu sat down on the ground, staring blankly at everything in front of him with empty eyes. The 3 exploding golden lions he had painstakingly cultivated were killed in the blink of an eye. Such a result was hard for him to believe. The Thunder Dragon let out a deafening roar at him and slowly approached him. How's it going? Han Yang walked over with a smile on his face. Do you still remember what you said 7 days ago? Lu Yu kicked the ground with his feet and retreated repeatedly. I'm telling you, I've already joined the Blazing Alliance. You'd better let me go, or they'll kill you. Blazing Alliance. Han Yang seemed to be listening to a joke. Haven't you heard that I'm wanted? As he spoke, he took out a long sword from the space ring. No. Lu Yu was completely panicked and screamed, You can't kill me. My father is an Imperial Lord. He will never let you go if I die. Even if the Jade Emperor comes today, I will chop off your dog head. Han Yang's tone was extremely cold. He walked towards them step by step, like the god of death, with the sword in his hand aimed at Lu Yu. My father is an Imperial Lord. If you can release me, he will give you a lot of resources. From now on, no one in this eternal continent will dare to bully you. Seeing the long sword pointing directly at his head, he immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy frantically, tears falling uncontrollably. But Han Yang did not waver at all. He was determined to kill Lu Yu. I'm sorry. Lu Yu banged his head against the ground. I'm really sorry. I apologize for what I said before. Please forgive me. His snot and tears flowed together, and he kept begging on the ground like a dog, being extremely humble. But at this moment, a flash of sword light flashed across, blood dyed the ground red, and a head rolled to the side. Han Yang rode on the Thunder Dragon's neck and rushed towards his territory. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. It was his first time killing someone, but he didn't feel any fear at all. He must have been prepared for this. In this eternal continent, blood and war are topics that can never be avoided. Just at this moment, Li Ziang sent him a message. Boss, several people led their troops into this jungle. They must be coming for you. I see. Han Yang was not at all panicked when he heard the news. After all, the revenge of the Blazing Alliance is bound to come. It's just a matter of time. However, they acted quite quickly. Xiaolong, Let's go quickly. Trouble is coming. Okay, master. Lei Long nodded, and his speed instantly soared to the extreme. In the dark jungle, several people were staggering forward. They actually asked the 5 of us to deal with this novice lord together. They really look down on us, don't they? It is said that this novice lord has broken the record of all previous novice lords, even surviving 5 rounds of the Beast Tide. TSK. What an incredible figure has emerged. It's a pity that he has offended our blazing alliance and is destined to die here. Don't be too careless. This novice lord named Han Yang must have his own abilities. That's right, and he definitely has some kind of protection mechanism. It won't be that easy for us to kill him. He's just a novice lord. If the 5 of us attack him together, can't we defeat him? That's right. No matter how powerful he is, he's no match for the 5 of us. Han Yang led the Thunder Dragon and returned to his territory first. Li Xiang had already sent him the detailed information of the 5 people, including their military branches and locations. I just don't know the level of their troops, but they should be quite strong. At this time, Yunlong was waiting for them to return in the territory, and its level had reached 11. Yunlong probably won't be able to take part in this battle. After all, its current level is a bit behind. He planned to wait for the arrival of these 5 people in the territory. After all, they had been in the Eternal Continent for some time, and he could not underestimate them. Although there are arrow towers, city walls, and protection mechanisms, Han Yang still dare not take it lightly. After all, the strength of these 5 people is unfathomable. The Thunder Dragon was eating the beast's flesh in big mouthfuls, while Han Yang opened the chat panel. Inside information, our Blazing Alliance has already sent 5 people to kill Han Yang. Oh my god, they're moving so fast, and 5 of them at once. The Blazing Alliance really thinks highly of Boss Han Yang. I feel like Boss Han Yang is really going to be in trouble. Even if Boss Han Yang has a protection mechanism, he is no match for the 5 veteran lords. Haha, this is what happens when you mess with our Blazing Alliance. I advise some people to behave themselves, or else you'll suffer the consequences. That's right, Han Yang's experience this time is a lesson. We, the Blazing Alliance, are the overlords of this region. A mere novice lord dares to go against our Blazing Alliance. He really wants to die. What the hell is this strongest novice lord? He's nothing but shit in front of our Blazing Alliance. Chapter 51. Xiao Mengshue's Invitation. Just as Han Yang was patiently waiting for the enemy to attack in his territory, someone sent him a message. When he opened it, he found that it was sent by Xiao Mengshue. Han Yang, are you there? What? Did you miss me? Han Yang sent him a message back. Haha, Xiao Mengshue sneered twice over there. Stop talking so slickly here, I have something important to tell you. Then you tell me. The Blazing Alliance has already taken action against you, right? There are 5 of them lined up and on their way to me. Han Yang answered honestly. With the arrival of the 5 Master Lords, I think you are in great danger. Don't worry, there are only 5 of them. They can't pose much of a threat to me. With these 5 people, there will definitely be another 5. You are now being targeted by them. You will definitely not have a peaceful life for the next period of time. However many of them come, I will kill them. You can only say this for 10 days. Once these 10 days are over and the protection mechanism is gone, I want to see what you will do. Don't worry, with the speed at which I'm growing, who knows what will happen in 10 days. Talking about this, Han Yang couldn't help but wonder what this girl wanted to do. I'm really getting more and more curious about you now. What kind of soldier are you that can give you such terrifying speed? You won't be able to guess that. He couldn't help but smile mysteriously. I was thinking that I would definitely visit your territory, but now it seems that may be a little difficult. That's totally fine. We can have a deep conversation. Who wants to have an in-depth discussion with you? I'm just curious about your military branch. Oh, and I suddenly remembered something. Did you kill Lu Yu? Lu Yu? Who is Lu Yu? Han Yang decided to pretend to be stupid to the end. After all, his military type had not been exposed yet, so he would pretend as long as he could. You really don't know Lu Yu? Xiao Mengshui on the other side was quite confused. I don't know him. I've never heard of him. Well, I just got the news that Lu Yu died suddenly. Who is this Lu Yu? Why do you know he is dead? Han Yang was a little confused. Lu Yu is the son of an Imperial Lord. This Imperial Lord is extremely powerful and dominates a region. He is a well-known figure among our entire human race. Fuck, is it actually that awesome? Why are you scared? Why should I be afraid? This Lu Yu has nothing to do with me. Although Lu Yu is the son of that Imperial Lord, this Imperial Lord has more than one son. He probably has 3 digits of children. Han Yang understood it instantly. It seemed that this Imperial Lord was definitely a stud. Xiao Mengxue continued. Even if he lost a son, it would not matter to him. Han Yang felt a little relieved after hearing this. Although he couldn't get in touch with people at the Imperial Lord stage, this was still an Imperial Lord after all. If this Imperial Lord is determined to kill me, then I might be in a difficult situation. But if this Imperial Lord is a stud, then it doesn't matter much. By the way, I came to you today to tell you this last thing. Are you interested in coming with me? Go together? Where to? Han Yang's mind immediately popped up a scene of two people traveling around the world together and sleeping in the same bed. I'm dissatisfied with what you said. My father is also an Imperial Lord. Han Yang pretended to be surprised, but he already had a premonition in his heart. When he was in the same middle school with her, he knew that her family background was very good, which was far beyond his reach. Now that I heard that her father was also an Imperial Lord, I was naturally not too surprised. The situation here is a bit complicated now. My father asked me to go to his place quickly. Fuck, a rich second generation. Could you put something nice in your mouth? Would you be interested in coming with me? Go together? Han Yang was quite confused. We're meeting the parents so soon? Isn't this progressing a little too fast? Hurry up. I just think you have unlimited potential in the future. It would be a shame to die in a place like this. With my father protecting you, no one would dare to touch you. Besides, you don't even need to sign a contract. In the future, we will be the most reliable allies. So that's how it is, but I'm still a little confused. Han Yang fell in a deep thought while sending the message. What's the confusion? Our territory is all nearby. Why did you run to your father's side? Are you abandoning your territory? You don't have to worry about that. Do you know there's a tool called territory migration? This tool can move your territory to another place. If you want to come with me, I'll provide it to you for free. No, I think it's better to stay where I am. Han Yang thought about it and decided to reject Xia Mengshue's kindness. If her father provides her with protection, then everything she owns will be controlled by this Imperial Lord. After he sees his own dragon troops, who knows what he will think? Especially after I grow stronger at an incredible speed, his mind will definitely change in a direction that is disadvantageous to me. People's hearts are hidden. You can't do such risky things. Don't worry, my father is a very good person. He will never go back on his word. You don't need to persuade me anymore. I have already made up my mind. Thank you for your kindness. I think I still need to fight for everything in the future on my own. Well then, I'm going to the demonic spirit region. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again one day in the future. Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance. Finally, I want to ask you one more question. What is your military branch? One day in the future, you will know. Fisk's so stingy. After finishing his chat with Xiao Mengxue, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Everything in the future depends on your own efforts. The Dragon Army has brought me great opportunities, but also huge challenges. Your own destiny must be in your own hands. Chapter 52. The enemy arrives. Hint, enemy detected. At this moment, the guard tower sent a series of messages to Han Yang. Lord Xingg, level 20, commanding 3 Earth-destroying Black Bulls. These 3 Earth-destroying Black Bulls are level 28, 26, and 25, respectively. They have all awakened the Earth-splitting shockwave skill, which allows them to launch shockwaves from beneath the ground to attack enemies. Lord Wang Changtian, level 21, commanding 6 Phantom Light Mantises. These 6 Phantom Light Mantises are level 29, 28, 27, 27, 25, and 23, respectively. They have all awakened the skill Phantom Light Divine Splitting, using their shears to deal heavy damage to enemies. Lord Zhou Qingzhe, level 23, commanding 5 Iron Feather Divine Eagles. These 5 Iron Feather Divine Eagles are level 29, 28, 26, 25, and 24, respectively. They have all awakened the Iron Feather Diffuse skill, which fires a large number of feathers, dealing area of effect damage to enemies. Lord Ma Yuanming, level 23, commanding 3 Swift Shadow Centaurs. These are humanoid soldiers, each wielding a 3rd-grade weapon, and are ranked at level 28, 27, and 27, respectively. They all possess the skill Swift Step, allowing them to move at exceptional speeds. Lord Qi Xian, level 24, commands a Thunder Beast. This Thunder Beast is a humanoid troop, wielding a 4th-grade weapon, and is level 30. It has awakened the Thunder Burst skill, allowing it to unleash a massive lightning attack on the enemy. Han Yang looked at the information of these 5 people and wrote it down silently. All this is thanks to the guard tower, which can detect all information about the invading enemy. The strength of these 5 people is extremely terrifying, and the highest level of troops has reached level 30. The Thunder Dragon is only level 16, and the gap between them is not small. However, he still has arrow towers and protection mechanisms, which can narrow the gap between him and these people. Just as Han Yang was waiting for these people to arrive, a prompt sound rang again. It is detected that your territory is about to be attacked, and the protection mechanism will take effect. All enemies are lords who have been in the Eternal Continent for more than a year. Their strength will be directly reduced by 50%. After hearing this news, a smile appeared on Han Yang's face. If their strength is reduced by 50%, it is not certain who will win. Lei Long and Yun Long were both on high alert, ready for battle. At this moment, the 5 figures also appeared in Han Yang's sight. Along with it, there are 5 terrifying types of troops. Oh, after traveling for such a long time, I finally met this guy. I have to have some fun with him later. Xi and Gigi stretched and said, "It's not worth it for the 5 of us to travel such a long time just to deal with this novice lord." Wang Qingtian couldn't help but say, "Don't be too careless. Our combat effectiveness has been weakened by half. It's not easy to eliminate this person." Zhou Qingzhe said with a frown, "What are you afraid of? This guy has only survived 5 waves of beasts. We have all been training on the Eternal Continent for a year. If we can't even handle him, then all 5 of us have lived in vain." That's right. If the 5 of us can't deal with one person, then we could go eat shit. While the 5 people were talking, they had already arrived in front of Han Yang's territory. Han Yang was standing at the door, looking at the 5 of them coldly. "Are you 5 from the Blazing Alliance?" he asked coldly. "Are you the novice, Lord Han Yang? May I ask why the 5 of you have come to my humble abode?" "Stop pretending. I'm asking you one last time. Do you want to join the Blazing Alliance?" "The 5 of us have come here to invite you personally, so please don't be so rude." "That's right. The 5 of us came here to invite you sincerely, and this is your last chance. As long as you join our Blazing Alliance, all previous grudges will be wiped out. We will also provide you with a large number of rewards. This kind of treatment is hard to come by." Han Yang couldn't help but sneer. "A sincere invitation? That's bullshit. It's not impossible for me to join your alliance, but I have one request." "Request?" "You said, as long as there's no contract." The 5 people opposite also sneered. "Not signing a contract? Do you think this is your home and you can do whatever you want? A mandatory requirement for joining our Blazing Alliance is signing a contract. This is for the unity of the entire alliance and for future development." "That's right. The Lord of our Blazing Alliance also put a lot of thought into establishing this rule." "Haha, Hanyang really laughed. You bunch of lackeys are talking so righteously. I'm really shocked. It seems like you really were born to be dogs. It's absolutely perfect for you." As soon as he said this, the faces of the 5 people opposite him turned pale instantly. "Damn it, I think you're looking for death. Damn it, the 5 of us invited you sincerely, and you didn't even bother to show us any respect. You're really tired of living. Why are you still wasting time talking to him? This kid really doesn't know his place. Just get rid of him right now. Brothers, come together and let him know how powerful we are." Han Yang looked at the 5 men barking wildly, his face showing no emotion at all. He touched the Thunder Dragon's chin. "Xiaolong, it's time to start." Lei Long nodded his head vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. Yunlong on the side was also ready for battle. As these 5 people waved their hands, the various types of soldiers behind them rushed toward Han Yang's territory, without regard for their lives. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle. As Han Yang gently waved his hand, the arrow tower slowly rose into the air, and the Thunder Dragon and Cloud Dragon also took off. The 5 people originally had sarcastic expressions on their faces, but when they saw Lei Long and Yun Long, their expressions froze instantly, as if they had seen a ghost. "Oh my god, why do I feel like my eyes are blurry? Why does this creature in front of me look so similar to the dragon in the legend?" Xi and Gigi couldn't help but say to Nan Nan. The others also swallowed their saliva and looked at the giant dragon in front of them, each of them feeling as if they were struck by lightning. "The creature in front of me seems to be a real dragon. Could it be that this kid's army is from the Dragon Clan?" Wang Chengtian screamed like a madman. "Didn't I hear that the Dragon Clan is the most useless military force? Why is the aura emanating from this kid's military force so powerful? Zhou Qingzhe also screamed in disbelief. The dragon army is just very difficult to train. It requires a lot of resources in the early stages. But once this type of army is trained, it will be extremely powerful. Ma Yuanming stared with his eyes wide open, his expression extremely ugly. This kid actually managed to train the dragon soldiers. Why is that? Qi Xian was also equally unbelievable. The Dragon Clan is known as the most useless military unit because no one can train it. But what's going on with Han Yang? Everyone who possesses dragon troops, without exception, dies on the 8th day. This can be said to be a historical inevitability, but this Han Yang reversed history and survived 5 waves of beasts. This is truly great news. If we go back and tell the Lord about this, he will definitely be very interested. No wonder this guy is hailed as the strongest novice lord. It turns out he's trained the dragon tribe. Wow, that really scared me. The dragon tribe is a divine-level army with exceptionally strong combat capabilities. I never thought we'd encounter such an opponent. This is going to be a bit tricky. Ma Yuanming, were you afraid if he's just a novice lord? Even if he has dragon troops, what can he do? Yes, there are 5 of us. The Lord is wise to send the 5 of us together to deal with this man. Han Yang looked at the heated discussion among the 5 people in front of him and couldn't help but snort coldly. Haha, I didn't expect that my troops alone could scare you so much. Why don't you just kneel down and surrender? As soon as he said this, the faces of the 5 people opposite him turned pale in an instant. Damn it, we were actually looked down upon by this loser in front of us. Don't worry, you won't be able to laugh anymore soon. I'm going to tear his tendons and skin him alive. Come on, let this kid see how powerful we are. 3 earth-destroying black bulls, 6 phantom light mantises, 5 iron feather divine eagles, 3 swift shadow centaurs, and 1 thunder beast instantly pounced towards Han Yang's territory. Han Yang also waved his hand, and a large number of arrows were fired from the arrow tower, as dense as raindrops. In an instant, the arrow feathers covered the ferocious beasts. Holy crap, this is actually a level 11 attack structure. Upgrading an attack structure to level 11 in just 7 days? Is this something a human could do? I have to admit, this kid is truly incredible. This trip was definitely the right one for us. Come on, let me see how powerful this dragon tribe's army is. The 3 earth-destroying black bulls let out terrifying roars. The arrows could only leave some minor wounds on their bodies. They raised their hooves and slammed the ground hard. A huge crack quickly spread out and headed straight for Han Yang's territory. With a boom, the crack shot to the bottom of the wall and was firmly blocked. A level 10 wall has extremely strong defense. 6 phantom mantises flashed wildly in the rain of arrows, their bodies leaving afterimages on the ground. These arrows were actually dodged by them and did not pose any threat to them at all. In just a blink of an eye, they rushed to the front of the wall, and 2 huge sharp knives chopped down fiercely. A rumbling sound was heard, and only tiny grooves appeared on the wall. The 5 iron feather divine eagles swooped upwards rapidly and soon left the range of the arrows. I saw iron feathers that could cut through iron like mud suddenly shooting out from their bodies and intertwining with the arrow feathers. The speed of the 3 swift shadow horses was also very fast. After a few afterimages flashed by, they rushed to the front of the wall. They swung the 3rd-grade weapons in their hands frantically, but only added a few scratches to the wall. The 5 people's faces suddenly looked a little ugly. With so many types of troops attacking at the same time, they couldn't even break through this wall. This is undoubtedly a slap in their face. Damn it, our military strength has been reduced too much, and this level 10 wall has extremely formidable defenses. Breaking through it won't be that easy. Oh, it's just a level 10 wall. Watch me destroy it in a minute. Qi Xian roared angrily, and a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the body of the Thunder Dragon Beast. I saw thick arcs of lightning shooting out in an instant. As soon as the arrow feathers came into contact with these lightning arcs, they all turned into ashes. These lightning arcs rushed forward and hit the top of the wall fiercely. The rumbling sound rang out again, and the wall began to tremble wildly, with tiny cracks appearing on it. Great, it works! Let the Thunder Beast bombard the wall a few more times like this, and this wall will undoubtedly break. Come on, this kid's death is coming soon. Han Yang looked at everything in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Thunder Death Storm. Following the Thunder Dragon's loud roar, a strong wind suddenly began to blow around. In the blink of an eye, a huge storm enveloped the area. A large number of lightning arcs flashed continuously inside, making a deafening roar. What the hell, what is this? This must be the skill of his army. It's really too powerful. Something is wrong. Let's withdraw our troops immediately. Ma Yuanming roared madly, as if he had discovered something. Chapter 54. The battle ends. The sound of thunder continued to flash between heaven and earth, and a huge storm enveloped the area below. Xi and Gigi, Wang, Chantan, and Ma Yuanming's faces turned ashen in an instant, and their eyes became as big as eggs. What happened? What happened to you? Zhou Qingzhe asked anxiously. My 3 earth-destroying black bulls are all dead. Xi and Gigi said each word with difficulty, his teeth almost breaking. What? Zhou Qingzhe and Qi Xian widened their eyes at the same time, as if they had heard something impossible. Impossible. The defense of your black bull-killing troops is extremely powerful. How could they die like this? The same situation applies to my 6 phantom light mantises. Wang Qingtian said this with gritted teeth. Zhou Qingzhe and Qi Xian's expressions turned even uglier. They knew that these 2 people were probably not joking. Ma Yuanming, how are your swift shadow troopers? Ma Yuanming shook his head in pain. It's over. Everything is over. Is this the combat power of a god-level army? They actually destroyed the 3 of us in an instant. Damn it. The 3 of us are definitely much higher level than his. How could this happen? It's no longer a new thing that god-class troops can fight across levels. But I didn't expect that dragon-class troops could actually cross such a huge range. How can we still play this? 3 people's troops were destroyed in an instant. The faces of the 5 of them were so gloomy that they were about to burst. They could never have imagined that things would turn around so quickly. The previous second, they were immersed in the joy that the wall was about to be broken, and the next second they suffered a thunderous and devastating blow. Such a result was a little too much for each of them to bear. Zhou Qingzhe, if you cooperate with me, we will definitely have a chance to take down Han Yang. The 5 of us can't even take down a novice lord. If this gets out, people will definitely laugh at us. Qi Xian shouted. Zhou Qingzhe swallowed hard. How can I cooperate with you? My troops are high-level troops. You cover me from above. As long as the Thunder Beast can tear a crack in the wall, there will be absolutely no problem. Well then, we can only give it a try. At this time, Han Yang didn't care at all about the actions of these 5 people. In his mind, prompt sounds were ringing one after another. This was the reward he received for killing 5 soldiers, and it was incredibly generous. The levels of their troops are very high. Even if their strength is weakened, the rewards remain unchanged. The rewards provided by these arms are really awesome. At this moment, the Thunder Beast let out a deafening roar, and a large amount of lightning scattered from its body again. The iron-feathered eagles in the sky were also screaming like crazy, and their sharp iron feathers cut through the void. Thick arcs of lightning struck the wall again. This time the wall shook even more violently, and the cracks on it were clearly visible. Great! One more push, and this wall will definitely break. Come on, let's end Han Yang's life in one fell swoop. Qi Xian shouted and controlled the Thunder Beast to attack. But at this time, the Thunder Death Storm expanded again, covering the iron-feathered divine eagles. After a few screams, the bodies of these iron-feathered divine eagles fell to the ground. In the end, only this one Thunder Beast was left. Qi Xian's eyes turned bloodshot, and he desperately controlled the Thunder Beast to attack the wall. With a loud bang, the wall shattered and a gap appeared. Just when Qi Xian was happy, he suddenly raised his head and stared upwards, as if he had seen a ghost. The interwoven arcs of lightning in the sky now stretched for thousands of meters. These lightning arcs are like a huge net, pressing people so hard that they can't breathe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qi Xian roared hysterically, as if he was about to collapse. The other 4 people also stared blankly at what was happening in front of them, as if they were petrified. World-destroying thunder. Along with the Thunder Dragon's roar, a thick pillar of lightning pierced through from above. The figure of the Thunder Beast was instantly enveloped by a strong white light, and it couldn't even make a scream. How could this happen? None of the 5 of them could believe what they were seeing. The 5 of them joined forces, yet they were defeated so miserably. They were defeated so completely. In an instant, the 5 of them fled in a panic towards the depths of the jungle, like dogs that had lost their homes. But at this time, Yunlong attacked with thunder and instantly arrived in front of these 5 people. With 5 screams, the battle finally came to an end. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. Next, it was time to sort out the spoils he had obtained. In a magnificent palace, a man was sitting on a chair with a sad expression. "My lord, what happened to you?" A woman twisted her waist and slowly sat on the man's legs. "Remember that Liu Yu I told you about? He's dead. He was killed by that novice Lord Han Yang." "Oh, this novice lord is really an incredible person. He even dared to kill the son of the Empire Lord." "Who said it wasn't? I'm worried about this matter right now. The Imperial Lord asked me to take care of his son, and now it's difficult to report it." "What are you afraid of? Why not just put all the blame on that novice lord?" "That's one way. I hope it works. That Imperial Lord is so far away from us, and he has more than one son. He will definitely not make things difficult for our blazing alliance. Yes, that Imperial Lord must have hundreds of sons. My lord, you haven't played with me for a long time. I can't wait any longer. Come, I'll do some nucleic acid testing for you today." He then picked up the woman in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. But at this moment, someone hurriedly knocked on the door. "My lord, something terrible has happened." He was shocked and almost frightened to death. "What the fuck? The 5 people you sent to kill Han Yang are all dead." Chapter 55, Night Shadow Alliance. Han Yang followed the Thunder Dragon and the Water Dragon and began to clean up the battlefield. The amount of experience points and attribute points provided by the types of soldiers killed by Lei Long is quite huge. After all, the level of their troops was quite high, especially the Thunder Beast, which was as high as level 30. After this battle, the Thunder Dragon's level reached 17. Yunlong's level did not change much, and it could not provide any help in this battle. And his own level has reached 16. Just as Han Yang went to check the reward, Yunlong came running over in a hurry. On its hands, there are 5 space rings of strange shapes. Hanyang Sudin Li Bachama Alert. These 5 space rings belong to the 5 of them. The levels of these 5 people are all very high, and I don't know if there are any good things in their space rings. He immediately picked it up and checked it out, and the contents did not disappoint him. There are various kinds of pills, herbs, acceleration cards, etc., which are still very rich. For Han Yang, these things are already quite luxurious. There are no crystals in these space rings. They must have stored their crystals in the warehouses of their own territories. He nodded with satisfaction and randomly put these things into a space ring. In addition, these 5 space rings are all 3rd-grade weapons and can be exchanged for a large number of crystals. In short, the gains from this battle are huge. With these trophies, his combat effectiveness can be raised to another level. After finishing all this, it was already evening. There are still ferocious beasts in a frenzied state at night, so it is better to stay in your own territory. After doing all this, Han Yang immediately ordered the little giant ape to roast the beast meat. Both Lei Long and Yunlong were very tired after this battle, and they urgently needed to replenish their strength. At this moment, another prompt sounded in his mind. The Blazing Alliance has designated Lord Han Yang as a wanted criminal, offering a reward of 2 million crystals and energy stones. Han Yang was a little stunned for a moment. It was only 2 million crystals? It's twice as much as before. It seems that the Blazing Alliance is really rich. If he had been unable to escape from the Blazing Alliance, he would have handed himself over. This is 2 million crystals and energy stones. Han Yang himself is a little tempted. He opened the chat panel, and naturally there was a constant stream of discussions. Holy crap, what's going on? A bounty of 2 million crystals and energy stones. It's gone from 1 million crystals to 2 million crystals in such a short time. Can someone explain to me what's going on? Didn't someone just say that the Blazing Alliance sent out 5 veteran lords to hunt down Han Yang? Could it be? Don't tell me that the 5 old lords were all killed by Boss Han Yang. Oh my god, this is a complete horror story. Incredible, really incredible. Not necessarily. The 5 old lords aren't necessarily dead. After all, such a thing is too unnatural. It's very likely that the 5 old lords were repelled, so the reward price was raised. Wow, is it doubled? You are so rich. Can you give me some? Love you. Hey, big man upstairs, stop being so disgusting. Where are those people from the Blazing Alliance who were clamoring earlier? Stand up. Yeah. Why are you all silent now? Could it be that you're blocked by shit? Ha! These Blazing Alliance people are truly disgusting. Do you really think the entire world belongs to you? Where's all that clamor you used to have before? Now everyone is playing dumb. What a bunch of cowards. Haha. Han Yang is just lucky. We will definitely make sure he doesn't see the sun the day after tomorrow. Oh my god, these people from the Blazing Alliance actually dare to come out and bite people. They are so shameless. Just wait, Boss Han Yang will slap them in the face again and again. These Blazing Alliance members can only bite people. It's really 666. Han Yang paid no attention to the insults and arguments on the chat panel, but went to eat the meat of the ferocious beast to replenish his strength. Moreover, a batch of medicinal herbs were seized today, which can be used to improve the food. After all, the herbs produced in the Eternal Continent all taste very good. Just as he was happily eating the meat of the ferocious beast, Zhou Huaiming sent him another message. Master Han Yang, I have collected a new batch of refined iron. Please take a look and see if you need it. Yes, of course I need it. I want as many as you can get. Han Yang replied immediately. Okay, what about the price? Let's calculate it based on the previous market price. Afterwards, Zhou Huaiming sent him 100,000 refined iron resources, which was more than before. It seems that her troops and her own level have grown a lot, and the collection speed has become so fast. After completing all these transactions, Zhou Huaiming continued to send him messages. Master Han Yang, someone here asked me to do something. Oh, what's going on? Is it something related to me? Yes, I have a Night Shadow Alliance that contacted me to join their organization, and they can provide me with shelter without signing a contract. They contacted me and want to get in touch with you. Night Shadow Alliance? Han Yang couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't even know them, so why were they looking for him? I just said that I had some business with you. I definitely didn't mention anything else about you. Seeing Han Yang sending the question, Zhou Huaiming quickly explained. In fact, Han Yang was not worried about anything. Apart from the transaction with him, she seemed to know nothing else. It's okay. You don't know anything. What do the people from the Night Shadow Alliance say? They said they've already added you as their friend, but you haven't agreed yet. They asked me to remind you and see if you can agree. Oh, so that's how it is. He hasn't opened the friend request panel for a long time. After all, there are too many people adding him, and he is too lazy to deal with them. He searched, and soon a piece of information appeared in front of him. Night Shadow Alliance. Xie Jun wants to add you as a friend. Xie Jun? That name sounds quite impressive. Han Yang agreed to her friend request. Chapter 56. The Sleeping Beast. In the palace, there was a man walking back and forth with a very angry expression. Lord, would you like to eat something first? Someone nearby immediately said. Eat shit, he roared immediately. Damn it, all 5 old lords are dead. What a piece of crap. What a piece of crap. My lord, it is said that the Night Shadow Alliance has also begun to take action. They acted pretty quickly. Who the hell is this Han Yang? So what should we do now? The others said tremblingly. Now that we've fallen out with him, there's nothing we can do. But this kid's growth is really too fast. That's true. This novice lord is truly incredible. No matter what abilities he possesses, this guy will definitely perish here in the coming time. Hello, Han Yang. I'm Xie Jun from the Night Shadow Alliance. Nice to meet you. Xie Jun over there sent a message to Han Yang. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Han Yang also sent him a message. It's really hard for me to add you as a friend. If I can't contact you, I'm afraid there's no way at all. Ha ha ha. I forgot about it for a moment. I'm really sorry. I heard that you have something to talk to me about. Yes, there are indeed some things. As for those 5 people that the Blazing Alliance besieged, did you kill them all by yourself? Xie Jun expressed great doubts. That's basically it. Could it be that the reason you want to be my friend this time is just for this matter? Of course not. I have something important to discuss with you. If you want to invite me to join the Night Shadow Alliance, then give up this dream as soon as possible. I will not join your alliance. It seems you have a very clear idea of your goal, but this time, I'm here to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Hanyang Sudenli Bachamakon Fuset. What exactly are we going to cooperate on? Before explaining the reason for the cooperation, let me first introduce our Night Shadow Alliance. Our Night Shadow Alliance is one of the 4 major alliances in this area, and its strength is also very powerful. Xie Junyi continued. The conflict between us and the Blazing Alliance has been intensifying, and friction arises from time to time. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can work together to deal with the Blazing Alliance. Han Yang pondered for a moment and didn't reply immediately. He still didn't know what Xie Junyi was selling. Don't worry, we simply want to join forces with you. The Blazing Alliance is becoming increasingly arrogant and has already overwhelmed the other 3 alliances. If we want to deal with them, we must unite as one. Also, we are partners and receive equal treatment. One day in the future, we can definitely deepen our cooperation. Okay, Since we're in a partnership, what kind of help can you provide me? Our Night Shadow Alliance is located south of the Blazing Fire Alliance, not far from where you are. If you encounter any danger in the future, we will provide you with all our assistance. Moreover, I can also tell you a secret. Oh, a secret? Han Yang couldn't help but wonder. Didn't you destroy the Behemoth tribe? There's indeed something hidden in their tribe that you don't know about. He couldn't help but frown. What on earth was the Behemoth tribe hiding? He was not surprised that Xie Jun knew that he had killed the Behemoth tribe. After all, the matter had already spread. The key point is, how did she know about the Behemoth tribe? Don't doubt it, Xie Jun sent another message. The Behemoth tribe is also our mortal enemy. They joined the Blazing Alliance to escape our pursuit. So what exactly is the secret you're talking about? Hasn't the Behemoth tribe surrendered to you? Did you notice that they hold a huge amount of refined iron ore? Indeed, they produce a lot of refined iron resources every day. I'm telling you, beneath their iron ore, there's a ferocious beast sleeping. Going there will trigger a hidden quest. As long as you kill this ferocious beast, you'll get a huge reward. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. Is that really the case? Why would I lie to you? It won't benefit me. You can send your troops to investigate first, and then decide whether to carry out the operation after confirming the true situation. Okay then, I'll go check it out tomorrow. As he said this, he already had an idea in mind. Another question I want to ask is, what is your military branch? Xie Jun was very confused. She sent people to investigate Han Yang's military branch, but didn't get any information at all. As a result, she couldn't help but feel deeply confused. Keep it secret. Han Yang only left him this sentence. Xie Jun over there couldn't help but clench his fists. How stingy. But I want to see how long you can keep it a secret. After finishing his chat with Xie Jun, Han Yang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What on earth was Xie Jun up to? Could she really be so kind as to help him? He was a little skeptical and decided to ask one of Li Ziyang's soldiers to help him. Anyway, Li Ziyang's troops' reincarnation does not require too many resources, so it is a good opportunity to let his troops investigate the real situation for him. Moreover, Li Ziyang had to take precautionary measures to prevent the people from the Blazing Alliance from causing any more trouble to him. After doing all this, it was already late at night. Early the next morning, Han Yang opened his eyes. You have to be cautious at all times during this period, otherwise you will be in danger if you're not careful. The first thing to do when you wake up is, of course, to sign in. System, sign in for today. Congratulations, Lord, for signing in successfully. You have obtained crystals plus 200,000, energy stones plus 200,000, wood plus 1 million, stones plus 1 million, and refined iron plus 100,000. There were a lot more resources in his warehouse. Soon, Li Ziyang's Goshawk troops also arrived in his territory and obeyed his orders in everything. After breakfast, they can set off. Chapter 57, Hidden Mission. At the gate of the Behemoth tribe, the Behemoths on guard were dozing off. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded in their ears. Hey, where's your elder? Ask him to come out and see me. Suddenly, these Behemoths were like being poured with a basin of cold water, and their eyes widened in an instant. Who else could this person in front of me be but Han Yang from 2 days ago? You, why are you here? As soon as they saw Han Yang, these Behemoths couldn't even speak clearly. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to see your elders. Without saying a word, Han Yang led the Thunder Dragon, the Cloud Dragon, and the Eagle and rushed into the Behemoth tribe. A Behemoth tried to stop it, but was held firmly back by the people next to him. You don't want to live anymore. But the elders, even if the elders come, they can't stop this giant Buddha. Han Yang rampaged through the Behemoth tribe, and no one came stop him. Soon, a huge Behemoth rushed out of house and came to him in a panic. Sir, what can I do for you? The Behemoth said obediently, clenching his fists. What is it that you don't understand? Han Yang's words were extremely cold. The Behemoth's body immediately trembled 3 times, and its expression was one of extreme fear. It has a very clear grasp of the information around it. Not long ago, this great god just killed 3 old lords of the Blazing Alliance. Such a record really shocked him completely. Even the people from the Blazing Alliance couldn't deal with him. It felt that it would be better for it to behave itself under his nose. I'm really sorry, sir. I encountered a lot of things yesterday, so I didn't deliver the fine iron to you. As it spoke, cold sweat was already pouring down. Yesterday was the end of the Novice protection period, and it originally thought that the human leader was in big trouble. So It did not go to transport the refined iron. But who could have thought that this person would be so fierce? Now that Han Yang came question it, it could only keep apologizing. I am deeply sorry. Yesterday, a few ungrateful villains dared to harass you, sir. To protect your refined iron resources from any damage, I didn't go to deliver them. I had been planning to go together today, but I didn't expect you to come in person. Han Yang couldn't help but sneer twice. He already knew the little thoughts of this behemoth very well. Don't think I'll believe your lies. Deliver 50,000 pieces of refined iron to my territory today. Otherwise, you'll lose your head. No problem. The behemoth nodded its head frantically. Okay, I came to you for another thing. Take me to your iron mine. Iron ore. The behemoth couldn't help but frown, looking puzzled. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing at the iron mine? Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. It immediately lowered its head again and took Han Yang toward the iron mine. Although its mind was full of doubts, it did not dare to have any outburst at this moment. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the iron mine. The entrance to the cave is very huge and leads directly downwards. Han Yang stood at the door and looked inside. Bursts of noise came from inside. It should be the behemoths constantly mining fine iron. Sir, the environment inside is extremely dirty and messy. You better not go down. Otherwise, if your feet get dirty, we can't afford it. If you're afraid of getting my feet dirty, then you can just hold me up. That's settled. So, Han Yang rode on the head of the behemoth and walked down with Lei Long and Yun Long. Although the behemoth looked somewhat reluctant, it did not dare to show it. The passage was very humid and the light was very dark, giving people a suffocating feeling. They continued to go down and soon saw the team mining fine iron. Due to years of mining, the passages here are interconnected. Li Xiang's eagle soldier cried out excitedly and began to search these passages. The behemoth on the side was naturally quite confused and had no idea what the human in front of him was looking for. Sir, we behemoths have been mining here for such a long time. If there was anything, we should have discovered it long ago. I assure you, there is absolutely nothing hidden. There is nothing here except fine iron. Han Yang surveyed everything in front of him and ignored the behemoth. Soon, the eagle returned. It had searched all the passages but found nothing. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. It seemed that he had to ask Lei Long to go and inspect the place in person. The level of this eagle soldier is too low, and its alertness to the surrounding environment is not that strong. Let Lei Long go for a patrol. Maybe he can find something strange. He rode on the Thunder Dragon. Let the Cloud Dragon, the Goshawk, and the Behemoth follow behind him, and then continued to patrol. The Thunder Dragon sniffed hard and kept shuttling through the passages. Soon they found a passage leading straight downwards, which looked extremely eerie and terrifying. At this moment, Lei Long's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something. Master, there's something strange here. What is this passage used for? Han Yang turned his head and asked the Behemoth. There's a large area of refined iron ore beneath this passage, but it has been mined out by us and has been abandoned for many years. Han Yang nodded. It seemed that Xie Jun had not lied to him. Tell the Behemoths here to go out for a while. There's no need to mine the refined iron for the time being. Although the Behemoth was extremely confused, he had no choice but to do as he was told. He also asked Li Xiang's Eagle Troop to go out. After all, its combat effectiveness was very low and it could not be of any help here. Then, he led Lei Long and Yun Long directly into the passage. It was very dark inside, so the Thunder Dragon had to shoot out arcs of lightning so that he could see the environment inside clearly. Not long after they moved forward, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Han Yang's mind. Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully triggered the hidden mission. Chapter 58, The Evolved Demonic Wolf. Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully triggered the hidden mission. Hidden mission. There is a sleeping demon wolf here. Before disturbing it, you need to eliminate all the demon shadows. After that, you need to make this demon wolf surrender to you. After completing this hidden task, you will receive a large amount of rewards. Demon Wolf, a level 20 super beast, capable of summoning powerful shadow clones. Its rank also grows with its strength, making it a beast with enormous potential. Han Yang nodded. This hidden mission seemed quite complicated, and he also has to make this demon wolf submit to him, and that depends on his eloquence. He, Lei Long and Yun Long continued to move forward, always paying attention to the movements around them. At this moment, two blood-red eyes suddenly stared in their direction. You two should be careful and try not to make too much noise when fighting. Han Yang instructed them. The two dragons nodded. The two blood-red eyes gradually grew larger, and a dark figure gradually appeared in front of them. This is a monster the size of a wolf, but its entire body is pitch black, like a ghost. It seems that this is the demonic shadow that was cloned from the demonic wolf. Its strength should not be too strong. Yunlong, go and meet it, Han Yang said to Yunlong. The current situation is a good opportunity to train Yunlong. Yunlong nodded his head, then pounced on him quickly. This demon shadow also looked extremely furious and rushed forward with its bloody mouth opened. Yunlong's dragon claws grabbed the demon shadow frantically, and the demon shadow's big mouth also bit it, and the two of them wrestled together. However, Yunlong still has the upper hand. Soon, under its powerful attack, the demon shadow was gradually defeated and torn into pieces. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully killing a demon shadow. Well done. Han Yang touched Yunlong's chin and said, It seems that I have to find an opportunity to make Yunlong stronger in the future. If Yunlong's strength could reach Leilong's level one day, it would be of great help to me. Next, Han Yang led Yunlong and Leilong to move forward. They encountered many evil shadows along the way, but they were all dealt with one by Yunlong. These evil shadows will only attack when approached, and at other times they are sleeping. Soon, they reached the bottom of the tunnel. Han Yang took a look around, but didn't find anything unusual. He couldn't help but frown and looked at the thunder dragon beside him. Leilong sniffed hard and immediately found something unusual. I saw a large arc of lightning erupting from behind it, bombarding a cave wall. A rumbling sound was heard, and the cave wall collapsed, revealing a larger cave. However, the situation inside this cave made Han Yang stunned. A huge demon wolf covered with black feathers. Its skin was gradually fading away. Wolves actually shed their skins? This question popped up in his mind. The demon wolf's skin was almost completely gone, revealing its skin without feathers. They were all very curious about the scene before them and did not go forward to disturb them. Soon it shed all the skin on its body, and at the same time, it widened its blood-red eyes. Black fur began to grow outside his skin, and it grew at an extremely fast rate. In just a blink of an eye, it recovered and turned into a real demon wolf. Ha ha! It kicked Han Yang hard with its blood-red eyes, and its eyes were full of malice. I didn't expect that I would be interrupted at the critical moment of my transformation. But you are really too stupid, too stupid. Haha, you'll know who's more stupid later. But what's going on with your transformation? A wolf can actually transform. The demon wolf immediately became furious. Stop looking down on us. We are the great demon wolf clan. You inferior races don't even have the qualifications to look us in the face. Ha, Henyang Snealikin. If it knew that it was facing the dragon clan, a god-level soldier, it would definitely be scared speechless, right? The demonic wolf clan? I want to know what strength your clan has. We, the demon wolf clan, have possessed the ability to evolve since ancient times. With each cycle, we undergo a metamorphosis. And after each metamorphosis, our clan's rank rises by one level. Just like the transformation just now, I have successfully evolved from a high-level beast to a super-level beast. Our demon wolf clan can even evolve to a god-level existence. So are you scared? The voice of this demon wolf was heart-wrenching, but the expressions of Han Yang and others opposite him remained calm. So that's how it is. It sounds pretty impressive. Han Yang nodet. The demon wolf couldn't help but be stunned. When other tribes heard about his ability, they were all shocked to the extreme. But this human being actually looks so ordinary? He must be too ignorant, probably not even hearing about the god-level beast. In this way, it can be explained. Stupid thing. If you had dealt with me earlier, none of this would have happened. But now you'd better just die. The demon wolf roared loudly, and demon shadows kept appearing in the surrounding space. A smile appeared on Han Yang's face. Then let's give it a try. The thunder dragon also shot out, covered with a large amount of lightning. Seeing that a war was about to break out, Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried. The hidden mission is to make this demon wolf submit to you, but seeing how arrogant and domineering it is, this may not be so easy to accomplish. Moreover, some ferocious beasts are born with their own proud self-esteem and would rather die than submit to others. I don't know what kind of personality this demon wolf has, so I can only take it one step at a time. Chapter 59, Defeating the Demonic Wolf. A large number of demonic shadows rushed towards the thunder dragon rapidly, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. The Thunder Dragon was not willing to be outdone. A large number of lightning arcs shot out madly, entwining around the demonic shadows. I saw lightning flashing continuously, and these evil shadows were instantly shattered into pieces. Even though the magic wolf was still scattering magic shadows, it was a piece of cake for the Thunder Dragon. I didn't expect that such an ugly monster like you is actually so powerful. All my magic shadows can't do anything to you. The magic wolf couldn't help but say, "Haha, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You still have a nerve to talk about me here." Lei Long's tone was a little cold. It was obvious that the words of this demon wolf made him a little unhappy. "You're still angry. Now I'll show you the difference in our strength." The demon wolf howled wildly towards the sky, and a demon shadow separated from its body, then expanded wildly. In the blink of an eye, the demon shadow reached the top of the cave, and its huge body filled the entire space. The aura emanating from this huge demonic shadow was extremely powerful. "This is my most powerful skill, Shadow Death. You mortal ants should tremble in front of my death." The tone of the demon wolf was extremely arrogant. Although the pressure coming from the Shadow Death was extremely powerful, the Thunder Dragon was not moved at all. It is a god-level soldier, and this kind of pressure is just a tickle to it. Seeing that Lei Long remained calm, the demon wolf couldn't help but squint its eyes. It itself is a superclass, ferocious beast. The pressure emanating from the demonic Shadow Death god can make all enemies of lower levels than itself feel fear in their hearts. But the monster in front of him didn't show any movement at all. Could it be that its level is higher than mine? The demon wolf's expression had become serious. It knew that it might have hit a wall this time. The Shadow Death god? He's even uglier than you. Lei Long sneered without mercy. The demon wolf's face looked a little ugly, and he was no longer able to refute. It controls the Shadow Death, preparing for a final fight. This huge demonic shadow god of death let out a terrifying roar, and then slapped the Thunder Dragon with its huge claws. Thunder Dragon snorted coldly. Thunder, death storm. Strong winds began to blow in the cave, and large amounts of lightning began to flash wildly. Like long and thin, poisonous snakes, arcs of lightning swiftly pounced forward and instantly encompassed the gigantic demonic shadow god of death. With the sudden force of the Thunder Dragon, the demonic shadow of death was instantly shattered into pieces. The demon wolf's legs softened and it fell to its knees on the ground. Just a moment ago, he actually felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. What is the origin of this monster? When Han Yang saw the appearance of the demon wolf, a smile appeared on his face. It is enough to make this demon wolf feel fear. Your demon wolf clan is indeed a clan that can evolve. Your combat power is extremely terrifying. Han Yang walked up and said with a smile, "You don't have to pretend here." The demon wolf's expression was a little angry. Thinking back to what he had just said, he wished he could just smash his head against the wall and die here. "Since I'm defeated, you can kill me or chop me up as you please." The demon wolf had a suicidal look on his face. "I don't think I'll gain anything by killing you. So how about this? You follow me from now on, and I promise that the two of us will conquer the world." Haha, the demon wolf sneered twice. "You want me to work like a slave for you? Dream on. How can you be like a slave? We are partners, and you don't need to sign a contract. We, the Demon Wolf clan, will become god-level beings in the future. There is no reason for us to condescend to be under the crotch of others. Even if you kill me today, it is absolutely impossible." The demon wolf's voice was firm. "Oh, Hanyang Sigid, this matter was really difficult to handle. Master, why are you still wasting time talking to him? He's just a useless guy who can only talk big. Get rid of him as soon as possible." Lei Long said from aside. "He is indeed a waste," Han Yang said with a sneer. The demon wolf seemed a little unconvinced. "That's still better than you guys. In the future, I will definitely be able to stand at the top of the world. Since you can stand at the top of the world, then my army can also rule the world. Dream on. How can you possibly stand on top of the world with just this? The Dragon Clan, a divine-level troop. How is that impossible? Huh?" The demon wolf suddenly widened his eyes, with an expression of great surprise on his face. "God-level soldiers, who are you trying to scare? You're so ignorant that you don't even know about the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan soldiers are born at the god level and don't need to evolve." The demon wolf's eyes were as big as eggs, and its face was full of disbelief. "Impossible. How can this ugly thing be a god-level soldier? It screamed. The thunder dragon clenched its dragon claws and said, "Master, can I crush its dog head?" Han Yang signaled Lei Long to calm down. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to bully it in the future," he continued to say to the demon wolf. "Don't you believe it?" The demon wolf shook his head vigorously. "Then what do you want me to believe? It's absolutely impossible for a god-level army to have only this much combat power. When the thunder dragon attacked you just now, it was like dealing with an ant. Do you want to see its true strength?" The demon wolf nodded, not caring at all about being an ant. "Okay, then follow me out." Han Yang rode on the thunder dragon and flew towards the top of the tunnel, with the demon wolf following behind. Soon, they left the tunnel and returned to the ground. The behemoths gathered together, watching the changes in the tunnel. When they saw Han Yang coming out, they quickly made way for him. Then the demon wolf emerged from the tunnel, startling the behemoths. "When did such a thing emerge from the iron ore?" "Xiaolong, show them." "Master, why are you so concerned about this piece of trash?" When the demon wolf heard the word waste, he was about to explode, but when he thought of what he had said before, he suppressed it. "Hey, isn't this about completing the mission? You better be prepared and don't get scared to death." Chapter 60, Display. The thunder dragon raised its head and then slowly flew into the air. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and stared at Lei Long intently. It roared suddenly, and the sound resounded throughout the world. A huge pressure suddenly swept down, and all the ferocious beasts present widened their eyes instantly. Some of the weaker behemoths began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, the eyes of all the ferocious beasts revealed a deep fear. The demon wolf couldn't help but grit its teeth, its expression extremely ferocious. It had never encountered such a powerful pressure before. It was truly terrifying. Could it be that this beast is truly a god-level beast? Its heart had begun to tremble violently. World-destroying thunder. Thunder Dragon roared wildly, his voice like a torrent of steel. Immediately afterwards, dense arcs of lightning appeared in the sky above the behemoth tribe. These lightning arcs expanded outward at a rapid speed, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye. The ferocious beasts below were all stunned. Such a large amount of thunder was beyond their imagination. "What kind of skill is this?" The demon wolf yelled wildly, recalling the scene of its battle with the thunder dragon just now, and couldn't help but feel scared. "If such a terrible lightning strikes me, I will definitely be shattered into pieces in an instant." It swallowed hard and was glad for its choice. Then, a huge pillar of lightning slowly condensed in the sky and stood above the iron ore vein. The behemoth elder panicked and immediately looked at Han Yang. Han Yang was very calm. He had discussed all of this with Lei Long before. This thick arc of lightning struck down suddenly, and the entire world was instantly covered by intense light. A huge gust of wind swept over, and the earth began to shake wildly, as if the end of the world had come. When the intense white light faded away, the thunder dragon landed back on the ground. At this time, the demon wolf was already kneeling on the ground, watching all this with eager eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my God! The other behemoths reacted similarly, each of them standing there like an idiot. "Oh my God, is this what it can do? It's so terrifying. This is simply the power of God. Incredible. This is the most awesome scene I've ever seen." I saw that the small mountain range that the behemoth tribe relied on had a big hole in it. The entire mountain was almost razed to the ground, and an unparalleled deep pit appeared in the center of the mountain. The scene before my eyes is so spectacular. How is it? Han Yang came to the side of the magic wolf and asked it tremblingly. "Now you should believe what I said before, right? At what level is it now?" The demon wolf swallowed hard and asked. "Level 16. The demon wolf's claws immediately gripped the ground, and its teeth were about to break. "Level 16. And he actually has such a powerful strength. Then it must be true." Han Yang seemed to see a fanatical ambition in its eyes. "Please let me follow you. I'll be your slave." Its voice was firm. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little confused. The contrast between before and after was too great. "Where's the dignity of you demon wolves?" "Huh, to be able to be under the hands of a god-level beast is my supreme dignity." Han Yang couldn't help but smile. This was the charm of the divine-level troops. "Okay, then I'll reluctantly accept you. Don't worry, from today on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west." Congratulations to the Lord for successfully completing the hidden mission and receiving the reward of the third-grade medicinal herb Fiki fruit. Han Yang nodded, and a bright red fruit appeared in his space ring. However, he still has some doubts as to why the hidden mission must be to capture this demon wolf. When he was in high school, he had a thorough understanding of the information about the Eternal Continent. Some of the hidden tasks in the early stages can actually be considered an opportunity. If you can complete more hidden tasks, it will be very good for future development. This demon wolf must have its own secrets. At this time, the behemoth stood aside, trembling, not daring to breathe. After witnessing such powerful strength, it deeply regretted its previous cleverness. The monster in front of me is really perverted. Now the refined iron, or you rely on, is exposed before your eyes. I believe reminding will be much easier. Han Yang said to the behemoth elder. Thank you so much, sir. I didn't expect you to even consider this aspect. Our behemoth tribe is truly fortunate. This behemoth elder is really good at licking. Then you should know what to do next, right? Don't worry, sir. All the fine iron mined by our tribe in the future will be delivered to your house without missing a single piece. Han Yang nodded and said, it all depends on your performance in the future. Next, he led Lei Long, Yun Long, and the demon wolf away. Along the way, the magic wolf always surrounded the thunder dragon, looking around carefully. The thunder dragon was so annoyed that he kicked it away. And at this moment, Xie Juni sent another message to Han Yang. How's it going? Did you complete that hidden mission? I'm still very curious. How did you know there was a hidden mission here? It's simple. I already had the key information before the demon wolf entered the cave and transformed. If that's the case, why don't you do it yourself? Because I know very well that a beast like the demon wolf is not something I can control. Unless someone has a great opportunity, I feel that you are that person. What exactly do you mean by this? Han Yang became even more confused. Go ask that demon wolf and you'll find out. Also, I've already shown so much sincerity. Would you consider joining forces with our alliance to deal with the Blazing Alliance? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we're just dealing with the Blazing Alliance, joining forces is no problem at all. Han Yang decided to agree first. After all, it would be difficult to fight against the Blazing Alliance by relying on his own strength. Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I have any information. After finishing the chat with Xie Juni, Han Yang immediately locked his sights on the demon wolf. Chapter 61, Serious Empire. Demon wolf, I want to ask you some questions. Hearing Han Yang's voice, the demon wolf immediately turned its gaze over. What's the problem? It asked puzzledly. You said that your demon wolf clan can be promoted to the god level, right? The demon wolf nodded. That's true, but it requires a lot of effort. Oh, do you know how I found your location? I'm really confused about this. I was hiding deep enough, so how could I have been discovered? Someone told me this. Don't you realize that your whereabouts have been exposed? The demon wolf frowned deeply. Exposed? Logically, this shouldn't happen. I've been dropped here and haven't moved around much. Deploy? What does that mean? We, the Demon Wolf clan, founded the Demon Wolf Empire and are renowned throughout the Eternal Continent. We have a tradition of releasing immature demon wolves into various locations across the Eternal Continent to train on our own. And I've only been here for a month. I've been extremely careful during this time. How could I have been discovered? Han Yang couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Xie Juni did have some abilities of his own. He also had some doubts in his mind. Since Xie Juni knew the whereabouts of the demon wolf, she might also know what was happening on his side. The thought of this made his nerves tense. But so far, he has no way to counter the other party. You said that your Demon Wolf clan founded the Demon Wolf Empire? Indeed, our Demon Wolf clan is extremely powerful, and the Demon Wolf Empire occupies a vast territory on the Eternal Continent. Is that so? Doesn't that mean your background is incredibly powerful? The Demon Wolf laughed dryly. You're mistaken. I'm only the lowest-ranking member of our tribe. Even if my corpse stinks, no one will care. Han Yang nodded his head. How did your Demon Wolf clan evolve? It's very simple. Once you reach a certain level, consume the corresponding ferocious beast's essence and blood, and successfully pass the tribulation, you can complete the evolution. So, it seems that the evolution of your Demon Wolf clan is also very easy. It shook its head. If only it were that easy. First, when we're in the form of low-level ferocious beasts, we are very weak and can easily face life-threatening situations. Secondly, we need to find a way to obtain the ferocious beast's blood essence ourselves. Finally, transcending the tribulation, is also extremely dangerous. 9 out of 10 people will die. It seems that Siejuni must know something about the situation, otherwise he would not have given this hidden task to me. Next, I have to be careful and wary of her. Where is your serious empire located? He continued to ask. It is located in the center of the eternal continent. The resources there are very rich, and almost all empires are located there. He nodded. The center of the eternal continent. Sooner or later, he would reach that place and establish his own dragon empire. He led the magic wolf back to his territory, and now his big family has a new partner. They were all eating the ferocious beast meat in big mouthfuls, but Han Yang couldn't help but think about other things. Compared to other novice lords, my growth rate is definitely fast enough. But for me, this is far from enough. There's a big guy called Blazing Alliance outside, waiting for him with a covetous look in his eyes. He must improve his strength quickly. However, the most important thing for improving strength is resources. As long as there are sufficient resources, improving strength is no problem at all. But resources won't just fall from the sky if you just sit in your territory. Even with a resource check-in system, growth is still too slow. However, his path of making huge profits by selling weapons is no longer feasible. After surviving the beast tide, other novice lords can also contact the outside world, and they can also purchase weapons. The price of weapons was no longer something he could set arbitrarily. His source of income was essentially cut off for the day. It seems that I can only go out and try my luck later. Heading deeper into the jungle, I might encounter some wealthy beast tribes. However, the danger is gradually increasing. The Blazing Alliance has been quiet now. Ever since I killed the 5 of them, they just raised their bounty price, and nothing happened since then. I don't know what they are up to. Then, Han Yang opened the chat panel to receive information from the outside world. Oh, the development is really slow now. Going out to hunt beasts every day, the little resources we get are not enough to do anything. Indeed, with the upgrades of various buildings, resources are becoming more and more precious. To be honest, if you want to quickly obtain resources, you still have to rely on robbing. We are all novice lords. It's lucky that others don't rob us. Exactly. Did you hear? The Blazing Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance are fighting again over a resource mine. Indeed, I heard that the scale of this war was quite large, and I don't know how many people died on both sides. TSK, the Eternal Continent is indeed a place of blood and gore. The Blazing Alliance and the Tiger Suppressing Alliance are fighting. This was the first time he heard of the Tiger Suppression Alliance. But it doesn't matter. Since they are fighting, I have a chance. The Blazing Alliance now probably doesn't have much energy to take care of itself. After eating and drinking, it's time to take action. Han Yang then notified Li Ziang and asked him to work with him. After all, his hawk troops can monitor the surrounding situation very well and protect himself. Chapter 62, Phantom Tribe. In the jungle, Han Yang was leading the Thunder Dragon, Cloud Dragon, and Demon Wolf forward at high speed, and above them was a huge goshawk soaring against the wind. Li Ziang rode on the back of the goshawk and slowly lowered the flying altitude. Boss, the tribe of the Spirit Cats is just ahead. We'd better take a detour. Haha, Han Yang couldn't help but laugh. What kind of ferocious beast is this phantom cat that actually made you say something like take a detour? Boss, you may not know this, but I've already done some research on phantom cats. They are extremely powerful, far superior to us. Tell me about the details of these phantom cats. I want to see what they are capable of. Phantom cats are king-level beasts. They are incredibly fast and can create identical copies of themselves, making them extremely difficult to deal with. A king-level ferocious beast. Han Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. The king-level beast is a more powerful beast above the super-level troops, and is even more powerful than the super-level troops of the Magic Wolf. However, in front of his own god-level troops, it is still not enough. Tell me in detail about the specific strength of this Phantom Cat tribe. I haven't investigated the specifics of their tribe very well. I only know they have many ferocious beasts above level 20, and their tribal leader has yet to show up. The Demon Wolf nodded. It's not easy to deal with so many ferocious beasts above level 20 working together. That's right, Li Ziang said immediately. We'd better not provoke them. After all, we don't even know their strength. What about the resources in their tribe? Han Yang continued to ask. They are said to be very wealthy. They are also subordinates of the Blazing Alliance, and are very capable and warlike beasts. Therefore, the Blazing Alliance has concentrated a large amount of resources in their tribe. Han Young Smilet, that's good. I was worried they didn't have enough resources for us to plunder. Now, let's head towards the Phantom Cat tribe. There was some worry in the eyes of Li Xiang and Molong, but they had no choice but to do as they were told. Soon, it didn't take them long to arrive in front of the Phantom Cat tribe. At this moment, in front of the Phantom Cat tribe, there are two Phantom Cats that are about the same size as humans, and they're keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Boss, do we really want to provoke the Phantom Cat tribe? After all, we don't even know their strength. Li Xiang asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Han Yang said. Our soldiers can all fly. The worst that can happen is we can just run away. The ability to fly has now become their greatest reliance. It seems to be true. The Phantom Cat can't catch up with us. But at this moment, the demon wolf couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my God! What should I do then? It has a feeling of being deeply deceived. Then you can only hope for the best on your own. Li Xiang, let's go. After Han Yang finished speaking, he led the Thunder Dragon to rush out. Damn it! The demon wolf spit out a mouthful of the national treasure and then ran wildly backwards. Who is it? The moment Han Yang took action, the two Phantom Cats discovered his trace. However, before they could take any action, two thick arcs of lightning fell from the sky and killed them. As a result, the entire Phantom Cat tribe was alarmed. I saw a large number of Phantom Cats leaping onto the houses in their tribe. The Phantom Cats stared at Han Yang with unfriendly eyes, as if they could jump up at any time and tear the human in front of them into pieces. May I ask who you are? How dare you kill my people for no reason? You will definitely get the price you deserve. A Phantom Cat with the strongest strength roared at Han Yang. The other Phantom Cats also gritted their teeth and were extremely angry. Han Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't Li Xiang say before that this tribe had many beasts above level 20? How come he only found 2 now? It's a bit strange. Could it be that they are all lurking in the dark? Ask your leader to come out and talk to me. Han Yang said immediately. Don't bother our leader. What I say now can represent our leader. Today you must give our Phantom Cat tribe an explanation. Since your leader refuses to come forward, I will have no choice but to force it out. As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, a large amount of lightning shot out from the Thunder Dragon's body, covering the entire Phantom Cat tribe. The other Phantom Cats also pounced forward one by one, fearless of death. I saw them split into many clones, all of which were exactly the same as the original body and could not be distinguished by the naked eye. Their speed exploded to the extreme, and each of them left a trail of afterimages in the air, which was dazzling. The Thunder Dragon was not at all panicked. A large number of lightning arcs bombarded them madly, instantly shattering the afterimages. Although these Phantom Cats are extremely fast and have a large number of clones, their defense is too low and they cannot withstand the impact of these lightning arcs. In the blink of an eye, a large number of lightning arcs fell into their tribe, causing huge waves in the sky. Houses collapsed in an instant, with debris flying all over the sky. Those Phantom Cats also became furious and rushed to the front of the Thunder Dragon, grabbing it with their sharp claws. But a series of sparks flashed, and the Thunder Dragon was unharmed. Not even a scale fell off. Such a situation naturally surprised the Phantom Cats. But just as they were stunned, arcs of lightning had already fallen on their heads. A shrill scream was heard, and the bodies of a large number of Phantom Cats suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody dance in the air. Although these Phantom Cats are very fast, their attack and defense capabilities are not very good. The Thunder Dragon broke up the group attack of these Phantom Cats with almost no effort. So that's all you are. Now, can you please hand over your tribal leader so we can have a proper talk? The highest level Phantom Cat's teeth were almost broken, and its body seemed to be about to burst with anger. Do you know what you're doing? We are the Phantom Cat tribe, affiliated with the Blazing Alliance. If you dare to provoke us, you will be wanted by the Blazing Alliance. Haha, Han Yang couldn't help but laugh. I forgot to tell you my name, Han Yang. Chapter 63. Strong Enemy. The elder of the Phantom Cat instantly widened his eyes and looked at Han Yang in disbelief. Are you Han Yang, the Novice Lord who has a bounty of 2 million crystals and energy stones offered by the Blazing Alliance? With its scream, all the Phantom Cats couldn't help but look at Han Yang. There was terror, shock, and more fear in their eyes. It's me, Han Yang said crisply. The Phantom Cat's face immediately turned gloomy, and his expression was extremely ugly. It really didn't expect that the human in front of it would be the wanted criminal Han Yang. This time, things are really bad. Our leader has led many people to participate in the war of the Blazing Alliance and is not with our tribe. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I can definitely solve it if I can. The Phantom Cat's tone also began to soften, and it was obvious that it didn't want to make things worse. Han Yang finally understood. No wonder there were so few people in the Phantom Cat tribe. It turned out that they had all gone to participate in the war. In that case, I really have something to ask you. Please go ahead. I see you have quite a few resources in your Phantom Cat tribe. I'm a bit short on money lately. Could you lend me some? As soon as Han Yang said this, the Phantom Cat's face, which had just relaxed, instantly became gloomy again. It knows very well that once these resources are used, there will be no possibility of return. Forgive me for being blunt, but I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Is that so? Han Yang's voice grew colder. Since you can't make the decision, I'll have to take it. Xiaolong, go get all their resources back. Stop. The Phantom Cat's voice was icy cold. What do you think our Phantom Cat tribe is? Is it your home? Don't worry. We might be a family in the future. Oomph. Our Phantom Cat leader is a level 30 king-level ferocious beast. If you dare to continue to run wild in our territory today, you will definitely be in big trouble. I'm going to pay the price today. Xiaolong, do it. The body of the Thunder Dragon suddenly rushed forward, and a large number of lightning arcs swirled around wildly. You must pay the price for your actions today. After just a few dozen minutes, the Phantom Cat tribe became a ruin. The two Phantom Cats above level 20 could not stop the attack of the Thunder Dragon at all. Many Phantom Cats died tragically under the lightning arcs, and quite a few of them died young. Han Yang didn't care about these fleeing Phantom Cats. Yunlong chased and killed all the way and gained a lot of experience points. Han Yang looked at the space ring in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. The resources stored in this Phantom Cat tribe are truly abundant. There are more than 1.3 million crystals and energy stones alone. There were also over 600,000 refined iron resources, as well as other weapons and herbs, too numerous to count at once. This time, he really made a killing. It turns out that robbery is the main way to get rich. As for what the Phantom Cat said to him, he didn't take it to heart at all. A mere Phantom Cat leader can't do anything to me. In this battle, Yunlong gained a lot of experience points, and his level has reached 13. It is relatively easy to upgrade it now, but the Thunder Dragon still has a long way to go before reaching level 17. After cleaning up the battlefield here, they will return. After this battle, the remaining Phantom Cats and the Blazing Alliance will definitely not let me go. Once they catch their breath, they will definitely attack you, so you must be prepared in advance. When they walked out of the Phantom Cat tribe, the Demon Wolf quietly poked its head out. Is it resolved? That's right. Li Zian explaineth. Is that so? Lord Lei Long, you are so mighty. You managed to wipe out the Phantom Cat tribe in such a short time. You are truly the reincarnation of the god of war. The Demon Wolf immediately began to kneel and lick him again. Even the Brontosaurus ignored it. On the way back, Han Yang opened his chat panel. He was a little worried because those Phantom Cats that escaped had already seen the Thunder Dragon and the Cloud Dragon. In this way, one's own troops should be exposed. This day finally arrived, even though he was mentally prepared. In the coming time, he will definitely face endless pursuit from the Blazing Alliance. They would never allow a divine-level military force with the most unlimited potential to continue to grow like this. I'm afraid the next period of time will not be so easy to get through. On the chat panel, a heated discussion has already begun. The focus of this discussion is naturally on oneself. Big news. Big news. Han Yang attacked the Phantom Cat tribe, killed many of their members, and looted all their resources. Oh wow, what's the origin of this Phantom Cat tribe? Is destroying a local force considered major news? Don't you know? This Phantom Cat tribe is home to king-level beasts. This is a king-level beast so awesome. Of course, this tribe of Phantom Cats is extremely powerful, especially their leader, who is a hegemon. It is said that their leader is a full level 30 beast and is a king-level beast. The skills he has awakened are also quite awesome. The Phantom Cat tribe was caught up in a war, and the leader and high-ranking fighters were no longer with the tribe, so Han Yang stole their home. TSK, has Boss Han Yang gone crazy? He even dares to provoke the Phantom Cat tribe. Who knows? Maybe they can defeat the Phantom Cat leader. By the way, this Phantom Cat tribe is still affiliated with the Blazing Alliance. Now the two sides are really at war to the death. Once the Blazing Alliance ends this war, they will definitely launch a siege against Hanyang. Indeed, there will be something interesting to watch then. Let that idiot Hanyang be arrogant for a few more days. Our Blazing Alliance Lord has already said that when the war is over, he will personally deal with Hanyang. With our Lord taking action, Hanyang will definitely be doomed. Why are these people from the Blazing Alliance jumping out again? It's disgusting. Hanyang silently read the news from these people and was already prepared in his heart. Next, we will definitely face a strong enemy. Chapter 64, Exposed Arms. Hanyang led Lei Long, Yun Long, and Mo Lang back to the territory, while Li Xiang returned to his own territory. He sorted out the resources he had obtained and put them into the warehouse. He let Lei Long and Yun Long eat the herbs he got from the Phantom Cat tribe. As for the demon wolf, it could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. After all, it hadn't put in any effort in this battle. Just as Hanyang was happily eating the meat of the ferocious beast, someone sent him a message. When he opened it, he saw that it was Li Xiang, whom he had just separated from. Boss Hanyang, something terrible has happened. It seems your troops have been exposed. Hanyang narrowed his eyes, without showing too much shock, and directly opened the chat panel. Holy crap, is this true? Stop scaring me. The Dragon Clan? Are they the legendary God-class soldiers? Are you kidding me? Holy crap, this is impossible, right? Aren't the Dragon Tribe, a divine-level troop, considered the most useless? How could Boss Hanyang be so incredible? The reason why the God-class Dragon Clan is considered the most useless type of soldier is because it requires a huge amount of resources to train. Novice lords simply can't afford to train them, so they basically all die in the beast tide. That's true. New lords can't interact with other veteran lords at the beginning, and it's difficult for them to obtain resources from other new lords. But how did Hanyang train the dragon troops? This is the first person in history to actually raise a dragon army. It's incredible. I'm really curious about where he got all those resources in the first place. Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? It feels a bit ridiculous to me. That's right. This is the legendary dragon army. How could we actually encounter it? This information is said to have come from the mouths of the escaped Phantom Cats. So many Phantom Cats said basically the same thing, so it should be confirmed. Oh my god, no wonder the king-level beast, the Phantom Cat, couldn't be stopped. It turns out they were facing a god-level army. The Dragon Clan is known as the most powerful military force. Hanyang is already so amazing now. How terrifying will he be in the future? It's really scary when I think about it. But I have a feeling that the Blazing Alliance will definitely not let Hanyang go. Now that the two sides have formed a grudge, the Blazing Alliance will definitely not place a time bomb next to them. The Blazing Alliance has listed Lord Hanyang as an S-rank wanted criminal, offering a reward of 5 million crystals and energy stones. Just as Hanyang was watching these people's discussion, this piece of news rang in his mind. The Blazing Alliance acted quite quickly, raising its bounty to 5 million so quickly. From now on, my life will probably not be so peaceful. 5 million crystals and energy stones. The Blazing Alliance is truly wealthy. There's nothing we can do now if we don't have deep pockets. After all, they're facing a dragon army. There's a hidden nuclear bomb right next to them. I feel like they won't be able to sleep well anymore. The Blazing Alliance is definitely going to kill Hanyang. We're going to have something interesting to watch next. That novice protection mechanism only works for veteran lords. Those native beasts are completely unrestricted. Yes, the Blazing Alliance only needs to summon those ferocious beast armies to crush Hanyang. The leader of the Phantom Cats will definitely not let Hanyang go. Could it be that Boss Hanyang is really in danger this time? A rising star, is it really going to fall like this? I remember you said the same thing last time, and then the 5 old lords died tragically there. But the situation this time is completely different from the last time. The Blazing Alliance is definitely ruthless. Indeed, I feel like Boss Hanyang is really going to die. Well, we can only wait and see how Hanyang handles this. These Blazing Alliance people are really annoying. I hope Boss Hanyang can teach them a lesson. Teach us a lesson. That kid won't be able to run around for much longer. In a magnificent palace, a group of people and ferocious beasts were standing there trembling in fear. Dragon troops. This novice lord, Hanyang, really gives me surprises time and time again. A man sitting on a chair above the palace said in a low voice, "My lord, this is still uncertain. So many Phantom Cats don't recognize that unit. We can't conclude that Han Yang's unit is the Dragon Clan just based on their descriptions. What do you mean by that? Could it be that my Phantom Cat clan members are all lying? Lord Phantom Cat, that's not what I meant. I just want to remind you not to jump to conclusions before we see it with our own eyes. After all, the idea of a dragon army is simply too unbelievable. Indeed, in the history of the Eternal Continent, no one has ever been able to fully cultivate the Dragon Clan's military forces. I feel that perhaps there really are other powerful military forces. Forget it. The man on the chair waved his hand. No matter if his troops are dragons or not, we must get rid of this man. The Phantom Cat leader licked his lips and said, "My lord, leave this matter to me. I will definitely come to you with its head." No. The lord shook his head. Let's go together this time. I must strangle Han Yang with my own hands. But what about that ironer mine? We're still in the midst of war, and there are a large number of troops stationed there. We don't need that fine iron mine anymore. Send all the troops back. But don't worry, just do as I say. Besides, the competition challenge is about to begin, so it's a good opportunity for our personnel to participate. The people below could only nod and bow, not daring to speak out against it. The Dragon Clan, a divine-level military force. I want to see how powerful it is. This time, I will definitely crush Han Yang's head. Chapter 65, Competitive Challenge. Han Yang was happily eating the beast's meat when a voice rang in his mind. Attention, lords. The competitive challenge is about to begin. Lords interested in participating in the challenge should prepare in advance. This challenge will determine the corresponding rewards based on each person's ranking. In addition, each lord can challenge higher-level lords, and successful challenges will receive a large amount of rewards. Competitive challenge? After listening to the introduction, Han Yang was even more confused. This introduction is so general that I can't make any sense of it, and it will start in the afternoon, so there won't be much time left. In desperation, he had to open the chat panel to see if he could get any useful information. Competitive challenge? What is this? A huge reward? Really? Is there any danger? Can someone come out and explain this? I, the newbie, don't understand. The competitive challenge is a competition held every year. There will be a ranking at the end, and the corresponding rewards will be selected based on the ranking. So that's how it is. It seems that there are still many newbies who don't understand. So let me explain in detail. Every year during the competitive challenge, everyone will be pulled into an independent space, and your troops will also go in there. Then you will see a ranking. This ranking is for those who entered the Eternal Continent together in the same year. In other words, all of you novice lords will be in the same ranking. Finally, your rewards will be determined based on this ranking. You can also challenge veteran lords, such as those who arrived a year earlier than you. Those with the same ranking can challenge each other. For example, if you're first place, you can challenge the first place from last year. After you succeed, you can continue to challenge higher. After each successful challenge, you can get a lot of rewards, and the final reward can be chosen by you. Thank you so much for the detailed introduction, Big Brother. Is this challenge dangerous? This challenge is completely risk-free, and your troops will not suffer any losses. I see, that's great. I can even get some rewards. Indeed, life in this Eternal Continent is too difficult. Hunting ferocious beasts every day, the rewards are too little. Oh, it's really hard to develop on your own. I'm even thinking about joining an alliance. Otherwise, I won't be able to develop at all, and I might even die someday. Joining the alliance will only mean you'll be sucked dry by them. Furthermore, your fate will be in their hands. You better think carefully. Damn, this is a piece of shit. Han Yang browsed through the chat history for a while and finally understood what this competitive challenge was all about. If I can get a lot of rewards, then I still have to participate. And the first place in the ranking is directly reserved for me. I just don't know what kind of reward I can get. There are only a few hours left before the competitive challenge, which is just the right time for Lei Long and Yun Long to have a good rest. Soon, it was afternoon, and a voice sounded in his mind again. Lords, the competition challenge is about to begin. Lords, please gather your troops in your territories. Han Yang woke up Lei Long and Yun Long, who were taking a nap, and then stood there waiting quietly. Not much time passed before he saw a flash of white light around him, and then he came to a green grassland. The environment here is very beautiful, and the air is very fresh. In front of him, there is a panel with a ranking on it. He noticed that his name was in the first position. Tip: the ranking on the panel is based on each person's combat power points, and there will be some discrepancies in strength. If you want to improve your ranking, you can challenge someone who is ranked higher than you. If you succeed, your ranking will jump to one place ahead of your opponent. At the end of each challenge, all lords and arms will be restored to their pre-challenge state. Now, the challenge officially begins. The rules of this competitive challenge are not difficult to understand and are also very easy to implement. His current ranking is first, ahead of all novice lords. My reputation is already so great, no one should think that they can defeat me, right? Just as Han Yang was thinking this, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Someone has challenged you. Please be prepared. Damn, the big face came so quickly. In front of him, a white light flashed, and then a man's figure and several ferocious beasts appeared. The man looked around, then focused his attention on Lei Long and Yun Long, and his body trembled involuntarily. Ha! It's really the dragon army. His eyes seemed to be shining. Brother, you came to challenge me just to confirm this matter, right? Han Yang said. He nodded unceremoniously. That's basically it. I know I can't beat you. I just came to check on the situation. Han Yang's forehead was a little dark. According to this big brother's idea, there wouldn't be people coming to challenge him one after another, right? Boss Han Yang, I finally get to see you in person this time. I have a pen here, can you sign for me? Good sir. Han Yang waved his hand, and Lei Long rushed up and instantly killed the man in front of him. In the following period, he was challenged by many people one after another. The reasons for these people to challenge him were quite bizarre. Some wanted to see his face, some wanted to be his younger brother. By the end, Han Yang was getting a little impatient. This system's matching method was clearly a bit flawed. Wouldn't it be exhausting to death? He simply struck up a conversation with a young lady who was looking for him to challenge, and rhythmic laughter could be heard. Please note, there's only half an hour left in the challenge. Please hurry up. Han Yang took a deep breath. It was finally almost over. These people came one after another, and he was almost overwhelmed. Next, the real battle begins. Chapter 66. Ice, Fire, and Heavy Deer. Attention, lords. The final rankings have been determined. Please check back. Rewards will be distributed after the competition is over. Han Yang nodet. The boring time was finally over, and the highlight was about to begin. A group of novice lords descend on the Eternal Continent every year. I wonder how strong the novice lords of the previous year are. Next, the real fierce battle begins. Han Yang opened a ranking list of lords from the previous year, and the first place was a man named Shui Wu. There is no information known about him. I want to challenge this Shui Wu. Han Yang said silently in his heart. Congratulations to the lord for successfully obtaining the challenge qualification. You can now start the challenge match. There was a flash of white light around him, and a strange figure appeared in front of him. It seems that this person should be Shui Wu. Shui Wu was not surprised at all. He looked around and fixed his eyes directly on Lei Long and Yun Long. Are you Han Yang? His voice was loud. That's right. Han Yang nodet. The appearance of Thunder Dragon and Cloud Dragon were very eye-catching, and it was impossible to hide them. The Dragon Clan, a divine-level military force, is truly majestic and powerful. Ha! Your troops look very powerful too. All right then. Today I'm going to test the power of divine-level troops. Be careful, my troops are Ice, Fire, and Heavy Deer. All 8 of them are high-level troops above level 25. Han Yang nodet sleekly. With 8 high-level soldiers above level 25, no wonder this person could hold the first place. However, these types of troops pose no threat to the current Thunder Dragon. Shui Wu's 8 Ice and Fire Deer slowly walked forward. Half of the body of each of them was burning with flames, and the other half was constantly emitting cold air, which looked very magical. An introduction panel also appeared in front of Han Yang. Ice Fire Heavy Deer, a high-level ferocious beast that masters both ice and fire, capable of simultaneously unleashing fire and ice attacks. Xiaolong, prepare to fight. Lei Long nodded his head and then took off into the air. Yun Long sighed, fearing that he would not be able to intervene in this kind of battle. After all, its current level is too low and it is completely unqualified. Han Yang looked at the battle in front of him and thought that he must find a way to improve Yun Long's strength in the future. Otherwise, the gap in strength between the 2 dragons will become larger and larger. At this time, the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and the battle was about to break out. The 8 Ice and Fire Deer were divided into 2 camps, surrounding the Thunder Dragon. The flames on half of the Ice and Fire Deer burned rapidly, while the other 4 were freezing cold. The next moment, 4 pillars of fire and 4 ice spikes shot towards the Thunder Dragon at an extremely fast speed. The place where the Thunder Dragon was instantly covered by flames and ice, and the area became a world of ice and fire. The damage caused by the combined attack of my 8 ice and fire deer will be several times greater than before. Ordinary beasts without extraordinary defenses will not be able to withstand this ice and fire double attack. Shui Wu's voice rang out, but Han Yang stood still without any panic. The next moment, thunder suddenly sounded, and arcs of lightning suddenly shot out and wrapped around the ice and fire deer. What? Shui Wu couldn't help but grit his teeth. The 8 ice and fire deer were not careful and were hit by these lightning arcs one after another. Horrible wounds appeared on their bodies, and blood continued to flow on the ground. Shui Wu's face looked a little ugly. He hadn't expected that under the double attack of ice and fire from his own army, Han Yang's army still had the power to fight back. The figure of the Thunder Dragon slowly emerged, without a single injury on his body. The ugliness on Shui Wu's face turned into shock. He stared at everything in front of him in amazement, unable to believe his eyes. The attack of the 8 ice and fire deer didn't have any effect at all. Is this a divine-level weapon? It's beyond my expectations. Its attack power is so terrifying, but I didn't expect its defense to be so appalling as well. Your ice fire heavy deer's attack power is indeed very strong, but it's a pity that the legendary god-level troops are beyond your imagination. As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, the Thunder Dragon let out a terrifying roar. Thunder Death Storm. The wind began to howl, and a huge storm formed. A large amount of lightning flashed continuously inside, giving people a suffocating feeling. Shui Wu looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help but clench his fists. Han Yang was right. The horror of the divine-level troops was indeed beyond his imagination. A large number of lightning arcs madly bombarded the 8 ice and fire deer, and the sound was deafening. The flames and cold air on the ice and fire deer became violent, and they attacked the lightning arcs frantically. But the next moment, only screams were heard. In just a moment, these ice and fire deer fell to the ground, dying. Shui Wu couldn't help but sigh. He was defeated so cleanly in this battle. The gap in strength between the two sides is really too big. He originally thought that even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose so badly. It seems that I was really too naive. I lost. God-level troops are so terrifying. Haha, your ice and fire heavy deer is also very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that my Thunder Dragon has a very high defense, I would have been defeated by you today. Han Yang also said politely, this is my first time seeing a divine-level army, and I'm truly impressed by its power. But Brother Han Yang, I have to remind you that even though your army is so powerful, it's still no match for the Blazing Alliance. Han Yang also nodded, Indeed, but with my growth rate, it's only a matter of time before I catch up with them. Indeed, but they will definitely not let you go during this period. How about this? I can talk to our Lord, and our Shimu Alliance should be able to protect you. Shenmu Alliance. Han Yang asket doubt fully. Our Shimu Alliance is one of the 4 major alliances in the Shaka region. Our strength is no less than that of the Blazing Alliance, and there's no need to sign a contract to join our alliance. You're brothers now. Is that so? But I seem to be a bit far away from your Shimu Alliance. This is indeed a problem. I can discuss it with our Lord. We in the Shimu Alliance will not abandon any of our brothers. Chapter 67, Flying Snow Divine Mastiff. Okay, I'll think about it and give you an answer later. Han Yang said to Shui Wu. Okay, no problem. After Shui Wu finished answering, another cold voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Shui Wu. The rewards will be distributed after the event ends. Han Yang nodded, wondering what reward he would get. By the way, Brother Han Yang, do you want to continue the challenge? Of course, even though we may not win, we still have to try. Xiang Wensheng, who arrived at the Eternal Continent a year earlier than me, is a ruthless character. You'd better be careful. Oh, Xiang Wensheng? Who is this guy? Xiang Wensheng is hailed as a rare genius in a century. His troop type is the king-level flying snow divine mastiff. Its strength is extremely terrifying. Royal rank troops? Good fellow. That's something we really need to be careful about. You can challenge him, but I think it will be too difficult for you to defeat him. After all, his troop level has reached level 30. Level 30 king-class soldiers are really hard to deal with. How many level 30 soldiers like this does he have? He only has one, but you know, the higher the rank of a soldier, the more experience points are needed to grow. It's not easy for him to train this one soldier to level 30. Really? Han Yang nodded with deep feeling. His god-level dragon tribe now required millions of experience points for each promotion, so it was indeed very difficult to train them. However, if Xiang Wensheng only had one type of soldier, he felt that he still had a chance of defeating him. Shuewu turned on his watch and looked at the chat panel. Brother Han Yang, many people are talking about you now. Oh, what are you talking about me? You just defeated me, so of course you're all talking about this. I didn't expect this to be leaked. As Han Yang spoke, he opened his chat panel, where there was a lot of discussion. I didn't expect that Boss Han Yang defeated Shuewu so easily. He is truly a source of pride for us novice lords. Haha, Han Yang possesses the divine level dragon tribe. Wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat Shuewu? The guy above, you really are so outspoken. Do you think Shuewu is that rotten fish and shrimp? That's right. Shuewu has 8 level 25 ice and fire deer, and they are high-level beasts. His strength is not that simple. This also indirectly reflects that Han Yang's strength is even more incredible than we imagined. Fisk, what's the point of defying the will of heaven? Sooner or later, you'll die at the hands of our Lord. These rats from the Blazing Alliance are barking again. How disgusting. Can you guys just stop being sour here? If you have the guts, go and kill Boss Han Yang. Let's ignore these idiots. What do you think? Will Han Yang continue to challenge Xiang Wensheng? According to Boss Han Yang's style, we must challenge him. Maybe even Xiang Wensheng is no match for Boss Han Yang. Xiang Wensheng can't beat Han Yang? Don't overthink it. Xiang Wensheng has a level 30 unit. What are you afraid of? When the 5 people from the Blazing Alliance went to encircle Han Yang, didn't Qi Xian also have a level 30 lightning beast? The situation is different, brother. Han Yang used his territory to kill Qi Xian. Now he has to face Xiang Wensheng directly. Those who say Han Yang can defeat Xiang Wensheng are idiots. Do you know how terrifying Xiang Wensheng is? Han Yang can beat a level 30 king class flying snow mastiff with a chicken. Indeed, Xiang Wensheng's strength is so terrifying that Han Yang really can't fight back. Oh my god, that triple X, who the hell are you calling brain-damned? A level 30 king-grade soldier. It's hard to imagine. I'll tell whoever replies. You're so arrogant. Don't you believe me if I can do it? Come on, the address is XXXXX. Come and fuck me if you can. Just wait for me, damn it. On the chat panel, cursing started soon. However, Han Yang could understand that Xiang Wensheng's strength was indeed strong enough, and many people were very convinced. The 30th level king grade troop, even if his own troop is of god grade, but the Thunder Dragon is only at level 16, a full 14 levels lower. Such a gap is really huge. Now we can only trust Lei Long. As the scene changed, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Han Yang. The man was of a rather large build, with a short beard, and looked somewhat weathered. As soon as Han Yang appeared, his eyes stayed on Lei Long. The Dragon Clan, a divine-level military force, is truly extraordinary after seeing it today. There is a sense of vicissitudes in his voice. Your flying snow divine mastiff also looks extremely majestic. The man named Xiang Wensheng smiled and said, How can my army be compared with your god-level army? You will definitely have a place among the powerful men of the Eternal Continent in the future. Ha! You're really flattering me. I'm in dire straits right now. The Blazing Alliance is determined to kill me. There are always hardships along the way to growth. I'm confident in you. The Blazing Alliance can't stop you. Thank you for your kind words. The two men praised each other's business and then got serious. If you want to defeat me today, it's probably a little unrealistic. Xiang Wensheng said immediately. Well, we have to give it a try. Excuse me, what are the levels of your divine level troops? The highest level is 16. Level 16. That's a full 14 levels behind my troop. Today I want to know just how huge the gap is between god level and king level troops. At Xiang Wensheng's call, a divine mastiff with snow-white feathers and a sturdy body slowly walked out. As soon as it appeared, Han Yang could feel a chill enveloping him. The strength of the level 30 king-level troops is indeed extremely powerful. At this time, the Thunder Dragon was not willing to be outdone. He roared to the sky, and the dragons might spread out. The space was immediately filled with gunpowder, and neither side was willing to give in. A war is about to break out. Chapter 68, The Final Blow. In a palace, a man and the Phantom Cat leader were sitting there. My lord, it is said that Han Yang defeated Shuewu, said the Phantom Cat. It's normal. After all, it's a divine-level army, said the Lord. I've also sent people to investigate Han Yang's territory. I believe they'll be able to report back soon. I've also summoned all the elite members of our Phantom Cat tribe. I believe we can definitely crush his territory this time. I'm going to tear off his head and use it as a chamber pot. The Lord smiled and shook his head. The Phantom Cat leader looked a little confused. He didn't understand what this meant. This is the Dragon Clan, a divine-level soldier that is rarely seen by millions of people, and they are trained. The man said with emotion. So, think about it. If our blazing alliance continues to develop like this, when will we be able to become a powerful empire or even dominate the entire eternal theory? The Phantom Cat leader couldn't help but frown. At this rate of development, we may never become an empire in our lifetime. But the Dragon Tribe's troops are different. As long as we master the divine-level troops, dominating an area is definitely not a dream. My lord, what do you mean? My point is very simple. We must make Han Yang submit to us and firmly control the divine-level troops in our own hands. Only in this way can we achieve our ultimate goal. The leader of the Phantom Cats seemed to have suddenly realized something, and his mouth couldn't close for a long time. My lord, you are so smart. Under your leadership, our blazing alliance will surely move towards a more glorious future. The Phantom Cat leader's flattery was very stiff. Don't be too happy yet. Han Yang is a tough guy. It may not be easy to make him submit to us. Don't worry, Lord. We just need to arrest him and torture him severely. I don't believe this kid won't compromise. I'm just afraid this guy would rather die than live in disgrace. So what do you mean, boss? We can completely force him into a desperate situation first, and then give him hope of life at his most desperate moment. With such a reversal of circumstances, this kid might really follow us wholeheartedly. The Phantom Cat leader nodded with emotion, thinking that this was how it was tricked here in the first place. My lord, you are wise. Now you understand why I gave up that static iron mine, right? Compared to the Dragon Tribe's troops, a mere static iron mine is nothing. Ha! It's only a matter of time before our blazing alliance becomes an empire. The flying snow divine mastiff stared at the thunder dragon fiercely, its paws rubbing against the ground continuously. The surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly, and the biting cold wind continued to hit Han Yang's body. After a while, snowflakes began to float in the sky, and he felt like he was going to freeze to death. It seems that this battle must end quickly, otherwise I'll be the first to fall. I didn't expect that your troops also have the skills to restrict the enemy. Xiang Wencheng said. Han Yang knew what he was talking about. Thunder Dragon's divine dragon pressure skill could reduce the enemy's short-term combat effectiveness. However, compared with the biting cold wind of the flying snow divine mastiff, the pressure of the divine dragon seems a little insufficient. In this world of ice and snow, the thunder dragon couldn't help but shiver, and the cold it suffered became even more intense. How can this skill compare to your flying snow divine mastiff? As soon as Han Yang finished speaking, Lei Long immediately took action. It knew it couldn't wait any longer. A large number of lightning arcs emerged from its body and shot towards the Feishue divine mastiff. There were hundreds of these lightning arcs, densely packed throughout the entire space, leaving no room to hide. Many arcs of lightning formed a huge cage, covering the Feishue divine mastiff. As the cage shrank, the Feishue divine mastiff seemed to be about to be enveloped by thunder and lightning. But at this moment, Han Yang discovered that the body of the Feishue divine mastiff was melting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the snow underfoot. The thunder dragon was also shocked. It didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Suddenly, a large number of ice spikes rose wildly from the ground and instantly arrived in front of the thunder dragon. Under the extreme cold, the thunder dragon's reaction speed slowed down a lot. Drops of blood kept dripping down. The dragon scales on the thunder dragon fell off, and ice spikes pierced into its body. This is the level 30 king-level soldier. Its strength is indeed extremely powerful. The thunder dragon was furious to the extreme. It roared, thunder death storm. A powerful storm instantly swept through the space, and even more powerful arcs of lightning continued to flash in it. As the thunder dragon exerted all its strength, arcs of lightning swept downwards one after another. These arcs of lightning streaked across the ground with brutal force, stirring up large amounts of dust and snow. However, no matter how wildly these arcs of lightning flashed across the sky, no trace of the flying snow divine mastiff was found. It was as if it had turned into a puddle of snow, and these lightning arcs had no effect on it. Suddenly, tiny ice spikes fell from the sky, and a rain of ice spikes began to fall. Although the dragon scales on the thunder dragon's body could resist these ice spikes, its previous wounds became more serious. Although your dragon troops have extremely powerful attack power, if you continue like this, I'm afraid you will definitely be defeated. Xiang Wenqing couldn't help but ask. Han Yang also knew the current situation. Lei Long had consumed too much of his physical strength, but he still couldn't find the location of Feishue Divine Mastiff. If this continues, he will sooner or later be exhausted to death by this Feishue Divine Mastiff. The level difference between our two arms is too great. Even the god-level dragons cannot bridge this gap. Xiang Wenqing nodded and said, "You've done very well. After some time, you will have no problem catching up with me." A smile appeared on Han Yang's face. "In that case, let me struggle one last time. Xiaolong, prepare for action." The thunder dragon seemed to have received some signal and roared towards the sky. Xiang Wenshang couldn't help but squint his eyes, his expression solemn. World-destroying thunder. Thunder dragon roared angrily. The god-level skill Death Thunder. This is the last attack that the thunder dragon can make. Chapter 69, Battle Victory. Xuewu had been looking at the chat panel, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. After all, so much time has passed, and the battle over there has still not been a winner. He couldn't help but wonder, could Han Yang really get into a tough fight with Xiang Wensheng? At this time, there were many different opinions on this matter in the chat panel. Damn, it's been so long, and the battle between the two of them still hasn't been decided. Could it be that we're in a tough fight? I don't think that's the case. Yes, Xiang Wensheng is a level 30 king-class flying snow divine mastiff. He is incredibly powerful. Logically speaking, this should have ended long ago. Who knows? Boss Han Yang's dragon soldiers are no pushovers either. But the level gap between the two sides is too huge. There is no comparison at all. Han Yang has surprised us time and time again before, and maybe this time will be the same. Defeating Xiang Wensheng. He's dreaming. That's right. You don't even consider what kind of person he is. He's just a novice lord who just arrived in the Eternal Continent. What's wrong with a novice lord? Even if he is a novice lord, you may not be able to defeat him. Okay. Your Han Yang is the best in the world, and no one can defeat him. Okay? Why are you barking like a dog here? You're just being jealous of other people's dogs. I'm going to say this right here. If Han Yang can defeat Xiang Wensheng, I'll stand on my hands and eat shit. You better remember what you said, and don't regret it later. No. Where do you get the courage to think that Han Yang can defeat Xiang Wensheng? There's really no possibility, right? World-destroying thunder. Following the thunder dragon's loud roar, the sky was immediately filled with a large amount of thunder and lightning. The sky was filled with dense thunder and lightning, and it seemed as if there was no end in sight. Xiang Wenqing's expression froze. He was truly stunned by the huge range of thunder and lightning. Such a powerful lightning attack was actually emitted by just this one soldier. Although the flying snow divine mastiff was still hidden in the vast expanse of snow, he already had a premonition that an invisible force seemed to have locked onto it. Is this the true power of a divine-level weapon? This is truly incredible. Xiang Wensheng couldn't help but sigh. He felt deeply that his understanding of the divine-level troops was still too one-sided. Flying snow divine mastiff, prepare for defense. With a loud shout, a large amount of ice began to freeze on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ice was several meters thick. Despite this, Xiang Wenqing's expression did not relax at all. He could feel how powerful the force above his head was. The lightning in the sky began to slowly condense together, and a thick arc of lightning swept down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the whole world was enveloped by a strong white light. The eyes were covered with white, and the rumbling sound was in my ears. This situation lasted for several minutes before gradually stopping. Han Yang hurried to see how the battle was going. After all, this was Lei Long's final attack. If this attack fails to kill the flying snow divine mastiff, then this battle will undoubtedly be lost. Xiang Wensheng also looked over, eager to know the final result. But the scene that came into his eyes made him gasp. All the ice layers are broken, and an extremely huge deep pit has appeared on the ground, and thick black smoke is still coming out. He already had a bad feeling in his heart, because there was no movement coming from this deep pit. The thunder dragon slowly fell to the ground with a very unhappy look on its face. The previous high-intensity battle, coupled with the full-strength attack of the world-destroying thunder, had already exhausted all of its physical strength. If this doesn't end the battle, then they will have no choice but to admit defeat. Xiang Wensheng quickly ran to the side of the deep pit, but the scene in front of him made him sit down on the ground. The Ferocious divine mastiff lay dying at the deepest part of the pit, its body covered in blood, and it was difficult for it to even stand up. The level 30 King-grade soldiers were defeated by this attack. He sighed, not too surprised at the defeat of the flying snow divine mastiff. What surprised him the most was the dragon in front of him. Such a powerful attack was actually unleashed by a level 16 beast. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe it? The scene before him had completely conquered Xiang Wensheng from the inside out. Divine-level troops, so terrifying. I lost. He sighed and said, God-level troops are beyond my imagination. Han Yang walked over and said, this is the last attack of the Thunder Dragon. If the flying snow divine mastiff is not defeated, then I will be the loser. This final blow, the world-destroying thunder, I will never forget it. You're too kind. We still have a long way to go. There will definitely be people who are more evil than me. It's truly a shame for such a powerful army to perish here. Pan Xiangfei of the Blazing Alliance is on his way to kill you, as is the Phantom Cat leader. You'd better prepare yourself. Han Yang nodded. Thank you very much. Since they dare to come, I must entertain them well. That Pan Xiangfei is the leader of the Blazing Alliance, and his strength is terrifying. Although you have the Novice Lord protection mechanism, it's still difficult to deal with him. I advise you to think of other ways, otherwise you will really die young. Ha! Han Yang laughed twice, but his heart was extremely uneasy. I'm afraid this crisis will not be as easy to overcome as before. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Xiang Wensheng. The rewards will be distributed after the event ends. Now, he has defeated 2 people in a row and doesn't know what the final accumulated rewards will be. I hope to be given some powerful rewards to help him survive the next beast tide. After parting with Xiang Wensheng, Han Yang decided not to continue the challenge. The next enemy was one that he couldn't possibly defeat at his current level, so all he could do now was wait quietly for the event to end. He was extremely looking forward to the final reward. Chapter 70, Reward Selection. Shui Wu breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. And Han Yang actually defeated Xiang Wensheng. It was incredible. The divine-level troops are surprisingly so powerful. Now the chat panel is in an uproar. Haha, I told you that Boss Han Yang would definitely be able to defeat Xiang Wensheng. How dare you, a bunch of you refute me. Where's the guy who said he was going to eat shit while standing upside down? Get out here right now. Hurry up. I remember your name, Triple X. This kid definitely doesn't dare to show his face anymore. He's a coward who only dares to talk but not to do. No matter how arrogant those Blazing Alliance members are, they'll be beaten up in the face. Is this divine-level soldier class really that outrageous? They can't even defeat Boss Xiang Wensheng. Xiang Wensheng's level 30 flying snow divine mastiff is clearly already so powerful. How is this possible? Haha, obviously Boss Han Yang is more powerful. What are you guys doing here? It's not you who defeated Xiang Wensheng. Does it have anything to do with you? That's right. You treat Han Yang like your father every day. I think you will only be dogs in this life. Oh my, the dogs of the Blazing Alliance are barking again. You're calling us dogs. Isn't anyone in the Blazing Alliance a dog? You've already given your life to someone else, and what are you talking about? They're just a bunch of shameless beasts. The more I watch them, the more disgusting they become. You can't be so arrogant any longer. Our Lord has already said that he has decided to personally deal with Han Yang. Our Lord will personally take action, so you should prepare to collect Han Yang's body. Yo, I remember you said the same thing last time. Exactly. Han Yang still killed him like a scumbag. Oh my god, is that Lord of the Blazing Alliance really going to take action against Han Yang himself? It's too uncool for someone so powerful to personally deal with a novice lord. Why do I feel like Han Yang is really in trouble this time? The Lord of the Blazing Alliance is truly terrifying. He is simply not comparable to someone like Xiang Wensheng. That's right. Even though Han Yang has a novice lord protection mechanism, the gap in strength is really too big. Don't worry, Boss Han Yang will be fine. Don't be blindly optimistic. With Han Yang's current strength, he can't fight against it at all. It's over. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Han Yang had no idea what was happening on the chat panel. He was still waiting for his reward. Not long after, a voice sounded in his mind. The competitive challenge is about to end. Please prepare yourself. He only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and then he was back in his territory. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully participating in the competitive challenge. Please choose one of the following rewards. First reward, 1 Divine Source Crystal. This Divine Source Crystal can increase the combat effectiveness of one of your soldiers by 10% and keep your soldier's physical strength at full capacity at all times. It has an unlimited usage time. Second reward, Military Promotion. Choose this reward, and all your arms will be promoted to level 3 immediately. Third reward, 5th grade weapon, Flame Claw. This weapon has powerful attack power, and after injuring the enemy, it will also cause fire damage and weakness, causing the enemy to continue to be injured for a period of time and weaken their combat effectiveness. Host, please make your choice. Han Yang looked at the 3 awards and couldn't help but frown. First of all, the third reward can be directly excluded because he doesn't need it yet. From a long-term perspective, this is undoubtedly the first reward. 10% combat power, permanent physical strength, and unlimited usage time. It smells so good. But now, he is facing an unprecedented crisis. It is really hard to say whether we can survive this crisis. He hesitated for a long time and decided to choose the second reward. After all, only by surviving can there be future development. Surviving this crisis has become his most urgent matter. After receiving this reward, Lei Long jumped directly to level 20. Yunlong has also reached level 16. The strength of both of them has made a qualitative leap. Han Yang opened the Thunder Dragon's attribute panel. Thunder Dragon, growth period. Level 20. 17 million experience points are required to advance to the next level, 17 million/20 million. Skills, Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon can summon a large lightning storm area around itself, inflicting thunder strikes on enemies within it. Dragon Pressure. It can exert pressure on the enemy, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. World-Destroying Thunder. A divine-level skill that gathers all the power of thunder and lightning to deal a world-destroying blow to the opponent. A level 20 Thunder Dragon must be extremely powerful. And the most important point is that the Troop Evolution card can also be used. I don't know what the current Thunder Dragon can evolve into. At this time, the voice in his mind continued to ring. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully defeating Shui Wu in the competitive challenge. Please choose one of the following 2 rewards. First reward, obtain 1 million crystals and energy stones and 500,000 refined iron resources. Second reward, 1 blueprint for the construction of the equipment refining pavilion. The blueprints for the refining pavilion? He already had one, so this thing was completely useless to him. He decisively chose the first reward. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully defeating Xiang Wensheng in the competitive challenge. Please choose one of the following 2 rewards. First reward, a God-level skill awakening card. Tip: each unit can only use 1 God-level skill awakening card. God-level skill awakening cards can be used when the unit reaches level 15. Second reward, 4th grade weapon, Ice Bow. Ice Bow can fire an ice arrow, which has a certain degree of lethality and freezes the enemy, slowing down their ability to move. Han Yang chose the first reward again. His current strength was too weak, and he had no use for weapons at all. A huge amount of resources, plus a God-level skill awakening card. This reward is quite good. Han Yang did not intend to use this divine skill awakening card on Yunlong. The new dragon army in his dragon reincarnation pool is being nurtured, and I believe its strength will be even stronger. Using this God-level skill awakening card on it should produce better results. As for Yunlong's strength improvement, we can only wait and see when there is an opportunity in the future. Next, it's time to use the Troop Evolution card for the Thunder Dragon. Chapter 71, Violent Thunder Dragon. Han Yang found the Troop Evolution card, and then called the Thunder Dragon over. Use this unit evolution card on the Thunder Dragon. He muttered to himself, and then a burst of white light burst out from the Thunder Dragon's body. Han Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes, and Yunlong next to him also looked over here with curiosity. What's going on? The demon wolf widened his eyes, looking so unbelievable. Han Yang did not answer it, but just stood there and waited quietly. After several dozen seconds, the white light on the Thunder Dragon gradually dissipated, and its appearance had changed significantly. The dragon scales on its body became darker blue, and streaks of lightning were constantly surrounding it. Its body was also more robust, and it looked even more majestic and domineering than before. Congratulations, Lord. Your unit has successfully evolved into a violent thunder dragon. Raging Thunder Dragon? That name sounds pretty good. Xiaolong, how do you feel now? Han Yang asked it. Master, I feel full of strength now, much stronger than before. The Thunder Dragon moved his body, which seemed to be filled with explosive power. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. The Thunder Dragon was already a god-level soldier before, and now, after its further evolution, its strength is definitely incomparable to the past. I just don't know how terrifying the power of the current level 20 violent Thunder Dragon will be. The Lord of the Blazing Alliance and the leader of the Phantom Cats should have taken action against him. This time, we have to rely on the violent Thunder Dragon to overcome the crisis. At this moment, someone suddenly sent him a message. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Xie Jun. Pan Xiangfei, the Lord of the Blazing Alliance, has already gone to deal with you personally. Although you have the Novice Lore protection mechanism, his strength is definitely superior to yours. Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with him. Do you have a solution? Xie Jun on the other side was very confused. You don't have to worry about this matter. After all, there is nothing in common between the two of us. You're being so polite. I really want to help you. Han Yang smiled slightly and did not answer her. This Xie Jun seemed to know everything and seemed to be very close to me. He definitely had ulterior motives. On the other side of the jungle, Xie Jun looked at the information on his chat panel and couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Damn it, I came all this way to help you, and you don't even appreciate it. Well, I want to see what you're capable of. She muttered to herself and closed her chat panel. Then, her figure disappeared into the jungle. At this time, Han Yang was eating the meat of the ferocious beast in big mouthfuls. After eating and drinking his fill, it was time to upgrade the buildings in his territory. After all, a fierce battle is coming. And at this moment, another person sent him a message. It was Shui Wu. Han Yang, I think you know something about the Blazing Alliance's Lord Pan Xiangfei going after you, right? Yes, I have heard the news. Han Yang replied to him. It's like this. I told our Lord about your situation, and he decided to help you. Help me? How? He's already on his way to your territory. His troops are extremely fast, and he can basically reach your territory with Pan Xiangfei. Han Yang was stunned. A supreme lord of the alliance, a complete stranger to him, actually risked his life to save him? Is it because I'm more handsome? That's not right. He has never seen me. Just as he was lost in thought, Shui Wu sent another message. Our Lord also said that from now on you are his brother. If anyone dares to touch you, he will be the first to fight that person to death. After reading this passage, Han Yang suddenly came to his senses. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The reason he came to save me in such a hurry must be because of my dragon troops. His own dragon army had infinite room for growth, and he could establish a good relationship with a future world power. Why not do it? Including Xie Jun. He must have seen the potential in himself. From this perspective, everything seems to make sense. Thank you so much for your Lord's kindness. He sent a message to Shui Wu. Since he was already on his way, it would be inappropriate for him to send him back. Moreover, he is the lord of a huge alliance, and he might have to trouble him in the future, such as borrowing some resources. However, these lords are much stronger than me, so I still have to be careful. After finishing the chat with Shui Wu, Han Yang opened the chat panel again, hoping to get some new information. Latest news. Lord Pan Xiangfei of the Blazing Alliance and the Phantom Cat leader are heading towards Han Yang's territory. Fuck, Pan Xiangfei really did it himself. Han Yang is in danger. I wonder if Han Yang can create a miracle for us this time. Haha, Pan Xiangfei has already taken action himself. He is determined to kill. How can there be any miracle? He won quite a bit of reward in the competitive challenge, which should be a very powerful boost to his military. I think it's basically impossible. Even if it's a god-level soldier, I'm afraid it won't be that powerful in a short time, right? Haha, our Lord has already taken action personally, so let Han Yang clean his neck and wait. Anyone who dares to provoke our Blazing Alliance will surely die. Ha! These clowns from the Blazing Alliance actually have the nerve to bark like dogs. No need to tell them. After all, who cares about a dog? Han Yang sneered twice. These people from the Blazing Alliance were really arrogant. But from now on, they may not be able to be so arrogant anymore. He sent another message to Li Ziang, asking him to pay attention to the movements around him at all times. Li Ziang also agreed immediately, and all his troops were dispatched. After doing all this, It is time to upgrade your territory. Chapter 72, Level 12, Lord's Mansion. Lei Long and Yunlong were eating the meat of the ferocious beast with big mouthfuls, and there were many herbs placed beside them. Most of the herbs obtained during this period went into their stomachs. After eating and drinking, Han Yang went to the warehouse to count the supplies. Now he has accumulated a total of 3.3 million crystals and energy stones and 1.5 million refined irons, which is already a considerable amount of resources. Now the warehouse and shop have been almost upgraded, and only a few hours are left to complete the upgrade. He spent more than 10,000 crystals and successfully upgraded these two buildings to level 10. Currently, except for the walls, all other buildings have been upgraded to level 10, and the Lord's Mansion will soon be upgraded to level 12. He spent a full 150,000 crystals and energy stones and 25,000 refined irons to upgrade the wall to level 10. Now, the Lord's Mansion can be promoted to level 12. Upgrading a building to level 12 requires 200,000 crystals and energy stones, 1 million pieces of wood and stone, 100,000 pieces of refined iron, and 5 days. Calculated in this way, the Lord's Mansion would need 520,000 crystals and energy stones, as well as 100,000 refined irons to be fully upgraded. For Han Yang now, these resources are nothing. After the Lord's Mansion was successfully promoted to level 12, his territory had expanded to 100,000 square meters. From now on, the territory would need to be measured in square kilometers. He also specifically checked the resources and time needed for the next promotion. It would take 500,000 crystals and energy stones, 2.5 million pieces of wood and stone, and 200,000 pieces of refined iron, and it would take 10 days to complete the promotion. With each subsequent advancement, the resources required will become increasingly massive. Next, he spent another 1 million crystals and energy stones and 150,000 refined iron resources to upgrade the shop, refining pavilion and arrow tower to level 11. As for the military building, he spent the same resources as the Lord's Palace to upgrade it to level 12. He then had the warehouse and the wall upgraded. After doing all this, the resources in his warehouse had been almost used up. Life in the future will really consume resources like water. Now the arrow tower has reached level 11, and its attack power has increased to a higher level. It will definitely play a very important role in the next crisis. Next, all we have to do is wait quietly for the Lord of the Blazing Alliance to arrive. Lei Long and Yunlong were lying on the ground to rest, but at this moment, the earth rumbled. Hint: enemy arrival detected. At this time, the guard tower sent a message to Han Yang. Pan Xiangfei, level 30. He leads 3 earth-splitting black rhinos, levels 38, 39, and 40, respectively. They have all awakened 2 abilities, Blackhorn Joint Attack and Earth-Splitting Domain. Blackhorn Joint Attack unleashes a powerful slash with their rhino horns, executing enemies immediately if they are severely injured. Earth-Splitting Domain covers an area centered on the rhino, slowing down and affecting the combat power of enemies within it. In addition to Pan Xiangfei, the guard tower also gave him information about the Phantom Cat, the leader. Pan Xiangfei's strength is really powerful. All 3 types of soldiers have approached or reached level 40. Moreover, the detection range of the guard tower is very wide, but before the guard tower sent the information, he had already sensed the movement in advance. The ground beneath his feet was making a dull sound and was still shaking. It is unimaginable that one can feel such a strong movement even at such a long distance. This Pan Xiangfei is really determined to kill. It is detected that your territory is about to be attacked by the enemy, and the territory protection mechanism will take effect. Lord Pan Xiangfei is a lord who has descended to the Eternal Continent for more than 5 years. His strength will be reduced by 70%. A 70% cut? It's time to see some fun. Lei Long and Yunlong have both stood up, ready to face the battle at any time. As the ground shook more and more violently, the enemy in front of him gradually became clearer. I saw a man riding on a huge rhinoceros, followed by a large group of phantom cats and several humans. A large group of ferocious beasts came towards this side in a mighty manner, and all the trees along the way were cut in half. The territory where Han Yang was located was instantly surrounded by this large group of ferocious beasts. Pan Xiangfei got off the back of the earth-splitting black rhino and brushed off the dust on his body. Han Yang, can you please come out and talk with me? His voice resounded throughout the world. Want to talk? Han Yang appeared at the door of his territory with a sneer on his face. You've already come to my doorstep, and you still want to talk to me? There's nothing I can do about it. If I don't do this, we might not even have a chance to talk. Then tell me, how should we talk about this? Since I've gone through so much trouble to come before you in person today, that's enough to show my determination. You can't escape today. What exactly do you want to say? Han Yang began to get impatient. What I want to say is very simple. If you want to live, then come out and surrender obediently. Becoming my subordinate is the honor of your life. Haha, Han Yang was about to laugh. Who the hell do you think you are? In a few days, I'm going to chop off your head in your territory. I admit that you do have this possibility in the future, but you don't have a future anymore. Submitting to me is your only choice today. You're my uncle. If you want to hit me, then go ahead and hit me. Don't be such a bitch and talk like a bitch. Pan Xiangfei smiled slightly, but was not angry. I know what you're waiting for, but I advise you to give up. I've already sent people to intercept the Lord of the Jinhu Alliance. He definitely won't be able to support you before you die. I don't need him today, and don't even think about entering my territory. It seems like you really won't cry until you see the coffin. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to make you kneel down and beg me. My lord, why waste time talking to him? Let me go up and tear him apart, roared the Phantom Cat leader. Pan Xiangfei nodded. Then you'll take the lead. Remember, don't actually kill him. Don't worry, my lord. It let out a loud roar, and then led a large number of phantom cats to rush forward quickly. Chapter 73, Earth-Splitting Black Rhino. A large number of phantom cats began to charge, and the earth began to tremble again. Shadows were constantly splitting out, and in the blink of an eye, the figure of the phantom cat was everywhere. The phantoms they create will definitely cause the enemy a lot of headaches during battle. But when attacking, it is useless. The arrow tower slowly rose above the territory, and in an instant, a large number of arrows were sprayed out like a drizzle. A large number of phantom cats disappeared, while those real phantom cats had wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. The arrow tower intercepted and instantly curbed the offensive of these phantom cats. Pan Xiangfei narrowed his eyes, and his face looked a little gloomy. A level 11 arrow tower. This kid has only been in the Eternal Continent for less than 10 days, and he's already managed to upgrade his arrow tower to level 11. It's simply terrifying. I must get this divine level weapon this time. The attack of a large number of phantom cats was curbed, but the phantom cat leader seemed to be unaffected and still rushed towards Han Yang's territory in an unstoppable manner. Han Yang snorted coldly. A level 30 king-level beast really cannot be underestimated. Its speed exploded to the limit, and in the blink of an eye it had arrived in front of the wall. The sharp claws grabbed the wall directly, and even the air burst into a whistling sound. But at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly rang out. A thick arc of lightning instantly wrapped around the phantom cat's arm. The next moment, a large amount of blood gushed out, and its claws fell directly to the ground. It widened its eyes, unable to believe what it saw. I'm a level 30 king-class beast. I just had an arm cut off like that. The speed of that lightning arc just now was so fast that it had no time to react. Moreover, the attack power it unleashed was too astonishing. After all, he was also a level 30 king-level beast, and his own defense was also extremely powerful. All of this happened in a way that it couldn't understand at all. Pan Xiangfei couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had originally wanted to let the phantom cat go up and test his strength. But now, I guess I can't even find out anything. Han Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Is this the strength of the violent thunder dragon? It really is that powerful. Countless arcs of lightning enveloped the phantom cat, and a breath of death rushed towards it. Its eyes widened, its expression frozen. With so many lightning arcs, it had no way to block them. But at this moment, 3 black slashes came quickly and collided with the lightning. A rumbling sound was heard, and the Thunder Dragon's attack was temporarily blocked. Several more arcs of lightning broke through the air, and Lei Long wanted to deal with this phantom cat in one go. Its figure quickly split apart, and more than 10 identical phantom cats shot out in all directions. Although several phantoms were shattered by lightning, it still managed to escape. The phantom cat reappeared next to Pan Xiangfei with an extremely ugly expression. "Thank you, Lord, for saving me." "You're welcome," Pan Xiangfei said slowly. The 3 black slashes just now were launched by his troops. How could this kid's army be so powerful? It's completely different from the information we collected before. Indeed, This kid's strength has indeed increased a lot. He must have won a lot of rewards in the previous competition. But how is it possible that it has become so much stronger in just a few hours? A smile appeared on Pan Xiangfei's face. This is exactly the charm of the god-level troops. Haha, no need to exaggerate it to be a god-level troop. Damn it, this god-level troop is so powerful. I can already foresee that when I master the Dragon Tribe's troops, it will be the beginning of my dominance over the Eternal Continent. There was a fiery light in Pan Xiangfei's eyes. You too, have you finished talking? Didn't you just say you wanted to control me? What's going on now? Hanyang Shotet. Don't be so arrogant, my lord. We haven't made a move yet. You'll have to kneel down and beg us later. The Phantom Cat was shouting loudly, but was slapped away by Pan Xiangfei. Don't be so nosy. Your divine-level troops are truly beyond my expectations. The Dragon Clan is truly hailed as the military force with the greatest potential. It's good that you know. Next, I will send you to the west. Pan Xiangfei acted as if he hadn't heard Han Yang's words. It's such a shame to have such a force in your hands. Only I am worthy of possessing such a force. As he was shouting wildly, the 3 earth-splitting black rhinos had already rushed forward, making the ground rumble under their feet. Countless arrows shot at them madly, but this only tickled them. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. These earth-splitting black rhinos were indeed extremely powerful. A large number of lightning arcs shot out from the Thunder Dragon's body and shot towards them. A large number of lightning arcs instantly enveloped their bodies, and crackling sounds continued to be heard. However, these lightning arcs were powerless against the 3 earth-splitting black rhinos, as the skin on their bodies blocked all attacks. This is the strength of the earth-splitting black rhinos. Even though they have been weakened by 70%, you still can't stop them. Pan Xiangfei's voice roared like thunder. With a loud bang, the sharp horns on the heads of the 3 earth-splitting black rhinos slammed heavily into the wall of Han Yang's territory. I saw cracks quickly appearing on the wall, and it seemed like it was about to break. Xiaolong, we can't let them launch a second attack. The attack power of these earth-splitting black rhinos is too strong. If they were to strike a second time, the wall of his territory would definitely be broken. Lei Long nodded vigorously, then roared, thundered death storm. The wind began to howl, and a large number of lightning arcs flashed continuously in it. But at this moment, a black magnetic field rapidly expanded around these earth-splitting black rhinos, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the Thunder Dragon. Master, something is wrong. Lei Long roared loudly. Chapter 74, Fierce Battle. I saw a large number of small black spots appearing on the body of the Thunder Dragon. They seemed to appear out of thin air, and the power of the Thunder Dragon was immediately suppressed a lot. This should be the skill of the earth-splitting black rhino, earth-splitting field. It can put a huge burden on the opponent. After unleashing their own earth-splitting domain, the 3 earth-splitting black rhinos once again rushed towards the wall. The Thunder Dragon would definitely not do as they wished, and a large number of lightning arcs swept over in an instant. After a series of crackling sounds, the attacks of the 3 earth-splitting black rhinos were temporarily blocked, but there were no injuries on their bodies. A large number of lightning arcs bombarded wildly, and the rumbling sound was endless. The 3 earth-splitting black rhinos used their powerful bodies to actually withstand the lightning. After the Thunder Dragon was promoted to the Violent Thunder Dragon, its Thunder Death Storm skill was greatly enhanced. These 3 earth-splitting black rhinos really cannot be underestimated. The battle suddenly fell into a stalemate. The Violent Thunder Dragon and the earth-splitting black rhino refused to give in to each other, and for a while neither could do anything to the other. Pan Xiangfei narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Han Yang could fight against his 3 earth-splitting black rhinos with only 1 soldier. It was really incredible. But I want to see how long you can hold on. The earth-splitting black rhino not only has amazing defense, but its physical strength is also terrifying. If I keep fighting like this, I will definitely be the winner. Han Yang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but let out a deep breath. This Pan Xiangfei is worthy of being the lord of the Blazing Alliance. The strength of his troops is indeed extremely powerful. However, the Thunder Dragon's patience has its limits. World-destroying thunder. The Thunder Dragon roared wildly. It finally couldn't bear it anymore. I saw a large amount of thunder and lightning spreading rapidly in the sky, covering the entire territory in a short while. Hanyang nodded in satisfaction. The world-destroying thunder unleashed by the Thunder Dragon was much more powerful than before. Not only has the coverage area doubled compared to before, but the lightning layer is also thicker, giving people a feeling of suffocation. The destructive power that can be caused by such a huge momentum should not be underestimated. Pan Xiangfei, who was standing next to him, was also stunned by the scene before him. It was simply too powerful. His earth-splitting black rhino could never create such an effect. But instead of panicking, he looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Haha, so this is the true power of divine-level troops? My vision is still too superficial. Very good, very good. Only in this way can we dominate the entire eternal continent. Lei Long did not react to Pan Xiangfei's wild laughter, and a thick pillar of lightning slowly condensed out. Han Yang made a rough estimate and found that the diameter of this lightning column was at least 10 meters. It's hard to imagine how many lightning arcs are condensed to form this. The three earth-splitting black rhinos gathered together and aimed the sharp horns on their heads at the lightning column. Black shock waves cut through the void and headed towards the lightning pillar. But all these black shock waves were swallowed up without even a splash of water. Immediately afterwards, this thick pillar of lightning launched a devastating attack on the three earth-splitting black rhinos. The whole world was instantly enveloped by intense light, and large amounts of air waves expanded outward madly, and the entire jungle was covered by a hurricane. It took several minutes before the area gradually returned to calm. An extremely huge deep pit has appeared in front of Han Yang's territory. If it weren't for the protection of the wall, half of his territory would probably have collapsed. Han Yang glanced at Lei Long next to him and found that he did not look exhausted. Xiaolong, how do you feel now? Don't worry, Master. I still have a strength to fight. According to the previous Thunder Dragon, it would definitely be exhausted now. After being promoted to a violent Thunder Dragon, its physical strength is much stronger than before. Pan Xiangfei looked at everything in front of him with a gloomy expression. He clapped his hands, and a noise came from the deep pit. Han Yang looked towards the bottom of the deep pit and saw a black rhino lying there covered in blood, already dead. At this time, from under the body of this earth-splitting black rhinoceros, the other two earth-splitting black rhinoceros slowly crawled out. Han Yang's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Pan Xiangfei's decision was too decisive. He simply decided to sacrifice the life of one earth-splitting black rhino to save the other two. If these three earth-splitting black rhinos were to be attacked by this lightning column at the same time, they would definitely be wiped out. The two earth-splitting black rhinos shook their bodies and seemed not to be seriously injured. Very good. Is this the strength of the divine-level troops? I'm very satisfied. Pan Xiangfei shouted loudly. Since you're so satisfied, why don't you sign a contract and work with me? Ha, that's what I thought too. Let's see who signs the contract with whom in the end. The earth-splitting black rhino launched another attack, slamming the wall hard with the sharp horns on its head. The arrow tower instantly ejected a large number of arrows, and the Thunder Dragon also shot out arcs of lightning to meet it. The rumbling sound rang out again, and the battle before them once again entered a white-hot situation. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried. Now was the time to test endurance. It is really not certain who will win or lose in the end. He couldn't help but open his chat panel. If the battle situation was unfavorable to him, he would have to ask for help from Xie Jun and others. Compared with your own life, bowing your head and saying a few nice words means nothing. Haha, you will definitely die today. My earth-splitting black rhino soldiers have extremely strong physical strength. Pan Xiangfei shouted madly. Then let's see who can think it through to the end. The troops of both sides are still fighting each other, and it seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner for the time being. But at this moment, Pan Xiangfei suddenly widened his eyes. He quickly turned his head and looked in another direction, his expression extremely gloomy. Who's there? Get out here right now. Chapter 75, Pan Xiangfei's Defeat. Following Pan Xiangfei's loud shout, Han Yang also turned his head to look over. What's going on? He asked in confusion. It seems like there is someone there. The demon wolf explained. Someone? You've already discovered it. No, I just discovered it. Pan Xiangfei looked at a certain place with a serious expression, and even the two earth-splitting black rhinos stopped attacking. Who are you there? Why don't you come out now? Do I have to go and get you out myself? The Lord of the Blazing Alliance is truly remarkable. He went to such great lengths to besiege a novice lord. and even lost an earth-splitting black rhino. If word got out, it would be laughable. A clear female voice rang out, echoing in the space. Han Yang was extremely puzzled. How could there be someone else here? And he hadn't noticed it yet. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Why are you here? Our blazing alliance doesn't seem to have offended your Night Shadow alliance recently, right? I didn't offend him, but Han Yang is a friend of our Night Shadow alliance. I hope Lord Pan can give me some face and say goodbye. You're talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Hey, you two. Have you overlooked that there's another person here? Han Yang said. Pan Xiangfei glared at him fiercely and said nothing more. I saw that next to a big tree, a space suddenly broke apart. A woman dressed in black and with a very hot body came out from inside. Around her, there was a large group of bats flying around. Novice Lord Han Yang? He's doing quite well. He's actually been able to fight Pan Xiangfei back and forth. Han Yang already knew who she was, Xie Junyi from the Night Shadow Alliance. But I didn't expect that she actually came here and had been observing the battle. It was just a fluke. How about it, Lord Pan? I'm already here, and the Lord of the Tiger Suppressing Alliance is on the way. Isn't it time to give us some face? Pan Xiangfei clenched his fists so hard that his teeth were almost broken. I've been busy for a long time, but now all my efforts are wasted. One can imagine the anger in his heart. Han Yang didn't say anything, but just watched the confrontation between the two men quietly. Xie Junyi, Xie Junyi, you are really capable. No problem. Just leave here immediately, or I'll be rude to you. Xie Junyi's tone suddenly turned cold. Pan Xiangfei's eyes seemed to be about to burst into anger, but no matter how unwilling he was, he could only suppress his anger and turn around and leave. The two earth-splitting black rhinos and the remaining phantom cats also followed him happily. In the blink of an eye, only Han Yang and Xie Junyi were left at the scene. Well done. The god-level troops really surprised me. They could even kill one of Pan Xiangfei's earth-splitting black rhinoceros. Xie Junyi said to him, "How did you get here?" He couldn't help but ask. Of course I rushed all the way here. Well, I heard you were in danger. I rushed over like crazy. Why? Won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? The gate of Han Yang's territory was still closed, and the raised arrow tower had not fallen down. He was not familiar with Xie Junyi, so he naturally couldn't trust her easily. Besides, her strength is more than one level higher than his own. If he leaves the territory, he will only die. Okay, it's okay if you don't believe me. Xie Junyi said helplessly. Everything that happens here seems to be under your control. How do you do it? Han Yang said coldly. That's it. She slowly stretched out one of her palms, and a bat landed on her hand. These are my troops, the star-absorbing bats. There are a lot of them, and they are perfect for monitoring movements in various places. Han Yang's face became a little gloomy. This woman had been monitoring him, but he didn't notice anything. Wouldn't she be watching me like this all the time from now on? In fact, all the novice lords who came here faced an extremely unfair world. In this eternal continent, all the veteran lords had already established a world with complete systems. Of the new lords who descend upon the eternal continent every year, almost none are able to grow into anything. They are destined to be exploited and oppressed. What do you mean by telling me this? Han Yang asked in a deep voice. I'm just letting you see the current situation clearly. The growth of a novice lord becomes more and more difficult every year. This is an unavoidable fact. So, I just want you to trust me. You know I can monitor you, but do you think you can stay in your territory forever? I really can't stay in the territory forever. Are you telling me this just to make me believe you? That's about it. If I had wanted to take action, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Why are you helping me like this? I'm betting on a future Empire Lord. When you reach my level, you'll understand what a god-level soldier means. Even if I spend my entire life, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the heights you easily reach. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. What Xie Junyi said sounded quite true. In this eternal continent full of dangers, it is really difficult for a novice lord to survive. Now, all resources have basically been divided up by these old lords. Whoever reaches the top first will naturally cut off the ladder to the top. Just like capitalists, they will firmly control the capital in their own hands. Han Yang also understood this truth. The era he lived in was the saddest era for novice lords. Since you're betting on my becoming the Empire's lord, shouldn't you demonstrate your sincerity? What do you want? What are you doing? Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I just want some resources. I'm in urgent need of resources to develop myself right now. That's no problem. Our Night Shadow Alliance controls a lot of resource points, and the lords of the other two alliances are about to arrive. You can take this opportunity to blackmail them. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. This time he could get a large amount of resources. Chapter 76, Underground City. Xie Junyi sat down directly on an open space in front of Han Yang's territory, took out the ferocious beast meat from his space ring, and started eating. A large group of black bats kept flying around her, pecking at the ferocious beast meat in her hand. The chat panel is very lively right now. Almost everyone is discussing you. Why don't you take a look? Han Yang asked Lei Long to eat herbs quickly to restore his strength while he opened his chat panel. There was an endless stream of discussions above, and I didn't expect that things here would be leaked out so quickly. Holy crap, did you guys hear that? Pan Xiangfei, the leader of the Blazing Alliance, actually lost. Yes, I also heard that one of his soldiers, the Earth-Splitting Black Rhino, died. Earth-Splitting Black Rhino? This is a king-level unit, and its level is approaching level 40. And one of them died. It's simply unbelievable. How on earth did Han Yang do it? He's only been in the Eternal Continent for less than 10 days. Pan Xiangfei has been in the Eternal Continent for many years, right? How could he be defeated by such a greenhorn? Is this a divine-level troop? It truly exceeds all of our imaginations. Haha, I told you that Boss Han Yang would definitely create a miracle, and you guys just don't believe it. Where are those people from the Blazing Alliance? Why don't they come out and continue barking like dogs? Yeah, aren't you guys quite arrogant? Why are you all silent now? Haha, I think they must be scared silly. Where did you get this information from? Why do I feel like it's just a rumor? That's right. How could Pan Xiangfei of the Blazing Alliance be defeated by a novice lord? It seems that someone from the Night Shadow Alliance said that. They don't know where they got the information from. It is said that the Lord of the Night Shadow Alliance has very strong intelligence capabilities. Maybe she got the information. Huh, you believe what comes from the Night Shadow Alliance. If I don't believe it, how can I believe the words of those dogs from the Blazing Alliance? Our Lord Pan Xiangfei possesses 3 nearly level 40 king-grade, earth-splitting black rhinos. How could he possibly be defeated by that man? That's right. He's just a novice lord, and he doesn't even consider his own strength. Han Yang looked at the chat records of these people for a while, and then closed the chat panel. At this moment, the rumbling sound rang out again. It seems that Huang Tianhui from the Jinhu Alliance has arrived. I didn't expect him to be so slow, Xie Junyi said to himself. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. This person seemed to be the one Shui Wu had told him about. After a while, several huge white tigers rushed towards here at a rapid speed. These white tigers look very domineering, covered with white hair and with sharp teeth that seem to be able to tear everything apart. On the back of the white tiger in the front, there's a burly man. It seems that this person should be Huang Tianhui, who is closest to Xie Junyi. The huge tiger claws drew a groove on the ground, and the white tiger stopped in front of Han Yang's territory. This young man should be Han Yang. I was delayed on the road and came late. I'm really sorry, Huang Tianhui said cheerfully. Xie Junyi, I didn't expect you to come so soon. He continued to look at Xie Junyi. It's just a little faster than you. Hello, I'm Han Yang. Thank you, Lord Huang, for your help. Han Yang also spoke. That brat Pan Xiangfei actually sent hundreds of low-level beasts to die in front of me. I'm going to have a good talk with him today. That guy has already escaped. There is still the corpse of an earth-splitting black rhino on the ground. Xie Junyi explained. I didn't expect you to get there first. I don't know how my position was exposed. I was actually stopped by those hundreds of ferocious beasts. Xie Junyi shook his head. I didn't kill this earth-splitting black rhino. What do you mean? Huang Tianhui looked very confused. It seems that he still has no idea about what happened before. This earth-splitting black rhino was killed by our great Lord Han Yang. What? Huang Tianhui's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? They possess divine-level weapons, and this is just an earth-splitting black rhino. Huang Tianhui still looked unconvinced. Brother Han Yang, did you really kill this earth-splitting black rhino? It was just luck. The combination of the siege from the Arrow Tower and the sneak attack allowed us to kill one. His eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but gasp. Having been an enemy of Pan Xiangfei for so many years, he knew the latter's strength too well. Even though his strength has been weakened a lot, this is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Especially, he was facing a novice lord. It's a pity that you were a little late and missed the fun just now. The divine-level troops will definitely surprise you. SK, Huang Tianhui sighed as if he was witnessing some historical miracle. The other Alliance Lord is probably coming here soon. It's really a strange thing that our 4 lords have arrived here one after another today. Huang Tianhui nodded and said, Brother Han Yang, although I was unable to help you today, if you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me, and I will definitely help you. Then it's really a bit difficult for me. Han Yang said, What difficulty? It's difficult on the wallet. Haha, that's no problem at all. From now on, I will provide you with a large amount of resources every month. From now on, we are good brothers. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. As long as we have money, we are good brothers. By the way, Brother Han Yang, I came here today to give you a great opportunity. Oh, Han Yang frowned. What opportunity? There is a dungeon not far to the west of your territory. Dungeon? How come I don't know about it? This question was not asked by Han Yang, but by Xie Jun. Don't think that your army can know everything. There are still many things you don't know. Huang Tianhui retorted mercilessly. What's so special about this dungeon? Han Yang asked. It is said that this dungeon was created by an imperial lord long ago. After his empire collapsed, the dungeon was preserved. It is said that his troops were also god-level troops, and only god-level troops can enter the dungeon. Chapter 77, Encirclement. What's going on? Why do I feel something is wrong? Xie Jun said puzzledly. What's wrong? Han Yang couldn't help but ask. Now, the two of them were still locked outside the territory by Han Yang, and he had no intention of inviting them in for a cup of tea. Why hasn't the leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance come here yet? My troops also detected that he was heading this way. Maybe he was delayed by something, or maybe he saw that the crisis here has been resolved and just went back directly. Huang Tianhui said from the side. Xie Jun frowned and still looked very confused. The two of them did not wait for the leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance here, so they prepared to return. As for the resources promised to Han Yang, they said they would be sent to him after they returned to the territory. The figures of Huang Tianhui and Xie Jun gradually disappeared in the jungle, and the previous silence returned here. Han Yang specifically instructed Li Xiang to keep an eye on the whereabouts of these two people, although it might not have any effect. He decided to go and take a look at the underground city that Huang Tianhui mentioned. Huang Tianhui has already sent him detailed information about the dungeon. It is said that the rewards inside are extremely generous. After all, this is a treasure left by an imperial lord. It is now evening, and it will be dark soon. Han Yang decided to spend the night in the territory and explore the underground city tomorrow morning. The earth-splitting black rhino killed by the Thunder Dragon also provided a considerable amount of experience points and attribute points. But it is still a drop in the bucket for the current Thunder Dragon. After all, it needs a full 20 million experience points to advance. Soon, it was dark, and his territory fell into silence. Pan Xianfei's face was as black as a coal ball, and he sat down on the chair. The Phantom Cat leader followed behind him, not daring to breathe. Lord, a man rushed in from outside the room in a panic. What the hell is going on? The chat panel is going crazy now. This person didn't believe what was said on the chat panel before, but now it seems that this might be true. Their lord actually lost to a novice lord. What's going on? Pan Xianfei's cold voice frightened the man so much that he fell to his knees. It's really abominable. I didn't expect that the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance would stand on Han Yang's side together. It's obvious that they don't take our Blazing Fire Alliance seriously. Phantom Cat said on the side. What? The Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance have joined forces? How dare those people brag like that? How could our lord be defeated by a novice lord? Actually, this is almost the same as being defeated by him, Pan Xianfei said calmly. After all, one of my earth-splitting black rhinos died at his hands. This. The person next to him stammered and didn't dare to speak. Actually, I should have thought of this earlier. Since Huang Tianhui from the Jinhu Alliance has already taken action, then that bitch from the Yang Alliance will not stand idly by. This woman is truly despicable. Her troops possess strong reconnaissance capabilities. We were indeed negligent this time. My lord, we must find a way to eliminate Han Yang. If he grows up, our situation will be in danger. Pan Xianfei nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, but this guy is currently protected by Xie Jun and Huang Tianhui. Killing him may not be that easy. This is indeed difficult. If the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance join forces, I'm afraid they will be no match for us. The man next to him suddenly smiled evilly. My lord, I have an idea. I wonder if it's feasible. Oh, do you have any ideas? Tell me about them. Since it's difficult to deal with Han Yang with our current capabilities, Why not look for a more powerful force? A more powerful force? But what force can help us? Don't you know Lu Yu? His father is a genuine imperial lord. He asked me to look after his son, but now his son has died at Han Yang's hands. It's good enough that he didn't take his anger out on me. How can he still help us? This isn't helping us. We just need to talk about the dragon army. But if that's the case, the dragon troops won't fall into our hands. The phantom cat next to him said immediately, rather than keeping such a danger by your side, it would be better to eliminate him completely. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion, and you, Lord, need to consider it carefully. Pan Xiangfei nodded, not knowing what he was thinking. Early the next morning, Han Yang opened his eyes. The first thing to do when you wake up every day is, of course, to sign in. System sign in. Congratulations, Lord, for signing in successfully. You have obtained crystals plus 500,000, energy stones plus 500,000, wood plus 2,500,000, stones plus 2,500,000, and refined iron plus 250,000. There are a lot more resources in the warehouse now. The resources promised to him by Xie Juni and Huang Tianhui are said to be in the process of being raised. They are the lords of two major alliances, so they must have a lot of resources to offer. Just when Han Yang was about to have breakfast, Li Ziang sent him a message. Boss, the situation is a bit bad. Oh, what happened? He also sent a message. On the outskirts of our jungle, a large number of ferocious beasts suddenly appeared. These beasts didn't attack us. It seemed they were just monitoring us. Han Yang immediately understood that this was definitely Pan Xiangfei's doing. How strong are these beasts? They are mostly in their 20s, and there are even a few at level 28. He nodded. These ferocious beasts were not very strong, and the current Thunder Dragon was fully capable of dealing with them. But he was worried. What if Pan Xiangfei was watching him from behind? With his current strength, he would not be a match for Pan Xiangfei if he left the territory. Besides, it's not a good idea not to go out. I can't stay in this territory all my life, right? The situation that Han Yang least wanted to see finally happened. Chapter 78, Immortal Divine Phoenix. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried. The most urgent thing now was to get out of his territory as soon as possible. But there are so many ferocious beasts watching outside. This is really not an easy task. Just when he was anxious, a message suddenly came. He opened it and saw that it was sent by Huang Tianhui. Brother Han Yang, I heard that Pan Xiangfei sent ferocious beasts to surround you. Han Yang immediately sent a message. Who told you that? Of course it's Xie Juni. She's the only one who knows what's going on over there. Okay, I'll give you a teleportation array that will allow you to be transported safely to that underground city. Teleportation array? He couldn't help but feel confused. It's just a special item. Using this teleportation array, you can travel between the dungeon and your territory. It only takes a few seconds. I see. Thank you so much then. Why be polite to each other, brothers? Xie Juni, and I will put more pressure on Pan Xiangfei, and you can relax a little. Once your troops become stronger, that guy won't dare to touch you. Don't worry, my troops are growing very quickly. I can fully appreciate this. After all, you've only been in the Eternal Continent for less than 10 days, and you're already catching up to me. Compared to that, I feel like I've been living like a dog. After exchanging pleasantries with Huang Tianhui for a while, Han Yang received the teleportation array. This is a small altar-like object. As long as people stand on it or put things on it, they can be teleported to a corresponding place. But he was still a little worried. What if Huang Tianhui cheated him? He looked around and then focused his attention on the demon wolf. The demon wolf felt goosebumps all over his body instantly, and when he turned his head, he saw Han Yang's fiery gaze staring at him. It was suddenly a little frightened. Could this kid be interested in interracial relationships? What do you want? The demon wolf was a little panicked. You can only get my heart, but there is absolutely no way you can get my body. Who wants your body? Han Yang pointed at the teleportation array and said, stand on it. What is this? It's just a teleportation array. It will teleport you to a special place. Then why don't you stand up there yourself? What if the place we're teleporting to is dangerous? Then I'm doomed. The demon wolf was stunned. Then I won't be GG. We need to find someone to test it on first. I think you're perfect for it. In the future, you'll be the greatest founding hero of our dragon empire. Don't give me fucking promises. The demon wolf wanted to say something else, but saw that the thunder dragon's claws had already been exposed. It is our duty to sacrifice our lives for the future of our dragon empire. After shouting this sentence passionately, It stood up with a sad face. Suddenly, the teleportation array burst out with a dazzling white light, and then the figure of the magic wolf disappeared from the spot. After about a minute, the teleportation array burst out with white light again, and the figure of the magic wolf reappeared on it. What's the situation? Hanyang asked hurriedly. It seemed to be an underground passage, but there was a door that was tightly locked. I basically saw these things clearly, and I don't know anything else. Hanyang nodded. It seemed that there was indeed not much danger in the other part of the teleportation array. Lei Long and Yun Long stood on the teleportation array, one after another, and teleported over. Then he pulled the magic wolf and disappeared into the territory. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Li Ziang to always pay attention to the movements around him. Why are you pulling me in? The demon wolf looked around cautiously, with a fur on its body standing up. Didn't you say that your demon wolf clan is comparable to god-level troops? I see that you are only comparable to a dog. Hanyang complained mercilessly. The demon wolf was so angry that its teeth were chattering. Hanyang looked around and found that this was indeed an underground space. It was pitch black all around. If it weren't for the arcs of lightning emanating from the thunder dragon's body, he probably wouldn't be able to see anything around him. All around them was the cave wall, with only a large door in the front, tightly closed. Hanyang couldn't help but have a feeling that there seemed to be a very scary creature behind the gate, which actually made him feel awe. This feeling subsided a lot after Lei Long came to his side. You're feeling the same way, aren't you? The demon wolf couldn't help but ask. What on earth is this place? There must be something terrifying behind this door. Hanyang ignored him and walked straight towards the gate. As he approached the gate, he felt a heavy pressure on his body, and breathing became increasingly difficult. The closer you get to the gate, the more obvious this feeling becomes. Hanyang had to stop and let Lei Long move forward alone. The thunder dragon walked forward with firm steps, seemingly unaffected by this. But at this moment, a blue flame suddenly appeared in front of the gate. Careful! Hanyang shouted hurriedly, and Lei Long also prepared for battle. This ball of blue flame kept jumping in the air, and then around it, one ball of blue flame after another appeared. Only then did he see clearly what they were. They were actually little birds with blue flames burning all over their bodies. Just as he was wondering what this thing was, the demon wolf next to him suddenly screamed in shock. This is the Immortal Divine Phoenix. Immortal Divine Phoenix, is this a ferocious beast? Hanyang couldn't help but ask in confusion. Indeed, and it's a god-level beast. What kind of place is this that would allow such a beast to appear? I'm curious, doesn't this beast have a physical body? I don't know either. I've only heard the elders in our tribe talk about this ferocious beast, and I don't know anything else. Is that so? Are there so many of these immortal phoenixes? I wonder how powerful they are. At this moment, the demon wolf's whole body began to tremble. Hey, what the hell is this place? I've already seen 2 of these divine beasts in the past few days, even though I'll never see one in my lifetime. Chapter 79, God-Level Troops. Hanyang looked at the immortal phoenixes in front of him and couldn't help but frown. The state of these immortal phoenixes is really strange. How is it possible for a ferocious beast to have no physical body? Countless palm-sized immortal phoenixes were floating slowly in the air without any movement. Xiaolong, go and test it and see what's going on. Lei Long nodded his head. Okay. Bolts of lightning shot out from its back and swept towards these immortal phoenixes. The moment these immortal phoenixes came into contact with the lightning arcs, their bodies suddenly exploded. The flames gradually dissipated in the air, and then a shrill scream was heard suddenly. The violent sound continued to spread in the cave. Hanyang clenched his ears and gritted his teeth. He only felt that his eardrums seemed to be torn apart, and the sound rushed straight into his mind. Lei Long and Yun Long both blocked his way, but they had no way to stop him. Gradually, the sound stopped. Hanyang's face was pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat. The impact of the sound just now almost sent him flying. Master, the sound came from behind the door. I don't know what's going on, Yun Long said from the side. He nodded his head. This cave was indeed very strange. Master, let me go investigate the situation. You stay at the teleportation array. If there's any danger, you can just escape. Okay then, you better be careful. Lei Dian nodded seriously, then flew towards the gate. This gate is several dozen meters high and very ancient. It must have been here for a long time. It slowly stretched out its claws and pushed the door hard. With just a creak sound, the door was opened without any obstruction. Han Yang looked hard inside the gate, but because the distance was too far, he couldn't see the scene inside clearly. The thunder dragon flew in, and after circling around, it found that there was no danger. Master, there doesn't seem to be any danger here. There's only a huge egg here. A giant egg? Han Yang frowned, then quickly ran over with Yunlong and the demon wolf. Once you enter the gate, you'll see an egg about the size of a house placed on an altar. Apart from that, there's nothing else here. Master, did the scream just now come from this egg? Lei Long asked in confusion. I don't know. It's just an egg. How could it make such a terrifying roar? What the hell is going on? The demon wolf couldn't help but ask. They said there was a great treasure here, so why is there only an egg that's been here for who knows when? I better go back and ask Wang Tianwei. Let's take this egg away first. Maybe there are some secrets hidden in it. Just as it was about to step forward to take the big egg, the thunder dragon suddenly shouted, Master, be careful. It quickly blocked Han Yang's way, and a burst of fire from the cave filled the entire sky. An immortal phoenix with blue flames burning all over its body appeared before them again. This immortal phoenix is much larger in size, comparable to the size of a human. Respected Lord, welcome to the Immortal Phoenix Reincarnation Pond. The immortal divine phoenix speaks in human language, and its voice is very penetrating. Hanyang Frowonet. There wasn't much malice in the words of the immortal phoenix. Hello, what on earth is going on here? What reincarnation pond? My lord, you are the first person to arrive here in over 300 years. You will receive a great opportunity. Oh, what kind of opportunity is that? I'm definitely all ears. Before introducing the opportunity, let me first talk about the origin of this place. More than 300 years ago, a young man came to this eternal continent, and the soldier he awakened was the immortal divine phoenix. In the years that followed, this lord steadily developed and nurtured his troops to their strongest form. Thus, a great empire was born. Han Yang didn't say a word, just listened quietly to its narration. The lord it was talking about must be its previous master. But things never go as planned. With the combined efforts of several other imperial lords, this empire was completely destroyed. In the end, only this lord and his most powerful immortal phoenix were left. They fled with the immortal phoenix reincarnation pool. Pursued by the enemy, he knew there was no chance of escape, so he ordered the immortal phoenix to hide the reincarnation pool underneath. His only soldier also degenerated to its original form and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know what happened after that. This space is exactly the immortal phoenix reincarnation pool. The big egg in front of you is the immortal phoenix that fell into a deep sleep. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. This story seemed simple, but the things hidden in it were by no means that simple. So what exactly is the great opportunity you're talking about? And who are you? I am the incarnation of an immortal divine phoenix. My mission is to deliver a message to the overlord who has arrived here. After delivering the message, I will dissipate from this world. While it was speaking, Han Yang could clearly notice that its size had shrunk. The great opportunity I'm talking about is this immortal phoenix reincarnation pool. Only the blood essence of a divine beast can awaken the dormant immortal phoenix before you, and you will possess a brand new divine level troop. The words of this immortal phoenix are full of temptation. Is it that simple? Looking at the god-level soldier in front of him, Han Yang was not overwhelmed. He also knew what a new type of divine-level troop meant, and his strength would definitely skyrocket unprecedentedly. Of course, there are some conditions. If you can grow to a certain level, you must avenge my former master. More than 300 years have passed, and your former master's enemies are still alive. I don't know about that. It's very possible that their descendants have inherited their empire. If you can agree to this condition, I will willingly acknowledge you as my new master. Hearing its decisive words, Han Yang smiled slightly. I'll think about it. Chapter 80, Nirvana and Rebirth. The reason why Han Yang was not in a hurry to agree to the request of the Immortal Phoenix was, of course, because he had his own concerns. What if I use the blood of the Thunder Dragon to revive this egg, and the thing that comes out of it kills me all of a sudden? After all, he couldn't guarantee what was hatched in there, and he didn't want to be the one who got taken advantage of. The Immortal Phoenix on the other side didn't panic when it saw Han Yang didn't agree. However, its body had shrunk by more than half. That's basically all the information I have to share with you. My strength is about to be completely depleted. I hope you can think carefully before making a decision. After all, These are divine-level troops. Okay, I'll think about it. But I have one last question for you, Han Yang said. What's the problem? Can I take this Immortal Phoenix reincarnation pond? Of course you can, but you need a level 6 or higher space ring to do that. Space rings above level 6 are really difficult to deal with. After the Immortal Phoenix said this last sentence, its body shattered into pieces. Balls of flames kept dancing in the air and then gradually disappeared. Han Yang slowly walked to the big egg and knocked it with his fingers. This big egg doesn't look like anything special, but the fact that it has been able to remain alive for more than 300 years is enough to show its unusualness. Put this big egg into the storage space, and our mission this time will be completed. As he spoke, he called Lei Long and Yun Long to come over to help. After a lot of effort, they finally knocked the big egg into the space ring. Next, they were about to return. As for the Immortal Phoenix reincarnation pool, we would have to wait for a while. After all, transporting this thing required a level 6 space ring. Soon, they returned to the territory safely. Han Yang decided to collect some information about the Immortal Phoenix before making any plans. This egg cannot be used indiscriminately. He sent a message to Huang Tianhui and Xie Zheni to see if they knew. They had been in the Eternal Continent for some time and should know a lot. Now I have to consider how to get out. Being locked in the territory is not a solution. Soon, Huang Tianhui replied, Immortal Phoenix? I've never heard of it. Why are you asking? Did you get in a dungeon? That's not an underground city at all. It's just a cave at best. Since you don't know, I won't bother you. Don't worry. Tell me in detail what you found in that cave. There must be a lot of precious treasures, right? There's nothing in there, so you don't have to worry about it. All right. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. By the way, Xie Zheni seems to be thinking of a solution for you. You don't have to stay in the territory all the time. Okay, I'll wait for his good news. Not long after, Xie Zheni also sent him a message. What is the Immortal Divine Phoenix? Is it a ferocious beast? You don't know either? I've never heard of it. I've already discussed it with Pan Xiangfei for you. Well, what did he say? I told him not to act rashly. I'll be keeping an eye on him at all times. Don't worry. He won't be able to cause you any trouble under my watch. But I'm afraid you'll have to deal with his men on your own. No problem. That's the best. Give me a few more days, and I'll definitely kill him. I wish you success. After finishing the chat with Xie Zheni, the issue of being trapped in the territory has been resolved, but the Immortal Phoenix is still difficult to deal with. No one actually knew his information. It seemed that this kind of ferocious beast was extremely rare. Han Yang frowned, and suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. Xia Mengxue. She went to her father's imperial lord. Maybe she would know this information. Soon, he sent a message to Xia Mengxue, and the latter quickly replied. Immortal Phoenix? I don't think I've ever heard of it, but I can look it up for you. I have a lot of information available. Well, I'm really sorry to bother you. You don't have to be so polite. By the way, how are you doing over there now? It's not bad. Every once in a while someone comes to give me heads. Life is pretty good. I see. When you come to our place in the future, we must have a sparring match. No problem. Then just wait for me there obediently. I lost to you in the previous battle PowerPoint competition, but I refuse to accept the defeat. This time, my troops will definitely defeat you. Then we'll wait and see. After finishing the chat with Xia Mengxue, the little giant ape also roasted the ferocious beast meat. Lei Long and Yun Long were eating happily. They were like two bottomless pits and could never get enough. Han Yang sent another message to Li Ziyang, asking him to investigate the surrounding situation. If Pan Xiangfei's men continue to stay around here, don't blame me for being rude. After receiving the news, Li Ziyang immediately took action. After Lei Long and Yun Long had eaten all the meat of the ferocious beasts, they were ready to set off. But at this moment, Xia Mengxue sent him another message. Han Yang, I found some information about the Immortal Phoenix. So soon? Tell me quickly. The Immortal Divine Phoenix, a divine beast. It can control the Immortal Divine Fire to attack the enemy. Is there a situation where the Immortal Phoenix can fall into a deep sleep? Let me look for it. It seems to be there. The Immortal Phoenix can be reborn from the ashes. Every desperate situation is an opportunity for it to become stronger. The Immortal Divine Phoenix possesses 5 forms. Each time it attains nirvana, it unlocks a new form. However, each time it is reborn, it must evolve from its original form. After 5 such reincarnations, it will achieve the supreme form. Han Yang looked at this information and nodded. It seemed that this Immortal Phoenix hadn't lied to him. However, he was still a little worried about what the strength of this Immortal Phoenix would be after its rebirth. Although it returns to its initial form after rebirth, it is not ruled out that it can kill itself with a slap. By the way, how strong is the Immortal Phoenix after its rebirth? Let me see. Every time the Immortal Phoenix reaches nirvana, it must be awakened with the essence and blood of a divine beast. After rebirth, the Immortal Phoenix's strength will be directly reduced to level 1. However, compared to before, its advancement will be much simpler. Hanyang noted. After hearing this information, he felt relieved. Chapter 81. Changing Weather. Hanyang looked at the big egg and asked Leilong and Yunlong to move out of his territory. Although we already know that it will only be level 1 after hatching, we still have to be prepared for both situations. If it suddenly goes crazy, you can still rely on your territory and walls for defense. Leilong placed the big egg on a piece of grass and then clumsily took out a long sword. This egg needs the essence and blood of a god-level soldier to hatch. Taking a little of its essence and blood will not have any effect. Hanyang had learned the details of the hatching process from Xiao Mengshui in advance, and the blood and essence required were not excessive. The Thunder Dragon only needed 1 or 2 meals of ferocious beast meat to recover. Leilong used his sword to cut a small wound on his palm, and bright red blood dripped onto the big egg drop by drop. The blood that dripped onto the egg disappeared in an instant and was absorbed into it. After dripping dozens of drops, Hanyang felt that the amount was enough, so he asked Leilong to stop. This big egg did not change much after absorbing the blood. It will take a few days for it to hatch, so there is no need to rush now. Demon Wolf, you stay here and notify me immediately if there are any changes. The Demon Wolf nodded helplessly, then lay on the ground. After doing all this, the information collected by Li Xiang was also sent over. Boss, there are quite a few lords stationed in the territories around us. They are almost all Pan Xiangfei's capable subordinates, and they are all very powerful. No trace of Pan Xiangfei has been found yet. Hanyang nodded and sent another message to Li Xiang. Can we find out the strength of these people? This shouldn't be a big problem. I can do it by collecting some information. Okay then, I'll wait for you here. Next, he just needs to wait quietly for Li Xiang's message so that he can plan his next move. Out of boredom, he opened the chat panel again. Holy crap, Boss Hanyang even defeated Pan Xiangfei. This is unbelievable. Ha ha ha, Boss Hanyang is truly my lifelong idol. Why are you so arrogant? If Hanyang didn't have the novice protection mechanism and territory, our Lord would have torn him apart in a minute. These people from the Blazing Alliance are just talking big. I'm going to make a bold statement here today. Within a month, Hanyang will definitely beat Pan Xiangfei. Don't worry, he doesn't have that chance anymore. Our Lord Pan Xiangfei has already surrounded his territory with mountains of swords and seas of fire. If he dares to step out of his territory, he will be killed. That's right. If he can't leave his territory, I don't know how he'll develop. In a few days, his novice protection mechanism will end, and that will be his death. These people from the Blazing Alliance are so despicable. They are so insidious and cunning. This is going to be difficult. If Hanyang really can't leave the territory, then we're going to be in real trouble in a few days. Haha, those scumbags under Pan Xiangfei actually want to stop Boss Hanyang. If Hanyang leaves the territory, there will be no novice protection mechanism. No matter how powerful he is just a novice lord. That's right, this kid is just waiting to die. Hanyang had no intention of paying any attention to these stupid comments on the chat panel. Xie Jun and Huang Tianhui are holding back these people for him, so there shouldn't be too many people besieging his territory. If possible, he wanted to catch all these people in one fell swoop. This way, we can also deter those people from the Blazing Alliance. Not long after, Li Xiang sent another message. Boss, I've already investigated. There are 8 people near your territory. I've sent you the strength of each person. Afterwards, messages were sent one after another. Hanyang looked at the information of these people and made some estimates in his mind. The strongest among these people is a man named Huan Yusin, who owns 5 superclass ferocious beasts above level 25. As for the other strengths, it's hard to describe them in a few words. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Even if all these people were combined, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him, right? Pan Xiangfei only sent these people here. He was basically giving himself heads. He knows his own strength. And as a lord of an alliance, he shouldn't be so stupid, right? He instinctively felt that there was definitely something fishy going on. To be honest, the Goshawk troops under Li Ziyang are still too weak, and their reconnaissance is probably not comprehensive enough. You must be fully prepared. He decided to first get the resources that Xie Zheni and Huang Tianhui promised him, and then find out more about the situation. My lord, can we really succeed this time? A person next to Pan Xiangfei said cautiously. At this moment, Pan Xiangfei's face was full of sorrow, as if he had aged more than 10 years. If we still can't succeed this time, then we really have no choice but to ask for help from the Imperial Lord, he said weakly. The Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance have simultaneously launched attacks on our alliance and occupied large areas of resource mining areas. If we continue to leave them alone, they will eventually attack us. No problem. As long as we possess the divine-level dragon tribe, I will make them pay with blood. This is an opportunity that can change our entire blazing alliance. My lord, we will definitely succeed this time. I'm just worried about that bitch Xie Zheni. If it weren't for her, we would have succeeded last time. By the way, Lord, there seems to be new movement in the Blood Rebellion Alliance. The Blood Rebellion Alliance seems to be getting restless. After all, the allure of the divine-level dragon tribe is simply too great. What on earth do they want to do? The Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance are guarding them, and they are so far away from Hanyang. It's impossible for them to launch a direct attack, right? Who knows? Anyway, they definitely have their own little plans. We have to keep a close eye on them recently to prevent any sudden changes. Don't worry, Lord. I will arrange everything. The man clasped his fists and said sincerely. The Dragon Clan, a god-level military force, is still so incredible even now. A military force praised as having the most unlimited potential. It will surely dominate the entire Eternal Continent in the future. I just don't know who is manipulating it behind the scenes. Chapter 82, Ambush. At Hanyang's urging, Xie Zheni and Huang Tianhui quickly transferred the resources over. The resources they sent over were not much different, all of which were more than 2 million crystals and energy stones, and nearly 1 million refined iron resources. Now, his warehouse has 5.5 million crystals and energy stones, and more than 2.2 million refined iron. He first spent 70,000 crystals and energy stones to upgrade the warehouse and wall to level 11 and 10 respectively. Next, he planned to upgrade the weapon refining pavilion and the shop. These two buildings are very important for his future development. To upgrade from level 11 to level 12, each building requires 400,000 crystals and energy stones and 200,000 refined iron resources, and this does not take into account the time required. It takes 52 crystals and energy stones to upgrade these two buildings to level 12, which is a huge waste of resources. But they have also changed a lot, and a new item has appeared in the store for sale. Violent Crystal, sold for 500,000 crystals and energy stones. It can increase the combat power of one of your soldiers by 100% for the next 10 minutes. Violent Crystal? Hanyang looked at it in confusion. The price of this thing was not cheap. The key is that if this thing is used well, it can play a huge role. In 10 minutes, using this thing, you can definitely make a comeback. This is a truly powerful tool. Hanyang thought about it for a while, and then bought one. After being promoted to level 12, the weapon refining pavilion is now able to refine third-grade weapons, but is not of much use to him now. The price of third-grade weapons on the market was not too high, and it was beyond his control. Furthermore, he had to secure weapon orders, and he had no interest in these small profits. As for transporting the 6th-grade weapon space ring needed to the Immortal Phoenix reincarnation pool, we can only find a way to do that later. Next, the warehouse, walls, and arrow towers were all upgraded to level 12. After doing all this, there were only 2 million crystals and energy stones and more than 1,600,000 refined iron left in his warehouse. Resources were consumed very quickly, but all his buildings reached level 12. Afterwards, he consumed more than 1.2 million crystals and energy stones and 500,000 refined iron resources to upgrade his lord's mansion to level 13. The scope of his territory more than doubled in an instant. However, the crystals and energy stones in his warehouse are almost used up. Now all his buildings are idle, and he no longer has the resources to upgrade them. We have to get resources quickly. After obtaining the Violent Crystal, Hanyang became more confident about his next actions. No matter whether there is an ambush or not, his thunder dragon and cloud dragon can now tear everything apart. After instructing the magic wolf to keep an eye on the territory, he led the two dragons out of the territory. Their target was Pan Xiangfei's men. On top of a big tree, a tall girl is gazing far ahead. Lord Huan, please stop guarding there. Han Yang definitely won't dare to come out. That's right, there are so many of us guarding here. If that guy dares to come out without the novice protection mechanism, he'll be a pile of shit in front of us. Ha ha ha. The people below began to laugh wildly, but Huan Yusin's expression did not relax at all. The other few people knew it was boring and left one after another. You guys, they continued their discussion when Huan Yusin couldn't hear them. Huan Yusin is truly stunningly beautiful, and yet our Lord Pan Xiangfei isn't tempted by her. It's impossible not to be tempted, but this little girl actually threatened to die, so Master Pan Xiangfei didn't dare to act rashly. Does this girl really have the guts to do this? Don't tell me. She really does. For those of us who have signed the contract, our lives are constantly in the hands of others. Many people, when they can no longer bear it, can only choose the path of death. Well, I think this is the only way for us to go in the end. Huan Yusin was still staring at the front, and several of her troops were waiting below. Oh, she sighed helplessly. In the past few years, she had only been able to serve under Pan Xiangfei. Looking back a few years ago, she was trapped by Pan Xiangfei and had no choice but to sign a contract with him. A few years passed, and her strength progressed extremely slowly. Almost all the resources she had obtained were swallowed up by Pan Xiangfei. This made her extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. Her biggest hope now is that Pan Xiangfei dies suddenly, so that she can regain her freedom. Just as she was thinking about these things, the movement in front of her brought her thoughts back. Her eyes widened rapidly, and her face was filled with horror. Everyone get ready. Han Yang is here. A scream at the top of one's lungs threw everyone into panic. Damn it, this brat Han Yang actually dared to come over here. This time, you will never come back. Everyone, pay attention. If we all work together, we will definitely be able to defeat this kid. Come on, if I kill this brat, Master Pan Xiangfei will definitely give me a huge reward. Amidst loud shouts, soldiers of all kinds began to take action, and the jungle suddenly became bustling with activity. Huan Yusin jumped down from the tree, and her soldiers gathered around her. Just as everyone was screaming and charging forward, a smile appeared on Han Yang's face. These people are simply seeking death. With a thunder dragon scream, arcs of lightning shot out wildly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, endless thunder and lightning filled the entire sky. Everyone and the ferocious beasts couldn't help but stare at the sky with their eyes wide open. They really had no idea what was going to happen next. In fact, these people were simply sent by Pan Xiangfei to die, and they only heard about Han Yang's strength from hearsay. As thunder and lightning fell madly from the sky, the whole earth was filled with rumbling sounds. Dust flew all over the sky, and all kinds of screams accompanied by thunder intertwined and spread into space. By the time the noise gradually subsided, the ground below had turned blood red. Almost all the people and ferocious beasts were killed by the bombardment of thunder and lightning. The sound of reward reminders kept ringing in Han Yang's mind. But at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the area. Chapter 83, Earth Drilling Divine Armor. Han Yang's face became serious. It seemed that Pan Xiangfei was not an idiot after all. Someone was guarding him here, specifically. I just don't know who the prey is. He looked around and saw that most of the people were either dead or injured. The only soldier with some combat effectiveness is Huan Yusin, but he is not to be feared. At this moment, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked into terrifying cracks. Ferocious beasts covered in scales kept emerging from these cracks. These ferocious beasts are like pangolins, except that their scales are extremely sharp and their bodies are much larger. The most important thing is that there are more than 40 of these beasts. Each one is above level 25 and extremely powerful. An attribute panel also appeared in front of Han Yang. Earth Drilling Divine Armor. A superclass beast capable of burrowing into the earth at breakneck speeds and launching surprise attacks. Furthermore, their defenses are extremely high, and they can use their scales for ranged attacks. So many Earth Drilling Divine Armors would probably put a considerable burden on the Thunder Dragon. Ha ha ha! A sudden roar swept across the jungle. God-level troops, I want to see what kind of power they have. A very thin man wearing a black windbreaker came in front of Han Yang. Today I want to see whether your divine level weapons are more powerful, or my earth-drilling divine armor is better. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. This man's tone was truly arrogant. Let me introduce myself first, so you don't die without knowing who killed you. I'm Lien Wenlong from the Blazing Alliance. When you rejected me, did you ever think this day would come? Han Yang instantly remembered that the person who invited him to join the Blazing Alliance was Lien Wenlong in front of him. At this moment, a man climbed out with difficulty from a big pit nearby. Master Lien, why are you here? The person who spoke was none other than Huan Yusen. You are a bunch of losers. If it weren't for me, you would all die here today. The woman gritted her teeth and said nothing. Hurry up and gather those ferocious beast troops around here, or else Lord Pan Xiangfei will blame you. Can you afford it? She stood up with difficulty and walked outside. Only then did Lien Wenlong turn his attention back to Han Yang. Forget it, I won't waste my words with you. After all, my mission this time is to make you submit to Master Pan Xiangfei. You? You want me to surrender to? Han Yang's tone was very cold. I see you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Then come and test the power of my earth-drilling armor. With his loud shout, more than 40 earth-drilling divine armors rushed towards him in unison. The battle is about to begin. In a room, Huang Tianhui was looking at the panel in front of him thoughtfully. My lord, our progress is going very smoothly. We have already captured several iron mines of the Blazing Alliance without encountering much resistance at all. The only thing we managed to do was to cripple a phantom cat, someone nearby said excitedly. Yeah, well done. Have you kept an eye on those Pan Xiangfei men I asked you to keep an eye on? I've spoken with the people from the Night Shadow Alliance. His collection has been divided into 2 parts, and neither can withstand our 2-pronged attack. However, there is one person who has never shown up. Who is it? Huang Tianhui asked immediately. That's Lien Wenlong. He's Pan Xiangfei's most capable subordinate, and yet he didn't show up on the front lines this time. Huang Tianhui stood up immediately and said, Go find his location immediately, right now. Yes, I'll arrange it immediately. There's one more thing, Lord. There seems to be some movement from the Blood Rebellion Alliance. Blood Rebellion Alliance? What do they want to do? It's not known yet. Investigate this immediately. Yes. The man left and ran away in a hurry. Didn't Xie Juni say she was responsible for keeping an eye on everyone? What's going on here? Huang Tianhui slowly sat down on the chair and opened his chat panel. At this time, the discussion above is still very lively. Fuck, are the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance so ruthless? How far have they fought? Have they already eaten up half of the Blazing Fire Alliance's territory? Oh my god, the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance launched an attack on the Blazing Fire Alliance together. They will definitely not be able to resist. Even if we can't hold on, we can't be defeated so quickly. Are the people in the Blazing Alliance just here to eat and work? It is said that many of them went to encircle and suppress Han Yang, which is why the front battlefield collapsed so quickly. Such a huge Blazing Alliance was actually brought down by a Novice Lord. Are they trying to make us laugh? The people of the Blazing Alliance are such trash. Boss Han Yang is their nightmare. Don't be so arrogant. I'm telling you, we'll be able to take down Han Yang in no time. Yo. Even now you still have the nerve to brag here? Yes, these people from the Blazing Alliance are so shameless. I think it's only a matter of time before they are completely swallowed up by the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance. Everyone can brag, just don't get slapped in the face in the end. I remember their faces were all swollen, right? Ha. Don't be so arrogant here. I'm telling you, Han Yang has fallen into the trap set by our Lord Lien Wenlong. That's right, without the novice protection mechanism, this kid is just a piece of crap. The battle is almost over now. Let's wait for good news from our boss, Lien Wenlong. Holy crap, Lien Wenlong has surrounded Han Yang? Is that true? Let's wait for the final result. What can these Blazing Alliance people spit out? Just wait and see. Our Blazing Alliance will begin its rise from today. Huang Tianhui looked at the information on the chat panel and couldn't help but frown. Lien Wenlong? I remember this guy's army was also very powerful. What on earth is Xie Juni doing? How could he not notice anything? Everything that was happening now made him feel deeply uneasy. Chapter 84, Battle Victory. Looking at these burrowing divine armors rushing towards him madly, Lei Long was also ready for battle. Han Yang's expression was also very serious. He knew that this battle would not be easy. After all, he was not in his own territory now and could not trigger the novice protection mechanism. The two of them are completely on the same starting line. And these earth-drilling divine armors will probably cause a considerable burden to the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon roared towards the sky, and a large amount of lightning suddenly burst out from his body, bombarding these earth-drilling divine armors. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. A large amount of dust flew everywhere. The earth was cracking madly, and terrifying cracks quickly spread out in all directions. This terrifying destructive power surprised Han Yang. It seemed that the Thunder Dragon's strength had improved significantly. When the noise around him gradually subsided, the scene in front of him made him squint his eyes. There was not a single injury on the bodies of these earth-drilling divine armors, and each one was safe and sound. Their defense is truly terrifying. This battle is not that easy. Ha ha! Your little trick is just tickling my troops. Lien Wenlong laughed heartily. Then just watch. Those dozens of earth-drilling divine armors continued to rush forward madly, making the ground rumble under their feet. Thunder, death storm. Thunder Dragon roared, and gusts of wind began to blow around. In the blink of an eye, a huge storm vortex was formed. A large amount of thunder flashed continuously in the storm, and the terrifying pressure swept down like an overwhelming force. Endless lightning bombarded these earth-drilling divine armors, and a large number of lightning arcs covered the entire space like drizzle. The thunder and lightning bombardment lasted for several minutes, and the sound of explosions continued to ring in my ears. By the time the thunder and lightning gradually subsided, the ground below was already in ruins. The Thunder Dragon was breathing heavily, and the condition of those earth-drilling divine armors was not much better. Many of the earth-drilling divine armors were covered in blood, which kept dripping onto the ground. Although they were affected, it was only a superficial injury and was far from fatal. Don't think you can defeat me just like that. That's wishful thinking. I was just warming you up just now. Now comes my real show. Following Lien Wenlong's roar, these earth-drilling divine armors began to move in unison. Their bodies curled up and drilled directly into the ground below. A rumbling sound was heard, and all these earth-drilling divine armors disappeared from the ground. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. If they burrowed under the ground, it would be really difficult to deal with them. Suddenly, there was a loud whooshing sound as sharp scales shot out from the ground, covering the sky in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yunlong dragged Han Yang's body and quickly rushed out to the back. A large number of lightning arcs also shot out from the body of the Thunder Dragon, sweeping away the scales that shot in front of it. Ha ha! Let's see how long you can hold on. The large number of scales are like pear blossom needles in a rainstorm, as if they are inexhaustible. Under the attack of these scales, the Thunder Dragon can only use lightning to tightly protect its body. At this moment, Lei Long quickly understood the meaning of Han Yang's look. A large amount of lightning shot out and headed straight for Lien Wenlong's position. After the burrowing armor drilled into the ground, his position was naturally exposed. Lien Wenlong couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect Han Yang to use such a trick. Just when the lightning was about to reach him, a burrowing divine armor suddenly emerged and blocked his way. With a scream, the burrowing divine armor spurted out blood and fell straight to the ground. You kid are really looking for death, Lien Wenlong said angrily. At this moment, Yunlong seemed to have discovered something and dragged Han Yang to rush forward again. But a large number of scales have already locked onto him, and they're already in a rain of scales. At the critical moment, strong winds blew around them, and a thunder and death storm swept over again. It was Lei Long's decisive action that resolved the crisis. A large amount of thunder bombarded downwards again, and the whole world fell into turmoil again. By the time the thunder and lightning bombardment ended, a huge, deep pit had appeared in the ground below. However, there was no trace of the earth-drilling divine armor. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little worried. If those burrowing divine armors stayed underground, the Thunder Dragon's attacks would not be able to hit them at all. Moreover, the world-destroying thunder cannot be used easily. It seems that the only way to break through is from Lien Wenlong. And at that moment, the violent crystal can also be used. Pan Xiangfei's ferocious beast troops nearby are about to gather here, and the battle is about to end. He immediately threw out the violent crystal, and then it burst out with a terrifying light, covering the whole body of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon also roared angrily, looking full of strength. No matter what means you use, you will definitely die today. To this day, Lien Wenlong is still being stubborn. Thunder Dragon's entire body was wrapped in lightning, and it was extremely excited. Xiaolong, just deal with this person directly. Don't delay any longer. Thunder Dragon nodded his head, then roared, world-destroying thunder. Endless thunder and lightning instantly covered the entire sky, stretching for several thousand meters. A huge pressure enveloped the area, and Lien Wenlong's face turned extremely pale. He could never have imagined that he could be evenly matched with Han Yang just a second ago. But how could he suddenly become like this? This skill is really terrifying. At this moment, he completely lost the courage to fight back and was completely frightened and stood there. A thick pillar of lightning slowly condensed and then locked onto Lien Wenlong's head. Only at this moment did he react, and dozens of earth-drilling divine armors also stuck their heads out and blocked in front of him. Damn it! My earth-drilling divine armor's defensive power is extremely strong. I just don't believe that such a bluffing thing can do anything. A thick pillar of lightning blasted downward, and the entire world was enveloped in an intense white light. The dazzling light lasted for several minutes before the whole world returned to peace. Looking around, the ground was littered with the corpses of the earth-drilling divine armor. Lien Wenlong only had his last breath left. Han Yang couldn't help but sigh twice. The defense of this earth-drilling armor was indeed very powerful. If the violent crystal had not been used, the final outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Next, it's time to settle the rewards of this battle. Chapter 85, Signing the Contract. Ever since the Thunder Dragon annihilated a large number of ferocious beast troops in one fell swoop, the prompts of various rewards kept ringing in Han Yang's mind. All the ferocious beasts killed in the previous wave gained a total of more than 3 million experience points. Later, even Wenlong's more than 40 earth-drilling divine armors could each gain more than 100,000 experience points, totaling nearly 5 million. By this calculation, the Thunder Dragon is only 7 or 8 million experience points away from being promoted to level 21. Han Yang also gained nearly 10 million attribute points, which brought his level directly to level 18. However, if he wants to advance to level 19, he will need 20 million attribute points. In addition, the materials and crystals exploded by these ferocious beasts are also very rich. This battle can be said to be a great harvest. Han Yang slowly came to Lien Wenlong's side and looked down at him. At this moment, his whole body was covered in blood, and the large wounds on his body looked hideous and terrifying. He lay on the ground helplessly, without even the strength to stand up. Master Han Yang, I'm truly sorry for offending you. I apologize. As he said this, his body began to tremble violently, as if he was in great pain. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Lord Han Yang, Pan Xiangfei's contract has taken effect, and he will notice it soon. Lien Wenlong shouted with all his might. So, Lord Han Yang, I am willing to be your slave. Please let me sign your contract quickly. I will definitely be a good slave. The veins on Lien Wenlong's face bulged. His teeth seemed to be broken, and it seemed that he would explode and die at any time. You are a good candidate for being a slave. As Han Yang spoke, the pattern of his own military branch appeared on his palm. This is my contract. The signer must obey my orders. Otherwise, I can kill this person with just a thought. He decided to take Lien Wenlong in first, as he would definitely be useful in the future. The dragon pattern slowly floated in front of Lien Wenlong, and then merged into his body. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, and his body began to tremble wildly. Han Yang realized that something was wrong and immediately rushed back. With a loud bang, Lien Wenlong's body exploded, and blood mixed with flesh splattered everywhere. He looked at the bloody scene in front of him, confused and puzzled. What was going on? Why did Lien Wenlong suddenly explode? He really didn't understand the signing of the contract. At Han Yang's signal, Yunlong and Leilong rushed out at an extremely fast speed. There was basically no danger around, only those scattered ferocious beasts. He sent a message to Huang Tianhui, asking about the contract. What the hell? Brother Han Yang, you're okay. That's great. What could happen to me? I just found out that Lien Wenlong, Pan Xiangfei's right-hand man, has disappeared. Could he really have appeared at your place? He's dead. Huang Tianhui on the other side saw these words and couldn't help but gasp. The horror of the dragon army was beyond his imagination. Lien Wenlong wanted to become your slave and then explode and die, right? That's right. That's the situation. What's going on? Brother Han Yang, you've been in the Eternal Continent for too short a time, so it's normal that you don't understand the situation. Once someone signs a contract, if they want to replace the one in their body with another, there's a certain chance they'll explode and die. It seems like Lien Wenlong has very bad luck. So that's the situation. I've learned a lot. Lien Wenlong's death is nothing to be ashamed of. Brother Han Yang, you are truly a hero among men. Your future is limitless. After finishing the chat with Huang Tianhui, Han Yang also understood the reason. It seems that taking a slave is not that simple. He rushed towards the direction of Leilong and Yunlong. The ferocious beast troops nearby had basically been defeated, and the two of them seemed to have taken some hostages. Han Yang walked over and saw 4 people gathered together in fear. They were also Pan Xiangfei's slaves, responsible for keeping an eye on his movements. Han Yang, what exactly do you want? One of the women shouted. What do I want? I'll give you 2 choices. Sign a contract with me, or die. The 4 of them widened their eyes, as if they were making a decision. In the end, all 4 of them chose to sign the contract. This option at least gave them a chance of survival, while choosing death would mean nothing. As they made their choice, each of them showed a painful expression. This is because they violated the contract signed with Pan Xiangfei and suffered backlash from the contract. Han Yang did not hesitate and immediately took out his dragon pattern and asked them to sign the contract. Ah! The heart-wrenching roar once again echoed in the jungle. In the end, 3 people exploded and died, and only the woman survived. She, Huan Yusin, was mentioned in the message Li Xiang sent to him. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath, her body covered in blood. Master Han Yang, although I have become your slave, I still have to make 3 rules with you. Han Yang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This Huan Yusin was quite strong-willed. Oh, tell me about it, Han Yang said. Anyway, after Huan Yusin signed a contract with me, her life and death only depends on my decision. Moreover, if she had the thought of resisting, she would suffer the backlash of the contract. And I could also receive the information quickly. Although I have signed a contract with you and will fully assist you in the future, you must guarantee my personal dignity. Otherwise, I will die in front of you immediately. This Huan Yusin has a really tough personality. No problem. Follow me and you will definitely have a good life in the future. Huan Yusin nodded. I hope you remember what I said today. I'm just trying to survive now. If you really push me to the limit, I can do anything. Okay. Isn't it time to tell me about your situation? Also, tell me the details about Pan Xiangfei. Huan Yusin nodded and began to tell the whole story. Afterwards, Han Yang led them back to the territory. The success rate of this replacement contract is really low. Only 1 out of 5 people succeeded. But this is enough. 1 slave is enough to solve the next problem. Chapter 86. The Blood Rebellion Alliance's Movements. Han Yang must have his own reasons for wanting to take in a slave. The Immortal Phoenix, a divine-level soldier, is about to be reborn, and I must choose a master for it. Although he could recruit another type of soldier, he learned from Xiao Mingxue that this would have great disadvantages. If a person has 2 types of soldiers, the loyalty of the soldiers will be reduced. Especially when the troops become stronger, their loyalty will waver. If there are only 2 troops, they are very likely to betray each other. It seems that the clone of the Immortal Phoenix still has its own little tricks. Fortunately, I asked Xiao Mingxue, otherwise I would have been fooled by it. No wonder Pan Xiangfei, Xie Jun and others have so many slaves, but they only have 1 type of army. If I hand over the Immortal Phoenix army to Huan Yusin, I will have to keep a close eye on her. I'm afraid I'll have to take her with me on future actions. If something unexpected happens, the loss will be huge. On the way back to the territory, Han Yang had nothing to do, so he opened the chat panel, where discussions were endless. Haha, those people from the Blazing Alliance are dumbfounded, right? Why don't they continue to act so arrogantly? They're just a bunch of idiots. Why would they bother competing with these idiots? That's right. What can a mere Lien Wenlong do to my boss Han Yang? A group of people were still shouting there earlier, completely unable to understand the situation. Boss Han Yang's strength is getting more and more terrifying, changing every day. So terrifying. I'm afraid it won't be long before Boss Han Yang will be able to surpass those Alliance Lords. There will definitely be a good show to watch then. Pan Xiangfei is really shooting himself in the foot. Although the novice protection mechanism only has 1 week left, I believe that Han Yang will be able to blind us again by then. If this continues, Boss Han Yang's Dragon Empire will be just around the corner. The Dragon Empire? Just talking about it makes my blood boil. The Dragon Empire isn't yours. Why are you so excited? Under Han Yang's leadership, they quickly returned to the territory. At this time, the demon wolf was still looking at the big egg obediently. When Huan Yusin saw this scene, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. What's going on? Fuck, boss, you have good taste. When the demon wolf saw Huan Yusin, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smirk, "Just mind your own business." Han Yang said. The little giant ape had already roasted the beast's meat, and Lei Long and Yun Long immediately began to devour it voraciously. After a while, Huan Yusin came out wearing a neat set of clothes. I have to admit that this woman is still very beautiful. With regular facial features, fair skin, and tall figure, she can definitely be considered a goddess-level figure. It was just that her outfit just now was really not flattering, so Han Yang didn't recognize her. Lord Han Yang, what is that egg? Huan Yusin asked. After signing the contract, she was still able to maintain such a peaceful state of mind. It seemed that she had been a slave for quite some time. What's your military branch? Han Yang Asket. They're Sun Yuan Snow Wolves, but they're basically all dead now. Okay, then, give up your original type of troops. I'll give you a new one. Oh, after Huan Yusin finished speaking, she squatted down and ate the beast's meat, but she was not shy. After Han Yang finished eating the beast meat, he went to the warehouse to sort out all the materials. He then spent another 800,000 crystals and energy stones and 200,000 refined irons to upgrade the warehouse and walls. At this time, all the crystals and energy stones in his warehouse, as well as those he had confiscated, were used up. After Lei Long and Yun Long had eaten and drunk their fill, they went into the jungle to hunt ferocious beasts. Now that nothing is happening, they can go back to their old ways. And at this moment, Xie Juni sent him another message. Han Yang, keep an eye on the Blood Rebellion Alliance. They seem to be making some moves. Oh, what's going on? Han Yang couldn't help but ask. The leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance contacted me earlier and said he would help you. But in the end, I never saw him again. Now, all the forces on his side are moving towards you. Okay, I'll pay attention to it recently. I'll help you delay Pan Xiangfei, but we have no way to stop the Blood Rebellion Alliance. I'll do my best to keep an eye on his location and notify you immediately if anything happens. Thank you very much. Han Yang closed the chat panel and took a deep breath. The situation around me is really complicated. I am in the edge area of the Blazing Alliance, which is very close to the Blood Rebellion Alliance. Under the temptation of divine-level troops, they are very likely to do something extreme. After all, this is the best chance to dominate the Eternal Continent. Although he has the help of the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance, he still cannot be careless. The only thing that can truly guarantee your own safety is strength. It seems that I have to hurry up and build my own dragon empire. My lord, something terrible has happened. A man came running over in a panic, shouting loudly. Pan Xiangfei sat on a chair with a very dark face. No need to yell so loudly. I basically already know. The man quickly stood still, silent as a mouse. Actually, this wasn't unexpected to me. Lien Wenlong's strength is comparable to that of the Dragon Clan's troops, so it's normal for him to be defeated. But what should we do next? The Jinhu Alliance and the Yang Alliance have stepped up their offensive. It's only a matter of time before they reach us. Why are you panicking? Our Blazing Alliance has been able to stand firm in this area for so many years. If they want to eat us, they have to test their teeth. But what about Han Yang? His growth rate is too terrifying. Alas, I underestimated the Dragon Tribe. If I had taken action from the beginning, things would never have turned out like this. The man lowered his head and dared not speak. Since things have developed to this point, Pan Xiangfei continued, let's fight to the death. I hope his combat power won't exceed my expectations when the novice protection mechanism ends. If that doesn't work, then we'll have to ask that person for help. Chapter 87, Secret Realm of Despair. Han Yang was practicing his swordsmanship in his territory, but at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully triggering the hidden mission. Explore the mysterious secret realm. You will receive a large amount of rewards after completing the mission. Tip: this hidden mission is of normal level. Please proceed with caution. He couldn't help but wonder, how could he trigger a hidden mission when he was in the territory? But then he figured it out. Lei Long and Yunlong were hunting ferocious beasts outside. They must have triggered the hidden mission. Moreover, the level of hidden tasks has been changed to normal level, which makes them more difficult to complete than before, but the rewards will also be better. Soon it was noon, and Lei Long and Yunlong both returned. Now, with the strength of 2 people, they can easily walk across this jungle. After such a long period of hunting, their harvest was very rich, especially Yunlong. Its level has been increased by 1 level and has reached level 17. The gap between it and the Thunder Dragon has narrowed again. While having lunch, Han Yang started asking the questions. Xiaolong, did you encounter anything strange this morning? Yunlong nodded first. There is indeed one thing. We found an area covered by a white light on a hill. Since we didn't know what it was, we didn't go to investigate. Is that so? Then let's investigate this afternoon. Master, have you received any news? Lei Long couldn't help but ask. Yes, we have triggered a hidden mission. After completing it, we will receive a large amount of rewards. Great, let's go. Yunlong's eyes lit up. Don't worry, let's talk after dinner. After Yunlong and Lei Long filled their stomachs, they were ready to set off. The magic wolf continued to be responsible for guarding the big egg, and Huan Yusin was left behind to guard the territory. Each of them carried 2 dragons, and they headed towards the depths of the jungle. Yunlong led the way in front, but as they walked, Han Yang couldn't help but worry. The direction they were heading was actually close to the Blood Rebellion Alliance. The Blood Rebellion Alliance is a bit restless nowadays, and if I get closer to them, I might get into danger. Xiaolong, how far is it to our destination? He asked. We're almost there. There are only a few thousand meters left at most. Oh well, if it's a few thousand meters away, it's still acceptable. They continued moving forward and soon came into sight of the hill. On top of the hill, there was indeed a dazzling light. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. Such a dazzling ball of light was placed here. Logically, this should have been discovered long ago. How could it have been kept here all this time? Master, aren't we going in? Lei Long asked. Don't be in a hurry. Let's first get a clear understanding of the surrounding environment. He was a little worried and had to make sure there was no danger around before taking any action. Lei Long and Yunlong began to patrol separately, finding out all the situations in the vicinity, but found nothing unusual. Since it is confirmed that there is no danger, you can enter. They soon arrived in front of the secret realm, and a warm air current instantly swept over their bodies. Lei Long held Han Yang and rushed into this secret realm with Lei Long. Han Yang only felt that the scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a completely new world. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully reaching the secret realm of despair. These words suddenly echoed in his mind, and then he felt an extremely powerful suction force tightly sucking his body. The next moment, he felt as if he was trapped in a whirlpool, and the scene around him was spinning wildly. At this moment, many people who are bored are chatting on the chat panel. But at this moment, one person's words suddenly stirred up a huge storm. The secret realm of despair has reopened. Han Yang has fallen into it. What the hell? The secret realm of despair? Oh my god, there are still people who dare to go to the secret realm of despair these days. Why did Han Yang go to the secret realm of despair? Isn't he courting death? Boss upstairs, where did you get this information? Is it accurate? That's right. You're not talking nonsense, are you? How can you be sure of Han Yang's whereabouts? What exactly is the secret realm of despair? Why does it feel so scary to me? It's not just scary, it's extremely scary. It can be said that in all these years, no one has been able to come out alive. That's right. The despair secret realm looks like an ordinary secret realm, but inside this ordinary secret realm, there is another secret realm. To be precise, this second secret realm is the secret realm of despair. Once you enter this secret realm, you will be sucked into it, and no one can escape. So far, no one has ever come out of the secret realm of despair, so we don't know what is inside it. No one must have told Han Yang about this secret realm of despair. Otherwise, he would never have entered it. This loser you guys licked so hard for actually ended his miserable life this way. I feel sorry for him. Keep licking, you guys. Why don't you? I think Han Yang deserves it. Can you guys from the Blazing Alliance stop trying to make a name for yourself? Han Yang will eventually come to your house. Then he's most welcome. We'll carve a tombstone for him ourselves. In a room, Xie Jun, who was sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened. When she looked, she saw that it was a message sent by Huang Tianwei. What's going on? Where is Han Yang? How did he get into the secret realm of despair? Her eyes suddenly widened, and she quickly contacted her own troops. Then, her expression became completely dull. What? I was just taking a nap. But how did this guy get into the secret realm of despair? Come on, talk to me. Isn't your unit capable of remote surveillance? What's going on? Han Yang. He really entered the secret realm of despair. Xie Juni had no choice but to send a message. What the hell? What's going on? Why can't you stop it? I just took a nap. She was also quite helpless. So what do we do now? What can we do? Just wait and collect Han Yang's body. You're not going to give up just like that, are you? You heartless woman. Chapter 88, God. Han Yang opened his eyes and looked at the situation around him. In front of him was a huge tribe. The people living in this tribe are like ghosts in a state of nothingness, slowly floating in the air. He couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Moreover, he was actually dragged into a difficult secret realm. Wasn't it agreed to be a normal secret realm before? What's going on? At this moment, a voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully triggering the hidden mission and defeating the God tribe. Tip: this hidden mission is difficult. Please be careful. A tribe of gods? And on hard mode? This left Han Yang even more baffled. At this moment, a ghost suddenly discovered his trail and began to scream loudly. Who are you and why are you here? Are you another intruder? With a cry of surprise, many ghosts flew over and surrounded Han Yang. Who are you and what are you doing here? A ghost asked loudly. Who are you and why are you here? Han Yang asked directly. No need to waste time talking nonsense with others. This person must be an intruder. Just kill him, and that's it. It's true. There haven't been any invaders in a long time. My hands are itching to do it. Let's go together and show this hateful human how powerful we are. I saw that these ghosts turned into human forms one by one, with various weapons in their hands, and their eyes looked at Han Yang more and more unfriendly. Han Yang couldn't help but frown, and at this moment, a panel appeared in front of him. Divine-level beast spirits. They can enhance their own strength according to the strength of the enemy. This introduction is very brief, but reveals a very terrifying message. God-level beasts. These ghosts in front of him were actually God-level beasts. This makes the situation a little difficult to handle. After all, the God-level beasts are at the same level as his troops. If a fight really breaks out, it's not certain who will win or lose. But what puzzled him most was how he suddenly ended up in this difficult secret place. Could it be related to that terrifying suction? Although he couldn't figure it out, he could only attribute the reason to this. Just as he was daydreaming, these God-level ferocious beasts rushed towards him, and their roars shook the sky. The Thunder Dragon also took action instantly. A large amount of lightning shot out from its body and bombarded these gods. But at this time, a large amount of lightning shot out from the bodies of these gods and bombarded them madly. In an instant, a large number of lightning arcs intertwined together, and the crackling sound was endless. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. These gods could actually imitate the skills of the Thunder Dragon. It was really difficult to deal with them. These arcs of lightning intertwined and were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. Thunder Death Storm. Seeing this situation, Lei Long roared again, and strong winds began to blow around him. The next moment, a strong storm swept through the area. But what Han Yang didn't expect was that those gods also shouted loudly, and a storm slowly condensed. Two huge storms intertwined together, almost distorting the space. Han Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. These gods were able to imitate even their skills. They were indeed god-level beasts. It may not be that easy to complete this hidden task. On the chat panel, there is still a constant stream of discussions. Fuck, such a long time has passed, and there's still no movement from Han Yang. Could he really be dead? Who knows? That secret realm is said to be one that no one can return to. Boss Han Yang might not even be able to get out. Damn it, is this news true or false? Why would Han Yang go there for no reason? The latest news from the Night Shadow Alliance suggests this might actually be true. The female leader of the Night Shadow Alliance has been keeping an eye on Han Yang's news. Oh my god, could it be that such a monstrous genius would die in such a way? What a pity. Well, we don't know what the situation is like there, so we can only wait and see. Brother Han Yang, please don't get into trouble. He is my only trust so far. That's so cool. I was thinking about collecting Han Yang's body, but now I see it's not necessary anymore. You people from the Blazing Alliance are truly despicable. You will all be doomed sooner or later. Xie Jun, how is the situation over there? Huang Tianwei sent a message. Basically, no information can be found. No one has ever been able to get out of there. Xie Jun said, "I did get a piece of information. Wang Ritai, the leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance, is the only person who has returned alive from there." Fuck, is that so outrageous? Then you should ask him right away. This kid didn't even reply to the message. I don't know what's going on. What on earth is he doing? He didn't even reply to the message at this critical moment. This guy must know what's going on. It seems there's no other way. We have no choice but to go and ask about the situation in person. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon. In a magnificent palace, a man with a huge scar on his face was sitting on a chair. Lord, as you instructed, Han Yang has been successfully sucked into that difficult secret realm. Very good. The man with the huge scar nodded. Now all we have to do is wait for good news. But Lord, what about the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance? Why consider them? Even if our Blood Rebellion Alliance is gone, we are the only ones who possess the God-level troops, and we are the only truth. Yes, my lord is wise. All right, go down and keep a close eye on the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance to prevent them from causing any accidents. As long as we can hold out for this period of time, we will definitely have a place in the future eternal continent. Don't worry, Lord. I will never let you down. Ha ha ha. I never thought that there would actually be a God-level army falling on my head. Chapter 89. The Man Behind the Scenes. The rumbling sound gradually subsided, and the collision between the Thunder Dragon and these gods did not even allow for a clear winner. Damn it, how can this strange thing be so powerful? Even with our combined strength, we can't do anything to it. Something's not right. The invaders who entered earlier should have been killed by us by now. Can we stop talking nonsense? I'm so hungry. The meat of these two monsters must be delicious. Let's roast them quickly. That human said they would send some tough beasts this time, and he turned out to be right. Brothers and sisters, let's go together. I don't believe we can't kill them. This group of ghost-like creatures were talking here, while Han Yang was thinking about how to deal with them. But at this moment, a sentence suddenly caught his attention. There's a human? What's going on? These gods didn't give him any time to react and pounced towards them fiercely. The Thunder Dragon also roared and started a fierce battle with these gods again. For a moment, this area of space boomed again. The attacks from both sides were ineffective against each other. A large number of lightning arcs kept interweaving and swirling, and the sound of thunder seemed to tear everything apart. These gods can actually imitate other people's moves at will, and the power is exactly the same. How can we play this? The battle has entered a white-hot stage, with both sides fighting back and forth, and neither side giving in. Now the only last resort left is the world-destroying thunder. If it still can't do anything to these gods, then it will be really difficult. With the Thunder Dragon's roar, the sky began to be gradually covered with large areas of thunder and lightning, which pressed down violently and covered the sky. What the hell? What's going on? These lightning bolts can actually cover the entire sky. TSK Tisk, it's incredible. Such a strange creature. Ha ha, watch me. I saw these gods suddenly exert their strength, and endless lightning scattered in the air again. In an instant, the thunder and lightning in the sky became more dense, like a large ball of white marshmallow spreading across the sky. Han Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. He could even imitate the world-destroying thunder. This was really going to be a bit difficult. Master, don't worry. At this moment, Lei Long suddenly shouted, "They can't stand up to me." As the Thunder Dragon roared, the thunder and lightning in the sky began to gradually condense together. A huge pillar of lightning slowly condensed. At the same time, another pillar of lightning quietly stood between heaven and earth. Two huge pillars of lightning seemed to penetrate the entire sky and earth, giving people a feeling of suffocation. The two lightning pillars collided with each other in an instant, and the intense white light enveloped the entire world. Han Yang's eyes had turned completely white, and there was endless thunder in his ears. This situation lasted for an unknown number of minutes before it slowly stopped. He looked over quickly and saw that the bodies of the gods had fallen to the ground. Some of them were missing a large piece. How is this possible? How could this happen? Some gods began to scream, their expressions filled with terror. That human lied to us. This is beyond our ability to handle. Why will we be defeated by its power? This is simply impossible. They roared madly, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The Thunder Dragon also landed beside Han Yang, breathing heavily, its strength almost exhausted. Xiaolong, how do you know they can't compete with you? You can tell from the lightning that they used. Although they imitated my methods before, the power they unleashed this time is far inferior to mine. Hanyang nodded. Although he didn't know what was going on, everything in front of him was moving in a good direction. Could it be because world-destroying thunder is a god-level skill? While thinking, he had already arrived in front of these strange creatures. The gods roared in terror. Don't come over here, or we'll be rude to you. He certainly didn't take these threatening voices seriously. I'm asking you. You'd better tell me the truth. Why should I listen to you? Exactly. Who do you think you are? Hanyang couldn't help but laugh. These god-level beasts didn't seem very smart. You better take a closer look at the situation before you speak. The sword in my hand is not to be trifled with. As he spoke, he waved the shining long sword in his hand. The gods were obviously panicking. If we tell you everything, will you let us go? That's something we can consider. Okay then, they said honestly again. What exactly are these humans you were talking about? They looked at each other and then began to talk. Just a few years ago, an invader came to us. Usually we would feel great hostility towards invaders, but this person was different. We didn't have any hostility towards him at all. This person is very friendly to us. He sends in a group of invaders every once in a while. But today he sent you in. Hanyang narrowed his eyes. Now he finally understood. It turned out that his entry into this secret realm was completely within the calculations of others. Just as he asked further questions, another voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully completing the hidden mission and receiving a reward of 5 million crystals and energy stones and 2.5 million refined iron. I didn't expect that the reward this time would be resources, and quite a lot of them. With such a large and generous reward, I could develop further. But right now, the most important thing is to figure out who is behind the scenes. Do you know what this person's name is? Hanyang continued to ask. He seems to be Wang Ritai, the Lord of the Blood Rebellion Alliance. Blood Rebellion Alliance. Sure enough, danger is everywhere. He silently memorized the name. How do I get out of here? There's a teleportation array in the middle of our territory. We can go there immediately. When the gods heard Hanyang asking about how to leave, they became excited. Then why do you keep living in a place like this? It's too dangerous out there. There are so many people who want to hunt us. Our ancestors have always lived in places like this. Is that so? Logically speaking, you are god-level beasts, so you shouldn't be in such a mess, right? Chapter 90. Return to the territory. Hanyang asked many questions in succession, but received very little relevant information. What made him most curious was that these god-level ferocious beasts and gods had very low mental capabilities. They are like human children and are extremely easy to fool. No wonder these god-level beasts would actually live in such a place. At present, he has not figured out how to deal with these ferocious beasts. After all, this secret place is controlled by Wang Ritai. He is the leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance, and I am not able to compete with him now. Moreover, he still didn't know the true appearance of these gods. They were god-level ferocious beasts, so, well, they must be extraordinary. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to leave here first. When my strength becomes stronger in the future, these divine beasts will definitely be in my hands. But after I get out, I must be careful of Wang Ritai. He is very likely to take revenge on me. After obtaining this information, Hanyang followed these gods to the center of their territory and was teleported out along the teleportation array. The scene around him changed, and he appeared on the same hillside as before. Hanyang immediately became alert. Now that Lei Long's physical strength was greatly reduced, he had to make sure there was no danger around. Fortunately, the area around here is still the same as before, and there is nothing different. Today's hidden mission is quite dangerous. I have to collect some information about the gods later. This kind of god-level beast is really weird. The sun was about to set. He remembered that he had not spent much time in the secret realm, but an entire afternoon had passed. It seems that the speed at which time passes in the secret realm is different from the current speed. He planned to return to his territory first and wait until tomorrow. As for Wang Ritai, Xie Juni, and Huang Tian, we have to take good care of him. I am quite close to the Blood Rebellion Alliance. If they want to take action against me, I will have some way to deal with it. He also had another plan in mind. Now is the time to reincarnate the third dragon. Now the experience points required for the Thunder Dragon to level up are extremely huge, and its promotion speed is already very slow. Now, if we want to quickly improve our overall strength, we have to start with quantity. After all, his goal is the entire dragon army. A beautiful figure was moving quickly through the jungle, and suddenly she stopped. Han Yang actually came out of that difficult secret realm. Xie Jun couldn't help but frown, his face full of disbelief. How on earth did this kid do it? What exactly is in that difficult secret realm? She muttered to herself and sent the message to Huang Tianhui at the same time. Fuck, what's going on? Did Han Yang really return safely from there? Huang Tianhui asked immediately. Why would I lie to you? My soldiers saw this with their own eyes. TSK. This is incredible. The secret realm that has remained unbreakable for so many years has actually been cracked by such a novice lord. I guess it's related to his divine level weapons. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to come back from there. That should be right. I'll go ask him. Immediately afterwards, Huang Tianhui sent a message to Han Yang. Han Yang was riding on the back of the Thunder Dragon, rushing towards the territory at a high speed. At this moment, he opened the chat panel, on which was the message sent by Huang Tianhui. Han Yang, where did you come out from? Why? Do you know that I have entered a secret realm? Xie Jun told me that it is a realm within a realm, and it contains an extremely dangerous secret realm. I see. If my luck had been any worse, I might not have been able to get out of there. Haha, this is also God's blessing. By the way, what exactly did you encounter in that secret realm? It's nothing, just a very strange and ferocious beast. Oh, and you have to help me keep an eye on someone. Who? Wang Ritai of the Blood Rebellion Alliance. Oh, I didn't notice something was wrong with his movements. We'll keep a close eye on him, and you should be careful too. Yeah, I understand. After finishing the chat with Huang Tianhui, Han Yang couldn't help but sigh. The situation around here is becoming more and more complicated, and the dangers around me are increasing. My strength is still not enough. I still need to improve it quickly. The speed of the Thunder Dragon soared to the extreme. It was not far from the territory. Han Yang opened the chat panel again, ready to learn about some recent events. The latest news is that Han Yang has successfully returned from that secret realm. Holy crap, is this true? This is said to be a secret place from which no one has ever emerged alive. Who is spreading rumors here again? This is absolutely impossible. Oh my, these people from the Blazing Fire Alliance are still being stubborn. This is the word personally spoken by the Lord of the Tiger Suppression Alliance. You still don't believe it? The Tiger Suppression Alliance? What kind of rubbish is this? Is it even comparable to a toe of our Blazing Alliance? Alas, these people from the Blazing Alliance can only talk big. I'm glad that Boss Han Yang is okay. Don't worry, they will shut up sooner or later. I don't know how Boss Han Yang manages to escape danger every time. It's simply unimaginable. Boss Han Yang is a god. As soon as Han Yang opened the chat panel, he saw Huang Tianhui posting a message here. As for the other people's discussions, he just glanced at them briefly, and ultimately, he didn't get any useful information. Afterwards, he sent messages to Li Ziang and Xiaoming Xue. He asked Li Ziang to keep a close eye on the Blood Rebellion Alliance and inform him immediately if there was any news. The leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance was very low-key, which did make him a little worried. As for Xiaoming Xue, he asked about matters related to the gods. It would be easier if she could find some detailed information about these ferocious beasts. After doing these things, they had already arrived at their own territory. The demon wolf still had its ears drooping, looking at the big egg. The little giant ape roasted the ferocious beast meat for them, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat. As soon as Lei Long and Yunlong landed, they began to eat voraciously. After the intense battle, just now, they were indeed a little hungry. Lord, you are back, Huan Yusin said respectfully from his side. At this time, Han Yang's territory had been cleaned up by her. Chapter 91, Holy Trial. It seems that Huan Yusin had a lot of experience as a slave and is very considerate in serving people. After dinner, Han Yang came to the Dragon Clan reincarnation pool. At this moment, the dragon reincarnation pool is still rumbling. It will take about 10 days before the next dragon is produced. He spent more than 1.2 million crystals and energy stones and bought more than 240 acceleration cards before he was able to reincarnate this dragon. With a deafening roar, a huge dragon slowly walked out. When it was born, it was already level 12. Its future growth path was still extremely difficult. Greetings, Master. A rumbling roar came from its mouth. Han Yang nodded. Very good. Welcome to join our new family. Let's build the Dragon Empire together. It also nodded its head vigorously. Time flies and the night is over quickly. As soon as Han Yang opened his eyes, he started signing into the system. System, sign in for today, he muttered to himself. Congratulations, Lord, for signing in successfully. You have received crystals and energy stones plus 1 million, wood and stone plus 5 million, and refined iron plus 500,000. Today's sign-in rewards are pretty good, but apart from the resource rewards, it seems that there haven't been any other rewards for many days. It seems that the probability of other rewards is very low, so we can only wait and see later. Just as he was about to have breakfast, his 3 dragons suddenly raised their heads, looking very nervous. What's going on? He couldn't help but ask. Master, someone is coming outside. Lei Long said. Okay, I understand. Han Yang did not panic. The guard tower did not send him any message, which proved that the person who came had no ill intentions towards him. He came to the gate of his territory and looked from afar. He saw a man walking slowly towards him. This is Wang Ritai. Why would he come here alone? Huan Yusin couldn't help but say. Wang Ritai. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. Do you know him? He is the leader of the Blood Rebellion Alliance. He is extremely powerful. I have met him before. How could he suddenly come here and alone? Han Yang didn't continue talking. He wanted to see what Wang Ritai wanted to do. Soon, Wang Ritai arrived at Han Yang's territory. Hello, Lord Han Yang. He greeted Han Yang with a smile. Wang Ritai is a middle-aged man who looks very kind and gentle. But Han Yang dare not take it lightly, because people who look so easygoing are often more dangerous. What are you doing here? Han Yang had no intention of opening the door for him, and his tone was extremely cold. I came here specifically to apologize for what happened yesterday. Han Yang didn't say anything. He wanted to see what Wang Ritai had to say. I only got the news yesterday, when you came out of that secret realm. I'm so sorry. That secret realm has been there forever, and basically no one dares to set foot there. I originally wanted to warn you about a dangerous secret realm near your territory, but in my haste, I forgot. I didn't expect you to fall into it, and no one else even told you about it. After receiving the news, I immediately went to consult the gods. Then I learned that you were safe, so I came to apologize to you right away. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. What Wang Ritai said was indeed flawless. It was the Thunder Dragons who discovered the secret realm yesterday, and then triggered the hidden mission. Indeed, no one deliberately lured them to discover the secret realm. Could it be that all this was really an accident? That god, I heard you were providing for them. That's true, Wang Ritai nodded. When I was trapped in this secret realm, it took a lot of effort to reach this agreement, and then I escaped. It must take a lot of effort to bring in so much food every day, right? They don't dare to come out anyway, so are you really going to serve them for nothing? Wang Ritai smiled wickedly. Lord Han Yang, you don't know this. They are not completely useless. Oh, I'll have to listen carefully to this. After these divine beasts and spirits reach maturity, killing them will yield a very special crystal. This crystal can permanently enhance the power of soldier skills and is a very rare and precious resource. This crystal stone was also quite attractive to the lords of the empire. As a result, many people began to fight against these gods. After a period of time, these ferocious beasts almost disappeared from the eternal continent. But I never expected to run into this. If I sell these growing gods to the imperial lords, the resources I can get will be unimaginable. When Wang Ritai said these words, his eyes were almost shining. Lord Han Yang, since you also know this secret, then you will definitely get a share of these precious crystals. What Wang Ritai said was really perfect, but Han Yang did not let down his guard. Lord Han Yang, I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. We will always be the best lords. Okay, since this is just a misunderstanding, I accept your apology. Now that both sides have not yet broken up, it is better to leave some room for maneuver. To express my apology, I have specially prepared a generous gift. Please accept it. Oh, Lord Wang, you don't have to be so polite. At this time, a token appeared in Wang Ritai's hand. This is the entrance token for the sacred training. I didn't have it with me, so I gave it to Lord Han Yang. Holy Trial? That's right. All novice lords can participate in the Holy Trial after obtaining the admission token. A novice lord? That would be boring. During the 7-day protection period, those novice lords did not have much ability, and only Xiaoming Xue could not even reach half of his own ability. If Lord Han Yang thinks those novice lords don't have much ability, then he is completely wrong. The best of the novice lords right now are no match for them. Honestly, even though you, Lord Han Yang, possess divine-level troops. You might not be their match. Chapter 92. Details. Huh? What do you mean? Han Yang Asked Buzledli. During the 7-day novice protection period, all novice lords are isolated from others and cannot communicate with the old lords. But now, the situation is different. Wang Ritai continued. Among these novice lords, many are the sons or daughters of lord from the Great Alliance or the Empire. The resources and assistance they can receive are beyond your imagination. Therefore, the speed at which their strength grows is extremely terrifying. Since you possess divine-level troops, it's hard to say what the final outcome will be. Han Yang immediately thought of Xiao Mingxue. This woman's current strength must be extremely terrifying, right? As for the other novice lords, they might also be extremely terrifying. Will this sacred trial really attract so many people? Of course, the rewards are extremely generous. The reward for killing a ferocious beast inside is hundreds of times greater than what you could get outside. Not to mention the other rewards. Each one is eye-watering. As Wang Ritai spoke, he raised his hand and held the token. When does it start? Tomorrow. Han Yang signaled to Huan Yusin, and she had no choice but to walk towards Wang Ritai. After taking the token, Wang Ritai had no intention of taking action. I hope Lord Han Yang will have an unforgettable, sacred trial. I won't bother you anymore. As he spoke, he returned in the same direction he had come from. Huan Yusin handed the token to Han Yang. It was a round wooden token and didn't look like anything special. He was still worried about Wang Ritai, and he had to investigate the situation of this sacred trial. Han Yang sent messages to Xia Mengxue, Xie Zheni, and Huang Tianhui to inquire about this matter. Then he checked the token over and over again and found that there was no danger. Just as he was eating breakfast, Xie Zheni was the first to reply to his message. Holy trial? I've only heard of it, and I don't know much about it. Why are you asking? I accidentally got an admission token for the holy trial, so I came to ask you. Han Yang sent her message back. Fuck, I remember this admission token is extremely rare, and only the Empire Lords can get it. How'd you get it? Don't worry about that. Just tell me what you know about the holy trial. The holy trial is prepared for novice lords every year, and only those with an admission token can enter. The rewards are extremely generous. It is said that the things produced there are enough to make the lords of the Empire jealous. Many major alliances and empires strive to train a novice lord every year, then send them into the holy trial to compete for rewards. It is said that in just a few days, the strength of these novice lords will soar exponentially. That's all I know. It's basically all hearsay. Do you really want to participate in this sacred trial? Yes, I do have this intention. Han Yang replied. Don't blame me for not warning you. There are endless monsters here. Although you used to be superior to all the novice lords, their growth rate in the past few days is unimaginable. Don't worry, I'll make plans. There's one more thing you might have considered. Once you participate in the holy trial, your possession of the Divine Dragon Clan will be revealed to all the lords of the Empire. Even greater trouble will surely ensue. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. He really hadn't considered this matter. If his dragon army were really announced, the trouble it would cause would probably be difficult to resolve. After Xie Zheni's reminder, he began to hesitate. Not long after, Huang Tianhui also sent a message. What he knew was basically the same as Xie Zheni's. After Han Yang finished his breakfast, his 3 dragons went out to hunt ferocious beasts. Xiao Mingxue didn't reply to his message for a long time, and no one knew what she was busy with. Soon it was noon, and the 3 dragons returned to their territory. The dragon that was just reincarnated this morning has been promoted to level 13. Now, when they go hunting ferocious beasts, their levels are increasing too slowly. They have to think of other ways to improve their strength as quickly as possible. After Han Yang finished lunch, Xiao Mengxue finally replied to his message. Sorry, I was busy this morning and only just saw the message. Why are you asking this? Nothing, just wanted to ask. Han Yang sent her a message back. Did you get an entrance token for the holy trial? I did get one by chance. That's why I'm asking you. I see. My father spent a long time raising money to get this admission token. It seems we will meet soon. Well, I haven't decided whether to go or not. Don't worry, it's a good opportunity. The rewards in the holy trial are super good. Many novice lords are scrambling to get in. To be honest, I don't have any background. If others knew my military branch, I might bring disaster upon myself. Xiao Mengshua's expression over there also became serious. She had actually long felt that Han Yang's troops were not simple. His own troops are already infinitely close to the god level, and Han Yang can surpass himself, which means that his troops may be of god level. Actually, the Holy Trial is divided into multiple stages. You can just complete the single-player stage first, so they won't know your unit type. However, the reward for the multiplayer stage later on will be even better. I see. It seems I can still participate in this sacred trial. Some of the other novice lords are already very strong. They will become even stronger during the Holy Trial. If this continues, the gap between you and them will only grow wider. Han Yang smiled bitterly and said, "There's no other way. I could talk to my father about it. He can protect you. This way, your future path of growth will be much smoother." Han Yang Siget, the choice that so many people dreamed of was right in front of him. I can definitely say, "Rich woman, I don't want to work hard anymore." But what about the future? I want to build my own empire. Will Xia Mengshue's father allow me to be on equal footing with him? Chapter 93, Nirvana and Rebirth. After finishing his chat with Xia Mengshue, Han Yang immediately made a decision that he would participate in this sacred trial. Get the rewards for the first single-player trial first, and then wait and see about the situation in the multiplayer trial. As for what Xia Mengshue mentioned about letting him be protected by her father, he thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, it's impossible for me to be under his protection forever. As for Wang Ritai, Xie Junyi, and Huang Tianhui need to keep a closer eye on him. The Holy Trial will begin tomorrow, and I have to be prepared. Well, let's go have a nice nap first. Not long after he fell asleep, he was awakened by the earth-shaking roar of the demon wolf. He walked out of the Lord's mansion with blurry eyes and saw the demon wolf rushing towards him like a madman. "You've got mad cow disease, haven't you?" Han Yang couldn't help but say. "Han Yang, there's movement in that big egg, and this movement is a bit unbelievable." Han Yang frowned and ran quickly in the direction where the demon wolf came from. After running for a while, the eyes were covered by a golden light, and above the sky, a huge phoenix pattern appeared. Han Yang looked closely and saw that the big egg was already floating in the air, and its entire body had turned golden. The immortal divine phoenix. Is it finally going to appear in the world? With a crisp click sound, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the big egg. The golden light emanating from inside became even more vigorous. At this time, Huan Yusin also came here and was stunned by the scene in front of her. "What's going on?" she couldn't help but ask. "Just wait and see," Han Yang said. The cracks in the golden egg continued to expand, and the light emanating from it became even brighter. Suddenly, a clear chirping sound instantly spread throughout the world. The golden egg exploded instantly, and a huge phoenix with blue flames burning all over its body spread its huge wings. It seems to have a very sacred power that makes people feel submissive. Han Yang silently took 2 steps back. He had just notified his troops to return to their territory. Now the 3 dragons have not returned yet. If the Immortal Phoenix wants to cause trouble, it will be a real headache. This is actually a phoenix? And it hatched from an egg? Huan Yuxin looked at Han Yang. She really couldn't believe it. "Don't make such a fuss. Be careful." The Immortal Phoenix flapped its wings and slowly landed on the ground. "I am the Immortal Phoenix, a god-level soldier. Today, I am willing to serve Lord Han Yang as my master and will follow you until death." Its voice had a strong, penetrating power. After it finished speaking, it slowly lowered its noble head, and a huge pattern above it slowly floated in front of Han Yang. Huan Yusin beside her was completely stunned. Another god-level soldier? It seems that this Immortal Phoenix really has no intention of rebelling, but this is only the current situation, and it is hard to say what will happen next. "Very good," Han Yang nodded. "I'm curious. Do you still have your previous memories?" "I have now recovered my previous memories, but please rest assured, Master, I will definitely follow you and have no other thoughts." Han Yang sneered in his heart. "If I believe you, there will be trouble. The most important thing now is not to sign a contract with it rashly. We must wait until the 3 dragons return." "I see. Tell me about your previous master first. I'm quite interested in him." The Immortal Phoenix frowned, but then calmed down. "My clone seems to have explained it very clearly. My previous master, and I only had a small matter. It seems there is no need to explain it further. Your former master was an Imperial Lord. There's more to his story than just this, right? We can talk about him later, but let's sign the contract first. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on for much longer in this state." Han Yang Siget. It seemed that they couldn't continue the conversation. "Well," he coughed dryly, I found a new candidate for you. Huan Yusin's eyes widened instantly. Could it be that this person was herself? What did you say? Its eyes narrowed slightly, and its tone instantly turned cold. Don't get so excited. She also signed a contract with me, and is mine now. No matter who you follow, the result will be the same. Really? The Immortal Phoenix's tone was somewhat unfriendly. It seems you already know everything. Han Yang smiled slightly. Indeed, I almost fell into your trap. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 terrifying roars were heard from the sky. 3 giant dragons rushed down from the horizon at an incredible speed, bringing with them gusts of strong wind. This matter is not beyond negotiation. As long as you are willing to sign a contract with her, then everything will be fine. Huan Yusin was still in a state of confusion. What? Was he about to possess a divine-level troop? Such a dreamlike thing was too unexpected. 3 giant dragons landed on the ground and surrounded the Immortal Phoenix in the center. It clenched its teeth, looking somewhat unwilling. After all, it is also a god-level beast and has its own dignity. But it was helpless in the current situation. After all, it was only level 1 at the moment. Han Yang looked at it calmly. If it disagreed, he would kill it on the spot. He had no confidence before. After all, this was a god-level beast, and he did not have much fighting power. But now it's different. All 3 dragons have returned. Alas, the Immortal Phoenix sighed helplessly. It seems this is God's will. Don't hold on any longer. If possible, one day in the future, I will avenge your former master. Do you keep your word? Of course. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Okay then, we have a deal. After it finished speaking, a huge phoenix icon floated in front of Huan Yusin. She stared at the huge icon with her eyes wide as eggs. She still couldn't believe it. This was actually true. Is this really mine? Her voice trembled a little. All of this happened so suddenly. I became the master of a god-level weapon out of nowhere. Chapter 94, Open. Han Yang looked at the frightened Huan Yusin and couldn't help but feel worried. Seeing how frightened she is, will she be able to subdue this Immortal Phoenix in the future? Moreover, if you want to maximize its loyalty, the difficulty of this task is probably no less than building a huge empire. The loyalty of everyone's first unit is 100%. As long as you don't treat your own unit too stupidly, the loyalty will basically not drop. But if you want to sign a new type of soldier, the situation is not so optimistic. If you want to improve the loyalty of a new type of soldier, you will probably have to spend some time and effort. Especially after a person has 2 types of soldiers, the loyalty of the original type of soldiers will gradually decrease, which may be the reason for jealousy. The giant phoenix icon had already floated in front of Huan Yusin. All right, my master, let's get ready to sign the contract. When the cold voice of the Immortal Phoenix came, Huan Yusin looked even more nervous. She slowly stretched out her hand and made contact with the phoenix icon. Then, the icon turned into a particle of light and poured into Huan Yusin's body. A mysterious connection was established between the man and the phoenix. The immortal divine phoenix let out a sigh, looking a little tired. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest first. I just experienced nirvana and am a little tired. Oh, then okay. Huan Yusin said nervously. She looked at the Immortal Phoenix, leaving, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she heard a pop sound, and she suddenly felt a burning pain in her butt. What? What are you doing? She covered her butt, her eyes as big as copper bells. This Immortal Divine Phoenix will need your guidance and instruction from now on. You are its master, so be a little more confident, okay? Huan Yusin pouted in grievance. Okay then. Okay, I'm gonna rest now. Han Yang clenched his palms. It feels pretty good. My lord, don't do this again. Huan Yusin bit her little silver teeth. Looking at Han Yang's back as he left, she couldn't help but let out a deep breath. This is really a dreamlike thing. I actually have a god-level troop, and this lord of his is equivalent to possessing 2 god-level troops in disguise. That thing might really work. Soon, it was evening and the 3 dragons returned from the jungle. After a day of hunting, they have all grown a lot. Especially the newly reincarnated Violent Thunder Dragon, which has now reached level 5. Advancing 5 levels a day is good progress, but the subsequent promotions will be the most difficult. I understand that the sacred trial is about to begin. I must get a good night's sleep tonight and be well prepared. After a good sleep, it was already the next morning. The first thing Han Yang did when he opened his eyes was, of course, to sign in. System, sign in for today. he muttered to himself. Congratulations, Lord, for signing in successfully. You have received crystals and energy stones plus 1 million, wood and stone plus 5 million, and refined iron plus 500,000. Today's sign-in rewards are no different from yesterday's, because it is difficult to increase one's strength by just using one's own troops to hunt ferocious beasts. After all the resources in the warehouse were sorted out, it was time for breakfast. Just as he was eating breakfast, a cold voice sounded in his mind. It has been detected that the Lord possesses the Holy Trial Admission token and meets the admission qualifications. The admission channel will be opened soon. Lords can freely choose whether to enter the Holy Trial. This Holy Trial lasts for 3 days and is only open to novice lords this year. Each lord can choose one of their own military units and a member of their contract to enter together. After entering the Holy Trial, they can exit freely as long as they are not in the activity. The rewards for this Holy Trial are extremely generous. Lords, please work hard. As soon as the voice ended, a teleportation array appeared in Han Yang's territory. By using this teleportation array, you can enter the Holy Trial at will. However, what surprised him was that he could actually bring Huan Yusin with him into the Sacred Trial. Since she can enter, then her troops can naturally enter as well. After a night's rest, the Immortal Phoenix is in much better condition. But its level is a bit low. I don't know if I can get any benefits in the next activities. Han Yang was not in a hurry to go in, since it had lasted for 3 days anyway. He opened the chat panel again while eating, which almost became his habit. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that the public chat panel had become 2. The newly appeared one was the chat panel of the Holy Trial. He clicked on it and saw more than 300 people on it, and the chat was quite lively. Haha, the Holy Trial has finally begun. I can finally show off my skills. I've already secured the top spot on this ranking list. No one can compete with me. Oh my, isn't this Zhao Yuanhang from the Sword Slayer Empire? You think you could take first place? Aren't you courting death? Exactly. He's just a wishful thinking bore. I think the number 1 on this ranking list will definitely be my big brother Yu Hongjin. You lick-slapping dog upstairs, please kneel down and lick your master. I have to admit, Yu Hongjin's strength is truly immeasurable. The improvement he's made in the past few days is truly enormous. That woman from the Lingyu Empire, Xia Mengxue, is said to be extremely powerful. She's a strong contender for first place this time. Indeed, today's masters are endless. It's going to be a good show to watch. By the way, have you heard of a novice lord named Han Yang? I heard that he broke the record of all previous novice lords this year. Haha, isn't it just a broken record? Is that worth showing off? That's right. He's nothing in front of us. If I see him, I'll beat him so hard that even his own father won't recognize him. You guys really have the nerve to say that. Don't you know how you all became so strong? Without your parents, you'd all be fucking useless. I'll remember you, kid. Don't let me catch you in this sacred trial. You idiot. We're just competing for our fathers. What can you do? Come and fight if you dare. I don't think Han Yang is even qualified to participate in the Holy Trial. That's not right. Look, there's also someone named Han Yang in our group. Could it be the same person? Chapter 95, 100-fold Reward. As soon as he shouted this, Han Yang immediately received a large number of friend requests. Of course, he couldn't agree to this. These people who wanted to add him as their friend had absolutely no good intentions at all. Just at this moment, Xia Mengxue sent him a message. Han Yang, don't bother with these people. They're all idiots. Don't worry, since I came to this eternal continent, my mental quality has improved a lot. That's great. The event is about to start, come on. Yeah, you have to work hard too. After he finished chatting with Xia Mengxue, that voice sounded in his mind again. Attention, lords. The beast hunting event is about to begin. Please be prepared. Tip. This hunting activity is a single-player operation. Since the event is about to begin, it is time for them to take action. After summoning Huan Yusin and the Immortal Phoenix, and giving the demon wolf the task of guarding the house, they walked into the teleportation array. Han Yang only felt a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and then the scenery around him changed drastically. When they opened their eyes again, they had arrived in front of an ancient palace, surrounded by endless grasslands. Where is this? The Immortal Phoenix looked around and asked. You should have heard of the Holy Trial, right? Han Yang replied. She nodded. I have indeed heard of it. Since it is a sacred trial, then I can develop well. Huan Yusin looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what was going on. Han Yang looked at his chat panel, where the discussion was still very lively. The first event is about to begin, brothers. Just wait for my good news. That Han Yang actually refused my friend request. What a coward. It seems like none of his friends agree. Could it be that he peed his pants just by listening to our conversation? What a crap novice lord. He's a complete piece of garbage. Haha, he's just waiting to be beaten to pieces by me. Don't worry, in the next 2 days, this kid will definitely be gone. The beast hunting activity has begun, and beasts have begun to spawn around your territories. The ranking list has been opened. Every time you kill a ferocious beast, you'll earn a certain number of points. The growth of your own or your own military strength will also increase your points. Finally, everyone will receive corresponding rewards based on their ranking points. The higher your ranking, the more incredible the rewards you will receive. Now, please go hunting ferocious beasts as much as you want. Your territory can also quickly restore your physical strength and injuries. At the same time, within the territory, you will be protected, and no ferocious beasts can attack you. Now, the beast hunting event officially begins. As the sound ended, deafening roars continued to sound around them. There were already several ferocious beasts staring at them with hungrily eyes, looking very hungry. However, the levels of these ferocious beasts are relatively low, all below level 5. They should just be some appetizers. There must be higher level ferocious beasts nearby. Just these few bastards, I'll go and take care of them. The Immortal Phoenix roared, spread its wings, and quickly flew over. Immortal Phoenixes that looked exactly like it kept appearing and flew in front of the ferocious beasts at incredible speeds. Boom! 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 With a few loud bangs, those areas instantly turned into a sea of fire. Those ferocious beasts fell to the ground one after another with screams. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the level 4 Wolverine. You will be rewarded with crystals and energy stones plus 1,000 and experience points plus 1,000. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the level 5 Flame Lion. You will be rewarded with crystals and energy stones plus 2,000 and experience points plus 2,000. The ferocious beasts killed by the Immortal Phoenix only provided resources and experience points, but did not increase its own attribute points. It seems that the attribute points for hunting ferocious beasts should have been added by Huan Yusin. At this moment, Huan Yusin's eyes were as big as eggs, as if she had heard something incredible. How is that possible? A level 4 beast can add 1,000 crystals and energy stones, as well as 1,000 experience points. According to previous experience, a level 4 beast can only give 10 units of crystals and energy stones and 10 units of experience points. And this one has increased 100 times. It was understandable that Huan Yusin was so surprised. At this time, the level of the Immortal Divine Phoenix has jumped to level 8. Such a growth rate is indeed abnormal enough. This place is different from the outside world. Cherish the opportunity you have these few days, because it will be hard to come by in the future. Huan Yusin nodded woodenly. The Immortal Phoenix was already calling her. Okay, let's start hunting the beast. The 2 men and 3 dragons also rushed out. Then, waves of heart-wrenching screams continued to ring out. A huge city is now engulfed in flames. Huang Tianhui and Xie Jun were on top of a tall building, watching a large number of ferocious beasts attacking madly below. Oh, I didn't expect that Pan Xiangfei would run away. This has left a big disaster, Huang Tianhui said. The resistance we encountered in this attack was too small. He didn't even think about resisting with all his strength. Indeed, but if we can destroy his lord's mansion, the threat he poses to us in the future will be much smaller. I hope he doesn't come up with anything more. How's the situation at the Blood Rebellion Alliance? It's still the same as before, almost no movement. There must be something fishy going on. We must keep a close eye on him. Han Yang has already entered the Holy Trial. I wonder what the situation is like there. Those candidates trained by the Imperial Lords are not simple people. I hope he can hold on. If we want to achieve our goal, it won't be that easy. But this is our only hope now. At this moment, in a hidden jungle, Pan Xiangfei, covered in blood, walked out slowly, his face terribly gloomy. My lord, what should we do? There's nothing we can do. These 2 bastards are so ruthless. If we want to make a comeback, we can only rely on that one person. Chapter 96, Crazy Hunting. Various roaring sounds continued to ring out, and the sounds of fighting became more and more intense. Han Yang led 3 giant dragons and launched a crazy hunt on the ferocious beasts around them. With the blessing of 100-fold reward, their attribute points and the experience points of the 3 dragons are increasing at a rapid rate. This feeling is so refreshing. He opened the leaderboard and saw that his points had reached 132. However, the scores of others were also very high, and some had already exceeded 200 points. It seems that among these novice lords, there are still some strong ones hidden among them. It seems that it is not so easy to get a good ranking. I must work harder. As one ferocious beast after another fell to the ground, the level of the ferocious beast that spawned around him gradually increased. Not long after, the newly reincarnated violent thunder dragon could no longer hold on and had to return to its territory to rest. However, in such a short period of time, its level has reached level 15, which is a very fast improvement. But what surprised Han Yang the most was that the level of the Immortal Phoenix over there was almost reaching level 10. The speed of this improvement is simply incredible. Previously, Han Yang's ranking had always been around 30th. As the level of the Immortal Phoenix continued to increase, his ranking gradually stabilized to around 20th. As the hunting of ferocious beasts continues, his ranking will become higher. More than 2 hours passed, and Huan Yusin finally led the Immortal Phoenix back to the territory. Its level has reached level 12. Huan Yusin felt like she was dreaming at this moment. Is this the divine level troop? In just over 2 hours, it went from level 1 to level 12, which is totally out of the ordinary. Your strength is improving quite quickly. Han Yang couldn't help but say. After our rebirth from Nirvana, our Immortal Phoenix clan's strength has increased much more rapidly than before, it explained. Is that so? How many times have you achieved Nirvana now? This is already the 4th time. I've experienced 4 upgrades starting from level 1. With the 5th Nirvana, I will complete my final evolution. At that time, my strength will be greatly improved. So that's how it is. I'm curious. How did you, the Immortal Phoenix clan, trigger Nirvana? Once your strength reaches a certain level, under special circumstances, it can be triggered. My 4th Nirvana was around level 90, so the 5th Nirvana must have been at least level 100. Han Yang smiled bitterly. Level 100 would take ages to reach. As they were talking, the strongest thunder dragon slowly flew over. It was exhausted and needed a rest. Its strength has risen to another level, reaching the terrifying level 21. Now, every upgrade of Thunder Dragon brings about earth-shaking changes. Han Yang's own attribute points are almost enough to support him to reach level 19. I have to admit that in this sacred trial, the 100-fold reward increase is really awesome. 1 day in here is probably equivalent to hundreds of days outside. If this holy trial could last a few more days, it would be awesome. Unfortunately, it only lasted 3 days. He already had a vague anticipation for the multi-person operation that was about to begin. It's said that the next rewards will be even better. The current ones are already this good. How much more can we get next? Han Yang shook his teeth and saw what place he could get in the next period of time. If you're aiming for a lot of rankings, then you can really give it a try. After a good rest, they plunged into the intense battle again. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed, and it was almost noon. At this moment, another voice sounded in Han Yang's mind. The beast hunting event is about to end. Please prepare yourself. Lord can rest in their own territories for 1 hour. After 1 hour, a new activity will begin. After the sound ended, the ferocious beasts around their territory began to gradually disappear. After just a few minutes, no more ferocious beasts appeared, and the remaining ferocious beasts were basically completely eliminated. After this morning, they had gained quite a lot. The level of the Immortal Phoenix has reached 13, and its strength is already extremely powerful. Yunlong's level also increased by 2 levels, reaching level 18. In this way, the combat effectiveness of his entire team has really improved a lot. His points ranking has reached 15th place. If it lasts a little longer, his ranking will be higher. But now it's over, so we can only wait and see what the afternoon activities are. He opened the chat panel again, and the discussions on it continued one after another. Fuck, Xiaomeng Xue actually got first place in the standings. This is unbelievable. Their troops are night elves, humanoids, and they are infinitely close to god level. It's no surprise that they can get first place. I heard others say that Xiaomeng Xue is also very beautiful and charming. I wonder when I can see her. With that pig face of yours, you're still thinking of trying to eat swan meat like a toad. Second on the points ranking list is brother Yu Hongjin. His points are very close to Xiaomeng Xue's. It seems this sacred trial will be the stage for these two. Did you notice that Han Yang actually managed to get the 15th place? TSK, it seems this kid has some skills. Haha, at least you're much more awesome than most people here. Some people actually looked down on Han Yang before. I don't know where you got the nerve to do that. Exactly. I got this rank based on my own real abilities, unlike some people. What kind of army is Han Yang using? How could he be so powerful? No matter what kind of soldier he is, he just got lucky this time. I will definitely defeat him if I see him. 666. I'll remember what you said. The best way to deal with these dogs who can only talk big is to beat them up. Of course, Han Yang would not argue with them, but instead ate the beast meat he had just captured. Soon, an hour passed. The voice from before rang in his mind again. Chapter 97, Exposed. The second event, the tribal war, is about to begin. Lords, please be prepared. During this event, lords can search for ferocious beast tribes near your territory. Defeating them will earn you a large number of points. Similarly, your territory can also quickly restore your injuries and physical strength. Lords, please seize the opportunity. The second activity is not difficult to understand. All you have to do is attack the ferocious beast tribe. I just don't know if the reward for killing the ferocious beasts in these ferocious beast tribes will be the same as before. Han Yang no longer hesitated and immediately summoned his troops to search for the nearby ferocious beast tribe. The thunder dragon took off into the air and flew directly into the sky. Its sharp eyes scanned downwards and easily found a tribe of ferocious beasts. Master left, it roared. They quickly moved to the left and soon discovered a large tribe of ferocious beasts. An attribute panel has appeared in front of Han Yang. Fierce Goat Tribe, a small tribe of fierce beasts, currently numbering over 100 fierce beasts, and their leader is a level 20 fierce beast. The strength of this ferocious beast tribe is not that great, although it covers a very large area. Moreover, their leader is only level 20, which poses no threat to them at the moment. The three dragons and the Immortal Phoenix quickly flew over and arrived in front of the fierce goat tribe in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and the entire fierce goat tribe was in chaos, with screams everywhere. Who dares to run wild in our fierce goat tribe? An angry roar shook the sky, but the next moment, countless arcs of lightning directly covered the area. The battle did not last long. In just a few minutes, the entire fierce goat tribe was razed to the ground. Han Yang noted in satisfaction. This battle was perfect. Moreover, the rewards provided by these ferocious beasts are still the same as before, hundreds of times higher than those in the outside world. In this way, the strength of his troops can be quickly improved. The Dragon Clan is known as the most promising troop. As their strength increases, the gap between them and other troop types will become larger and larger. There's also the Immortal Phoenix, which also improves extremely quickly. As time goes on, his advantage over others will become greater and greater. However, the points provided by this small tribe are not too many. It seems that we have to continue working hard to attack the ferocious beast tribe. Han Yang waved his hand and led the troops forward. This sacred trial seems to be becoming more and more interesting. On a vast grassland, a young man with a grim expression was watching the battle in front of him. As the sounds of battle gradually subsided, the huge tribe of ferocious beasts before them had turned into ruins. At this moment, he frowned slightly and then opened his chat panel. A person who was marked as the Lord of the Tibetan-Japanese Empire sent him a message. Lu Mingkai, is there anyone named Han Yang in this sacred trial? There is indeed one. What's wrong? Keep a close eye on him. Tell me if he makes any movement. Why are you staring at a novice lord like this? Shouldn't you be staring at Xiao Mengxue and the others? I'm telling you, I just got some extremely reliable information. You'll never imagine the type of troops Han Yang has. Could it be a divine-level weapon? How do you know? The only thing that could make you so nervous is probably a divine-level troop. Besides, Han Yang doesn't have any power behind him, and he's almost in the top 10 right now. If he weren't a divine-level troop, it wouldn't be possible. Almost breaking into the top 10? As expected, they're the most promising class. What's the most promising branch of the military? Lu Mingkai frowned. His army will definitely surprise you. Dad, can you please stop keeping me in suspense? The Dragon Clan, a divine-level military force. I wonder if you've heard of it. Lu Mingkai stared at the panel for 2 seconds, and then his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is it the one known as the most useless military branch? That's right. Is there really someone who can train this useless soldier? How on earth did this guy do it? To be honest, I want to know too, but the most important thing right now is to quickly find a way to capture Han Yang. Indeed, the Dragon Clan's troops are extremely important, and we have to get ahead of everyone else. Once this type of troops is leaked, the situation will be disastrous. This is really a difficult matter. Minkai, I poured all my life's efforts into you. The future of our empire also depends on you. Once you obtain the Dragon Clan troops, our empire will definitely be able to unify the world. Looking at this message, Lu Mingkai's expression gradually became ferocious. Don't worry, Dad. I will never let you down. He looked up at the distant sky, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Han Yang, Dragon Clan soldier, you are truly my great benefactor. The rumbling sound gradually stopped, and another huge tribe of ferocious beasts was raised to the ground. As time goes by, it is gradually getting evening. After an afternoon of hunting, Han Yang and his team had an extremely rich harvest. He opened the panel and found that his ranking had already jumped to 10th place. Today's activities are really good. At this moment, the voice in his mind sounded again. This event has ended. Please return to your own territory. All activities for today have ended. Multiplayer activities will be held tomorrow. Please be prepared if you're interested. At this time, the discussion on the chat panel was also very lively. Today's activities ended like this, and I haven't even started yet. Don't worry, there will be more tomorrow. Fuck, this Han Yang must be on drugs. He's so strong. He's already in 10th place. TSK, what a pervert. I now suspect that there's a hidden, powerful force behind Han Yang. It's really possible. Let's wait until tomorrow. Then we'll be able to see Han Yang's true face. Indeed, I want to see if he is a man or a ghost. Chapter 98, Demon Suppressing Tower. After this afternoon of hunting, Han Yang's troops were greatly strengthened. The levels of his 3 dragons have reached 17, 20, and 22 respectively. This level is already very terrifying. Especially the level 22 Thunder Dragon. Its strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Although it is only a level increase, it is already powerful enough. The level of the Immortal Phoenix has also reached level 16, and the speed of improvement is extremely terrifying. If it continues to improve at such a terrifying speed, reaching level 100 is not a dream at all. After finishing this activity, they return to their own territory. The situation on the second day is still unknown, so Han Yang can only wait and see what happens tomorrow. And it was at this moment that he discovered that the Blazing Alliance had been destroyed. Under the crazy pincer attack of the Night Shadow Alliance and the Tiger Suppression Alliance, the Blazing Fire Alliance, whose strength had already been greatly damaged, could not withstand their joint attack at all. In just a few days, a huge alliance disappeared, which really makes people sigh at how fast the world changes. However, Pan Xiangfei did not die and escaped the disaster. This incident had no impact on Han Yang. Since Pan Xiangfei was not dead yet, he could still seek revenge on him in the future. After doing all this, he led his troops back to his territory on the Eternal Continent. After all, with the teleportation array, they can come back at any time. As for the activities for the next day, Han Yang plans to consider it after the details of the next activity come out. Exposing one's own troops is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. When I woke up, the sun was already shining all over the territory. The first thing to do when you open your eyes is, of course, to sign in. After a day of fighting yesterday, his level has reached level 20 and his strength has also greatly improved. I believe that the rewards for signing in today will definitely be very generous. Congratulations, Lord, for signing in successfully. You have obtained crystals and energy stones plus 5 million, wood and stone plus 10 million, and refined iron resources plus 2,500,000. Today's sign-in bonus is a whopping 5 million crystals and energy stones, which is 5 times more than yesterday's. Although it will become increasingly difficult to upgrade your level in the future, the rewards you receive every day are also increasing rapidly. However, upgrading buildings now also requires a lot of resources, and the two complement each other. Han Yang ate the beast's meat with some delicious herbs. He had been in the Eternal Continent for over 10 days, and every day he ate ferocious beast meat. If he didn't have something else, he really had no appetite. And at this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. The Demon Suppression Tower Trial event is about to begin. Please be prepared. In each level of the Demon Suppression Tower, there are a large number of ferocious beasts. All participating novice lords must hunt and kill enough ferocious beasts in each level of the demon suppression tower before they can enter the next level. Each time you successfully clear a level of the demon suppression tower, you'll receive rewards and points. Energy altars are scattered throughout the tower, allowing you to quickly recover from injuries and physical strength. Enjoy your adventure. Friendly reminder: this demon suppression tower is open to all lords in the Holy Trial. Please be careful of other people's plots and sneak attacks. Hanyang Nodet. This was completely a game where multiple people had to play dungeons together. In every level of the demon suppressing tower, all kinds of big fights will definitely happen. Anyone who can stand out from the chaotic battle must have a lot of extremely powerful strength. However, Hanyang was lost in thought. He was still undecided about whether to participate in this demon suppression tower event. After all, in this big fight, one's own troops are very easy to be exposed. Once exposed, it will definitely lead to a fight between many people. But the reward for this event are extremely generous. It's hard not to be jealous. Hanyang took a deep breath. If he chose to give up now, the gap between him and these people would probably widen rapidly. Not to mention that behind them, there is the entire empire supporting them. Not to mention becoming the lord of the empire in the future. Even surpassing these people will be a problem. He thought about it over and over again and decided to participate in this demon suppression tower event. After all, the world is unfair, but your destiny is in your own hands. Hanyang quickly finished the beast meat in his hand and then stood in front of the portal. Once I step in, it will mean that I may become enemies with all the imperial lords in the entire eternal continent. His eyes were calm, and then he stepped in. What caught his eye was a huge spire that pierced the sky. Even Hanyang couldn't help but admire such a vast and majestic building. At this time, Xiaomengxue sent him a message, reminding him to enter the demon-suppressing tower slowly. The competition in the demon-suppressing tower is not about the speed of breaking through the levels, but about who can reach the highest level. Therefore, there is not much difference between entering earlier or later. At this time, Hanyang could see from afar that there were small red dots appearing on the bottom level of the demon-suppressing tower. This should mean that other people had entered the demon-suppressing tower. Many people couldn't wait to rush into the demon-suppressing tower, and only a few weaker people were still watching. He waited for more than 10 minutes. At this time, basically no one entered the demon-suppressing tower. Then he flew towards the demon-suppressing tower quickly. The area covered by this demon-suppressing tower is also very large, which is many times larger than his territory. There must be an extremely vast world inside. Soon he arrived in front of the gate, where a formation emitting white light was slowly floating. Hanyang looked up and saw that the highest red had floated to the top 10 floors. These people were moving really fast. He also had to work harder, and then he plunged into the formation. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he came to a completely new world. Before my eyes was an endless desert, with scorching sunlight shining directly down. Now it was about to begin. A small red that began to vibrate violently on the first floor. But what Hanyang didn't know was that the moment he entered the demon-suppressing tower, a figure rushed in right after him. Chapter 99, Breakthrough. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully reaching the first floor of the demon suppression tower. On this floor, you need to kill 10 level 1 beasts before you can advance to the next floor. Tip: after hunting 10 level 1 beasts on this floor, you will not receive any rewards if you continue hunting beasts. Now, please start to complete the task with all your strength. Hanyang looked at the scorching desert and thought that this first level should be very easy to get through. Let's go hunt the ferocious beasts. Hanyang said to them. Just as he was about to take the first step, Lei Long suddenly roared. Master, be careful. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground under Hanyang's feet suddenly cracked, and a huge pair of pincers stabbed towards him fiercely. His reaction speed was also very fast, and he jumped up quickly. The next moment, a thick arc of lightning swept over and cut the entire pliers in half. The arc of lightning continued to strike downward, and then a scream was heard. Hanyang landed safely on the ground. It was really a close call, just now. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully killing a level 1 beast. You received 100 crystals and energy stones, 100 attribute points, and 100 experience points. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully killing a level 1 beast. Current mission completion rate, 1/10. He patted his chest. He was indeed frightened just now. However, this is just a level 1 ferocious beast, and he can control it with his current strength. but this ferocious beast hid so well that I didn't notice it at all. Master, are you okay? Yunlong flew over and asked with concern. Don't worry, it's okay. It's just a level 1 ferocious beast. Hanyang responded. Although this was just a level 1 ferocious beast, it reminded him of something. From now on, you must not be careless wherever you go. If the level of this ferocious beast is a little higher, you will definitely be dead. When you go out, you must be careful. After this little incident, they continued on their way. There are still many ferocious beasts in this desert. In just 10 minutes, they successfully eliminated 10 level 1 ferocious beasts. It has to be said that there are a lot of ferocious beasts in this demon-suppressing tower. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing 10 level 1 beasts. You have been rewarded with 1,000 crystals and energy stones and 1 point. Now you can choose whether to sign up to the second level of the demon suppression tower. As the voice fell, a teleportation array appeared next to Hanyang. It seems that this teleportation array is to send them to the second floor. He didn't hesitate at all and walked in directly. The difficulty of the lower levels of the demon-suppressing tower cannot stop them. The task of the second level is to hunt down 10 level 2 ferocious beasts, which is no problem for him. Soon, they arrived at the third floor. The difficulty of the tasks on the lower floors of the demon-suppressing tower could not stop them at all. After all, the levels of these ferocious beasts were too low. However, with each level increase, the level of the ferocious beast will also increase accordingly. From this perspective, the increase in task difficulty is still very large. I just don't know how many floors this demon-suppressing tower has. So far, Hanyang has reached the 10th floor. He was still controlling his ascent speed. After all, he didn't want to meet the large group in front. In the first 10 levels, he has not encountered any other lords, which shows that he is lucky. Congratulations, Lord, for reaching the 11th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. On this floor, you must kill 10 level 11 beasts to advance to the next floor. Taking on 10 level 11 ferocious beasts is very easy for them now. Let's go, everyone. In front of them was an endless grassland. The Thunder Dragon danced its body and quickly climbed towards the sky. Master, there are several ferocious beasts ahead of us. Let's go and kill them first. Hanyang nodded, and the Immortal Phoenix beside him had already rushed over. Then only a few screams were heard, and the ferocious beasts were killed on the spot. He ordered his troops to hunt the ferocious beasts, and then he went to check the chat panel to see where everyone else was. But at this moment, Huan Yusin suddenly shouted, "Who are you?" Hanyang became nervous when he heard this. There was actually someone else here? He couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, and the scene before him made him grit his teeth instantly. There was a flash of light, and a beautiful figure emerged. Behind her, there were elves with strange shapes following behind her. "Yu Hongjin, you came quite quickly," she said. "I just arrived, so I can't compare to you, Miss Xia. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and you're still acting so sarcastic. You came earlier than me, but you're still not as good as me." Xia Mengxiwa said. "As I expected, Miss Xia was delayed on the road, right? Otherwise, you would definitely be the first to arrive. Let's stop bragging and think about how to get that one thing. In every sacred trial over the years, not many people have been able to successfully obtain that thing. It's definitely not possible with just the 2 of us. We can only see how many people come in at the end. If 6 or 7 people come here, maybe there's still a chance. The strength of these people today is only about the same as before. It's not that easy to get that thing. In addition to strength, there's another thing that is also very important." "What?" "Luck. People like you and me were born under the lords of the empire. Isn't this a kind of luck?" Xiao Mingxue sneered twice and said nothing more. "Now that there are only 2 of us, why not listen to my suggestion? What's the proposal? How about we join forces? If we can get that thing, it will never escape our grasp. There's only one thing. How should I distribute it? Then it will all depend on your luck and strength." "Haha, I think your alliance is just bullshit." Just as Xiao Mengxiwa finished her words, the teleportation array behind her suddenly trembled. A figure slowly stepped out from inside. Chapter 100. Shocking. Standing in front of Hanyang was a tall and burly young man. "Who are you?" Hanyang couldn't help but ask. He had never seen this person before in his memory. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. All his troops were exposed to this person. The young man stared at Hanyang with burning eyes, and the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. "Ha ha, it really is a dragon tribe. God is really helping me." From his words, Han Yang immediately analyzed a lot of information. First of all, this person knew that he had dragon soldiers, and his appearance here was definitely not accidental, but was planned long ago. This meant that his information had already been exposed. Even his location was exposed. There are very few people who knew their own military branches. Han Yang's mind flashed with the figures of those people, and he quickly locked onto one of them. Ban Xiangfei. This guy is the biggest suspect. First of all, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Mingkai from the Tibetan-Japanese Empire. We will be working together for a long time in the future, so let's get to know each other first. Lu Mingkai said with a smile. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. Lu Mingkai is now ranked 7th on the points list. He must be very powerful, and this is a bit tricky. I advise you to sign the contract with me obediently, so as to avoid suffering physical pain. I treat my slaves very kindly, and in the future we will work together to conquer the entire eternal continent. Haha, Han Yang sneered twice. Don't dream of a grand victory here. It's still uncertain who will win. It seems like you really won't cry until you see the coffin. I came here today with all the preparations. I will use my strength to grind away your pitiful dignity. Then let's try it. But I still want to ask you one thing. You seem to know a lot about my military. Where did you get this information? It's okay to tell you. The Lu Yu you killed some time ago is my biological brother. After Lu Mingkai said this, he waved his hand, and huge cracks appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Han Yang also understood that it must have been Pan Xiangfei's doing, but let his own troops be exposed. Anyway, he is already prepared for all of this when he came to participate in the Demon Suppression Tower trial. The rumbling sound continued, and huge cracks continued to spread into the distance. Then, huge pincers suddenly emerged from the ground and slammed down hard. A panel also appeared in front of Han Yang. Rakshasa Poisonous Scorpion, a king-level beast with powerful attack power. Once it injures you, its poison will quickly spread throughout your body. In just a few seconds, you will lose all your fighting power. Although this Rakshasa Scorpion is only a king-level beast, its power is so astonishing. Just a tiny wound is enough to completely deprive the enemy of their fighting power. It's truly terrifying. Everyone, be careful. If you're scratched by these poisonous scorpions, you will basically be useless. Han Yang immediately showed that. Okay, master, we will be careful. Those Rakshasa poisonous scorpions have already drilled out of the ground. Their huge bodies are as tall as several buildings. Its exterior is covered with a layer of black armor, and its forelimbs are two huge pincers that look extremely sharp. There is a poisonous stinger on the extremely long tail, which looks very oppressive. Now I will let you experience the power of my Rakshasa scorpion. When you are tortured by the poison to the point of being unrecognizable, I believe you will kneel down and beg me. Lu Mingkai shouted madly. Haha, Lu Yu's ending is also your fate today. Along with a loud roar, large arcs of lightning were generated on the body of the Thunder Dragon, and terrifying pressure enveloped the area. Suddenly, countless arcs of lightning swept downwards madly, as dense as raindrops. Suddenly, a deafening sound spread throughout the entire demon-suppressing tower, and a large amount of dust rose into the sky. When this wave of attacks ended, the dust began to slowly dissipate. Lu Mingkai still had a sneer on his face, and the Rakshasa poisonous scorpions in front of him were all intact. I advise you not to waste your time and energy. Just surrender. Perhaps I can spare your life. With his loud shout, these Rakshasa poisonous scorpions rushed towards them. A smile appeared on Han Yang's face. Although the defense of these Rakshasa scorpions was amazing, their movement speed was not very good. Just as he was daydreaming like this, the tails of these Rakshasa scorpions suddenly shot out. Bursts of exploding sounds continued to be heard, and the sky was filled with the spikes of dozens of Rakshasa scorpion tails. Careful! The Thunder Dragon let out a loud roar, and then a large number of lightning arcs surrounded and attacked these poisonous stingers. Thanks to its intervention, the stingers finally did not hurt any member of their side. That's a pretty quick reaction, but you won't be so lucky next time. Lu Mingkai was about to continue his action, but the next moment he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A phoenix with flames all over its body shot out in front of him. With a boom, a tail stinger shot out and blocked the attack. Lu Mingkai couldn't help but squint his eyes. What kind of troops were these? He had never seen them before. An attribute panel appeared in front of him, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This is also a divine-level weapon. Even though he was the most favored son of the Lord of the Zhongri Empire, And even though he had seen many different things, the scene before him still shocked him completely from the inside out. Another god-level soldier, possessed by dual god-level troops. What incredible luck must one have to obtain 2 god-level troops? At this moment, he no longer knew how to describe in words, nor was he in the mood to think about how Han Yang had obtained another divine-level weapon. His mind was completely filled with joy. As long as he can capture Han Yang today, he will be the owner of dual god-level troops. In the future Eternal Continent, he will definitely be the strongest overlord. When he thought of this, his heart began to beat faster. What happened today was definitely the most dreamy thing in his life. Chapter 101, Pull. Lu Mingkai looked at Han Yang with fiery eyes, as if he was staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. I never thought that I, Lu Mingkai, would have such luck in my life. Come on, Han Yang, I will treat you well, he shouted madly. Han Yang snorted coldly. Then come and give it a try. The Thunder Dragon let out an earth-shattering roar. Thunder, death storm. I saw a violent wind blowing around, and a lot of lightning flashed continuously in it. A huge storm slowly formed, enveloping Lu Mingkai and his dozens of Rakshasa poisonous scorpions. For a moment, the battle became intense. Outside the demon-suppressing tower, a lot of people have gathered at this moment. They were all eliminated and then gathered here. Look, there are already 4 people on the top floor. I wonder how many people will be able to reach the top floor in today's holy trial. I feel like only those 6 or 7 people have hope. The others simply don't have that chance. Indeed, I don't know if they can successfully obtain that thing, and who will end up with it. It must be one of Xiao Mengxue and Yu Hongzhen. Only these 2 have a chance. Their strength is indeed exceptional, but it's not entirely down to strength. Luck is equally important. Look, there are 2 people standing still on the 11th floor. They've been standing there for a long time. Those who can participate in the holy trial are not ordinary people. Could it be that they can't even pass the 11th level? This is really too embarrassing. The 11th floor isn't too difficult to break through. I think they're fighting on the 8th floor. There must have been a fight, but I haven't heard of anyone having any deep hatred against anyone else. Who knows? These 2 might fight to the death. All we can do is watch the show. The rumbling sound resounded wildly through the sky. Before they knew it, the battle between Han Yang and Lu Mingkai had lasted for more than an hour. At this time, Lu Mingkai's face had become very ugly. The difficulty of this battle was far beyond his imagination. Han Yang was also a little surprised. The combat power of this Immortal Phoenix was extremely high. Although it was only level 16, its combat power was able to surpass that of a level 20 Cloud Dragon. According to its own words, after experiencing 4 Nirvana rebirths, its strength is no longer comparable to that of other ferocious beasts of the same level. Come to think of it, it has been growing for such a long time and has undergone 4 Nirvanas, so it is reasonable that its strength is a little abnormal. Although Han Yang's dragon army is known as the most promising army, their current level is still a bit low, and their potential is less than 1%. If you want to surpass the Immortal Phoenix, you'll have to wait until later. Lu Mingkai's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. This newly appeared god-level troop had caused him huge trouble. Even though its level is so low, it is fully capable of fighting across more than 10 levels. Even though he had an advantage in terms of the number and level of his troops, the battle ahead was becoming increasingly unfavorable to him. Now, several lower-level Rakshasa scorpions have turned into corpses. If this continues, his situation will become precarious. The rumbling thunder and the flames in the sky continued to fall, beating the Rakshasa poisonous scorpions so that they could not raise their heads. So this is the true strength of the god-level troops? I was too naive after all, but I must get these troops today. Lu Mingkai shouted angrily, then took out a crystal from his space ring. As the crystal gradually turned into powder, the Rakshasa scorpion below began to hiss dully, as if it was going berserk. Han Yang was also quick-eyed and quick-handed, and quickly recognized the crystal. It was the violent crystal that he had just used not long ago, which could greatly increase the combat effectiveness of his troops in a short period of time. Since that was the case, he immediately had an idea in his mind. If he couldn't defeat it, he could just run away. After all, he couldn't boast about the speed of the Rakshasa scorpion. Moreover, if you're accidentally stung by the stinger of the Rakshasa scorpion, the consequences will not be very friendly, so there is no need to take this risk. So Han Yang immediately called his troops and quickly escaped. This made Lu Mingkai very angry. His dozens of Rakshasa poisonous scorpions were running wildly behind him, but they could only eat the dust floating in front of them. The most annoying thing was that Han Yang ran for a while and then rested for a while, just like walking a dog, which made him feel sick. Damn Han Yang, if you dare, stop right there or I'll cut you into pieces. Lu Mingkai was so angry that he was about to smoke. Hey, didn't you just say you would definitely get my god-level soldiers? Why are you changing your mind now? You're no hero if you keep running away. Come down and fight me if you can. You can tell me when you can catch up with me. Han Yang was extremely happy. Soldiers that could fly had a natural advantage over those crawling and clumsy soldiers. During this pursuit, time passed by every second. Soon, the time that the violent crystal could last was over. Those Rakshasa poisonous scorpions returned to their previous state. Lu Mingkai looked at Han Yang with gritted teeth. His eyes seemed to be spewing out anger. You can't escape now, right? It's not that I can't escape, it's just that I don't want to waste time with you anymore. The three dragons and the Immortal Phoenix quickly took up their fighting stances. They had been struggling for long enough, and it was time to resolve everything. Haha, Lu Mingkai sneered twice. I hope you won't run away like a stray dog next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the stingers of the Rakshasa scorpions quickly extended and pierced into the Rakshasa scorpion in the middle. What? Han Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. These stingers kept wriggling, injecting balls of liquid into the body of the Rakshasa scorpion. Its body began to gradually swell up, its eyes turned blood red, and a sharp, murderous aura instantly filled the space. The Thunder Dragon no longer waited, and a large number of lightning arcs bombarded it madly. But this Rakshasa scorpion was safe and sound, while the other Rakshasa scorpions lay powerlessly on the ground and died instantly. I never thought, Han Yang, that you could force me to use this move. Just prepare to die. Chapter 102. The only remaining Rakshasa scorpion made bursts of hissing sounds, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. But at this time, a smile appeared on Han Yang's face. It seems that the other Rakshasa scorpions have injected their power into this one, so this makes things much easier. You dare to laugh? You will cry soon, Lu Mingkai shouted. Han Yang waved his hand gently, and Lei Long immediately understood what he meant. World-destroying thunder. Since there's only this last Rakshasa scorpion left, we can use this ultimate move. The sky was quickly filled with thunder and lightning, like a group of dark clouds rapidly pressing down. In the blink of an eye, the lightning had stretched for several thousand meters. Lu Mingkai's face was full of confidence the previous second, and he was dumbfounded the next second. Such a terrifying scene made his eyes pop out. Impossible. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he had seen a ghost. How could you possibly possess divine-level skills? Lu Mingkai was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that when even his father only possessed one god-level skill, he would actually encounter it on this kid. Everything was beyond his expectations, totally beyond his expectations. Now is not the time for you to worry about how I acquired god-level skills. You should worry about yourself first. The lightning in the sky slowly condensed into a thick pillar of lightning, shooting downwards rapidly. Lu Mingkai's face was extremely pale. He knew that he had no power to resist at all. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge column of lightning hit the Rakshasa poison scorpion, and the entire 11th floor of the demon-suppressing tower was shrouded in dazzling white light. When the white light slowly faded away, Lu Mingkai was thrown to the ground like a chick. Just at that moment, the boy actually tried to escape. Fortunately, Yunlong was quick-witted and pulled him back. Han Yang came in front of him and looked down at him. Lu Mingkai's face was filled with grief and indignation. What do you want? I will make it difficult for you. You have two choices. One is death, the other is becoming my slave. Lu Mingkai has never signed a contract so far, and the first time he signs it will definitely be successful. Impossible, he said righteously. We, the Tibetan-Japanese Empire, will absolutely not become slaves of others. Then you have no choice but to die. Han Yang drew out his sword and chopped it down without hesitation. Wait a minute, Lu Mingkai screamed frantically. It's not impossible for us to discuss it. Han Yang couldn't help but laugh. The tone changed so quickly. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Either sign or die. His tone had turned cold. I'll sign. We can discuss anything. Lu Mingkai's face was full of smiles. A huge dragon pattern floated in front of him, and he could only accept it obediently. The whole process lasted only a few seconds, and Han Yang had one more slave. Han Yang, although I signed a contract with you, I also have dignity. You'd better not let me do it. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Han Yang slapped him and sent him flying. What are you doing? Snap, snap, snap. After a few more slaps, blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. I'm telling you, don't go too far. Pa 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 pa. Han Yang shook his hands. They were numb. At this moment, Lu Mingkai has turned into a pig-headed appearance. My lord, I was wrong. I'll do anything you ask me to do. He spoke with a tearful voice, completely losing his previous toughness. As his father's favorite son, he had never suffered such injustice since he was a child. Just know your place. I don't have time for you. Go outside the demon suppression tower and wait for me to come out. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Mingkai nodded frantically, then ran to the side in a panic. My lord, you have tortured him so badly. Be careful that his father will take revenge on you. Huan Yusin said worriedly. Don't worry. Even if I don't torment him, his father will definitely not let me go. Okay, it's getting late. We still have to hurry and break through. Outside the demon-suppressing tower, many people were still discussing excitedly. Oh my god, those two guys on the 11th floor fought for quite some time, and there's still no winner? Who knows, but there are already 6 people gathered on the top floor. They're probably going to take action soon. No, look, those 2 people separated, and one of them climbed up to the 12th floor. They've finally finished fighting, and it looks like one side has been defeated. The defeated party didn't die. I wonder if they escaped or were forced to sign a contract. He seems to be coming out soon. We'll know when he comes out. I'm really curious about who this person is. For a moment, everyone stared at the exit of the demon-suppressing tower. However, the figure that appeared in their sight immediately shocked everyone. Oh my god, is this horse a human? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. This is obviously a pig's head. It seems like he was slapped like this. It seems that this person was really forced to sign the contract. At least he managed to save his life, which is not bad. But can you recognize who this is? Looking at this attire, it looks like Lu Mingkai from the Tibetan-Japanese Empire. As soon as this voice came out, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Lu Mingkai. The Lu Mingkai who is ranked 7th. What are you looking at? Hurry up and make way for me. Lu Mingkai said vaguely. For a moment, some people silently gave way. The Tibetan-Japanese Empire was not someone they could afford to provoke, but some people just ignored it. Oh my, who is it? Isn't this young Master Lu? I haven't seen you for an hour or so. How come you've turned into a pig? Who beat you so badly? Could it be that you, the top genius of the Tibetan-Japanese Empire, have become someone's slave? Ha ha ha, Mr. Lu. I never thought you'd end up like this. You're killing me with laughter. Lu Mingkai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. In the past, when these people met him, weren't they all respectful? He clenched his fists, wishing he could beat himself to death right there and then. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring himself to do it, and quickly fled the scene. Haha, Master Lu, please don't leave. Your pig-headed appearance is really too funny. Let everyone see it again. Chapter 103, 44th floor. It's been so long. Everyone should have arrived by now, right? Yu Hongjin said coldly. Xia Mengshu nodded her head. Indeed, after such a long time, it's almost time for them to come up. There are 6 of us in total. Lu Mingkai swore so confidently that we could reach the top floor, but it seems he was just talking nonsense. I'm going to make fun of him when we get out. Okay, since the 6 of us have decided to act together, I'll just say a few words. Yu Hongjin continued. Everyone else couldn't help but squint their eyes. They hadn't even started to act yet, but Yu Hongjin's tone was already acting like he was going to be the leader. However, Xiao Mingxue did not show any abnormal reaction, and the others could only remain silent. This operation is extremely difficult, as I believe you all already know. As long as the 6 of us unite, there's only a slight chance of success. After the operation is successful, who will finally get the prize? That will all depend on your abilities. But I promise everyone here that if I get that prize, I will give everyone present 10 million crystals and energy stones as compensation. Although the others didn't react on the surface, they had already started sneering in their hearts. Haha, what you mean is that you have already reserved the last item. As for the 10 million crystal reward, what about fooling a beggar? Everyone here has a powerful background and doesn't care about these things at all. Okay, let's get started. Yu Hongjin waved his hand and rushed forward first. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, rumbling sounds continued to be heard. As the bloody battle on the ground continued, the battle in the sky gradually came to an end. A big white bird screamed and fell from the sky, then plunged headfirst into the ground and died. With the death of this ferocious beast, Han Yang has completed the 44th level mission. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully completing the 44th floor mission. You've been rewarded with a 5th grade weapon, the explosive spear, and 10,000 points. Lord, do you choose to enter the 45th floor? The quest reward for these levels are similar, nothing more than crystals, herbs, and weapons. The herbs can be kept and eaten slowly, while the weapons can be exchanged for crystals. The accumulated rewards from the 44th floor were already quite substantial. After this sacred trial was over, it was time for him to consider the 6th grade weapon. Furthermore, the beasts they killed along the way also earned them a large amount of attribute points and experience points, especially Lu Mingkai's Rakshasa scorpions, all of which were rewarded 100-fold. Along the way, the Thunder Dragon has been promoted to level 24. Yunlong also reached level 22, and the Immortal Phoenix and the Dragon also reached level 19. The strength of their entire team has undoubtedly increased significantly. A level 24 Thunder Dragon is no match for a level 44 ordinary beast. As it continues to grow in level, it will be able to cross even more levels. Han Yang's points also skyrocketed a lot. He is currently in 7th place, just surpassing Lu Mingkai. Now you can choose to enter the 45th floor, and you will also have to face the 45th level ferocious beast. His troops had to fight for a long time when fighting against the level 44 ferocious beast. The ferocious beast on the 45th floor will probably be even more difficult to deal with. But now that it has come to this, I must give it a try. Enter, Han Yang said silently in his heart. A flash of white light appeared in front of him, and they appeared in a completely new world. Congratulations, Lord, for reaching the 45th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. You need to kill 10 level 45 beasts on this floor to qualify for the next floor. Hint: the next level is the topmost floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, where the ultimate secret treasure is hidden. The ultimate secret treasure? Han Yang frowned, and he suddenly became interested. He has already thought of a way to deal with the 10 level 45 beasts on this floor. They must be fought separately and defeated one by one. At this time, the Thunder Dragon had already flown into the air, and its sharp eyes quickly locked onto a target. Master, there is a ferocious beast right in front of us. It's a giant turtle. Han Yang nodded and immediately led his troops over. Soon, a huge turtle appeared in front of him. Nandu, giant turtle, a level 45 common beast with extremely strong defense and counterattack damage. Counterattack damage? Could it be that this Nandu, giant turtle, can reflect the enemy's skills? Without saying a word, the Thunder Dragon shot a large arc of lightning towards the Nandu giant turtle. Rumbling sounds continued to be heard, and several cracks appeared on the ground below. But at this moment, the immortal divine Phoenix suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" I saw several arcs of lightning suddenly shooting towards the Thunder Dragon. It twisted its body quickly and managed to dodge it. It seems that this Nandu giant turtle can indeed rebound skills, but the power of the rebound is limited. The attack by the Thunder Dragon just now did not cause any damage to the giant turtle of Nandu. It seems that this battle will have to continue. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out, and they launched a siege on the Nandu giant turtle together. Damn, this person has already reached the 44th floor and is only one step away from the top floor. There are already 6 people on the top floor, and Lu Mingkai has been beaten into a pig's head. Who is this person? Could it be Li Wenqi, who's ranked 8th? He seemed to have had some issues with Lu Mingkai before. I'm already here, okay? A man said indifferently. Besides, I'm already ranked 9th. Oh my god, you're 9th. Who's 8th then? Everyone opened the rankings in a panic, and then various exclamations were heard. Holy crap. Han Yang. It's actually Han Yang. This guy first defeated Lu Mingkai, and now he's immediately stepped into the top level. How is this possible? Exactly, what right does this kid have? Han Yang must have a powerful force behind him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so perverted. It's really hard to understand. Is this guy on drugs or something? The battle between him and Lu Mingkai has been delayed for far too long. Perhaps the people at the top have already started to act. It's like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is truly fascinating. Everyone looked up at the small red dot and still couldn't figure out why this happened. Chapter 104, Forbidden Magic Palace. The rumbling sound continued, and endless thunder and lightning bombarded downwards intensively. Thanks to the efforts of Han Yang's troops, 9 giant Nandu turtles have now been killed. Now only the last giant turtle of Nandu is left, struggling. Even though these Nandu giant turtles had extremely strong defenses and could counterattack, they could only hold out for a little over a minute under the siege of the beasts. Also, their movement speed is extremely slow. Even if the battle here alarms other Nandu giant turtles, they will not be able to provide support quickly. With the last scream, the giant Nandu turtle slowly fell into a pool of blood. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully killing a Nandu giant turtle. All the tasks on this level have been completed. May I ask if the Lord would like to sign up for the final level? Han Yang was not in a hurry. He had to find an energy altar to restore his strength first. Although they have been delayed for such a long time, the Thunder Dragons are also very tired and cannot rashly sign up to go to the final level now. There must be greater challenges waiting for them on the final level, and they must face them in the best condition. Energy altars exist on every floor of the demon-suppressing tower, and everyone can go there to recover from injuries and physical strength. Before this, they had already locked on the location of an energy altar. After taking some time to recover, they can proceed to the final level, the top layer. The group of 6 people were moving forward at a very fast speed, and bursts of explosions were emitted in the air. The scenery here is very strange, with burnt trees everywhere, lying on the ground in all directions. The whole world was extremely quiet, as if it had been burned out by a fire. The palace is ahead. Everyone must be careful. Yu Hongzhen reminded. The expressions of the people behind also became serious, and it was obvious that they were very concerned about this operation. I wonder what kind of treasures will be produced this time. I am really excited. Don't worry. We'll trigger the mission once we get close to that palace, and we'll know for sure then. Several people were still approaching rapidly, and soon a circular palace appeared in front of them. This palace looks very luxurious, but its exterior is pitch black, which makes it particularly conspicuous. At this moment, the 6 of them had arrived in front of the palace. However, the next moment, they all widened their eyes in disbelief, revealing a fiery gaze. Haha, who would have thought it was the Tenzo crystal? This thing that only exists in legends actually appeared. I wonder if its effects are as perverted as the legend says? Oh, I can hardly bear what you're saying. As long as I have the crystal of Tianzhua, I will definitely have a place in the future eternal continent. Let's find a way to complete this operation first. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Indeed, it's a bit difficult with just the strength of the 6 of us. What are you afraid of? What if it's done? I believe our luck will be good. Okay then, shall we go in now? The 6 people looked at each other, and then, as if they had strengthened their belief, they walked slowly towards the Black Palace in unison. They came to the front of the palace and pushed open the door together. Then, a ball of dark light instantly surrounded their bodies. Outside, the demon-suppressing tower. Look, Han Yang is about to enter the top floor. Fuck, is Han Yang really that perverted? I remember he was ranked in the top 10 before. What's going on today? It's over. I feel like Yu Hongzhen, Xiao Mengxue, and the others have already started to act. If Han Yang only enters now, won't he be picking up an opportunity for nothing? It's really possible. They probably didn't expect that Han Yang could actually make it to the top level. Han Yang's luck is truly incredible. Actually, what I want to know more is what kind of troops he has. If he has made it this far on his own, then that would be truly incredible. Absolutely impossible, even if it's a god-level weapon. No, you underestimate the god-level troops. It's really possible. Holy crap, a god-class army? All of our Imperial Lords and all of their god-class army don't have more than one hand, right? The people around couldn't help but swallow their saliva. If it really is a god-level weapon, then it will be fun. Han Yang only felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared on the 45th floor. He was surrounded by dark trees, which gave people a very depressing feeling. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully reaching the 45th floor. Now you can go to the Magic Palace and accept the final mission. Hint: the missions in the Magical Palace are extremely difficult, with only a 10% completion rate each year. After completing this task, you can obtain a chosen item. Han Yang was completely confused and had no idea what these things were. Let's go to the Toru Mijitsu no Index Palace and take a look. I believe everyone else has already gone there. The Immortal Phoenix said from the side. Han Yang couldn't help but turn his head. Do you know the Magical Palace? The Magical Palace is a very famous place in the Eternal Continent. You will know it in the future. What is the Chosen One? He continued to ask. The chosen items are items that are so powerful that they are called the chosen items. They are also incredibly rare, and each one can spark bloody wars between empires. So that's how it is. Let's go over and take a look. However, this mission is extremely dangerous. Every year, a large number of people die there, and most of them are peerless geniuses. I just heard the completion rate is only 10%, right? That's true. The specific completion rate depends on how many people can gather here. The more people there are, the higher the completion rate will be. It seems that the people ahead of us have already started to act, but we don't know how many people they have. Then let's go and take a look. Maybe we can get a bargain. Chapter 105, Weird Atmosphere. It didn't take long for Han Yang and his team to approach the Forbidden City. But at this moment, the Immortal Phoenix suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Han Yang couldn't help but ask. If you're worried, I can stay here. What are you worried about? Don't you know? The Chosen Ones all have a certain degree of intelligence, and they can move freely. Even if you enter that palace and successfully remove its seal, you may not be able to catch it. The power of the Chosen One that just broke free from the seal is constantly weakening. I guess those who went in must have left a backup plan outside, so that they can obtain information about it in time. Han Yang nodded his head. So that's what's going on. Okay, let's go in. You and Huan Yusin can find a place to hide. He was not worried that the Immortal Phoenix would have other abnormal behaviors. Its level was too low now, and it did not have the power to resist. If it wants to break free from his control, it will have to wait until its strength is similar to that of the Thunder Dragon. Han Yang led the 3 dragons and flew towards the Toru Majitsu No Index Palace at an extremely fast speed. Soon they arrived at the door. Lei Long stepped forward and pushed it gently, and the door opened with a creaky sound. Immediately afterwards, the space around them was enveloped in darkness. When the darkness dissipated again, they realized that they had entered the palace. They were in a straight passage, the surroundings were extremely messy, and there was a strong smell of blood floating in the air. Han Yang walked over and found the corpses of 2 large ferocious beasts in front of him, and there were pools of blood on the ground. The 2 ferocious beasts were already dead, and he couldn't judge their ranks and levels, but they were definitely not weak. It seems that there was a fierce battle here, but the 6 people still managed to get through. He turned his head and gestured, and the man and 3 dragons moved forward cautiously. We had not been walking for long when we heard a rumbling sound ahead, shaking the earth. I guess there was another fierce battle ahead. It seems that there are many dangers in this palace. But at this moment, Lei Long quickly protected Han Yang behind him. Master, be careful. Someone is coming. He quickly turned his head, but all he saw was darkness. The next moment, a sudden voice was heard. Are you Han Yang? This is a dragon tribe soldier. Who are you, sir? And how do you know my name? Han Yang instantly bachamachatios. Logically speaking, no one should recognize him in this sacred trial, except Lu Mingkai. Then, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. She had 2 pairs of transparent wings on her back, pointed ears, and an aura of sacredness and inviolability about her. Han Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. She wasn't actually human? Who exactly are you, sir? Why are you here in a place like this? And how do you know my name? As he spoke, the 3 dragons were already ready for battle. The foreign woman smiled slightly, and her lips began to move slightly. Although no sound was heard, Han Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. The rumbling sound stopped, and all 6 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the last room, none of them were willing to go up at this time. I think everyone knows this, Yu Hongjin said first. A little bug sneaked in. Should we deal with it first, or what should we do? It's already difficult to break through the last level with just the strength of the 6 of us. Only with the addition of this last person will it be possible. Xia Mengxua said. So what do you mean? You can add this person, but you need to find out his background. Indeed, this person isn't Lu Mingkai. Who else could it be? According to the time, he should be here soon. I say, little brother, you should stop hiding. The sound continued to echo in the passage, but there was no movement at this time. Do you still want me to invite you out? Ha ha. Han Yang laughed and appeared in front of everyone. I didn't expect that I couldn't hide it from 6 of you. The moment Han Yang appeared, the 6 of them all widened their eyes, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Is this a dragon tribe soldier? They were like Columbus discovering the new world. Everyone was stunned. I really didn't expect this. No wonder this kid has grown to this point without any power behind him. He's a dragon soldier. So what's our next plan? At this time, some people had sneers on their faces and stared at Han Yang with ill intentions. The dragon troops are more tempting than the chosen ones behind them. For a moment, Han Yang seemed to be surrounded by 6 people. Now that Brother Han Yang has arrived, we have a better chance of taking out the chosen one behind us. How about we take out the chosen one behind us first? After Xiao Mengxue said this, the other 5 people fell silent. After a long time, Yu Hongjin slowly uttered the word good. The group of 7 continued to move forward, but at this moment, the atmosphere in the team became even more weird. Brother Han Yang, why are you so late? Yu Hongjin asked as if he was chatting. Oh, that's right. I was intercepted by Lu Mingkai on the way. Then what? He has become my slave. Silence. Although the 6 people appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were already filled with turbulent waves. Although Lu Mingkai was only ranked 7th, it would take more than a short time to defeat him. How could Han Yang actually be so powerful? So everyone, Han Yang continued, since I dare to come here, I must have a trump card. I hope everyone will unite and strive to take out the chosen item. The other 6 people remained silent. If you want to seize the Dragon Tribe's troops, you must make Han Yang sign a contract. This is not so easy to do. If a fight breaks out among 6 people, no one can predict the final outcome. Therefore, no one of them dared to act rashly now. At this moment, the 7 of them had arrived in front of the last room. Yu Hongjin stepped forward and pushed open the door. A deafening roar tore through the silence. Chapter 106, The Dark Dog. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be only one ferocious beast in the room, but its strength should not be underestimated. As Yu Hongjin kicked the door open, a panel appeared in front of everyone. Earthly Demon Dog. King level beast, level 50. The aura it exudes can greatly weaken the enemy, and it can also summon 6 hellhounds to fight together. A level 50 king beast, this was a bit outrageous. I wondered if the combined strength of the 6 of them could defeat it. Although we only need to face one ferocious beast, I believe you all are very clear about its strength. Next, everyone needs to show their best skills. If any accidents happen before that, don't blame me for being angry. Yu Hongjin's voice spread throughout the room. Next, the 6 of you will deal with the 6 hellhounds separately, while I will temporarily hold off this evil hellhound. Once you've dealt with them, come help me immediately. If anyone is slow to act, just wait. Although the other people looked unhappy, no one spoke out against it. 6 balls of black flames burned in the air, and then ferocious hellhounds appeared in front of everyone. The 6 of them faced a hellhound each, while Yu Hongjin stood in front of the evil hellhound. Yu Hongjin's army was a huge white tiger. Even if it was not a god-level beast, it was basically not much different. At this time, countless arcs of lightning bombarded the hellhound frantically, and the others also started fighting. Han Yang had already made up his mind. He only needed to kill the hellhound last, and there couldn't be too much time in between. The strength of those who can come here is actually similar. Yu Hongjin's words were still quite intimidating among these people. After all, his 2 lackeys were among them. The hellhound in front of him also roared wildly, and several black energy balls suddenly attacked. A rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and a large number of lightning arcs intertwined with these energy balls. The other 2 dragons were flanking the formation. Hurry up, we can't fall behind too much. Han Yang took a quick glance, and saw that most of the others had used drastic measures from the very beginning. Lei Long immediately did not hesitate and shouted, "Thunder, Death Storm." A huge storm enveloped the hellhound, and endless lightning continued to bombard it downwards. For a moment, the whole room was filled with the sound of thunder. In addition to the battle on his side, Han Yang has been observing the battles of several other people. The entire body of Yu Hongjin's white tiger was covered by a ball of black energy, but the black energy could not penetrate at all. The battle among the other people was also continuing intensely, especially Yu Hongjin's 2 lackeys, who were working very hard. On Xia Mengshue's side, the hellhound was completely unable to withstand the siege of her troops. Under this general trend, the other 2 people could only increase the intensity of their attacks. A smile appeared on Han Yang's face. He didn't expect that these people with their own ulterior motives could actually work together to deal with this evil dog. With a scream, Xiao Mengxue had already ended the battle. She immediately led her troops and joined the siege of the Disha Hades dog. As one hellhound after another died, more and more people joined the battle. Under the continuous bombardment of lightning arcs, The hellhound finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a scream, its body was directly blasted into a ball of black gas. Han Yang was the last one to deal with the hellhound, and he also joined the battle group. The 7 soldiers launched a fierce attack on the hellhound. However, these attacks could only fight the beast to a level of strength. A level 50 king-level beast is truly terrifying. Do you know that among the top level, the completion rate of this task is only 10% every year? Yu Hongjin spoke at this time. Those top experts in the past were no worse than us. If they could all unite as one, wouldn't their success rate be just 10%? If you still have reservations, then we can only stop here. As soon as he finished speaking, the white tiger suddenly let out an extremely terrifying roar. A pair of wings actually grew from its back. For a moment, its arrogance was so strong that its 2 sharp claws seemed to be able to tear the surrounding space apart. Xiao Mengxue didn't say anything, but also increased the offensive strength of her troops. The others also gritted their teeth and launched a crazy attack. More than an hour had passed, and this evil dog finally seemed unable to hold on any longer. Han Yang couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that this ferocious beast could be so resistant. However, after such a long bombing, his troops' physical strength had been greatly depleted. On the other hand, the situation is basically the same for other people. What Yu Hongjin said before was indeed reasonable. If they did not unite, it would be impossible to defeat this evil dog. As time passed bit by bit, the evil dog let out a scream, and the black air surrounding it was completely consumed, and a large number of attacks fell directly on it. Everyone, just work harder, we'll be successful soon. The rumbling sound continued, and the white tiger suddenly roared, and one of its claws went straight into the body of the earthly evil dog. The next moment, Han Yang only felt a flash before his eyes, and a white light shot past at an incredible speed, leaving him no time to react. The same is true for others. The chosen one has escaped, someone shouted. But none of the 7 people present chased after him. The Disha dog fell in a pool of blood. It was no longer breathing. The 7 people present held their breath, and the atmosphere began to become subtle again. Thank you so much, Han Yang. If you hadn't come, we would never have been able to defeat this evil dog. Yu Hongjin said, You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go out and look for that treasure. Han Yang was about to lead his troops away, but Yu Hongjin raised his hand. Wait a minute. Chapter 107. Howling White Tiger. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Han Yang turned his head and said to Yu Hongjin, I would like to specially invite you to join our Yunxiao Empire. Here, you will dominate the entire eternal continent with me. Yu Hongjin's voice was filled with passion. It's a pity that Han Yang didn't listen to it at all. This was complete bullshit. What if I don't join? Han Yang said coldly. I invite you with all my heart. As Yu Hongjin was speaking, 2 people had already quietly surrounded Han Yang. Don't you agree? Xiao Mengxue? He turned his head to look at Xiao Mengxue. In fact, he didn't care about Han Yang's opinion at all. Xiao Mengxue was the most important. What's the point of me saying that? She said coldly. Of course it's useful. The chosen item outside is yours. I won't compete with you for it. Lord Yu has a really good plan. What if I don't agree? As she said this, the other 2 people also moved closer to him. For a moment, the situation was 3 versus 3 versus 1. Are you going to start a war with me? Yu Hongjin's voice suddenly turned cold. Lord Han Yang helped us capture this divinely chosen item, which was a great achievement. I am not the kind of person who would turn my back on you. Yu Hongjin gritted his teeth, but then he felt relieved. It seems that Xiao Mengxue is planning to win over Han Yang first, and then join forces with him to deal with me. Brother Han Yang, I was indeed presumptuous just now. Our Yunxiao Empire is one of the most powerful empires among the human race. You will definitely not suffer any loss if you follow me. The Yunxiao Empire is so powerful, so I'd better follow Lord Xia. Such a reversal almost made Yu Hongjin spit out blood. Don't think Xiao Mengxue has good intentions. Sooner or later, you will become a plaything under her hands. I'm willing to be a plaything of Goddess Mengxue. Han Yang said with a smile. The women of our Yunxiao Empire are no worse than the one in front of us. There's nothing I can do. I just like the pleasure of being conquered by a woman. Xiao Mengxue's face looked a little strange, and she glanced at Han Yang deliberately. You're such a fucking loser. Xiao Mengxue, I'm going to ask you one last time. Can you take possession of the chosen one out there? Yu Hongjin was starting to get furious. She smiled and shook her head. Look, Hasn't Lord Han Yang made his choice? It seems you're not going to take my toast. So today I'll just let you experience the power of my extreme roaring white tiger. That's exactly what I meant. For a moment, the whole room was filled with a solemn atmosphere. You guys keep busy first. I'm gonna go see what the chosen one outside is. After Han Yang finished speaking, he left the room. The two people behind Yu Hongjin wanted to stop them, but were stopped by the other two. After Han Yang left, a sneer appeared on his face. Xiameng Xue, are you sure you don't want to take care of this kid? My people don't need my care. Yu Hongjin laughed out loud. I admit that you are very strong, but it is still uncertain who will have the last laugh. Han Yang shot forward all the way and would soon be out of the Toru Mijitsu no Index Palace. All of this was in his plan. When he entered the Toru Mijitsu no Index Palace, the alien woman he met was none other than Xiameng Xue's army, the Night Elf. So he knew everything that was going on, including the alliance. Yu Hongjin is probably still kept in the dark. Now the Immortal Phoenix has locked onto the movements of the chosen object and is waiting for him to rush over. But before that, he had to deal with another troublesome matter. As Han Yang led the 3 Thunder Dragons out of the Forbidden City, he heard a deafening roar. A sturdy white tiger stood in front of them. This white tiger is none other than Yu Hongjin's army unit, the Roaring White Tiger. Roaring White Tiger, a level 46 ferocious beast with unparalleled speed. Its roar can also cause a certain stun effect. Roar! There was a thunderous roar that shook the earth. Han Yang felt that his ears were almost deafened and his head was dizzy. My master asked me to stay here, but I didn't expect there would be a surprise. The Roaring White Tiger spoke in human language. How dare a beast like you stop me? Han Yang slowed down and sneered. With just those 3 losers behind you, see if you can stop me. The Roaring White Tiger's claws kept rubbing against the ground, and a puff of white air came out of its mouth. The next moment, its figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Master, be careful! Thunder Dragon roared, and a large number of lightning arcs instantly formed a huge net, blocking them. A sizzling sound was heard, and 3 sharp lights flashed, and the lightning net shattered. A thing like this dares to stop me. The Roaring White Tiger roared loudly, but no one saw it. Han Yang's head was dizzy again, but he could feel that the white tiger was approaching rapidly. The next moment, a sizzling sound was heard, and several dragon scales fell from the Thunder Dragon's body, with drops of blood dripping down. Ha! The dragon army is just so. Jishao White Tiger let out a sinister and terrifying laugh. The Thunder Dragon quickly moved away, and a large amount of lightning shot out from his body again. I have to admit that the speed of this extremely roaring white tiger is really abnormal. It seems that Yu Hongjin arranged you here because he wants to take advantage of me. It's a pity that I can't chop you into pieces, so I can't taste dragon meat. I have to warn you, don't be too proud too soon. The Roaring White Tiger suddenly widened its eyes. The sky above its head was already filled with dense lightning. These thunder and lightning are like dark clouds, covering the entire sky. An expression of panic appeared on Jishao Baihu's face. Such a large-scale range of lightning was far beyond his expectations. What is this? It couldn't help but exclaim. A gift for you, the world-destroying thunder. Along with the Thunder Dragon's roar, a thick pillar of lightning slowly condensed and suddenly bombarded downwards. The figure of the Roaring White Tiger was swallowed up in an instant, and the whole world was filled with dazzling white light. Chapter 108, Tianzhua Crystal. As the dazzling white light gradually dissipated, the world gradually returned to silence. In front of Han Yang, the Roaring White Tiger had already disappeared and turned into ashes. This extremely roaring white tiger probably never thought that it would be wiped out in an instant. It didn't even have time to react. After dealing with the Roaring White Tiger, Lei Long gained a considerable amount of experience points. This amount of experience points is calculated 100 times, and now it won't be long before the Thunder Dragon reaches level 25. After solving the problems here, he can set out to find the Chosen One. As for the things inside, Yu Hongjin's power has been greatly damaged, so let Xiameng Xue handle it. Now the Immortal Phoenix is biting the Chosen One tightly, and the latter's speed is constantly slowing down. It seems that the power of the Chosen One is indeed limited, and it can't run for much longer. Han Yang patted the Thunder Dragons, and they rushed over at an extremely fast speed. In that room, the sound of fierce fighting continued to ring out. Xiameng Xue, There's absolutely no point in fighting with me here. Yu Hongzhen's thunderous voice echoed continuously in the room. Don't worry, I'll just hold you here, Xiao Mengxue said calmly. Haha, let me tell you, I've already set a trap at the door. Han Yang must be a corpse by now. Xiao Mengxue was still very calm and didn't take his words to heart. Aren't you worried at all? I wonder who will be the one who becomes a corpse in the end. One by one, the night elves kept flashing in the darkness and launched a sudden attack on the howling white tiger. As time went by, Yu Hongzhen suddenly widened his eyes. How is this possible? He suddenly shouted, his face full of disbelief. This is a god-level skill. How could this kid possibly possess a god-level skill? Haha, Xiao Mengxue sneered twice. It seems that you still underestimate the divine-level troops, especially the dragon-level troops. Yu Hongzhen couldn't help but grit his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. Damn it, how could this be possible? He still didn't want to believe it. Suddenly, the anger in his eyes turned into confusion. He could feel that the roaring white tiger that he had trained with so much difficulty had died suddenly. This kind of thing happened so suddenly. Lord Yu, what exactly happened? The person next to him asked loudly. It's over. Everything is over. He seemed to have lost his soul. Damn it, these two people were not fools. When they saw that something was wrong, they immediately started to run away without any hesitation. Xiao Mengxue ignored this person and attacked Yu Hongzhen with all her strength. For a moment, the roaring white tiger fell into a very passive situation. The Immortal Phoenix was burning with flames all over its body, drawing a perfect trajectory in the air. In front of it, there was a blue light moving forward rapidly. Suddenly, thick arcs of lightning fell from the sky. This ray of blue light was caught off guard and plunged directly into the sea of thunder. Deafening thunder roared continuously and lasted for several minutes. Han Yang watched everything in front of him silently, without being moved at all. Just now, he intercepted the blue light and blocked its way. The Immortal Divine Phoenix is also rushing over at a very fast speed, and they are about to meet up. However, the Immortal Divine Phoenix wasn't the only one present. The other lords were watching silently as they prepared their backup plans. None of them dared to take action, probably because they had received some kind of message. If they dare to take action, Han Yang doesn't mind sending them to death. At this moment, a blue light flashed rapidly, as if trying to escape from this place. However, the Thunder Dragon's reaction was also very quick. He leaped up and grasped the blue light with his claws. It was still struggling violently, but under the brute force of the Thunder Dragon, its struggle was of no use at all. Several arcs of lightning were once again stimulated in the claws of the Thunder Dragon, and the blue light finally calmed down. Master, you are here. The Immortal Phoenix shot in front of Han Yang and said. Huan Yusin lay on the back of the Immortal Phoenix. The bumpy ride made her look a little ugly. Yeah, Han Yang nodded his head. Well done. Lord, your leadership is still good, said Huan Yusin, who was lying on his back. Han Yang didn't say any more nonsense, but reached out and took the thing from Lei Long's hand. This is a piece of blue crystal, only the size of a palm, crystal clear and very beautiful. At the same time, an introduction to this crystal appeared in Han Yang's mind. Tianzhua crystal, a gift from heaven, it provides significant healing to the Lord's troops. This crystal is usable by all troops at once, regardless of quantity or distance. The first use heals 50% of the damage, and thereafter, it heals 1% of the damage per second. After reading this introduction, he was stunned on the spot. This chosen thing is really too perverted, right? Not only can it ignore distance and number, but its healing coefficient is also extremely abnormal. The first treatment is 50%, and the subsequent treatment is 1% per second. Although it is only 1%, it is calculated in seconds. Just imagine, if in the future I command a huge dragon army, coupled with this Tianzhua crystal, wouldn't I be able to sweep away everything? The most promising type of soldiers, coupled with the most awesome healing skills, can really kill anyone who stands in their way. When he thought of this, Han Yang couldn't help but get excited. It's really invincible. If his own dragon empire could really be established, then unifying the entire Eternal Continent would not be a dream at all. After carefully putting away the Tianzhua crystal, the activities in the Demon Suppression Tower came to an end. I just don't know how Xiao Mengxue is doing. Han Yang decided to go to their side to check the situation to avoid any accidents. The most important thing is to see if Yu Hongjin is dead. It would be best if he died, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. Chapter 109. Angry Yu Hongjin. Outside, the demon-suppressing tower. It's already afternoon. What's going on in there? Who knows? I feel like it's a mess right now. I originally thought this was just a big brawl between 6 people, but who knew Han Yang would show up and stir things up? It's hard to say what's going on inside. After all, Han Yang defeated Lu Minkai. It's hard to imagine. I wonder if they can unlock the Chosen One, and who will ultimately win it. It was hard to say before, but now that Han Yang is in, it's really possible. It's really exciting. I didn't expect to see the birth of the Chosen One today. A large group of people gathered here, chattering and discussing. Not much time passed before the door of the demon-suppressing tower suddenly opened. Look, someone's coming out. As soon as the voice came out, everyone's eyes were focused, looking at the figure that was about to appear with anticipation. Footsteps were heard, and 3 extremely miserable figures appeared in front of everyone. These 3 people were Yu Hongjin and his 2 subordinates. Their faces looked very ugly. Their clothes were torn and stained with blood, and it was obvious that they had just experienced a fierce battle. Oh my god, what's going on? Why has Boss Yu Hongjin become like this? The 3 of them came out together. It seems they were defeated by Xia Mengxue, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a mess. How could Xia Mengxue be so powerful? My goddess Mengxue is truly amazing. Not only is she beautiful, but her strength is also terrifying. Don't be stupid. Her father is not a simple guy. Ha! If there is a man who can conquer such a beauty, then his life will have no regrets. Yu Hongjin and the other 2 ignored the discussions of the people around them and just wanted to leave this place quickly. Some people who knew them hurried forward to ask, Lord Yu, what exactly happened in there? Did you get the chosen item? This seemed to touch upon Yu Hongjin's sore spot. His face darkened. What the hell? Han Yang and Xia Mengxue are just 2 bitches. After saying this, he left angrily, leaving everyone in confusion. What's going on? Could it be that Han Yang and Xia Mengxue have teamed up? That's probably how it is. 4 against 3. Yu Hongjin will definitely be unhappy if he loses. Is that so? Then he can only blame it on bad luck. Everyone continued to wait, and 2 more people came out. They only spread the news that Han Yang had obtained the chosen object and refused to say anything else. In the end, only Han Yang and Xia Mengxue were left in the demon-suppressing tower. Almost everyone was waiting because they all wanted to witness the charm of the Chosen One with their own eyes. But the longer they waited, the more they felt something was wrong. Over an hour had already passed, so what were a man and a woman doing in there alone? Something's wrong. Could it be that the 2 of them are fighting? Fight? Are you talking about something unspeakable? Bullshit. My goddess Mengxue must be beating up that Han Yang in there. You are not allowed to defile my goddess. How could my goddess possibly fall for that boy Han Yang? Xia Mengxue's strength should be far superior to Han Yang's. If they really fight for more than an hour, it shouldn't be impossible to resolve the battle. Damn it, if Han Yang dares to touch my goddess, I will never let him off. A group of people here were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes bloodshot, and they wished they could rush in and kill Han Yang. But the time is getting longer and longer. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, Xia Mengxue pinched her waist, and her puffed cheeks looked particularly cute. Okay, you dare to lie to me. Han Yang smiled and said, the situation at that time was quite special, so I am giving you special treatment. I'll forgive you this time. What if you dare to lie to me again in the future? If I lie to you again, your son will take my last name. Get lost. Xia Mengxue clenched her fists. Tell me again how you managed to raise the dragon army. It's incredible. What do you mean by getting it done? This is all because of my charisma shining through. I don't trust you, Xia Mengxue rolled her eyes. You'd better think about what to do when you get out. Yu Hongjin will definitely not let you go. Haha, would I be afraid of him? Just let him wait for me. You're boasting quite a bit, so you'd better be careful. Why don't you just kill him? Wouldn't it be much easier to kill him? You think it's simple. The empire behind Yu Hongjin is no pushover, and his father has always doted on him. If he dies, his father will definitely fight us to the death. Besides, do you think Yu Hongjin can be killed so easily? Han Yang nodded. It seems that I thought it was too simple. Okay, show me the chosen one. What are you doing? Han Yang asked cautiously. Aren't we all family? Who is your family? Just now in that room, I said that Han Yang is mine. Xia Mengxue suddenly recalled. That was also a special situation, okay? I don't care. We are a family. Since we are all family, We should be more honest with each other, right? Be honest with each other? Okay, take off your clothes. Han Yang reached out to untie Xiao Mengshua's clothes. Hey. She quickly grabbed Han Yang's restless hand. I don't want yours, I just want to see if it's okay. All right then, Han Yangkai took out the Tianzhua crystal from his space ring. This is it. It has extremely abnormal abilities. Xiao Mengxue played with it in her hand and nodded her head continuously. That's right, this is God's chosen one. It's really magical. Have you seen enough? Get it back to me. You're so stingy. I've already figured it out. I'll have to borrow it later. Borrow? That's right. I'll go back and tell my father that you got this chosen item. But I've made a deal with you. If there's a war in our empire in the future, you can borrow this item, and then our empire can legitimately protect you. You're such a clever little girl. Your father must be very lucky to have a daughter like you. Xiao Mengxue curled her lips and said, It's getting late. You should think about what to do next. Han Yang nodded thoughtfully. It's really getting late. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 110. God-level skill awakening card. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the door of the demon-suppressing tower slowly opened. Seeing Han Yang and the other person appearing together slowly, everyone couldn't help but frown. What are these two people doing in there for so long? Han Yang looked around the crowd, but did not see Lu Mingkai. It seems that this kid still needs training. These people all wanted to ask about the chosen item, but Han Yang and Xiao Mengxue ignored them and left directly. The second day of the holy trial was about to pass, and Han Yang's gains today were still very huge. The level of his troops has grown a lot, as have the rewards he received, and the most important one is a Tianzhua crystal. One day is incredible. Tomorrow is the last day of the holy trial. I wonder what other activities will take place. After Han Yang separated from Xiao Mengxue, he returned to his territory. The delicious beast meat had been roasted, and Han Yang picked up a piece. Groaning sounds continued to come from his feet, and a man covered in blood was lying on the ground, struggling in pain. Master, I was wrong, I was really wrong. He was none other than Lu Mingkai, who had signed a contract with Han Yang. After Han Yang returned to his territory, he immediately called him here. After a very friendly conversation, Lu Mingkai finally calmed down. From him, Han Yang also learned a lot about the Eternal Continent. For example, on the territory of the human race, there are hundreds of huge empires. Each empire holds a large amount of territory, various mineral deposits, etc., which are very rich. As Lu Mingkai spoke, Han Yang felt the urge to grab it immediately. In addition, he also received an extremely important piece of information. Those empires that knew their own military forces all remain silent. In other words, only a few empires know about their own types of troops, and they have not spread out. Han Yang could understand this. After all, they had come across an extremely important dragon soldier, and everyone would definitely want to take it for themselves and not let others get it. After the holy trial is over, these empires will definitely not let me go. Although there are many obstacles, they will definitely find ways to investigate or take direct action. You have to prepare yourself. Han Yang looked at Lu Mingkai in front of him and decided to let him go back first. With such a bargaining chip in his hand, he can also check and balance his father. It was getting late and night soon arrived. As the sun rises, a new day begins. The first thing Han Yang did when he opened his eyes was, of course, to sign in. After hunting so many ferocious beasts in the past 2 days, he also gained a very substantial amount of attribute points. Han Yang's current level has reached level 23, and the speed of improvement is quite fast. When he has more types of troops in the future, the level will increase faster. System, sign in for today. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained a God-level skill awakening card. God-level skill awakening card. Use it on any of your soldiers to gain a God-level skill. Tip: this card can be used at level 15. If the unit already has a God-level skill, it can be used at level 25. A God-level skill awakening card. Han Yang couldn't help but feel delighted. The God-level skill of world-destroying thunder brought him so many unexpected surprises. I believe that this time the God-level skills will not disappoint him. The Thunder Dragon is now level 24 and is only one step away from level 25. Once it possesses 2 God-level skills, its strength will absolutely be extremely terrifying. Just as Han Yang put away the God-level skill awakening card, a cold voice sounded in his mind again. The third event of the Holy Trial, the Secret Realm Exploration, is about to begin. Lords interested in participating, please prepare. In the secret realm that is about to open, there are all kinds of secret beasts. Kill them to get a lot of rewards and points. Also, within the secret realm, there exists the Lord of the Secret Realm. The Lord of the Secret Realm is extremely powerful, and all lords can gather and siege him. Now, please start your journey to the Secret Realm. Han Yang didn't say any more nonsense, but quickly finished the beast meat in his hand, and then led his troops into the Secret Realm. A violent white light flashed, and the scenery around Han Yang changed dramatically. He had already arrived in a dense rainforest. It seems that this is a secret place. I wonder what kind of reward I can get for hunting ferocious beasts here. Han Yang no longer hesitated and immediately sent Lei Long to fly to observe the changes in the vicinity. He also opened his chat panel, where many people were chattering. Most of the messages were about seeking to form a team, as they wanted to gather together to hunt down the Lord of the Secret Realm. Han Yang looked at the news and had his own plans in mind. First, let the Thunder Dragon be promoted to level 25, and then you can learn that God-level skill. If this skill is good, maybe he can defeat the Lord of the Secret Realm alone. However, the Lord of the Secret Realm has not appeared yet, so we can only judge everything after they appear. While Han Yang was daydreaming, Lei Long had already discovered a ferocious beast. They immediately burst out at full speed and rushed over. Holy Scale Python, a level 35 common beast with extremely powerful combat and defense capabilities. A level 35 ferocious beast is not a problem at all for Han Yang now. The Thunder Dragon roared, and a large number of lightning arcs swept over in an instant. The Holy Scale Python also began to resist violently, but how could it be a match for the Thunder Dragon? After several rounds, the Holy Scale Python was pierced through the head by a thick arc of lightning. The reward prompt sounded, and it was another 100-fold reward. At this rate, Thunder Dragon will soon be able to reach level 25. Let's hurry up. After all, this sacred trial is about to end. Han Yang ordered. In the following time, the screams of ferocious beasts continued to be heard in the jungle. After more than 2 hours, the Thunder Dragon's experience bar was finally full. Congratulations, Lord! Your unit, the Violent Thunder Dragon, has successfully reached level 25. The level 25 Thunder Dragon has reached a new level of strength. Next, it's time to use that God-level skill Awakening card. Chapter 111, Shocking Strength. Use that God-level skill Awakening card on Lei Long. Han Yang muttered in his heart. Congratulations, Lord. Your unit has successfully awakened a divine skill, Holy Light Blessing. Holy Light Blessing. This skill can increase the power of all the host skills by 50%. It can also increase the host's injury and physical recovery speed by 100%. Han Yang looked at the skill panel, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although this is just an auxiliary skill, the effect it provides is really powerful. It increases skill damage by 50% and increases injury and stamina recovery speed by 100%. These two gains alone are enough to show the abnormality of this God-level skill. As a result, the strength of the Thunder Dragon showed a straight upward trend. Now, I don't know if I could defeat the Lord of the Secret Realm alone. Just when Han Yang was eager to try, Xiao Mengxue sent him a message. Han Yang, let's team up and fight the Lord of the Secret Realm later. How many people have you found? Han Yang asked. Those are the two you met yesterday. If the 4 of us team up together, we'll definitely be able to kill monsters quickly. Both of them are very powerful. The 3 of you should be able to defeat the Lord of the Secret Realm, right? Xiao Mengxue sent a series of question marks. What do you mean by this? It's not interesting. I want to try to solo the Lord of the Secret Realm. I'm telling you to stop trying to show off. The holy trial has been open for so many years, and only those 2 people have been able to solo the Realm Lord. I didn't expect that there are actually 2 people ahead of me. I will soon become the 3rd person in history. You're crazy, kid, Xiao Mengxue said, puzzled. Even if you can defeat Lu Mingkai, you're definitely no match for the Lord of the Secret Realm. Don't worry, I'm very different today than I was yesterday. What can you do in one day? I'm worried that you'll die at the hands of the Lord of the Secret Realm. Don't worry about me. I will never let you be a widow. Guard your ass. Although Xiao Mengxue kept persuading Han Yang, he had already made up his mind. In the end, Xiao Mengxue had no choice but to repeatedly remind him to be careful. Just after the 2 people finished their conversation, the prompt sounded in the minds of every lord again. Attention, lords! The Lord of the Secret Realm has been refreshed. Kill the Lord of the Secret Realm to get double the rewards and points. If you hunt as a team, the reward will be distributed based on each person's contribution. The location of each Secret Realm Master is marked on your map panel. The Lord of the Secret Realm is extremely powerful. Please be careful. Han Yang opened his map panel, and there were indeed many small red dots marked on it. Okay, it's time for us to take action. They all quickly rushed towards the nearest Secret Realm Lord. Just as Han Yang was on his way, another reminder sounded in his mind. Hint, Yu Hongjin, Li Yingguang, and Ma Yuqi have successfully hunted down a master of the Secret Realm. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the three of them would act so quickly. He opened the chat panel, where many people were having heated discussions. Haha, Boss Yu really is worthy of being Boss Yu. I wasn't wrong about him. It seems that Yu Hongjin's top spot in points ranking is a sure thing. No one else can compete with him. Not necessarily. Our goddess Meng Shue hasn't exerted her strength yet. Haha, your goddess Meng Shue brought Han Yang. That burden along, you know. Han Yang isn't really a burden. After all, Lu Mingkai was defeated by him. I don't know what's so good about Han Yang. Why would my Meng Shue fall for him? At least he's more handsome than you. The shrill screams seemed to tear through the sky, echoing continuously across the land. Is this the Lord of the Secret Realm? It's really terrifying. Han Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the monster in front of him. This is a human-shaped evil ghost, emitting black energy all over its body, giving people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The introduction panel of the Lord of the Secret Realm appeared in front of Han Yang. Netherworld Evil Ghost. 3 question marks? Han Yang has been in the Eternal Continent for such a long time, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Since there is no introduction to this evil ghost from the underworld, there is no need to introduce it. Thunder Dragon, let's begin. After awakening the god-level skill Holy Light Blessing, Thunder Dragon can't wait to show his strength. It roared loudly, and a large number of lightning arcs emanated from its body, swarming towards the evil spirits in the underworld. Han Yang could clearly feel that the lightning arcs stimulated by the Thunder Dragon were much more powerful than before. Black beams of light also shot out from the body of the evil ghost in the underworld, interweaving with arcs of lightning. For a moment, all kinds of sounds kept exploding in the air. Thunder Death Storm. The Thunder Dragon roared again, and a huge storm enveloped the area. Its strength is much stronger than yesterday. The Immortal Phoenix's face turned serious when he saw this scene. The area covered by this storm alone is more than half the size of yesterday. Its power today is truly earth-shattering. Dense arcs of lightning flashed continuously in the storm, like sharp swords, piercing through the evil spirits in the underworld. The Netherworld Evil Ghost also roared angrily, and a large amount of demonic energy emerged from its body, and a spherical black barrier enveloped its body. But this black barrier was like paper in front of these lightning arcs, and it couldn't last even for a second. The next moment, overwhelming thunder and lightning enveloped the evil ghost from the underworld. The shrill screams made the air tremble like the howls from hell. The huge body of the evil ghost from the underworld fell down, and a large amount of demonic energy dissipated into the air. A full minute passed before the sound of thunder and lightning gradually stopped. At this time, the evil ghost in the underworld had completely turned into a ball of black gas. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the Netherworld demon, the Lord of the Secret Realm. You will receive a reward of plus 10,000 points and a 5th grade weapon, the Golden Cicada Sacred Armor. Hint: Han Yang has successfully hunted down a Secret Realm Lord. Chapter 112, Crazy Hunting. After this voice announcement came out, the chat panel suddenly exploded. Huh, did you hear that? Damn, I thought there was something wrong with my ears, but I didn't expect you guys to hear it too. Han Yang, it's Han Yang again. Is this guy using cheats? It must be cheating. It's absolutely impossible without cheating. Yesterday, he was locked in a tough battle with Lu Mingkai, but today he can challenge the Lord of the Secret Realm alone. I am reporting cheating. Where can I report cheating? I can't stand it anymore. What's going on with this kid? He hunted down a Secret Realm Master all by himself. This is even more impressive than Yu Hongjin and Xiameng Shue. Han Yang must have a powerful force behind him that we can hardly imagine. Otherwise, his rise to power would never have been so fast. Do you think there's a possibility that yesterday's Chosen One is in this kid's hands? Fuck, this is really possible. After all, the blessing of a Chosen One is not small. What on earth does Xiameng Shue see in him? I don't accept it. At this moment, Yu Hongjin was also looking at the chat panel, his face extremely ashen. Lord Yu, this kid is really abnormal. His strength yesterday was probably not even as good as ours. What happened today? The people behind Yu Hongjin couldn't help but say. How should I know what's going on? Yu Hongjin said angrily. Even if he has the Tianzhua crystal, its true power lies in healing injuries. It doesn't increase combat power at all. This kid is truly wicked. Yu Hongjin narrowed his eyes. He couldn't believe that a person's strength could be improved so much, and in just one day. Could it be that God-level skill? He seemed to have found the answer. Could it be that the power of God-level troops, coupled with God-level skills, could be so terrifying? He secretly clenched his fists. He must get the Dragon Clan, a God-level soldier. Han Yang, are you crazy? How did you do it? Xiao Mengxue, who was originally worried about Han Yang's safety, now had a look of horror on her face. Unexpectedly, Han Yang was not kidding himself. He really hunted down a master of the secret realm alone. Even though the prompt sounded clearly in her ears, she still couldn't believe what she was saying. Yesterday, he was confident he could beat him, but today, he was riding on top of him. Promise me one condition, and I'll tell you. What conditions? Xiao Mengxue couldn't help but frown. Just do one thing for me from now on. Xiao Mengxue thought for a moment and replied, That has to be something I can do. Don't worry, it's definitely within your ability. Han Yang smiled. A minute later, Xiao Mengxue stood there thinking, Are divine-level skills actually this powerful? I really underestimated them. Yesterday, her night elf troops also clearly detected the battle between Han Yang and Yu Hongjin, and also knew that Han Yang possessed a god-level skill. She was a little too anxious just now and didn't think about this aspect. A divine-level troop equipped with divine-level skills could be so terrifying. It's simply unimaginable. It seems I have to keep working hard. Xiao Mengxue clenched her fists. The road ahead is long and arduous. Han Yang took action again. With the Tianzhua crystal in his hand, Lei Long's physical strength recovered very quickly. He didn't tell Xiao Mengxue the real reason, but just briefly mentioned the world-destroying thunder that Lei Long had already used. Anyway, she knows a little about this skill. Han Yang rushed towards the next master of the secret realm. Now his points have reached third place, still some distance away from Yu Hongjin and Xiao Mengxue. However, this gap can be made up soon. The points and rewards provided by hunting down a secret realm lord are really too generous. And before they reach the next secret realm, Thunder Dragon's physical strength will be fully restored. This is completely a zero-damage monster kill. The entire secret realm activity has completely become his entertainment activity. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the Lord of the secret realm, Jean Ao Tianpa. You have received a reward of plus 10,000 points and a 5th grade medicinal herb, the Holy Sun Lotus. Hint: Han Yang has successfully hunted down a secret realm lord. Congratulations to the Lord for successfully killing the master of the secret realm, the Hunting Cloud Divine Eagle. You will receive a reward of plus 10,000 points and a hunting energy crystal. Hint: Han Yang has successfully hunted down a secret realm lord. In just a few hours, 7 or 8 masters of secret realms had died tragically at the hands of Han Yang. This has become a battlefield dominated by him alone. After hunting down so many secret realm masters, the Thunder Dragon's level has reached 26, and its strength has increased by another level. Now his points have successfully reached the first place, and he is far ahead of the second place Yu Hongjin. He also firmly grasped the first place in the points ranking. Moreover, the rewards he received could be exchanged for a large number of crystals and energy stones. After this sacred trial event is over, his warehouse will probably be full again. Just as Han Yang was about to continue hunting the next master of the secret realm, his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, Yu Hongjin, what a coincidence! When Han Yang discovered him, he also discovered Han Yang. Thus, a massive pursuit began. You said you were going to kill me yesterday, but today you act like a lost dog. If your parents saw you like this, they'd probably chop off their heads and feed them to the dogs. Yu Hongjin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and there was anger burning in his eyes. There are 3 of us. Why should we be afraid of him alone? He roared at the 2 people beside him. The 2 men didn't react much. He just came to see you. He has nothing to do with us. Lord Yu, we have helped you so much. Now it's time to say goodbye. Yu Hong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This is not a goodbye. You are sending me to my death. The two men ignored him and shot off in different directions. And Han Yang is still chasing closely. Yu Hongjin was about to cry. Could it be that he, the biological son of an imperial lord, was really going to die in a place like this? The world was changing so fast that it was really hard for him to accept it. Chapter 113, Ending. Accompanied by the continuous roar of thunder and lightning, the entire earth began to tremble wildly. Yu Hongjin vomited blood, and a big hole was blown out in his chest. Impossible. He looked at the bloody hole on his chest, and then fell straight down. Han Yang did not stay here for too long, and it only took him an incense stick of time to deal with Yu Hongjin. Next, he began a new round of hunting. Soon, a day passed, and Han Yang hunted down dozens of secret realm masters. In the final standings, he undoubtedly took first place. This sacred trial is about to end, and Han Yang has returned to his territory. Now, he has a lot of resources at hand, so he can make full use of them. But at this moment, a strange man came outside his territory. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Who are you? Han Yang frowned. The man smiled slightly and said, Hello, I'm Xia Hai, Xiao Mengshue's father. Han Yang's eyes widened. Xiao Mengshue's father? Doesn't that mean he's the empire's overlord? What are you doing here? Han Yang became nervous. With his own strength, facing this imperial lord was undoubtedly like an egg hitting a stone. I heard about you from my daughter, so I came to visit you. Han Yang es mot duichet. How could I deserve you to come and visit me? Xia Hai continued. If you don't mind, we can still reach an agreement. What agreement? My empire is quite powerful among all human forces, at least ranking in the top 5. But looking at the entire Eternal Continent, it's a bit underwhelming. After all, humans are just one of the countless races. So, I can ensure your safe growth until the day you're fully grown, and then we can rule the entire Eternal Continent together. Han Yang narrowed his eyes. You really think highly of me? Of course I do. You may not know what the Dragon Tribe means, but I know it perfectly well. Its potential will definitely exceed your imagination. And don't worry, I can absolutely guarantee your safety. What can you guarantee? This is exactly what Han Yang was worried about. He would not joke about his life just because of a few words from others. Xia Hai smiled again. Use my lord's mansion as a guarantee. Han Yang pupils constricted. 3 years later, a dragon roar that resounded throughout the world exploded across the entire Eternal Continent. Dense swarms of giant dragons rose into the sky. On this day, the world was in turmoil. The sharp claws of a dragon army began their conquest, and wherever they went, they turned them into ants. In just 3 days, the dragon army conquered all human forces and unified all of humanity. Their claws did not stop, but spread to the entire Eternal Continent. The blood dyed the earth red, and the smell of blood filled the sky. An unprecedented grand war took place on the Eternal Continent, sweeping in all ethnic groups. Other ethnic groups began to rise up in resistance. Countless armies followed one after another, and the continent became a meat grinder. But under the claws of the dragon army, the resistance of these ethnic groups is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Even the dragon-slaying alliance formed by these ethnic groups collapsed under the roars of dragons. In just 1 month, the dragon army's claws spread across the entire Eternal Continent. Han Yang sat on the back of the Thunder Dragon, overlooking everything below. Master is mighty. He has ruled the entire Eternal Continent in just 1 month. This feat is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Lei Long said passionately. Han Yang smiled and said, How come even you have learned to flatter me? Ha ha. Lei Long laughed heartily twice. Today's Thunder Dragon has already reached its most complete maturity, and its mind is completely different. During these 3 years, Han Yang has been in Xia Hai's Lord's Mansion, and it can be said that he has been in seclusion for 3 years. As for the various huge resources needed by the Dragon Army, under Han Yang's command, they will be delivered one by one. 3 years later, the Dragon Army created by Han Yang himself swept through all races. Today, there is no resistance force left on the entire continent. At this moment, a group of elves with dancing wings were flying towards here. Han Yang smiled sleekly. He saw the fairy-like figure, Xiao Mengxue. From now on, the Eternal Continent, including the Blue Star, will belong to the two of them.